Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story. Next, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series chapter 94, volume 2. 94 A larger-scale negotiation. Ta Lai smiled as he interrupted Rongjin's antagonism towards Gao Kenjiu. It's pointless to keep bickering or fighting. How about everyone be forthright about their goals, and we try to reach a solution after hearing what everyone has to say? Everybody quietened at once, probably since no one expected Ta Lai to say something like this. I looked around and pondered for a moment before I spoke. No matter what the dispute is between you guys, my goal is very clear. You, Jai, get out of my Western District with your people, and I will not acknowledge you as someone from the Western District in future either. Apart from that, Soul Snatcher Rongjin, I don't know what you and Do You are plotting and aiming for with this experiment, but know that, as long as you hurt my people in the Western District, I will not let you get away. Please return Yu Liang to me as well, and I'll not give up in my search for Laurel and Song Lu either. Yu Jai smirked. You really thought I was interested in your position of Western District Commander? Your friends are people. How about mine? The 7 demons are nowhere to be found in this pile of rubble, and you think I would leave things like this without finding out where they went? Rongjin continued. Crazy girl. I can begrudgingly accept that Song Lu is not with you, but you have to explain what happened here in the Western District. As for Yu Liang, I regret to inform you that I'm not aware of the situation nor am I interested in it. I only focus on things I'm interested in. And like Ta Lai said, since we're trying to reach a mutual understanding here, I shall not make things too difficult for you. I just want to take that stone statue with me. Dream on, ha. I sneered inwardly and raised my brows, not bothering to give a reply. Yu Jai promptly added, just taking old man Fan is not enough. Lai Shen, you best come clean with me. What sorcery did you use and where did you take my 7 demons? My heart sank. I too want to know what exactly happened in the Western District. Tired of squabbling, I just looked at Ta Lai. Ta Lai nodded at me and addressed the rest. Everyone's goal is clear now. After Gao Kenjiu arrived, he didn't ask how the Western District turned into a pile of rubble. This means that Gao Kenjiu's goal is simply to take Rongjin with him. Is that right? Gao Kenjiu sniggered menacingly. That's right. I don't care about what happened here, nor whatever you want to investigate. I am only here on Si Luo's orders to bring Rongjin with me. His gaze seemed to briefly sweep past me when he spoke. My heart hurt slightly. When Gao Kai was alive, he was proud, free and unbridled. But you, Gao Kenjiu, Si Luo is your only reason for existence. Apart from your looks, seems like you are nothing like Gao Kai. Seeing some sort of resentment from my gaze, Gao Kenjiu seemed bemused. Ta Lai nodded. Gao Kenjiu wants to take Rongjin with him. And Rongjin, you want to take the stone sculpture with you. While Yu Jai wants to find out what exactly happened in the Western District. Let me tell all of you clearly now. We truly do not know what happened. Here, Yu Jai gritted her teeth and looked at me with vengeful eyes. Before asking, Ta Lai, as a soul splitter, why are you helping Lai Shen? I shot a cold look at her. Yu Jai, do you just hate it that people are on my side? Ta Lai smiled. Not only am I helping her, I'll tell all of you plainly that this experiment of yours will definitely fail. I will stop Do You. And it doesn't matter what you and Rongjin's goal is. My advice is not to get involved with Do You. And if you insist on participating in her absurd acts, I am not going to sit back and ignore it. Also, Ta Lai swiftly turned to Gao Kenjiu. Gao Kenjiu, would you tell me what's happening with Si Luo? Gao Kenjiu's expression changed. The dark shadow also stopped moving suddenly. Ta Lai continued with a smile. Is there a need to keep it from me? Do You has already gone to look for him on her own, and he hasn't appeared for a while. If I were to guess, something must have happened to him. How about sharing this information on what actually happened to Si Luo, and we can work together to think of a solution. The dark shadow remained still. Gao Kenju's eyes darkened. Si Luo's condition seems to be worsening. We're not sure why. But it could be because of his body in the real world. The dark shadow shuddered. You. Gao Kenju shot a dispassionate look at Rongjin. He will find out sooner or later. Ta Lai's eyes brightened. You're saying that Si Luo is now showing symptoms we've previously only ever heard about. That's right. Gao Kenju nodded. Before we find out the reason to this and a solution, I will not allow anyone to try and hurt him or jeopardize the southern district. After speaking, his eyes swept past Rongjin momentarily. Rongjin burst out laughing. I think you were the one hankering for the southern district and trying to hurt him. Gao Kenju did not speak. Ta Lai's eyes were shining brightly as he said, so it's like this. I understand now. Du Yu sought him out as she probably wanted to get some information from him. This sounds like what she'll do. But if this were the case, what I don't get is why you, Rongjin, joined forces with Du Yu when you've always been loyal to Si Luo. I turned to look back at Naizun. It was obvious I could not do much in this situation. And Naizun seemed to be concentrating while looking into the distance. I am sure he was listening intently to the conversation. The ghostly shadow did not reply. I know why he is doing this. Hearing the familiar, hoarse voice, I looked up in surprise. As expected, Jiao was walking towards us unhurriedly. Jai Pa and the three masked men in white wearing bamboo hats followed behind her as she slowly walked towards us. A black layer seemed to cover the gray sky, and it became dark in an instant. It was night. Visibility shrunk to 10 square meters, and the dark shadow was nowhere to be seen as it blended into the night. Jiao walked into my vision field, and her sudden appearance crowded out my vision slightly. Walking with a steady pace, she finally stopped beside me. With Jai Pa and the bamboo hat trio, she flashed a stiff smile at me, and I was put at ease immediately. She is telling me that she has some results. Rongjin's shrill ghostly voice rang out in the darkness. Jiao, you linger around even more so than Gao Kenju. Why aren't you chasing after Si Luo? Jiao gave a rigid and savage smile. No need for you to fret. I hastily asked. What did you mean by that? Jiao spoke steadily. Ta Lai, you might not be familiar with me, but I know some things about you. On behalf of the Soul Snatcher, I can answer your question for him. The Soul Snatcher? Rongjin simple-mindedly thought Du Yu's experiment could provide a way to save Si Luo, so he thought he was helping Si Luo. However, in reality, he was merely used by Du Yu. I frowned. You saw Du Yu? No, Jiao said, shaking her head. I just thoroughly investigated all that happened, and the clues led me to this. I haven't seen Ta Lai before either. The ghostly voice sounded again. You mean to get involved in this complex situation while solely relying on these guesses and your deduction? Jiao, you are still as annoying as before. Ta Lai cut Rongjin off. Smiling, Jiao, I know you. The Eastern District Commander. I too know some things about you. Please, continue. I'd like to hear what you have to say. It was apparent that Ta Lai was not civil with Rongjin as he said this. And although the shadow cannot be seen, Rongjin did not speak. Further, he seemed to start dreading Ta Lai. Jiao nodded stiffly. Firstly, since Si Luo's situation is no longer a secret, I would not need to hide it further. Yes, I did receive news that Si Luo's body had started to deteriorate, something never before seen in the split zone. Normally, this will not happen to people in the split zone, and his body in the real world is still fine. This then became a mystery. For now, I want to ask, who are all of you people and what are your identities? Shouldn't all of you be frank and come clean? At this point, Jiao seemed to be rather amused, and her keen gaze brushed past Gao Kenju and Ta Lai. Ta Lai smiled as he said, I'm a soul splitter. You should know that. Jiao had a sinister smile on her face. From that black hole above the Northern District's Great Hall, Ta Lai remained smiling while he asked, who told you that? Jiao's expression changed. It looked like she did not want to speak about this, But I knew who it was. This was what Lai Wen told the few of us back then, when she said the black hole above the Northern District's Great Hall was the world of the soul splitters. Lai Wen, Jos begrudgingly said the words in the end. Ta Lai remained indifferent. Her again. Seems like she's hiding many things. Ta Lai looked down briefly, as if in deep thought, and lifted his head again to speak. I know what you're trying to get at. Yes, just as you had no significant reason to keep Si Luo's situation a secret. I don't have any significant reason to hide it either. Ga Kan Jiu and Rong, Jin, both of you don't mind that I reveal Si Luo's secret, right? Rong Jin's voice did not sound in the darkness, but a gust of wind blew past me, lifting a little corner of my dress. There seemed to be something different in Gao Kenji's eyes, and he tilted his head to look at me. I looked back in confusion, not able to understand what he was trying to say. That's right. Si Luo is just like me. We are soul splitters, Ta Lai said, as if satisfied that what she predicted had now come true. Jos breathed a sigh of relief, but I was dumbstruck. This was something I could not wrap my head around. Si Luo is a soul splitter too. Chapter 95. Volume 2. 95 Disappearance of the Western District. I turned back to look at Nai Zun, who was also looking towards me. His eyes gleamed, but he did not look surprised. Jos sighed. I knew it. I've been suspecting this for a while, but I still don't get it. If it was simply like this, everything can be unraveled. I don't know what Du Yu's experiment is about. I know nothing about her, and much less about you soul splitters. There's only one thing I can be sure of. Si Luo's deteriorating condition is extremely unusual, and I will find a way to save him. Rong Jin's languid voice sounded in the darkness. Ha ha ha. Since it's already known, let's reveal everything. I can tell you what Du Yu wants to achieve through the experiment. Her goal is to find a method to kill soul splitters, and she's not targeting normal people like you. Ha ha ha. And we have Ta Lai to thank for all this. Ta Lai pursed his lips. I looked at Ta Lai in surprise. Never have I seen such an expression on his face. At the same time, I noticed that Gao Kenju had the same kind of expression. The ghostly voice continued lazily. You know that, right? Ta Lai, because of you. Du Yu is trying all ways and means to look for a method that can kill soul splitters who never die, and then kill the one you love. Bian Ying. Bian Ying, the name Ta Lai called out to in his nightmare. A rivalry of love, meaning Bian Ying is a soul splitter too. They are all soul splitters. And since soul splitters almost never die here in the split zone, Du Yu wants to find a way to kill Bian Ying with such a cruel experiment. During his nightmare, Ta Lai seemed full of anguish. Where is Bian Ying now? The people of our district were taken away to be experimental subjects just because of this trivial rivalry. I was incensed, and terrible images of Song Lu throwing up poison leech spawn flashed through my brain once again. Ta Lai sighed. Rong Jin, is this your goal, working with Du Yu to find a way to save Si Luo? Aren't you too naive? Even if such a method exists, do you think that Du Yu will let you have it easily? You will forever be controlled by her once you work for her. Gaya Kenju was slightly agitated. Du Yu is not like what you think. He frowned, not completing his sentence, almost as if there was something he could not say. My gaze lingered on his sharp facial features, unable to move my eyes away from his perpetual downcast face. Ha ha ha. Gao Kenju, someone as pompous as you would defend a woman like her. Gao Kenju's face crinkled. Rong Jin, didn't you also choose to work together with her? Ta Lai is right. Aren't you too naive? Why would she have a way to save Si Luo? The ghostly voice chuckled. How about my fuss older brother was a special case in the split zone, and the only case before Si Luo where one's body had symptoms of deteriorating. And at the time, Si Luo was desperate to uncover the truth behind it. But he died in an incident while protecting Huan King, becoming the first and only soul splitter in the split zone to die an unnatural death. Funny thing is, my food does not have the body constitution of a soul splitter. How would you know that the secret to saving Si Luo lies with my food then? Gao Kenju gave a humorless smile. If she knew a method, Would her brother have died? That's not because she does not have a method. She is the method herself anyway. I'm not going to give up in unraveling this mystery. And in finding out why the Western District became like this. I suspect it's due to some sort of technique that can contort space. No matter what. As long as it can save Luo. I'm willing to give it a try even if I'm being used by that do-you woman. I was deeply shaken by such remarks. Even when spoken in Rong Jin's shrill and piercing voice. He did all this for Luo. Gaokin Jiu also had a bleak expression. He did not usually look like this. Luo, these people are willing to risk everything for you. What kind of person are you exactly? Nai Zun spoke up beside me. You're saying that my Fu is not a soul splitter, but an old woman once told us that she is one. Gaokin Jiu interrupted. That might have been an illusion created by Huan King to protect my Fu. Huan King had always felt guilty about the death of my Fu's older brother, since it was to protect him. Because of this, he tries his best to protect my Fu, and probably thought that shall not be harmed if you thought she was a soul splitter. Jos abruptly said, since everyone seems to be on the same page on the matter of saving Luo, let's all work together in finding a solution. When Jai Pa and Tao Lai returned to the Eastern District, they informed me of the situation in the Western District. During the past few days, Jai Pa and I were able to sense some remnants of MF in the ruins, together with other remaining traces and clues. I have a daring conjecture to make. What is it? Rong Jin asked in a sharp voice. As if he could not wait any longer. Jos cracked her neck. Just as you said. Jai Pa and I both suspect that this is some sort of spatial contortion technique. Probably some kind of transference technique. I looked at Jai Pa, puzzled. Jai Pa adjusted his glasses and nodded at me. Miss Ah Shen, I suspect this is Old Man Fan's doing. Something major might have happened in the Western District, and Old Man Fan might have used all his MF to try and change that using a transference technique. As you all know, we use our MF in the split zone, derived from the mental strength of our comatose bodies in the real world, to maintain our existence and appearance. The power of our subconscious is infinite. It is only limited by how we use it. Jos nodded, adding, put simply, Old Man Fan has great mental strength. And whatever happened in the Western District caused him to activate all of his MF for this transference technique. Of course, all this was at the cost of depleting his mental strength. Although his mental strength has been depleted completely, he is still alive in the real world, and thus he will not die in the split zone. However, since all his MF has been used up, unlike Huan King's case, he might not be able to recover from it, and this caused him to become just like a petrified statue. I cried. What happened? Why did it become like this? I moved forward and grabbed Jos's arms tightly, looking at her in disbelief. I asked, you mean Old Man Fan completely depleted his MF to use this technique? What kind of technique is this? Why would he do that? I heard you just voice close by. What else? Probably to protect you. Lai Shen, that old man is pretty loyal to you. He refused to betray you, no matter what I said. Why did that old geezer drag my 7 demons to hell with him using this technique? Bam! I activated my MF and flicked my wrist, producing a blinding ray of violet light which streaked towards Yuji's face. As I triggered my MF, I looked like I was engulfed in angry flames as my red hair flew up. I stared at Yuji, outraged. It looked like she could not dodge in time, and the violet ray was about to slice her head off. Oh! A gigantic lion then appeared out of nowhere in the black night. Boom! The violet ray sliced into the lion in front of Yuji, cutting it into 2 halves. Blood sprayed everywhere. With a blood-splattered face, Yuji said in a dazed manner, "Thank you, Rong Jin." My gaze was chilly as I flicked my long hair, saying, Yuji, if I ever find out that Old Man Fan became like this because he confronted your 7 demons in order to defend me, I, Lai Shen, swear that I won't let you live. Anger rising in my throat, I kept my gaze steely and enunciated each word clearly. Yuji gave a bitter smile, but it was difficult to hide how astonished she was at my attack. You care about old man Fan. I care about my 7 demons too. She then turned and stared at Jaipa. What kind of technique is this? Jaipa looked at her impassively. We are not sure how such a transference technique works. But what we can be sure that since old man Fan used all his MF to freeze and move everyone in the Western District. It's possible that there is a Western District still intact. Somewhere. Except that it's stuck in another space. I pressed. What does this mean? The Western District still exists somewhere, just that we don't know where it is. Stiffly, JOS reached out to gently pat me on the arm. That's right. Everyone in the Western District should have been frozen at the same moment and moved to some unknown space. Except we don't know where it is. Apart from the real world and the split zone. We're not sure if a third dimension exists here in this world. Rongjin's sharp voice sounded leisurely. So it's like this. Not disappointing at all. Very spectacular. Seems like more secrets of the split zone will be unveiled once we find out why the Western District disappeared. And we might even find a way to save Si Liuo. I looked over at Gaoqin Jiu, who remained quiet, and looked over at Tall Lai, who was silent all this while and had a perpetual smile on his face. I suddenly felt like I could not trust either of them. There are too many secrets in the split zone, and all of these people have separate goals. No matter what their goals are, be it to save Si Liuo, to save Bian Ying, or something else, I am sure that their goals do not align with mine. I am only here to save my friends and to protect them. Chapter 96, Volume 2, 96 Destruction. I smiled nonchalantly. After all that discussion, we ended up in a stalemate. Nobody knows where the Western District is. And for all of you, protecting Si Liuo is the main goal. I'm not involved in Si Liuo's matters, and I'm not interested in protecting him either. I just want to save my friends and destroy this experiment of yours. I pointed at Yujai, and at the shadow which appeared behind her. Tall Lai spoke up. My goal is simple. Rongjin, I want to stop Du Yu's experiment. There has to be a base for this experiment of hers. So, why not tell me where her base is? Rongjin's shadow quivered. Kekek, finally being forthright about your goal, what a pity. One of the larger bases used for Du Yu's experiment was within the Western District's Academy building. Now that the Western District's gone, what are you going to do? I stared at Yujai in outrage. Yujai met my eyes with a frosty gaze. And from that look, I was almost certain that she had always been in cahoots with Du Yu, exploiting those in the Western District, and using their lives for this experiment. That man who fell from the roof of the Academy could just be another failed experimental subject. How many more have been harmed that I know nothing of? I looked at Yujai with gritted teeth. Why must you do this? You can bear to kill so many innocent Western District residents. Yuji's face looked like that of a crazed savage. Just like you. I too have people I care about. I can do anything for him, even if it means taking others' lives. JOS suddenly said, all of you have gone mad. For your individual goals, you are willing to help such a witch in her experiment. Du Yu's ultimate aim is to kill soul splitters. But in her quest to do so, how many innocent residents will she kill? Rongjin? Even if you say you are doing it for Si Liuo, I'm sure Si Liuo would rather die than see you indirectly cause the death of so many people. Rongjin produced a creepy laughter. But before he could speak, Gaoqin Jiu said coldly, JOS, you think you know Si Liuo very well. JOS gave a chilly smile. Would I not know what kind of person you are? Gaoqin Jiu, you don't care about anything, much less the residents here. You don't care even if the split zone gets destroyed. But I'm different from you. I have other friends. And an entire district of residents who need my protection. You think you're keeping Si Liuo from harm. But do you know what Si Liuo wants the most? He wants the split zone to be peaceful. With a crazed, bloodthirsty gaze, Gaoqin Jiu asked, what do all of you know about peace in the split zone? There will never be peace. Here, he pointed at all of us. My heart hurt a little when I looked at his cold-blooded and ruthless gaze. As I stole a glance at JOS, I sensed sorrow and helplessness. JOS, you must be in quite a dilemma. I know that feeling. I understand it. You want to save Si Liuo. But there are other things you have to consider. And you also have a kind heart. Although I have never seen Si Liuo, from all the effort he has put in to protect the Southern District's residents, I truly believe that he will stand on your side. Do not be afraid. Jos. And do not lose your way. Gakin Jui is wrong. Jos felt my gaze on her, and she looked at me with tired eyes. I smiled at her, before turning to look at Gaokin Ju. It is not my wish to go against you. But if Jos can make such a sacrifice, how can I be selfish and only think about my own feelings? There are still many awaiting my rescue. I then laughed wickedly. Gaokin Ju, no need to put yourself on a pedestal. The fact that Si Liuo is in such a dangerous situation right now is proof that you're not able to protect him. There seemed to be a fleeting pain that passed through Gaokin Ju's eyes as I articulated every word. Are you in pain? You deserve it. How could you be so cold-blooded and ruthless when you look exactly like him? Rong Jin laughed. Seems like nobody understands us. Gaokin Ju, although I hate you, let's make today an exception. How about we work together to snatch that stone statue, and we'll definitely find some clues behind the disappearance of the Western District. I'm sure. You know that I, Rong Jin, won't do anything I'm uncertain of. But I am confident that through you, we can find a way to save Si Liuo. Gaokin Ju looked downcast, and his icy gaze swept past all of us. With an elegant smile, Ta Lai moved the ring on his finger, saying, Gaokin Ju, are you sure you want to be taken advantage of by Du? You and her scheme again. I thought you learnt your lesson. I'm pretty sure you know this, that no one knows Du you as well as I do. She will not be able to save Si Liuo. The words "do you" seemed like poison to Gaokin Ju, and he looked like he was in agony every time these words were mentioned. In the end, Gaokin Ju compromised. Rong Jin, I'm not interested in your experiment, but I'll help you take the stone statue back today. However, I want you to go back with me and see Si Liuo. This is his request. I'm not going to participate in your affairs. Rong Jin unexpectedly agreed. Fine. You help me take the stone statue. I'll go with you to see Si Liuo. You know what to do next, right? Yu Jai gave a ravishing smile. Of course. Go with him. I'll bring the stone statue back to Du Yu. Don't worry about it. I instantly snapped alert. Looks like Rong Jin is a stubborn old fool who is not letting go of that statue. Our negotiation was useless. That annoying shadow, siding so quickly with Gaokin Ju after seeing Jos arrive and the increase in our firepower. I am all up for a fight. We definitely have more firepower on our side. And Jos even brought the bamboo hat trio. I am not scared. In his bright yellow sneakers, Gaokin Ju walked over to be beside the shadow and Yu Jai. Two persons and a ghostly shadow were standing directly opposite the row of us. With a wave of her hand, Jos' bamboo hat trio moved to be in front of us. Jos pulled me with her as we retreated backwards. As for Jai Pa, he cleverly moved right to the back. He is not a coward, but his current condition is peculiar. If we were to fight, he had to be at the back, or we might have to expand more energy to protect him. Naizun and I looked at each other, and I felt at ease right away as I looked at those starry eyes. He nodded at me and retreated to be beside Jai Pa. He wanted to keep Jai Pa safe. A team battle formation was more or less formed. The bamboo hat trio in white were right in front. Jos, Ta Lai and I were in the middle, and Naizun and Jai Pa were at the back. Rongjin's shrill and evil laughter rang out from opposite us. Seems like we are a little weaker here, ah ha ha ha. Gaokin Ju gave an unfriendly smile. Not necessarily. Have you forgotten the last time we worked together? Do you think that a team made up of the Southern District's Soul Snatcher and Persuader, Gaokin Ju, would be beaten? Bloody hell. How preposterous. Gaokin Ju was practically begging to be thrashed with that face, and I suddenly really wanted to beat him up, pin him down, and ask him, just who are you? Jos looked like she could no longer stand to look at Gaokin Ju's ridiculous face, and her black hair started to fly up. Whoosh! Strong wind started to rage all around us, almost as if a tornado was approaching. My red hair was flying in the wind, and my eyes were painfully whipped by the strong winds. The wind was so strong that it was louder than all other surrounding sounds. Rongjin's ghostly voice floated past amidst the powerful winds. On such a dark night, you won't win no matter what you do. Kakakakaka. Countless shadows shaped like humans came out of the ground right after that weird and creepy laughter ended. These shadows moved like zombies, standing up awkwardly after lifting themselves off the flat ground with their black hands. Fang! Huo! Lei Jios shouted. The bamboo hat trio were originally as still as corpses, but they suddenly leapt into the air like quick hares. Fire! The sound of thunder and gusts of wind surrounded them as they moved. I was stunned at these natural phenomena that appeared, as I have not seen these in the split zone for a long time. Ta Lai had also leapt into the air to be behind the bamboo hat trio, and smiled as he moved the jade stone ring on his finger. There were more shadows coming out from the ground in front of us, and they were all coming toward us with their jet black, outstretched hands. Without hesitation, I drew 10 arrows, activated my MF and let them fly. Those arrows flew through the air like comets, and 10 of the shadows were shot. Sizzle! As if loaded with electricity, the arrows burst into flames while still embedded in the shadows. I smiled mischievously. This was a new attack of mine, where I coated the tails of the arrows with a flammable substance, combined with the sparks caused by fusing my MF into the arrow. This fire cannot be extinguished easily. Crackle sizzle. Those 10 shadows were twisting and struggling, and it was a horrifying sight as the fire was blazing around their bodies. However, the 10 arrows did not have much of an effect. Many more shadows continued to come out of the ground. The wind roared around us. Jos looked enraged. And at the same time, Gao Qingjiu, who was opposite us, started to manipulate the air currents around him, ready to go against Jos. As if to announce the start of the battle, the bamboo hat trio produced fire and thunder. Just as I was about to brace myself for a big fight, the ground below started buzzing and quaking. A blinding ray of light then came out from Old Man Fan statue, shooting up into the night sky. Boom! All of us looked overwhelmed by the massive tremor, as it was obviously not the work of any of us. There was an impending sense of doom. Chapter 97, Volume 2, 97. Back to reality. Above the entire Western District, pillars of light came raining down from the night sky, surrounding all of us. The howling wind was deafening, and I almost fell off my feet as cracks started appearing in the ground. I turned back quickly to look at Nai Zun, who met my eyes. He held Jai Pa tightly as he tried to move towards me. Protect Jai Pa, I shouted. Damn it. My dress is flying up, passerby. That's because you love to wear dresses during fights. Boom! A blinding white light engulfed everything in front of my eyes, and a white fog enveloped my brain. It felt as if I was being sucked into another dimension, and I started to lose my grasp on reality. In the chaos, I heard Naizen's voice. Shenner. But it was different this time. That voice was not able to bring me back. Just like this, I passed out in the ocean of fog. Beep beep beep. I heard that an online personality committed suicide yesterday. Are you for real? Hey. I'm ending the call. I'm going to be late. Hello. Can you hear me? Bloody hell. Do you even know how to drive? I heard people's voices. And while still in a daze, I tried my best to wake myself up. What met my eyes was the sight of a bustling street and a busy crowd. It was a boisterous scene. My eyes and jaw widened slowly. The sun was already above the high tower in the distance, and I am currently on a sidewalk. What's all this? I murmured, looking at everything around me in disbelief. Buildings, roads, vehicles, pedestrians, the sky, the clouds, the sun. This was the world before I died. This is reality. Surprised, I heard a grim but familiar voice from behind. I turned and saw Gao Qingjiu frowning. He was looking at our surroundings and was as surprised as I was. You. How did you? This. Just what exactly is happening? I wanted to use my hands to close my mouth to stop it from dropping any further. Gao Qingjiu shot me an icy look. How should I know? I just woke up here. Then you dropped beside me in a pillar of light. I looked around me again in shock. This isn't the split zone. This is the real world. Gaokenju nodded. Yes. I've ascertained that it's not an illusion. Every time I am stunned, I stutter. We are back in the real world. Gaokenju smirked. Yes. We are back in the form of spirits. I widened my eyes again. In the form of spirits. Gaokenju walked over to a woman on the sidewalk who was making a call, and said coldly, "Hey." Together with "hey," he reached out to slap the woman. But what shocked me more was that his hand passed through the woman's face no matter what he said to her. She never once looked at him. They can't see us, I continued stuttering. Gaokenju's unfeeling brows crinkled to formed graceful arcs. That's right. Just what is happening? I almost collapsed to the ground. How would I know? You already asked this so many times. Gaokenju then casually stuck his hands into the pockets of his white track pants, not wanting to engage in further conversation with me. MF, can we use MF here? I hurriedly checked my weapons. Both piercer and my bow were still on me. Gaokenju tilted his head and smiled at me. His smile carried a tiny hint of savagery. Before I could react, his gaze became as cold as steel. Crackle! The air currents beside him turned into two vortexes, and from those vortexes, air needles were hurtling towards me. I could not dodge in time, and a few of those air needles pierced right through my shoulder. A wave of pain started spreading from my shoulder, but he signaled for me to look behind before I could react further. The air needles were not damaging. Before my shoulder could bleed, it was already healing. I looked back in the direction indicated, and I heard the sound of air needles whooshing past my ear. These air needles pierced through the eyes of a pedestrian. I almost screamed, but I realized that these air needles were not able to harm the pedestrian. They simply continued on their trajectory. This meant that we can still use our abilities, and it affects only us, while it has absolutely no effect on anyone in the real world. Seems like we are back here with our identities from the split zone. We don't belong here in this world at all. I am not sure if I heard wrong, but when Gaokenju spoke, it felt as if he was miserably laughing at himself. Is there any way to go back? I murmured. Gaokenju shook his head calmly. I don't know. There probably is. What should we do now? Have you seen any others? Gaokenju suddenly smiled at me wickedly. Haven't seen them. And I don't know what to do either. No one here can see us. And only we can see each other. Since it's just you and me, how about we have a fight to pass time? What a lunatic. I was left speechless. I squatted and rested my face on my palms, looking around me dully. This world. It is familiar yet foreign at the same time. My eyes started to sting, and tears were about to fall. I wiped my eyes after a moment, and continued to look at the crowd and sights around me. Hey, stop being so gloomy. Since we're already here, let's not keep standing in the same place. Do you know this place? Gaokenju walked up to be beside me, and kicked me in the leg. I looked up and rolled my eyes at him. But, hey, it is true that this place is pretty familiar. This seems like the street behind my university. A sudden thought struck me, and I rushed to the magazine stand at the front of the sidewalk. I wanted to pick up a newspaper, but my hand just passed through it. I quickly bent down to look at the date. I was dumbstruck when I saw the date. I started counting quickly in my head, while Gaokenju ran over and asked, "What are you looking at?" I slowly turned my head at him, saying, "It has only been 18 days since I arrived in the split zone." Gaokenju frowned. What does that mean? I held his gaze, as if confirming both our suspicions. This means only 18 days had passed in the real world after I became comatose, while I have been in the split zone for a year and 8 months now. Something flashed past Gaokenju's clear eyes and he pondered for a moment, before asking, "That means, a day in the split zone is equivalent to a minute here." Nodding, I said, "It converts like this. Close to what I expected it to be. It's not a coincidence that there are 60 hours each day in the split zone. There are 60 seconds per minute in the real world. So 1 second in the real world is equivalent to an hour in the split zone and An hour in the real world is equivalent to a day in the split zone. Gao Qingju's eyes turned dark, but he did not speak. I frowned slightly, unsure of the reason behind his silence. How long have you been in the split zone? I asked carefully. Something flashed past Gao Qingju's eyes. Something complex that I could not comprehend. He gave a mysterious smile. Very, very long. I was, unexpectedly, rather surprised by his answer. Since we're here, let's not waste time loitering aimlessly. How about you bring me to take a look at where you lived before? Gao Qingju suddenly said in a casual tone. Where I lived before? I looked up and scanned the area carefully, making sure that it was the street behind my university. Has it been 18 days? 18 days after Gao Kai died. My eyes started to well up with tears. Where can we go? To the hospital to look at my unconscious self, to look at my parents' sorrowful faces, or to the university to look at my fellow students who bullied and ostracized me before I died? Gao Qingju waved a hand in front of me. Why? No place to go. His voice seemed enchanting, and it made me think of Gao Kai once again. I then smiled at him. There is my university. It's just nearby. I'll bring you there. Gao Qingju shrugged. Your call. With me in the lead, we walked along the big street like two homeless spirits. That's the sun. Gao Qingju pointed at the sky. I frowned slightly. Even if you have been in the split zone for a long time, you can't forget the sun. Are you that retarded? Gao Qingju tilted his head, giving me an evil grin. Retarded? That's the first time someone called me that. I looked at him smiling with that mesmerizing face, and got slightly tongue-tied. That face still makes me melt into a puddle of goo. No. I stopped walking as I suddenly thought of someone else. What's the matter? Gao Qingju asked curiously. I looked at him, asking, how about Nizun? If Nizun cannot be more than 500 meters away from me, he should be nearby, right? Gao Qingju shrugged. No, he's not here. When I arrived, I manipulated the air currents to have a sense of the environment. There is no one from the split zone within a 500-meter radius here. I thought as much. That there would be no one else here. If he was really within 500 meters of me, he would probably have already found me. But where did he go? Nothing changed since we arrived here. But has the fact that he cannot be more than 500 meters away from me changed? Chapter 98. Volume 2. 98. I am the devil. No use thinking about it too much now. Let's just see how it goes. We'll be back when it's time. Gao Qingju's eyes were bright and clear. I sighed inwardly as I looked at the only person I can communicate with in this world. He was my enemy just a while ago. Gao Kai, our relationship really is complicated. Let's go. I'll show you around, I said as I brushed my hair. We finally arrived at my university after crossing the street. Gao Qingju's eyes brightened as if he saw something novel. That vibrant expression of his brought a smile to my face. It was rare that he had such a lively demeanor. As we walked into the university, Gao Qingju stopped to look at almost everything. I didn't go to class and the lecturer had to take attendance today. What luck! A girl was complaining to another female student as she passed. I felt a moment of despair. Going to class, that phrase seems so distant now. I did not know how to cherish being alive before I died, and ended up in the split zone. Even if you were not happy being alive, you should still press on. To be alive is to be blessed. It is something to be so grateful for that one should be crying tears of joy. But I took away the right to live from the person I love. As I thought of this, I quietly looked over at Gao Qingju, who was curiously looking at the flowers in the school grounds. What's this? Gao Qingju asked while pointing at a tulip. That's a tulip. My gaze lingered on him as I casually answered. His eyes seemed to shine. Tulip. She has a name. It sounds nice. My thoughts were filled with Gao Kai, and I did not wonder too much about why he did not know what are tulips, and why he was so curious about a single flower. Many years later I kept asking myself, if I had felt something was wrong today, would things have been different? What a pity that we cannot turn back time, nor can we foresee the future. I know I'm good looking, but you don't have to keep looking at me with such a starved expression, Gao Qingju said while waving a hand in front of my face. Narcissist as I wanted to roll my eyes. I coincidentally caught sight of someone walking not far behind Gaokinjiu, almost as if struck by lightning. I was rooted to the ground in shock. My heart instantly felt like it was being branded and scorched. While I remained stunned and motionless, he was in the warm sunlight, and he walked unhurriedly. His back did not look as sturdy as before. His face was slightly pale, and I could not decipher his thoughts behind those dark, hazel eyes. A warm and gentle smile was on his lips, but his gaze was frosty. He was still in the same sportswear, and he was wearing a pair of bright yellow sneakers. Gao Qinjui's clear voice sounded beside me, as if overlapping with the person I just saw. "What are you looking at?" My eyes finally moved back to Gao Qinjui's face. They were exactly the same, but Gao Qinjui's was comparatively more vibrant and menacing, while his expression was rather cold. Tears started to well up in my eyes, and Gao Qinju followed my gaze. Looking back, this Gao Qinju sounded surprised, but he did not seem that shocked. At that point, my tears were already falling and I rushed towards Gao Kai hysterically, no longer caring about Gao Qinju. Gao Kai, you're not dead, right?" I cried and whimpered as I tried to hold him, but I realized once again that I could not touch him at all. "A dream? Is this a dream? Can you see me? Are you really alive?" My entire face was wet with tears. However, he could not see me at all. He continued walking forward, slowly and unhurriedly. His beautiful brows furrowed slightly. It was not relaxed like before, and he looked as if he was enduring some sort of pain. His pale lips were also pursed into a straight line. "This is the lover you killed before you died. The one who looked like me." Gao Qinju ran beside me, looking at Gao Kai with interest. Both of us activated our MF as we backed away while Gao Kai walked towards us. It is exactly the same. My tears were still falling. "Gao Kai, you're all right now. Right, were you saved?" Gao Qinju grabbed me and looked at me with slight blame in his eyes. "It's obvious that he isn't dead. What are you still crying for?" I flung his hand away and did not bother to look at him, solely focusing on Gao Kai's face. "Why do you look so pale?" Gao Kai did not look at me, and Gao Qinju grabbed my hand again, lifting my arm, staring intensely at me. "You are already dead in this world. He won't hear anything you say." I stubbornly looked at him, allowing my tears to flow. "I still want to speak to him." "It's none of your business." Gao Qinju's eyes dimmed. "Don't you feel that in him now?" I stared at him, and looked at Gao Kai's face. I laughed bitterly. Even if I wanted to deceive myself, fact is you were not him no matter how much you look alike. Gao Qinju laughed icily, and with a sharp gaze, he tightened his grip on my arm. "It's that no matter how much he looks like me, he is still not me. Don't get that order wrong." I scoffed. "That's what you think. I've never gotten the order wrong." Gao Qinju looked outraged, and forcibly dragged me towards Gao Kai, who had now moved a distance away. He pointed at Gao Kai with one hand as he dragged me with the other. "Look clearly now. He can't even sense your presence. You are already dead in this world." I bit my lips and remained silent. Gao Kai stopped in his tracks abruptly, as if sensing something. Both Gao Qinju and I stopped moving. I looked at Gao Kai's face, not daring to breathe. Gao Kai turned back slightly, and his gaze swept past me without stopping. Finally, his gaze landed on my face. I was breathless. Gao Qinju's hand, which was holding onto my arm, also seemed to be frozen. Gao Kai's pale lips slowly widened into a smile. His eyes were warm and gentle. "Haven't met in a while." I was speechless. He can see me now. As I was still in shock and waiting for an answer, I saw Gao Qinju's gaze focus on something behind me. Before I could turn back, a hand came out of my chest. That hand seemed to pass through my torso from the back with great force, and it was lifted high in front of my face. Smack! The hand that came out of my chest slapped Gao Kai. I moved aside in surprise, and finally turned to look. It was Pomelo. Pomelo was not in our couple wear, and she was wearing a high-necked sweater. She was a lot thinner, and her eyes looked distant and tired. No, I wanted to grab her hand, but I could only watch as she gave Gao Kai a slap. Gao Kai's pale face did not turn red even after being slapped. Instead, he looked more pale and sickly. Gao Kai's smile remained, and he kept his eyes on Pomelo. Why are you not dead yet? If you don't die, how can you still face her? Pomelo's voice was frigid. Gao Kai gave a bitter smile. I wish I was the one lying there instead. Hatred flashed past Pomelo's eyes. Don't pretend to be kind. Didn't think that you would survive. That heart of yours is rather tenacious. Gao Kai looked to be in agony. He looked different from before, when he looked mysterious but gentle. He put a hand over his heart. It was able to heal after being stabbed. But why do I feel as if I'm never going to heal? This was heart-wrenching. I watched him miserably with tearful eyes. Nevertheless, he could not see me. His unfocused gaze was still on Pomelo. Pomelo burst out laughing suddenly. Gao Kai, why are you pretending to be nice? You have always been a sacred being to her. But I know what kind of person you really are. I know people like you well. And those who get involved with you will end up addicted, unable to tear themselves away from you. I tried all ways and means to get her away from you, but I wasn't able to stop you from destroying her. I started screaming at Pomelo. Go away. Who are you to say these things to him? Stop acting. What are you talking about? I could no longer keep my emotions in check, and nothing made sense to me here. Just what is the truth? Are we back in reality? Why is he alive? And why is she saying such things to him when he is still alive? I had no idea what is happening, but I didn't want to understand it either. I could still see Gao Kai. What should I be unhappy about? Even if I see him alive, can this make up for all the harm I have caused him? I, Lai Shen, am still a devil who will kill the one I love when crazed. Chapter 99. Volume 2. 99. Sudden appearance of the 7 demons. As I was staring at both Gao Kai and Pomelo, Gaya Kenjui suddenly dragged me forcefully away from them. What are you doing? I wanted to fling his hand away, but his expression was serious and grim. What's wrong with you? I frowned. Glancing at him, Gao Kenju tilted his head slightly, as if observing something. SHH. Don't talk. There seems to be someone like us nearby. There was a nagging feeling that these people were not on our side, and I snapped alert, looking around to see if there was any danger. Gaya Kenjui had dragged me about 20 meters away from Gao Kai, and though my MF was activated, it did not seem to work on Pomelo and him. I could not hear their conversation at that distance. I could only look at those unfathomable eyes of his, which currently looked dull and lifeless. I wanted to move closer again, but I felt a killing intent. I met Gao Kenjui's eyes, and his gaze confirmed my suspicions. Just who is near? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 7 masked individuals in navy blue wraps appeared, holding 7 blades. Are they acting in a drama? They look like assassins from Japan. I smirked, recognizing them as Ujis 7 demons. Gao Kenju seemed to also recognize them. 7 demons. The leader of the 7 spoke in a deep and hoarse voice. Didn't expect we would be that famous. We finally found you, Lai Shen. If you don't tell us how to return to the split zone today, don't blame us for not being civil. I was dismayed. Tell them how to return to the split zone. Who would tell me the method then? How did you arrive in this world? Gao Kenju asked swiftly. The third person among the 7. Number 3 for the moment. I shall identify them in this order for now. Number 3 scoffed. I don't know what ability Old Man Fan used, but he moved the entire Western District into a crack in space that exists within this world, trapping all of us here, even separating us. The real world is huge. Do you have any idea how long we took to find one? Another. What this is Old Man Fan's doing? Give a clearer explanation, I said icily. Number 7 spoke. Lai Shen, why are you pretending this is a crack in space between the split zone and the real world? Old Man Fan moved everyone from the Western District here to different places all around the world, but we are not able to return to the real world nor the split zone. It's all thanks to him that we are living here like spirits. This means that everyone from the Western District is now within this crack in space. Old Man Fan's technique resulted in this. Why did he do it? How about the Western District residents? I asked. How would we know? We arrived here individually, and we are looking for a way to go back to the split zone. Gaokenjui suddenly gave me an evil smile. You Western District people do have some skills. Such a technique is almost like passing judgment, making everyone end up in different places in the real world, but still they remain in a different dimension, being able to only live like a spirit. This is a type of technique where space can be controlled, but not everyone can easily find a crack in space between the split zone and the real world. Does this mean that he has unlocked the secret of the split zone? My thoughts were in a flurry. No matter how clear my head was, I was still unable to understand the current situation. I saw Gao Kai walking further away, almost entering a building in the university, and Pamela was walking towards the entrance. It was agonizing looking at Gao Kai's figure, but this was not the time to chase after him. Tilting my head, I saw Gao Kenju staring at me coldly, as if he was about to burst with outrage. You're the Southern District's Gao Kenju, the leader of the 7 demons asked out of nowhere. Gao Kenju then moved his gaze away from me to look at them. Only recognize me now and you call yourselves the 7 demons. More like the 7 demented. I did, Bend. You think you are the emperor, and everyone had to recognize you. I did not even hear about you before this. Now was not the right time to bruise his pride though. After all, I might not be a match for the 7 demons alone. Hee hee. Lai Shen, colluding with the Southern District's dog when you don't know how to be a district commander, number 7 asked. I sucked in a breath, not wanting to look at Gao Kenju's expression. Shaking my head inwardly, I prayed for these children who speak without learning enough about the world. I hope you don't die too terribly. I should be taking it up with you when you think I am not a good district commander, but since you have offended a scarier boss, I shall let it slide. As I expected, after that juvenile spoke, reeling air currents immediately appeared around all 7 of them. Like a sudden hurricane, the 7 vortexes surrounded them tightly. There was a whooshing sound, and countless pillars of air rose up around me. I couldn't help but snatch a look at Gao Kenju. He did not look angry anymore, but he had an ominous expression as he moved his lips. Fix persuader. This is the 2nd time I have seen him use his ability of persuasion, and I quickly looked at the 7 individuals, trying to determine how powerful of an ability it was. What surprised me was, these individuals holding onto their blades all looked dumbstruck, and they were rooted to the ground. Since they were motionless, those pillars of air around me and Gao Kenju started flying towards them, and pierced them all, turning them into bloody dice. Looking at the bloody bodies leaking from their wounds, I almost shouted, people really listen to you, persuader. Just like this, they stay put. I dashed up to the 7 individuals in disbelief and gave number 7 a slap. Number 7 looked at me, incensed, but stayed motionless. That great. Then why did he still engage us in fights previously when he could just make us stay put? Gao Kenju playfully said, my powers of persuasion only work on those with a lower MF than me, and the bigger the difference in our MF, the longer it lasts. What lasts longer? There is a time limit to this view. I was relieved. This should be the case, or else it would become a godlike power. But the 7 demons are you just trusted aids, so their MF should not be too low. Even if it was not as high as Gao Kenju's, there should not be much of a difference, right? How long will they stay motionless? I pointed at number 7. Gao Kenju shrugged. I don't know. With your MF, it would probably be effective on you for a second or 2. Their MF should be lower than yours, so about a minute. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? I retreated in haste, but I was not quick enough. Number 7, who had already regained mobility, was looking at me with a raised blade. I drew an arrow from behind and stuck it right in his face. I then activated my MF and teleported back to Gao Kenju's side. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Make them stay put again, I shouted angrily at Gao Kenju while pointing at the row of people coming towards us with their blades. Gao Kenju casually shrugged. I can't use it today anymore. I can only use this ability of persuasion once a day. Bloody hell. No time to argue with this airhead. I used Piercer to produce a violet blade. The 7 individuals hurriedly retreated as I sent out my violet blade, and rapidly, they formed a human wall with 3 in the bottom layer, and 2 each in the middle and top layers, like a gymnastic formation. At the same time, they put their blades right in front of their faces, and made a weird posture. Like a perfect formation, countless blades of light flew towards us as they chanted. My violet blade was dissolved by some of the blades of light after colliding into them. There were still some blades flying towards us. Gao Kenju focused his gaze, and a white fog appeared with a boom. A pillar of air rose up from the ground, crushing all the blades of light. Can you kill this southern district's dog? Gao Kenju asked leisurely. I looked at the 7 individuals to my side who looked like they were going into a new formation, shouting, "Don't you want to go back to the split zone? We arrived here knowing nothing either. There's nothing to gain by fighting. How about we look for a solution together?" I suggested this as I know that these 7 are good with their formations, and although Gao Kenju has skills, if we were to fight, it would be a long one, and we would not even be able to kill them. Apart from that, I wanted to find out if they had a way to kill Gao Kenju and I, to put it simply, to find out whether the experiment was successful and whether they have found a drug that could effectively kill the consciousness. As expected, the leader scorned. You think the 7 of us are afraid to die? We can sacrifice ourselves whenever needed. Alright. This meant they did not have a way to kill Gao Kenju and I, and they can only kill us through the split symbols. In this case, I am not afraid. That's what I'm saying. What for? If any of you dies, your formation will be broken. Even if you want to make an enemy out of me, we can always return to the split zone to continue the fight. The leader of the 7 smiled menacingly. Who said that our formation will be broken if one of us is gone? Suddenly, all of them landed back on the ground and slid their blades into the ground, producing 7 arrays of light. Chapter 100, Volume 2, 100 Human Skin Violet Whip. Individual formations. Are these people are just itching for a fight? It's obvious these are excuses. They just want a fight. Gao Kenju raised his hands, smirking. Huh. Fight? Shall we fight then? I took piercer in my right hand, flicked my hair, and moved 2 steps backwards. Starting with a good posture is a must before a fight. This is to look imposing. Gao Kenju did not underestimate the abilities of these 7 individuals, and with his right hand, he was already reaching for the long and black flexible sword he carried with him at the waist. If I remember right, Ta Lai mentioned that this long black sword was one of the 4 living weapons Shen Kai. Gao Kenju held onto Shen Kai's conical hilt, and slowly drew it out, revealing the cold, gleaming black sword. The weapon attracted my gaze, and all of my focus was on that sword. When worn on his waist, the sword looked like high-quality black silk, but as he pulled it out, it sprang into the world's thinnest and sharpest blade. Ping! He swished the sword upwards, and a jet black ray flashed past me. This is the most beautiful moment I have witnessed in the real world. Rays of sunlight scattered onto the jet black sword, and its cruel, killing intent was made stronger by this contrast of warm sunlight blending with the chilly sword. The 7 individuals opposite were also staring at Shen Kai like fools. Gao Kenju wielded Shen Kai gracefully, which was 2 meters long. The long and thin blade was extremely steady and it did not even waver when high in the air. Wrath of the gods. The prayers of 10,000. The sorrows of the living and the dead. Shen Kai is indeed one of the 4 living weapons. The 7 opposite started to sing praises of the weapon. I was a little resentful. Piercer is also one of the 4 living weapons. A beautiful weapon with a length of more than 2 meters. Why did it feel like it was not as great as this Shen Kai? Gao Kenju smirked. Is this the time to praise your enemy? Immediately after, he lightly flicked his right wrist. Ping! The swish of the sword produced a bright and clear sound, generating dark rays. A pencil-thin ray of black and red light flew into the air, just like the northern lights. The 7 opposite us were mesmerized although they looked dumb and idiotic. I had the same expression at this moment. Those slender rays were just too beautiful. A slim arc of jet black with a little bit of blood red formed in the air. Just like an arc of water. It was blooming in the air. Slash. A more beautiful sight was that of those 7 heads flying into the air. Fresh blood splattered everywhere in the sunlight. Prettier than watercolor. It is indeed true that the more beautiful it is, the deadlier it will be. I shook my head at those 7 heads in the air. Surprised expressions still on their faces. I know their abilities. And if they had seen Shenkai before, they would not have been so enthralled and this careless. Not only was the light produced by Shenkai ravishing, its speed was comparable to that of lightning. Before I could blow raspberries taboo at these people, Gao Kenjui used his other hand to bring out several charms. As he chanted, the 7 charms stuck themselves onto those 7 heads, and they instantly dropped to the ground. This scene was too beautiful for me to continue watching, so I chose to look at Shenkai instead. Shenkai was back at Gao Kenjui's waist, looking like a black belt. This Shenkai of yours, I pointed at his waist, wanting to speak, but at a loss for words. Gao Kenju looked at me playfully, and excitement flashed in his hazel eyes. I know he is pretty. Actually, Piercer can be like this too. Piercer is cursed, so should be much more ravishing. I held my head high proudly. Of course my Piercer would be beautiful. Gao Kenju mocked. I'm saying when she comes alive. Your Piercer right now is in a dormant state. How could it be beautiful? Dormant? I was stunned. Gao Kenju nodded. What, since you already know we have living weapons? Don't you know these weapons can be in 2 states? Dormant or resurrected? I shook my head. Ta Lai did not mention this before. Living weapons are named so because they have been created with a part of a living person, and because Piercer was created with an entirely intact piece of human skin. It has a malicious aura. Human skin. My face twitched as I looked at the soft whip glowing with a faint violet light. I cannot say too much about Piercer, but it might not be a bad thing that she is dormant now. I suggest not trying to tame Piercer. It is different from Shenkai, though the soul in Shenkai is not a kind one either. At least he obeys me. I've never seen the soul in Piercer submit to anyone. She's merely a bloodthirsty and rebellious soul. My advice is to return it to where you got it from as soon as possible. I listened to Gao Kenju's words carefully, but my eyes were on those 7 severed heads on the ground. They were motionless and their eyes were staring into the air, with those charms still stuck on their faces. Their bodies remained stiffly in their original position. What happened to them? I pointed at the 7, asking Gao Kenju. Gao Kenju put his hands back into his pockets, temporarily restricting their movement with these charms, since they won't seem to listen to either of us. Being in such a beautiful place, I'm not in the mood for a fight either. So, I'm letting them be good for a while. I thought of something and frowned. If I remember right, the charms just need to be attached to a part of the body. Why did you decapitate them? Gao Kenju tilted his head. His dark brown hair was rather long and covered half of his eye. There was a glint in his dark hazel eyes, and his lips formed an arc in a slight smile. Because I like it. I was speechless. I thought it was because the opponent was too strong that he had to use Shenkai. In the end, it was because he wanted to show it off to distract the enemy, and take advantage of the opportunity to use the charms. Are all men in the split zone horrid like this? What should we do next? I asked, while looking at those severed heads and the 7 standing corpses. Gao Kenju shrugged. Bring me around to continue exploring. Let's leave them here. Cold sweat formed on my forehead. You're not planning to go back to the split zone? Didn't they say that this was Old Man Fan's doing? Since Old Man Fan did it for you, he would have provided you a way to return. Don't be so anxious. The method will find you eventually. Moreover, as long as they were in the Western District, they would have arrived in this crack in space. This means that the others will be able to find us, and our teammates will be here sooner or later. Everything will be alright, so let's continue exploring the area. Gao Kenju looked excited and curious, and continued to look around the area, as if he had never seen anything in the real world before. What positive thinking! It's just an excuse to continue having fun here. Alright, since the situation is as it is, why not do as he says? Considering JOS and JIPAS intelligence, they'd be able to find me very quickly. As for Naizun, just where did he go? Why would he be separated from me? Let's go. Stop blanking out. Those few would be immobilized for at least 60 hours. But I don't know how time works in this crack in space. Let's go. I looked at the figure of Gaokenju from the back, and hurriedly caught up. You're not going to look for your first love, Gaokenju suddenly asked. My heart hurt as soon as I reminded myself of Gao Ki's pallid face. No. Knowing he is still alive is already enough for me. He can't see me anyway. Hee. Now that you know he's alive, are you more intent in finding your soul splitter so that you can return here to be in love with him? Gaokenju's voice sounded slightly off. I took a deep breath. No matter what, it is a fact that I almost killed him. To this world, I'm merely a sinner who shouldn't exist. Why? Come back here. Gaokenju turned back quickly, holding me by the shoulders. He had a cold gleam in his eyes. You just love to take responsibility for everything that's a bad habit. I looked up at him. Who would be used to this? But the fact is, it is my fault. Some things just cannot be resolved. So running away can solve the issue, Gaokenju continued. I was silent for a moment. Then I spoke. Gaokenju, have you never thought of running away? His gaze seemed to waver, but it was only for a moment. I had to pay a high price for running away, so I don't wish for you to go on the same path. I scoffed. So this is for my own good. Didn't know you had it in you to be kind to me. It might be because I've always been ruthless when chiding him, or it was my tired expression that made him more affectionate in that moment. Unexpectedly, he lifted his hand to stroke my hair. I could almost hear the sound of my hair moving as his fingers swept through my red hair. Indeed, I am curious. Just why do I feel like I want to be kind to you? This voice close to my ear was eerily similar to that of Gao Ki's enchanting voice. Chapter 101. Volume 2. 101 Ganjiang Mo Yi. Tian Ganjiang and Mo Yi refer to a swordsmith couple in Chinese legend. Such intimacy was familiar yet foreign, and I backed away slightly in my uneasiness. Gaokenju's expression darkened. I thought for a moment, and decided to change the topic. Oh yes. I wanted to ask you some things about Piercer. Go ahead. Gaokenju said as he slotted a hand back into his pocket. The person who gave me Piercer is named Zhuan. He's the owner of a weapon shop in the Western District. His wife, Wen, died in the course of this experiment. She was harmed by Yujai. Gaokenju's gaze momentarily turned cold. Yes. I'm aware of that. I investigated it. Wen and you seemed to be old friends. Why didn't you avenge her when you saw Yujai? Gaokenju looked at me squarely. Avenged dead people can't be revived. Furthermore, there are many other complicated issues entangled within. It's not as simple as you think it is. So what if it's complicated? You probably want care no matter how complicated it is, since you do everything solely for Liuo. Gaokenju smirked. You were hoping I could put myself in your position to consider things. You're reading too much into this, I said while rolling my eyes at him. Also, I turned serious. I saw Zhuan after Wen's death, and he's putting the blame on me for what happened. Could you tell me a little about him? Since he seemed to have known you as well, I don't wish for that misunderstanding of his to continue. Gaokenju's gaze dimmed. He might perhaps be aware that you were not at fault, but in order for him to continue having the will to live, he needs to direct his hatred at something. Hatred? Then why is he hating me and not Yujai? Although I might not have been a responsible district commander, Wen's death wasn't something I wished for either. Why is everyone blaming me? I suddenly felt so wronged, and this might be due to the fact that he did not defend me on the matter. Gaokenju sighed. What I meant was, I hope you can understand him. Zhuan is a pitiful person, though I always find it a bother to tell stories. I'll just tell you more about him. Cut the bullshit and be quick about it. Zhuan and Wen were a loving couple who had lived in the split zone for many years, and they opened a weapon shop in the Southern District because they both had a passion for the research and development of weapons. Days in the split zone might have gotten a little lonely, as Wen suddenly had a grand wish. What was her wish? I asked while crinkling my brows. She wanted a child. What a child! How can the consciousness and the split zone produce a child? I was shocked. This was not only an extravagant wish. It was something that can never be realized. Gao Kenju glanced at me coldly as he continued. You really don't know the real purpose of the split zone. That place is where we depend on MF to live. And MF comes from our subconsciousness. That is, our mental strength within us. Technically, as long as our mental strength is strong enough, there is nothing we can't do. Nothing we can't do. Even so, having a child should be impossible. Wouldn't it? Even if one had the willpower, a child can't possibly appear out of nowhere. If the child was created with MF, then it wouldn't be a real child either. That's the reason why there is a high price to pay to realize such wishes. The more difficult it is to get what you want, the greater the sacrifice you'd have to make. It was initially a mere thought, but over time, Owen wished for it more and more. I can understand why she had such a wish. But you might not be able to empathize with her. You haven't tasted the loneliness in the split zone, since you've only been there for less than 2 years. But this is especially so for lovers. When they see each other every day and there's nothing else to do, even love cannot ease such loneliness. I admit that what he said made sense. But, Gao Kenju, how can you be so sure that I'm not able to empathize? I lie on my bed every single day, practicing my skills with the bow and arrow. And you think I'm not lonely, but Split Zone 13 is a place with no escape. Should we then all start hoping for something that we definitely won't be able to obtain? I no longer want to go through the experience of hankering for something that did not belong to me, and end up paying some unknown price for it. Seeing that I was silent, Gao Kenju continued. Owen and Zhu En's desire for a child grew day after day. Finally, someone named Kang Ming found them, and told them that he could fulfill their wish, as long as they forged a living weapon for him. Who's Kang Ming? Gao Kenju's gaze looked unfocused for a moment. He's also a soul splitter. From the Northern District's Ghost Gate. Ghost Gate. Did this Ghost Gate refer to one of the 3 huge doors labeled Heaven, Ghost and Exit Song Lu and Yuliang saw in the Northern District? What's Ghost Gate? Why would there be soul splitters there? Gao Kenju seemed briefly shocked at my ignorance, but he regained his composure quickly. It's nothing much. I can't explain in too much detail to you about Northern District matters. I can only tell you that Kang Ming is a notorious soul splitter in Split Zone 13, known as Satan's Soul. Satan's Soul, what a cool nickname. Gao Kenju seemed amused by my odd expression, and his eyes shone for a fleeting moment. He's a devilish character who appears relatively often, and many want him dead. However, he's still living freely with Satan as his moniker. Hell sometimes appear in the Eastern, Western and Southern districts. What I've heard is that there will be bloodshed and mourning wherever he goes. Another devil. Being so mysterious. Nobody really knows Kang Ming's whereabouts. There are many legends about him, and I'm drunk on the fact that, as a district commander, you actually know nothing of this character. Tian being drunk is Chinese slang used when faced with a situation that one finds absurd or ridiculous, and is usually used as a scornful remark. The phrase describes a state where one doesn't even bother to give any reaction or reply because he or she is too drunk to do so. Do you need to use slang when chiding me? That's intelligent. So he had a method for Wen and Zhu, and I asked. That's right. I hear that there's nothing he can't do. And he's an evil maniac just like Satan. He can fulfill your desires, but he can also bring you ultimate pain. Ultimate pain is ultimate, usually used to describe something positive. How horrid would ultimate pain be then? Anyway, there used to be only 3 living weapons in the Split Zone: Sealer, Leopard Slasher, and my Shen Kai. Kang Ming wanted a living weapon of his own, one filled with absolute malice. So, he looked for the couple who were good at forging weapons, and requested for a living weapon. In exchange for that, he promised to give them a child of their own. This deal sounds pretty good, but like you said, since Kang Ming was just like Satan, the price for it would probably be high. I muttered. Gao Kenju nodded in agreement. Yes, It's not a simple task to create living weapons. A voluntary soul, that is, somebody's consciousness, would have to be willing to be sacrificed. I don't know how Wen and Zhuan created Piercer, but I know that it was made by them, and it is powerful. What else? I unconsciously reached out to touch the violet whip hanging at my waist, and suddenly felt like I wanted to know more about its past. After Piercer was finished, the couple passed it to Kang Ming's maidservant, Bian Ying. Since he was nowhere to be found, Bian Ying gave the couple a pill in return, telling Wen that she'll have a child within 7 days of swallowing the pill. Bian Ying took Piercer, and Wen took the pill. Wait, I interrupted Gaoken Jiui as I heard the familiar name. Bian Ying, who is she? She's Kang Ming's maidservant. You might have heard Ta Lai mention it, as she used to be his lover. I don't know what happened between them, but I know that she's serving Kang Ming now. She's the only one who can reach Satan Kang Ming and also the only one who knows everything about him. Word has it that she fell in love with Kang Ming at first sight, and could even abandon Ta Lai for him, but I'm not too sure about the details. Since these are just stories about the soul splitters, I grew silent. Ta Lai always seemed calm and composed, and if I did not witness him having a nightmare, there is no way I would believe he could be that loyal to any woman. It seemed to be a memory filled with heartache, or Ta Lai would not be trapped by that recurring nightmare of his. Wen did give birth to a child after 7 days, and the process of labor and delivery was exactly like what would happen in the real world, but with a much shorter duration. Zhuan and Wen were elated at having a child, and did not have further worries. What's weird is that the child grew and cried like normal children in the real world did. The child grew very quickly, and not long after, the child already looked like a 1-year-old. I shivered as I listened. That was way too weird. However, something shocking happened. Living weapons can either be dormant or resurrected, and resurrected living weapons are like another soul, becoming partners to their owners during fights. Piercer resurrected on its own before Bian Ying could hand it over to Kang Ming, and it devoured Bian Ying's consciousness. What I was stunned. Piercer can devour consciousness. Yes. I don't know how it happened either. From this, we already can see that Piercer is different from the other 3 living weapons. Bian Ying. Gaoken Jiu's eyes darkened. If it was somebody else, it would be equivalent to death. Luckily for her, Bian Ying is an outlier. Apart from you, she's the only one with double identity disorder in the split zone. Chapter 102. Volume 2. 102. I want to go back. What is the one Lai King was referring to, the only other person with double identity disorder who appeared in the split zone? Gaoken Jiu nodded. That's right. Double identity disorder is already unusual in itself. And having the 2 separate personalities captured and brought to the split zone at the same time is something almost impossible, unless other unique factors were at play, just like how Naizen's personality and that of yours coincided. In Bian Ying's case, it was something else. I'm not sure what it was, but what I know is that Piercer devoured one of her personalities, causing her to become someone with an incomplete consciousness. Incomplete consciousness. Satan Kang Ming was furious when he found out about this, and tortured the couple for more than 10 days. Nobody knew what happened in that time, but in the end, he wanted to take the child away, and he also wanted Wen's life. I know the couple because I was the one who rescued them. How did you save them? I cautiously asked, sensing that it was not as simple as it sounded. Ge Kenju glanced at me. Curiosity killed the cat. I shrugged. But I'm not a cat. Anyway, the couple moved out of the southern district after that, and I didn't ask where they were going either. Zhuan is pitiful. And now that his wife and child have left him, I just hope you can understand him. Understand him. I don't blame him actually, it's because he loved Wen too deeply that he hates me so. Any kind of hatred, no matter how misplaced or illogical it is, would probably be worthy of redemption if it was for love. There's nothing much I resent. They've gone through so much, and as a district commander, I wasn't able to provide them with the peace and serenity they hoped for when they chose to live anonymously in the Western District. That's my fault. Of course, I said with a rueful smile. Gaokenju probably did not expect it, as he seemed rather surprised to hear me say something like this. What I'm more concerned about is how you managed to save the couple, since you mentioned that Kang Ming is just like Satan. How could it be possible that he didn't pursue the matter further? How did you save them, Gaokenju? Just what secrets are you hiding? The more important question is, why would you actually do something for this poor couple? You're cruel and ruthless. Apart from Si Liuo, you don't seem to care about anything or anyone else. Does this mean that all this time, you're not the kind of person whom everyone thought you were? My thoughts raced as I looked at his eyes. I haven't talked so much in a long time. It's rather tiring. Let's go. Bring me around. There was a fleeting moment of warmth which swept past those eyes of his. When I thought I was mistaken, he suddenly grabbed my hand and started walking. I was utterly stunned. Lowering my head, I looked at his hand that was holding mine. This action of his was done so smoothly and felt so natural. Gaokenju, what kind of person are you? As I looked up at his cold and handsome features, I felt that he indeed shared some similarities with Gao Kai. All of a sudden, a thought flashed by me. What if it wasn't a coincidence that he looked so much like Gao Kai? Could there be a correlation here? Oh, bring me to see you. Gaokenju interrupted my train of thought. HMC. See me? I was slightly surprised. Yeah. To see you. To see me, the me who is now lying in a psychiatric hospital. Let's go. Stop running away. That firm and enchanting voice sounded in my ear. Before long, we were in the hospital. Since not much time has passed here, it should still be the same room. Right here. For some reason, even though I could not smell the odor of disinfectant used in this familiar hospital, I still felt a chilly aura in the surroundings. Feeling a little exhausted, I leaned against the corridor, looking at the familiar room in front of me. Not going in, I'm going in. Gaokenju actually smiled at me while saying this. In my moment of hesitation, he pulled me by the hand into the room before I could protest further, just like spirits which could pass through walls. We passed through the door and went into the ward. Nothing has changed here. There was one single bed, a small drawer by the side, and on the windowsill still stood the cactus plant I like. There was no one in the room, but a pallid girl on a respirator lying on the bed. I twitched my lip. It's weird looking at myself like this. It felt like I was watching a movie back then in the Great Hall. But this right now, it's quite an experience. Gaokenju did not seem to pay attention to my muttering and kept his gleaming eyes on the me who lay on the bed. He turned back and looked into my eyes. For the first time, his voice was gentle and warm, and it did not carry the slightest hint of chill. Maybe you really should think about how to go back. I was stunned by his words. I looked at him in surprise, and his eyes contained an emotion I could not comprehend. This is it heartache? Or is it something apologetic? Why would he be apologetic? Why did he have such an expression on his face? I furrowed my brows as I was not used to seeing such eyes, and I did not want to see these previously suppressed emotions. But I knew it was useless, as it was always difficult to warm people's hearts. Go back, back to this body. Looking at the cactus every day in this tiny room, telling myself I'm mad, I mockingly asked as I pointed to that pale face on the bed. But look, she's not happy sleeping there. Gaokenju walked over to my side and reached out his graceful hand. It looks like he was about to touch my face, but his fingers eventually sank through the pale skin. Looking at his fingers, I saw that the skin under my eyes seemed dark and tired. Are you not at peace? Is it because of how I'm living in the split zone? But do you know that no matter how difficult life gets in the split zone, it's still easier there compared to being in this world? Although the split zone is a place of bloodshed, murder and competition, it doesn't ostracize or mock me, and there's no isolation or loneliness there. There are many people with me in split zone 13. Creak. I looked back as the door opened. Her face was thin and gaunt, and her eyes were sunken. There were some strands of white in her hair, and it was tousled around her ears. My mother walked in, looking worn out. However, Her eyes glimmered when she looked at the me who lay on the bed, as if she was instantly refreshed. She smiled brightly and quickly walked towards me. Child, Ma is here to see you. Did you dream of anything today? Did you dream of Mum? The weather is warmer now. Wake up soon after. You slept enough. I'll bring you out to see the sun. Child, don't be afraid. No one will mock you when you wake up. With Dr. Jin's help, you'll be well in no time. As long as you wake up, I'll be by your side to protect you. Child, here, let me help you clean up. I know you love to be clean. My tears were already falling, flowing onto my neck and down my chest. Ma screamed. Her small and frail back seemed to pause for an instant, and her eyes seemed to look around the room as she turned her head back, before she gave a bitter smile and continued to help clean my motionless body. Ma rushed over as I cried. All my suppressed emotions erupted in an outburst, and I could not think of anything else. I tried to hug her, but no matter how many times I tried, I felt nothing but cold air. My Amir Ma. Look at me, Mom. My vision was blurred and my heart started beating furiously. I was overwhelmed by sorrow. She can't hear you. Don't cry anymore. Gayakinju could stand it no longer and walked up behind me. He grabbed me by the shoulders and attempted to stop my arms, which were still flailing and trying to get a hold of my mother. She can't see me, she can't see me, she can't see me. All one messy strands of hair stuck to my tear-stained face as I turned around. Grabbing Gayakinju by the shoulders, I activated my MF. My sharp nails, together with my fingers, pierced through his shirt, into his arms. Gayakinju looked sympathetic, and he looked like he could not bear to do so. But he held me down firmly, saying, You calm down, Lai Shen. My vision fogged up with tears once again, and Gayakinju's face became distorted. Calm down, I can't calm down. I thought I didn't care, that I didn't want to return. I thought living in the split zone was good. I thought I could live like that forever, punishing myself for what I did to Gao Kai, not needing any redemption. I only discovered today that I had wanted to return so badly, that the only thing left for me to do was to run away from my wishes and not carry any hopes. From the moment I realized I wasn't alive, although I knew there was no hope, I still wanted to go back. Chapter 103, Volume 2. 103 The Rebirthing Technique. Ma was crying in agony again. Gayakinju grabbed me and activated his MF, bringing me out of the hospital. Let go of me, my throat was hoarse from all that screaming. Lai Shen. Gayakinju shook me as he stared at my tear-stricken face. She cannot see you if you don't want her to be sad. Go back to the split zone, find your soul splitter, and find a way to return. Crying won't solve anything. Crying won't solve anything. But I still feel like crying. I know that crying doesn't solve anything, but I still want to cry. I was crumbling, and my tears seemed to be stained with something red. The world seemed to be going topsy-turvy, and I could hear nothing but Gayakinju's anxious shouting in my ear. Shanner, it's Nizun's voice. Where are you? Nizun. Nizun. I want to cry. The world is spinning. Why is it spinning? Why do the tears in my eyes look red? I'm so dizzy. I can't hear Gayakinju's voice anymore. So dizzy. Ah Shen. Ah Shen. A voice which sounded aged but steady appeared in my mind. It reverberated through my ear, traveling to my heart, and eventually sounded in my brain. All I could see was a swirling, blood-red world. So dizzy the world is distorting. Whirling. Red. Everything is red. Ah Shen. Old man fan. Is it Grandpa Fan? Grandpa Fan. Grandpa Fan, you're still alive. Right. Why is the world still spinning? Why is it getting redder? Is this blood? Did I kill somebody again? Ah Shen. Listen to me. It really is Grandpa Fan's voice. I want to ask him if he's well. But why can't I speak? Ah Shen. Whatever you've seen here is a reflection of what you yearn for. This might or might not be the same as what is happening in the real world. Either way, I used this technique to show you what you really want at the bottom of your heart. Ah Shen. I could turn a blind eye to your previous apathy, but I can't now. Split zone. No. 13 is about to be finished, and I'm really worried about you. I want you to escape from here. Split zone is about to be finished. The only place where I can stay will be gone too. Ah Shen, amidst all the truth and lies, what is it that you really want? When would you be able to understand? What do I need to understand? What's the point of understanding? Can I save Gao Kiss life if I understand? Once I understand, will there be a place for me? And will there be no more solitude? Ah Shen, this technique of mine is not a spatial transference technique. It's a sealing technique. I sealed the Western District not to get rid of the 7 demons, but to help you find yourself, and to accept her. Ah Shen, double identity disorder is not something to be afraid of. Moreover, she's not with you now. You can't keep running away. You have to accept yourself. How can someone who can't even come to terms with themselves protect others? Protect others? Anyway, Ah Shen, go back. Back to the split zone. Don't think too much about what's happening here. This all belongs to you as it's just a reflection of your heart's desires. Because you have a second personality. You have powers that others don't have. Don't ostracize her. You're in solitude because you shun her. Try accepting her. Try to accept her. Try and accept her, the one who killed Gao Kai. Ah Shen, this is a dream. Everyone is dreaming. They might not want to wake up, but you have to wake up. Once you hear the sound of the flute, Yao go back, and the Western District will be back to normal. I'll seal the 7 demons here forever. Don't try and save me. I've already lived long enough. The 7 demons are also not as simple as you think they are. Without them, it is equivalent to Yujai having lost both her arms. No. What do you mean by you've already lived long enough? Don't leave me. But why can't I open my mouth to speak? This is the rebirthing technique, as its name suggests. I hope it can provide you with a second chance at life. Go back. Ah Shen, go save your friends. Go to the Northern District and find a way to leave the split zone. Stay brave and strong no matter what happens. What about you, old man fan? What about you? What method can I use to save you? Ah Shen, remember not to trust anyone too easily. Depend only on yourself. And accept your second personality. Accept her and find your way home. Ah Shen, go back now. The blood-red color slowly faded, and my heart dropped as I recovered from the dizziness. The sight in front of me started to regain its usual brightness. It was day. The Western District was back to normal. Opposite me stood Yujai and Gaokin Jiu. Jos. Talai. Jai Pa and Naizun were near me. We looked at one another. There were now pedestrians to be seen, and it was obvious that the Western District was restored. Thank you, District Commander. It's all because of you that we could see our families. Thank you for this great technique. Yes, District Commander. Although they weren't able to see me, I haven't been this close to my family for years. It's all thanks to you. We'll definitely remain loyal to you. And we believe that you'll be able to find a way to leave this place. A few of the residents saw me and started surrounding me. I was confused. What is happening? Naizun stepped out and explained to the residents with a friendly smile. This is the District Commander's technique. She felt sorry for not being very involved in Western District matters, and did this to make it up to everyone. We hope all of you can spread the news and work together in finding a way to leave this place. Alright, well, get going now. What's the situation now? Yujai suddenly shouted. Get out of the Western District. Trader, a resident passing by, shouted and stared at her. Yujai looked startled, and my expression was not pleasant either. After a long moment, Jai Pa adjusted his glasses and sighed. Seems like this is old man Fan's technique. The spatial transference brought everyone to the crack in space, and old man Fan probably brought them to the places they wanted to go, allowing them to meet with their family and friends. Although the residents can see their family members once a year, after spending a long time here, they start to lose hope and also lose their will to return. Old man Fan used this to rekindle a tiny flame of hope in everyone, and gave all the credit to you. Are you kidding? Why didn't I see my family? Yujai shouted angrily. Jai Pa looked at her coldly. How should I know? No, that's not right. Although what Jai Pa said made sense and can explain everything that's happening now. I did hear old man Fan's voice when I was still in a daze. Old Man Fan said this isn't spatial transference. It's a sealing technique. They might not wake up. But you have to wake up. I was reminded of Old Man Fan's words. Was everything a dream? The Western District didn't disappear. But why would Rongjin and Gao Kenjiu appear here? Everyone had been bewitched. Kaka. What an interesting technique. As it was daytime, Rongjin's shadow appeared clearly on the ground. Old Man Fan's body is still here, said Jaipa as he pointed at the stone statue. I decided not to ponder too much about this. Since Grandpa Fan has already prepared all this for me, I shall not let him down. I took Piercer in my right hand, feeling its chill through my MF. Piercer, if you really have a soul, if you are a living weapon, open your eyes and take a look. Look at this woman who killed the one that created you, I thought to myself as I activated my MF. Staring squarely at Yujai opposite. Yujai might have sensed something amiss because of my gaze, and she looked at me oddly as I held Piercer up high. Yujai, since the Western District has been restored, how about you tell me the location of Duyu's experimental grounds? I gave her an unfeeling smile. Yujai tossed her green hair. What if I don't tell you? I smirked. Then you won't be able to leave. Gao Kenjiu abruptly asked. Yujai, was it you who sent someone to kill Ah Wen? Yujai paused for a moment before she replied. I don't know what you're talking about. Gao Kenjiu's eyes narrowed, while Yujai turned to Ta Lai, asking, I know you've been looking for Bai Ying. Duyu is also looking for her. You know what would happen if Duyu finds her before you do, right? How about we make a deal? Ta Lai's elegant and refined smile remained this time as Bai Ying's name was mentioned, moving the jade stone ring on his finger. He said, Yujai, I know you well even if others don't. Work with you, I'm not that dumb. Lala, I'm a little ducky. Gao Kenjiu's expression turned grim as he took the call. Rongjin, go back with me now. Gao Kenjiu said coldly after hanging up. I have never seen Gao Kenjiu with such an absolute, cold and piercing gaze. The dark shadow quivered slightly as it produced a ghostly voice. Seems like there's a situation. Alright. Ha ha ha, I'll go with you. But Gao Kenjiu, don't even think about playing tricks. Before the ghostly voice could finish, Gao Kenjiu was already hundreds of meters away from us. The ghostly shadow wobbled, and Rongjin disappeared from Yuji's side. Chiu S tightened her gaze. There must be something happening at Si Liuo's side, or else those two wouldn't have left so quickly. Do you want to go and have a look? I asked. Concerned, Chiu S shook her head stiffly. They won't let me follow. I'll think of another way. I then realized Yujai made use of the opportunity in the slight chaos to back away from us. Chapter 104. Volume 2. 104 Duyu, the Soul Splitter. Without hesitation, I swung Piercer with my right hand. Electric violet light flew towards Yujai. Yujai, don't even think about leaving if you don't tell us where Duyu's experimental grounds are. I stared at her angrily. Sizzle. The violet ray dazzled like lightning. And in her astonishment, it looked as if she could not dodge the attack in time. Roar! Right above the violet electricity, a ball of fire appeared in midair. Boom! We shielded our eyes and backed away. The sheer force of the collision pushed all of us back. Goss's black hair flew wildly in the wind as she focused her MF to stifle the impact from the resulting explosion. Although the powerful impact was countered, our feet left marks in the ground as the impact forcefully pushed us back. Goss glanced at me. What power? I remained silent and frowned as I felt a chill from where I held Piercer in my right hand. This chill was not the kind of chill felt when touching something cold. It felt like a twisted, disgusting and terrible kind of chill that was gnawing at my heart. My right hand shivered, but I forcefully suppressed the feeling. I kept my eyes on Piercer. Was this its power? So it's like this. Such great power can be harnessed as long as the MF is well controlled. Then again, where did that ball of fire come from? After the smoke and dust settled, a handsome figure appeared opposite. I thought the tall figure belonged to a man, but I did not expect to see such a delicate face. The visitor was in a deep purple tight-fitting top, and her jacket that looked like it was made of fox fur ended at her waist. She was in a high-waisted pair of dark green pants and dark green high-cut boots. Her mulberry-colored hair was worn in a high ponytail, and she exuded both beauty and aloofness in her exquisite features, making it difficult to determine her character. She was an extraordinarily tall woman, among one of the tallest I have ever seen. Those slender legs tightly wrapped in dark green could easily lead others into fantasies. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be warm but cold at the same time, and her gaze was firm and clear. She stood diagonally in front of Ujai, and behind her was a kiln which produced sparks from its mouth continuously. And the kiln is a four-legged mythical creature in Chinese legend. It was not accurate to call it a kiln, since it did not look quite like one either. It was a creature likely created by combining two different animals together. It had blood-red eyes and there was incessant firelight in its mouth. The most eye-catching thing about this woman, however, was not her dressing or the monster behind her. It was her left arm. Her left arm was empty. She had no arm, and there was no sleeve. Not only did she not look weird without an arm, this look matched her aura perfectly. There was nothing unsightly about it. "You or do you?" I asked, horrified. This one-armed woman said in a crisp voice. "That's right." I felt spooked. Although Hugh and King already told me about how frightening she was, I felt a different kind of fear when faced with her right now. This fear of mine did not come from being afraid of her, nor was it because of her ferocious looks. This fear was a feeling of terror from a unique kind of aura that one instinctively knew did not belong in this world. The fear when one witnesses something never before seen. Ta Lai stepped forward, positioning himself in front of us. I could not see his face, only his upright figure from the back. "You found your way here." Ta Lai sounded calm. I was creeped out by the peculiar expression which formed on Du Yu's delicate face. She looked as if she was high on drugs in that very moment. Du Yu continued speaking with that expression. "How can I not be here when you've appeared? I hear you're here to help a little girl who's a newcomer to the split zone. Come on, let me meet her. You know it'll make her life hell as long as it's a woman who has a close relationship with you." She said this naturally and calmly, as if she was talking about the weather, but I felt heat rising up within me, almost as if I just came out of the sauna. Yu Jai, who was standing behind her, suddenly pinned her eyes on me, and formed a bizarre smile with her lips. This smile angered me. Forgetting about the disturbing aura from that one-armed woman, I stepped forward. "That little newcomer you're talking about is me. Let me see how exactly you can make my life hell today," I said frostily. Without a second thought, Du Yu looked at me for a brief moment, before shifting her gaze to Piercer, which was in my hand. Her eyes shone brightly. "You really deserve to die," roared the fiery kiln charged towards me as soon as she said that. I kept my gaze icy as I swung Piercer. "Pust. Stop," Ta Lai said loudly in a cold and solemn voice. Du Yu stared with her beautiful eyes as she raised her only arm in the air. With her raised arm, the fiery kiln promptly turned back and returned to her side. The fireball which came out of its mouth collided with Piercer's violet light once again. "Du Yu, Gao Kenju left only moments before you arrived. If I remember right, it's been a while since you last met. Don't you want to see him?" Ta Lai's voice lost its usual serenity, and carried a hint of gloominess. Du Yu's frown deepened as she heard the words Gao Kenju. "Du Yu, just what do you want?" Ta Lai sounded exasperated. "I want Bian Ying dead," Du Yu said calmly, without hesitation. "I don't care what you want. Return Song Lu and Yu Liang to me," I shouted at her, annoyed at how conceited she looked. "Song Lu isn't with me, and Yu Liang is currently in an experimental barrel in the southern district. Do you want to visit him?" Du Yu remained composed as she spoke. I wanted to charge at her, but Jos held me back. Jos looked at me with large, listless eyes, signaling that I should not act rashly. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. "You sacrificed so many lives in the split zone for all those experiments of yours, just to find a way to kill Bian Ying." Ta Lai sounded pained. Du Yu's gaze was steady and composed. "That's right. I just want her dead at all costs. If she doesn't die, your heart will be with her forever. You will only look at me if she dies, no matter what she says." Her tone remained the same. It was neither urgent nor anxious. And there was no change in pitch. What a unique woman. No wonder Gaokenju favors her. Such a woman will always be able to attract the attention of others no matter where she is. Before her, I have only sensed such aura from Lai King. But Lai King was different. She had an unrestrained, debonair feel. What is your goal now that you've arrived here? Naizun, who was quiet all this while, abruptly spoke, a slight smile on his face. Du Yu's eyes fell on Naizun and for a fleeting moment, she looked surprised. But she regained her usual expression in an instant. Here to see Ta Lai, of course. And also, to bring Yujai back. Yujai spoke softly. Do you? You've heard about what happened in the Western District from the little snakes I sent. Right, the spatial transference is now undone. And what's left is that stone statue. She pointed in the direction of Old Man Fan. I widened my eyes. Don't even think about touching Old Man Fan. Yujai smiled mockingly. You'll have to defer to Du Yu on this. I shifted my gaze to Du Yu. Du Yu looked at me and spoke calmly. No need to stare at me. I have no interest in your Western District nor your friends. You're not even worthy of my interest. The experimental ground in the Western District is on the 27th floor of the residence. And I'm no longer using it. The screams of the Western District residents sound horrible. And I don't like this place anymore. Your friends, the couple, seem slightly more interesting. I heard that you lost the girl, but no need to look for her. I'll just find her and continue my experiment. As for that little girl, you can give up searching for her. I want her for sure. Huh. What a maniac. Are all soul splitters this haughty? No wonder Ta Lai doesn't like you. If I were a man, I wouldn't like you either. I gave her a smug smile as I spoke, criticizing her with every word. Don't think that I, Lai Shen, can be bullied. As expected, a ruthless glare escaped her eyes after I spoke. You really want to die? Ta Lai spoke up abruptly. Enough. If you take her life, don't you even wish to see me again? Du Yu suddenly laughed, and her soft, red lips curved into a pretty angle. Do you think you can threaten me? The more you want to protect her, the more I do want to destroy her. But don't you worry. I don't have the time to play with a little girl now. I should concentrate my effort in killing your lover. Bian Ying. Am I right? Her eyes were looking at Ta Lai with passionate emotion as she asked, am I right? This is a woman who went crazy for love. I felt a sense of helplessness. Why does this craziness make me discriminate it so? Yet it felt so familiar. Was I like this too? To Gaokai. How frightening was I? My heart skipped a beat. Naizun's hand was on my shoulder, and I saw his starry eyes as I looked up. I have not seen these eyes in a long time, and I felt a sense of nostalgia. I miss them even though they're so close. How about this? I'll go back to the Northern District with you. And you promise that you'll give up your experimental grounds in the Western District? And don't let Yujai step one foot into the Western District in future. What Ta Lai said sounded like a compromise. Is he not confident to face off against Du Yu? Chapter 105. Volume 2. 105 different means to the same end. Du Yu paused for a while before she finally nodded. All right. I'll promise you. Return to the Northern District with me, and I will not step foot into the Western District ever again. Yujai hastily added. But my 7 demons are still nowhere to be found, and we're just going to leave the Western District. Experimental grounds like this. Don't forget your promise to me. Yujai. The 7 demons have extraordinary abilities, but there are still others more powerful than them. I'll provide you with stronger subordinates, said Du Yu firmly. Yujai shot a sharp look at me. Her eyes filled with hatred. I stared back at her. Where are the 7 demons? Why don't I sense their presence even after the Western District is restored? Yujai asked me angrily. Old Man Fan sealed the 7 demons, and I don't know how to release them either. I decided to tell her honestly. Although I blame Yujai for betraying me, I know she cares for her subordinates as much as I care for Song Lu and the others. Since we were once as close as sisters, I do not hate her as much even though she let me down. Agony flashed past Yuji's eyes. However, she had no choice but to obey Du Yu. All right. Bring me back with you too, Yujai said to Du Yu. Du Yu nodded. then turned to address Ta Lai. Let's go. Hold on. Ta Lai raised his hand as he smiled elegantly. The world became pitch black in an instant. It's that technique to distort the four senses. I snapped alert, looking at the blackness around me. Lai Shen. Although Du Yu is a cruel character, she keeps her promises. Once I leave with her, she'll stop her reckless acts in the Western District. Although I can't see through Old Man Fan's technique, everything still ended positively. I hope Yao rebuild the Western District after I'm gone, and he'll help you gather information about the friend who's in Du Yu's hands. If you still trust me, please don't go searching for her in the meantime. You are still not strong enough to go against her. Also, don't forget my training. I hope you'll be able to perfect your use of Piercer through everything I've taught you in the past few days. One last thing. Don't ever desire to return to the real world. I can help you in all matters, be it rebuilding the Western District or saving your friends. As long as you keep the promise that you won't return to the real world. Although I don't know what you witnessed through Old Man Fan spatial transference, you can be sure that it'll be taking your life if you go back on your word. Before I could ask further questions, the world was restored to brightness. Where is he? I looked around. Ta Lai, Du Yu and Ujai were gone, and only the row of us was left. What was that? Jos asked, frowning. That's the ability of the men in the navy jacket. Ta Lai. It's a space that distorts the senses. I explained patiently after a sudden realization that all this was unknown to Jos. I heard Jai Pa say he is a soul splitter. That's right. Both he and Du Yu are soul splitters. Du Yu is the mastermind behind these experiments. And she's also the one who injured Huan King. Her goal is to develop a method that can kill soul splitters. And for now, it seems like this is all to go against a woman named Bian Ying and to compete with her to obtain Ta Lai's love. Jos's listless eyes gleamed as they widened. Bian Ying, that unique case in the history of the split zone. Seems like you already know about it. Gao Qinjiu told me as much. He said her case is identical to mine. Someone who arrived in the split zone with double identity disorder. But how is she a soul splitter too? From all we've heard so far, the world of soul splitters should be in the Northern District, said Jai Pao. Oh, where did Old Man Fan bring all of you to? Did you meet your families? I asked curiously. Pain flashed past Jos's eyes, slightly startling me. Jai Pa met Nizun's eyes, but they did not say a word. What's this all about? But as I thought of my mother, I quietened. Perhaps everyone was in low spirits just like me. We're able to at least get a temporary reprieve now that they've all gone. I've settled the matters of those who died, and also inspected every single one of my Eastern District residents. So there isn't much of an issue on my side. You should go to the experimental grounds and settle the issues in the Western District as soon as you can. Jos told me, turning her neck stiffly. Do you need to go over to see Liuo's side to get a sense of the situation? I asked cautiously. Jos suddenly looked up at the sky and was silent for a moment. She smiled as she turned back to look at me, her usual pale and stiff face looking a little more lively. You'll go over to take a look now. You're okay here, right? I smiled as I said, I'm okay. I still have Nai Zun and Jai Pa with me. Seems like the Western District needs new protectors. Jai Pa stepped forward to address me. Miss Ah Shen, rest assured, my intelligence network is back now that everyone from the Western District has returned. Nai Zun and I have been working for the past year to pick those able to help you protect the Western District. Well, be able to get to the bottom of this matter. We'll also think of a way to release Old Man Fan from that sealing technique. I nodded. Look, Jos, I have these two awesome, handsome guys Jai Pa and Nai Zun with me. He'll be fine. So you go ahead. I'm not sure what the situation at Liuo's side is, but I probably can't help much before I finish settling the matters here. After I've gotten things more or less sorted out, he'll go with you to investigate what's happening in the split zone and see Liuo's matters. Jos smiled and nodded. Although we have to part after we've just met, and I'm a little reluctant to do so, now is not the time to sit around and chat either. I'll send someone to investigate in the southern district. And I'll help you look into Laurel's whereabouts. Just like what that person said earlier. Your priority should be the matters in the western district. Everything else can be done later. You still have me, and everything can surely be solved. Even if our opponents are soul splitters. From the day I got to know her, I have never heard Jos say such things to me with such a friendly expression. All I could do was nod. Jos. I will no longer be cowardly. Trust me. I will fight alongside you. Jos also said something else before she left. Lai Shen. Although that world is not a nice place, I still want to return. I'm sick of everything in the split zone. And even though I found a reason for existence here, I still want to bring Seal Yuo back. I know you have the same thoughts deep down in your heart. Even if you're not aware of it now. I did not answer. Just like how I did not answer Ta Lai or Lai King when they asked. Even now, I am still not certain of my answer. Old Man Fan is right. I should look for what I really want. Gao Kinju is also right. Running away cannot solve anything. I believe that I will be able to find the answer as long as I continue on this path. What I should believe in. What I should grab hold of. How I should live. Where I should live, the answers to these questions will one day be known. I am firm in my belief. They've all left. It's just the three of us now. I arranged my hair and flashed a brilliant smile at Nai Zun and Jai Pa. The bamboo hat trio following Miss Jos looks really familiar. Jai Pa suddenly said. I shrugged. Haven't seen their faces. And haven't witnessed much of their skills either. Jai Pa adjusted his glasses. Miss Ashen. I'm going to look for my intelligence network to analyze the current situation in the Western District and find individuals who will be able to assist you. What about the experimental grounds, I asked. Nai Zun spoke. Let Jai Pa go first. I want to speak to you. After Jai Pa is done assembling the people. Well, go to the experimental grounds located in the residence. Alright, I nodded. Both of you go ahead to the residence first. We're in front of the marketplace and you'll need 10 hours to go back from here. I'll look for the both of you once I'm done assembling the people. After speaking, Jai Pa walked into the marketplace building. I looked at Jai Pa's figure slowly disappearing into the building in front of me, and looked at the statue of Old Man Fan on the stone ground in front of the building. Nai Zun, where did you go when we were in the real world? Why were we separated? I turned back to ask Nai Zun. Nai Zun gave a slight smile, but for some reason, it did not seem genuine. Didn't you always wish to be separated from me? Now that it's happened, why are you asking so much? His voice was icy. My heart nodded slightly. Something was not right about him, and it felt as if he was angry. But, what was he mad about? What an odd guy. I didn't provoke you. I rolled my eyes at him angrily. That's right. I can't wait to be separated from you, and I wanted to stay in that crack in space forever so that I wouldn't have to come back and look at this icy face of yours. You, what are you doing? Before I could finish, Nai Zun took a big step towards me. His usually indifferent gaze seemed to fill with intense emotion and a burning anger. He took my head in his gloved hands and pulled my face towards his. Leaning forward, his gaze locked on mine. You, what are you doing? I slowly lost the will to speak. The closer I was to his eyes, the more intense his fiery gaze felt. You're angry, but what are you? You mad at? His fingers bent slightly and I felt his grip tighten on the back of my head, as if afraid that I would run away. His voice was no longer idle and indifferent, it was alluring, steeped in layers of emotion. You really want to just be with him in that crack in space? I was a little astounded. What? Have you fell in love with him again? His voice trembled slightly, and I wondered if I had heard wrong. Chapter 106, Volume 2. 106. What the heart really wants. I fell in love with who again? I was rather taken aback. Nai Zun looked at me with sparks in his eyes. Have you mistaken Gao Kinjui for Gao Kai? Developed feelings for him again. My mind was a blank. Why say that? Seeing me silent, he looked incandescent. He pulled my face closer to his. I stared with wide, open eyes as I made contact with those icy lips. His eyes were such a fiery contrast to the gray, sunless sky. No. What am I thinking? What's he doing? I hurriedly pushed him away as he was about to pry open my lips with the tip of his tongue. You, what do you think you're doing? I looked at him, not knowing what to do. His hair hung over his forehead, obstructing the firelight in his eyes. Answer me. Did you fall in love with Gaokinju? His voice was deep and hoarse, and he stopped, closing the distance between us. I felt angry all of a sudden. Why would I fall in love with him? Because he looks exactly like the person you were holding a torch for when you were alive. I was once again reminded of Gao Ki's pale face, becoming momentarily speechless. Old man Fan, how does that sealing technique of yours work? Was what I saw just a hallucination? Or was it reality? Gao Kai, is he really alive? Now that I think about it, what did you see when you were there? Do you think that's really the real world? I asked Naizun hastily. Moving closer to him, Naizun replied in his deep voice. Answer me first. Did you fall in love with him? I gave him a hard shove. I might misunderstand that you have feelings for me if you continue being this ridiculous. Why would I fall in love with that ruthless character? I did love Gao Kai. But he isn't Gao Kai. How would I know if you didn't confuse him with Gao Kai? Naizun sounded stifled. He looked absurd in this moment, but I stopped myself from laughing. Alright, how about you tell me what you saw? Whatever happened in that crack in space? Was it a reflection of the real world? I wasn't paying attention. I only saw you and Gao Kinju sticking together. Naizun put his hands back into the pockets of his windbreaker, and his voice regained that lackadaisical tone as he spoke. Shocked at what I heard, I asked, what you could see the both of us? Why couldn't I see you? Where were you? Naizun looked at me lazily. I was inside you. PFFT, this sounded way too hilarious. Why do you look like you just ingested feces? Naizun looked at me in confusion. I did not reply. Yeah. Right, as if I admit I thought of something dirty. Naizun's eyes suddenly shone, looking enlightened. You're that filthy Lai Shen. I rolled my eyes. What I meant was that my consciousness was inside your body. Why would your consciousness be inside my body? I asked with a muffled voice. Because I don't actually know either. Maybe your second personality didn't have a place to go because the crack in space is a different dimension from the split zone. And my consciousness just so happened to be dragged along with her when she merged with you. Naizun came up with an analysis. You know my second personality so well. I answered with sarcasm, sensing the mordacity in my voice. He locked his eyes on me. Why are you so prejudiced against her? I scoffed. Why then are you so concerned that I'm prejudiced against her? You think you know her well. Would you know her better than me, or are you predisposed to defending her because of your link with her? Do you want me to return this body to her so that she can be alive again? For some reason, I was agitated. And it has been a long time since I said so much. Naizun's eyes gleamed. I just wanted to let you know that she is you, and you are her. The split identities are caused by your prejudice against this part of yourself. The tragedy when you were alive, it also happened because of this split. You're in pain because you do not accept yourself, and I don't want to see you in pain. Although those words were spoken with concern, it was merely an annoying sound in my ears. I said frostily, I'd not be in pain if not for her. She's the cause of all my pain. Thanks for reminding me that she's in you now, or I would probably have forgot. She loves you more than anybody else. Because she is you. Only you can truly protect yourself. Naizun kept his gaze on me. My heart started hurting. She's not me, I shouted at Naizun. She's a devil, she's a murderer, she's a psychotic. If not for her, my life would not be like this. I wouldn't have lost Gao Kai, and I wouldn't have ended up here in the split zone. Naizun looked like he was in agony. I know that, but you can't change the fact that she is you. I felt like crying, but I took a deep breath and forced myself to hold the tears back. Don't be like this, Naizun. I might start hating you, I said, sniffing. After what felt like centuries, he finally let out a sigh, and did not speak further. The atmosphere felt empty and it became a little awkward, but I did not want to speak first. Naizun, I understand all these, but I'm a sinner. I'm different from everyone else. Even though there are many who care for me in the split zone, even though I told myself not to be cowardly anymore, I still can't do it. I couldn't forgive myself. I was too used to being ostracized and too used to the solitude to forgive myself. I could not forgive her because I could not forgive myself. Naizun, since your consciousness was with me, you saw my mum too, right? I ended up speaking first. We kept our gazes on each other. Yes, I saw her. Have you ever thought of leaving this place, going back? I thought Naizun would hesitate and remain silent, but he answered swiftly. Yes, I want to go back. My sister is waiting for me. I was rather stunned. This was the first time I heard Naizun say he wanted anything, something that he actually wished for. Naizun always gave the impression that he did not have a care in the world, and that he wanted nothing and needed nothing. Was it because of this that I neglected his feelings, whether I chose to leave or stay? I did not think of Naizun at all before this. Our lives are tied together, and my decision will definitely affect him. Only if we manage to find our soul splitters can we go back together. And I did not, even for a second, think of what he wanted. I was shocked at the abrupt realization of how selfish I had been. As if able to read my mind, he spoke softly. I just decided today that I want to go back. There's no reason for you to blame yourself about this. Why did you decide to go back? Because you want to go back, Naizun casually said as he smiled. PFD, looking at that unconcerned expression of his, I could not tell if his words were genuine. My relationship with Naizun has always been like this. There are times when I suddenly hate him, and there are times when I rely heavily on him. In the split zone, Naizun is the only person I can trust wholeheartedly. It might be because she's with him, or that deep inside, I knew that she and I were actually the same person. The fact that she is with him makes it feel like I am always together with Naizun as well. Do you really wish to go back? Naizun looked at me squarely. My smile faded, and looking at him intently, I said, to be honest, I really don't know. I promise like King and Ta Lai that I won't ever think about going back. Are you regretting now that you've seen your family? I shook my head. I have no idea. It might not be regret, but it seems selfish of me to keep hiding here in the split zone. It feels as if I were an invertebrate only focused on protecting myself, that I wasn't able to put myself in the shoes of others who might be sad after I was gone. Naizun, I always thought it didn't matter if I lived or died, but I only realized recently that as long as one is still alive, everything still matters. It's impossible to be fearless as long as there are things you still care about. Naizun arranged his fringe casually. It's because you hate yourself that you didn't want to return. You didn't want to take on the role of district commander, and you were running away from everything. You hate yourself for killing the one you love, and it isn't the split zone that you can't let go of. It's that self-loathing. Naizun sounded gentle. We all need to learn how to give ourselves a chance. I was silent. I did not know what to say. All right, let's not talk about this anymore, he said, walking towards me with a smile. From the looks of it, we might actually stand to gain some things from Duyu's experiment. A number of soul splitters are involved, and the experiment is connected to things we previously didn't know about. We might be able to uncover some clues that could help us find our soul splitters and leave this place. That's right. Let's first look at the experimental grounds, 27th floor of the residence. Right now that I think about it, I seldom visit other levels apart from where I live on level 13, I said, with a nod. Naizun and I started walking in the direction of the residence. Chapter 107, Volume 2, 107 Bloody Experimental Grounds. We were at the rooftop of the residence. There were two groups of people standing behind Jai Pa. I recognized one group, the various floor managers. According to Jai Pa's investigation, they were already unhappy with how Jai was running things. Furthermore, she was always keeping secrets from them. However, as a rather useless district commander, they could not put their trust in me either. This time, they chose to pledge their loyalty to me because of Old Man Fan's technique, and also because I played a part in chasing Jai away. The other group was Jai Pa's intelligence network. I heard that they were all outstanding individuals. There were computer experts and people involved in scientific research. Maybe people with a high IQ are more susceptible to psychological problems. Since there are so many geniuses here in the split zone. Passerby, you're definitely not one of them. I was not aware of the existence of this intelligence network previously, since I did not bother about such things. It was under the leadership of Jaipa, and Nizun had been using this network. While I was in the dark, there were about 30 individuals in the group, and everyone looked dapper and gentlemanly in their suits. The leader of this group was named Chuyu. Miss Shen, I've already briefed them on everything that happened. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Jaipa asked as he adjusted his glasses. I looked at the two groups in front of me. Some of them were looking at me suspiciously. Some looked worried, while some of them just looked at me like I was a total stranger. I sighed inwardly. First, go with me to the experimental grounds. I'll tell you what I want to say there. I know all of you might not trust in my abilities right now, but please, trust me this once, I said in a committed voice. They looked at one another, and nodded eventually. One of the floor managers spoke. District Commander, UGIS experimental grounds had always been on the 27th floor. She connected a number of rooms on the 27th floor, turning it into a top-secret area which was always guarded by her 7 demons. Anyone who tells, after hearing about it, would turn up dead the next day. We've always been afraid, but we weren't able to tell anyone about this. In that instant, I felt so apologetic. As District Commander, how could I have not been aware of what was happening to the residents? Bring me to have a look. Now was not the time to feel sorry. I had to change things. It's right here. All of us walked up to the 27th floor with poise, and there were some curious glances directed at us from residents who happened to pass by. The residence is usually divided into different zones. There was a lift in between each zone, and one zone usually contained 10 or so rooms. All the rooms in this particular zone had their walls removed and have been connected, forming a continuous path. The zone is sealed at both entrances, and the lifts are not in service either. We have no idea what's happening inside. Both Jaipa and you were unaware of this too, I asked Nizun. Nizun shrugged. No, Ujai probably got an illusionist to hide this place, so I didn't know such a place actually existed. Suspicion grew in me as I looked at Nizun's eyes. Was he really not aware, or did he just not bother to find out more? Nizun, you don't care about anything usually. Am I right to assume that you're actually doing all this for my sake? I had no luxury of time, and I walked to the door of this sealed-up zone. There was a seal on the double doors, looking like the crime scene tape from television dramas. Ujai said no one lives here and it was used for storage. Then she sent the 7 demons to seal it. How should we open this? I looked towards Jaipa. Jaipa thought for a moment before saying, since we don't know what's inside, I'd suggest using a long-range attack. I nodded and signaled for everyone to retreat. I backed away, and as I swung Piercer with my left hand, I felt a chill which went from my palm into my heart. It was this chill that made me accurately feel the MF merging with Piercer. Swoosh! As the violet blade swung out, I heard low exclamations from behind. They were acknowledging my ability. I started to feel smug. The door opened easily, though it was now horribly destroyed. Before we could see what was behind those broken doors, we were assailed by the strong smell of blood. I gagged at the odor. As the doors crumbled to the ground, the inscriptions on the seals glided off. I felt like choking and throwing up as the smell of blood, together with something rotten, spread into my nose and mouth. The inscriptions might have kept this smell and the noise in previously, but now that the seal has been destroyed, we could only stare at what was before us. As we stepped through, we were faced with a long and continuous path. Lighting was sparse as all the windows were sealed. There was nothing but our footsteps. Splat, splat, splat. Each step resounded, leaving a bloody print behind. Everyone quietened, and only footsteps on the wet ground could be heard. My breathing became heavy as the strong odor engulfed my senses, prickling my eyes and assaulting my nose. I kept telling myself to stay calm as I looked around. Don't cry. Don't get angry. I have to remain composed. My heart started racing as I took in the sights around me. There was a row of rusty iron cages against the wall on the left. Each of these were a little over a meter in height, and every cage contained something that looked part human and part animal, all huddled up in their dead forms. We could not tell if these things were humans or not. Some of them had the head of a cat and the tail of a snake, while others had wooden stakes driven all over their bodies. Animal and human parts were merged together, and 2 bloody holes replaced the eyeballs in all of them. I heard Jai Pass voice in the darkness. There are no signs of life. They are all dead. There was a label with a number on each of the iron cages. And experiment no. 2 was written in dark red. All the rooms in this area were connected, resulting in a very long path. As we ventured deeper, we could hear the sound of gears grinding slowly. Clack, clack, clack. The further we walked, the darker it got. It smelt so rotten that I just wanted to close my eyes, so I would no longer have to look at all the blood on the floor. How can anyone be so cruel and do something like this? I lifted Piercer with my right hand, and as I felt its chill spread through my entire arm, I swung it several times, shattering the sealed windows. The gloomy skylight was finally able to come in, but the smell of blood did not dissipate. I widened my eyes at the sight as we neared the end of the path. There was a sealed wall at the end, and there was a gigantic device hanging from the ceiling. It looked similar to a torture device in medieval legend The Iron Maiden. The human-shaped casket was open, and there was a body impaled within. There were no signs of life in the body, and the chains below the device led to a wooden pail on the floor. The blood which flowed onto the chains was already dry. There were gears on the ceiling still rotating slowly, and the body was gradually crushed into smithereens by a circular device on the other. And it was unusually quiet behind me, but I did not have the guts to turn around and look at their faces. I took a deep breath, welcoming the smell of rotten blood. As I walked up to the row of wooden pails, looking into one, there was nothing in it apart from pieces of solid, dried blood. Picking up a piece with a handkerchief, Jaipa sniffed at it. They used human blood to feed the leeches, but whatever was in here should have been an imperfect form of leech spawn. It might not be sustainable for Rongjin to continue capturing souls from the real world to create the leeches, so they might be thinking of using human blood and human bodies to create a suitable environment for breeding leeches. Jaipa calmly gave his analysis, but I could not remain calm after hearing that. My heart knotted painfully, as if it was continually being squeezed by a powerful hand, causing me to be a little unsteady on my feet. I tried my best to keep my emotions in check. After what I witnessed in that stone room, I am now no longer that fearful of such a cruel and bloody sight. That Duyu woman is practically insane. Sacrificing so many lives just to kill her rival and love. These bodies have all been bitten by the leeches, and they can no longer heal. Right? I asked, pointing at the pile of bodies in front of me. Jaipa nodded. Yes. I frowned. No wonder Rongjin was so interested in Old Man Fan's statue. He wanted to find out more about Old Man Fan's technique, because once he is able to break that barrier between the 2 dimensions, he'd be able to capture as many animal souls to create the leeches. Nizon added. That's highly possible. That man is a mystery. There's nothing known about him. And apart from that shadow, no one has ever seen his face. We know nothing about that man, except for the fact that he'll not turn against Seal Yuo. I gritted my teeth as I thought of how I could have actually felt some sympathy for him. No matter what, I cannot forgive him for taking so many innocent lives. But how is Gaoken Jui related to him? Why did he bring Rongjin back to see Seal Yuo? Who can I actually trust? Chapter 108. Volume 2. 108 Rising Up and Rebirth. All of you have witnessed it. These are the experimental grounds of Duyu, the soul splitter. She's working together with Yu Jai, that traitor, and the Southern District soul snatcher, Rongjin. I addressed the group behind me as I pointed at the gigantic device, remaining silent. They looked at one another, awaiting further instructions. I looked around me. Before finally meeting Naizun's eyes, I kept my eyes on him for a few seconds, and he looked at me with confusion. Naizun, I need to face this. Facing the group, I slowly bent my knees and knelt on the floor. The blood on the floor seeped into my red dress, blooming into dark red patches. I looked up at the shocked expressions in front of me. Before I spoke, I know your hearts are still with Lai King, even though she's gone. After she left, the Western District became a lifeless place. I don't leave my room at all, and I left everything to Yujai. Yujai was like a lunatic, and all of you didn't dare to speak even though you were unhappy with how she was handling things. As district commander, I wasn't aware of anything. I know I let Lai King down. I'm kneeling in front of everyone today to apologize. I'm not putting on a show here, nor do I wish for forgiveness, just like how I bowed to the floor managers previously. I know this cannot make up for all the lost lives, but there are some things from the bottom of my heart that I wish to let everyone know. The smell of blood was dissipating, and the group facing me remained silent, intently listening to what I had to say. Firstly, there are 3 things all of you should know. The first is about me. Everyone here might not understand or know me well, but I'm sure all of you are aware that I was rather favored by Lai King when she was alive. I've heard people who say they think the one Lai King favored is a useless idiot, but I didn't give it much thought. I think I played the character of a useless idiot well, not being involved in any Western District matters. But it eventually led to today. Yuji's betrayal, and the death of so many residents. I'm not a responsible district commander, and to be honest, I didn't want to take on the role. May I ask everyone what you'd do if you were me? For those who end up in the split zone, who wasn't abandoned in the real world? It's already difficult to live in peace here. What more to protect others? I'm an ordinary person, just like everyone else. But now, I've already taken on the role of district commander, and I promised Lai King that I'll protect this place. I really deserve to die for all this tragedy here today. I've disappointed every one of you. I started choking on my words, while the group continued remaining silent. I know saying sorry doesn't fix things. What I can do now is to help everyone reclaim the peace. This brings me to my second point. Your hearts. May I ask everyone here where your hearts are? Do you wish to peacefully live in the split zone? Or do you wish to return to the real world? Please give this Lai Shen a truthful answer. There was total silence. My knees were starting to feel stiff. And finally, Shu Yu, head of the intelligence network, spoke up. District Commander, I'm addressing you this way because I'm confident that you can lead us. As you said, if we were in your position, we might not care about the lives of others, since it was already difficult staying alive on our own. I don't blame you for that. According to our investigations, if this experiment succeeds, the peace in the split zone will be broken, and this will lead to mass hysteria. I don't know how you'll choose to face it, and I'm glad you asked since we're not able to force you into doing things either. I don't know about the others, but I, Shu Yu, wish to go back. Even if life in the split zone is good, this is still split zone 13, not the real world. I want to go back, to be alive and to live like an ordinary person. Shu Yu spoke steadily, but I could hear a slight tremor in his voice, as if he was talking about an impossible dream. How about the rest? I asked, looking at the others. I want to go back too. Me too. Although I didn't have money or skills, and my life wasn't great before, I thought I was already abandoned by the world. But it was only when I arrived here did I realize that I wasn't really abandoned. It's being here that is equivalent to being abandoned. So, I want to go back. I want to go back too. In that crack in space, I saw my wife and children waiting by my side. Everyone spoke, and I could hear a flurry of different voices. That's right. Everyone wants to go back. This is the last thing I would like to tell all of you. Change. The dried blood on the floor stuck to the ends of my dress, and I heard a tearing sound as I stood up. I looked at everyone. I know every district commander before me was able to provide you with peace, but I failed. I've brought you disaster instead. I've decided to use another method to make up for this. Everyone in the split zone has given up hope to return, because we weren't able to find our soul splitters. Furthermore, suspicion and distrust led to the propagation of violence. And this is the reason why there are 3 different districts where the rules are different and where people behave differently. Today, I hope to use a different method to lead the residents. Just like you said, once the experiment succeeds, there will be no more peace in Split Zone 13. So, I hope to lead all of you in leaving this place. I said this with commitment. Everyone looked at me with mixed expressions of surprise, suspicion and worry. I know this sounds impossible to achieve. Nizun said we might be able to gain some things from this experiment, as we were able to find out a lot more about soul splitters. I'll tell all of you now that Mr. Blonde is missing, and I've been unable to contact him. This means that Split Zone 13 no longer has a leader. Why don't we take charge of our own fates? We've always followed the rules and abided by the standards without opposition or suspicion. Put nicely, we're enjoying this eternal life that the Split Zone gives us. But in fact, we're just wasting our time here. Old man, Fan sacrifice made us realize that our families are still out there waiting for us. What should we do to repay Old Man Fan for his sacrifice? I continued without waiting for an answer. In following the rules, we end up being trapped in this eternal prison where there is pain everywhere. Split Zone 13 is nothing but a jailhouse. I pointed at the floor as I articulated every word. I once promised Lai King I'd never abandon this place. Now that is gone. I'll break my promise today. I, Lai Shen, am tired of this place. I want to unlock the secret of the Split Zone and lead all of you in escaping this place. I believe there had never been someone who acted like me today in the history of Split Zone 13. Everyone who ends up here, whether cruel or cowardly, would eventually be assimilated into this environment, quietly accepting their fate for all eternity. They might possibly die here, or get plundered. For me, I am not about to be robbed of anything, nor do I wish to surrender to this fate. My wish is not to dominate the Western District or the Split Zone, nor do I wish to be the leader of a group. What I want is to be an ordinary person living an ordinary life. This is why I need them to sober up. And I am going to bring them out of here. One of the floor managers was tearing up, choking on her words. She said, I've never dared to say nor ask this, but I've always wondered why there was never any revolt in the Split Zone. Why did everyone give up hope once they realized they couldn't find any soul splitters? There's now finally someone who put into words what I had only thought of. District Commander, get us out of this place. Yes, get us out of here. We believe in you. They looked at me with the utmost sincerity, their words wrought with emotion. I felt an immense pressure. But there is no turning back now that I have said all this. Even if this road ahead is paved with spikes, I, Lai Shan, will not regret my decision. I have made too many mistakes both when I was alive and when I was here. It must be because of my cowardice that I was ostracized and left in solitude. From today onwards, I will no longer be cowardly. I'm going to be strong and I will be reborn. I'll need to trouble the floor managers to spread the word to the residents. If everyone agrees, please allow this useless district commander to request for your loyalty. Everyone, I hope that y'all be able to follow in my leadership. Destroy this experiment. Uncover the mysteries of the Northern District. Find the soul splitters and leave the Split Zone. I concluded. I felt warmth in my heart as I looked at the hundreds of faces, resolutely pledging their loyalty. Miss Shen, please take a rest. Leave it to us here. I'll look into the experimental grounds, and we'll discuss the next steps after the floor managers finish informing the residents of your decision. Jaipa spoke with composure. I nodded. Chapter 109, Volume 2, 109 Inescapable Shackles. I could finally take a rest after heading back to my familiar room on the 13th floor. I lay on my bed after taking a hot shower. Nizun was leaning against the wall, looking sleepy and idle as usual. I yawned, turned to my side, and tried to fall asleep. Nizun's voice sounded beside me. I have a question. Go ahead, I said in a tired, nasal voice, keeping my weary eyes closed. You managed to persuade all of them to rebel and leave Split Zone 13. How about you? Have you decided to return? Nizun's voice sounded alluring, and when I opened my eyes, the sky instantly turned dark. It was night again. I should have been able to answer him right away. But why did I hesitate? I wanted to go back. And I hope for everyone here to sober up and be able to return as well. But would I really choose to go back if that day arrives? You're not thinking of sacrificing yourself, are you? Lai Shen Nizun looked at me as he sat beside me on the bed. I was speechless. Sacrificing myself how? Never mind that. No matter what you think, we're still unable to part. And you'll always know. Nizun's gaze was gentle, and I kept my eyes on him. Why are you like this today? I spoke hesitantly. There's something I never told you, Nizun said suddenly. I was confused. What? I've seen you before arriving in the Split Zone. Nizun's voice sounded in my ear. I opened my eyes wide. When was that? Where? He blinked in slight confusion at my intense expression. At a salon. You were getting your hair dyed red. I frowned. Salon dyeing it red. Oh yes. I did dye my hair red before. During that time, I could not bear to revisit those memories, but why couldn't I remember seeing Nizun? And also, your senior Gao Kai. In the hospital, Nizun added. I lifted my head at him, not expecting him to say that. You, I said softly. Nizun continued with his gleaming eyes. There were many people with him at the hospital. And you were following behind. I sat up immediately, grabbing his elbow. He looked at my hand, where the knuckles were already turning white. Surprised at my reaction, I kept my gaze on him. You saw me when I was still conscious. I can't remember what happened when I killed Gao Kai. What exactly happened when I woke up? I was already in the hospital. And after a doctor gave me a shot, I ended up here in the Split Zone. Nizun moved my hand away gently, holding my arm. He said, calm down. He'll tell you everything. I stared at him, waiting for an answer. I think it was you I saw. Or rather, not the you I'm seeing now. Nizun smiled as he said this. Cold sweat started forming on my palms, and I felt anxious and insecure, as if I was about to learn of a terrifying secret. You mean you saw her? I tried to hide my anxiety with a raised eyebrow. Nizun's eyes shone. Yes, that should be her. At that time, you weren't like this. There was a totally different aura. Maybe it was your second personality. What did she say? What did she do? I became agitated. Nizun answered calmly. She didn't do anything. She just followed behind Gao Kai, with blood all over her. Smack. I slapped his hand away, staring at him. It's her. She killed him. Why didn't you stop her? Why didn't you stop me if you knew who I was? Nizun did not expect me to have such an explosive reaction, and his brows were tightly knitted. How do I stop you? I didn't know you. When you arrived there, he was already stabbed. My shoulders dropped. I realized he was right. How could I blame him when it was not his fault? Did she say anything to you? I asked with trembling lips. Although I was not aware of what happened, I knew I was the one who killed him. Even though I knew that, I was not able to revisit those painful memories since I could not remember it. Until today, when someone told me he's seen me covered in blood at the hospital. After a long silence, Nizun spoke. No. I collapsed on the bed face up, lying down, looking at the bunk bed above me. I asked, why tell me this now? Nizun turned, with his back facing me. No particular reason. Just that, when I saw her, she's different from how you expected her to be. She doesn't look like a ruthless devil. You might just be prejudiced against her. Enough. I sat up again, feeling a little dizzy from the sudden movement. Nizun, enough. You said you saw her covered in blood. She sent him to the hospital covered in blood. How can she not be a devil? How can I not be a devil? That's somebody's life. Even if you want to console me, there's no need to say things that betray your conscience. My voice trembled, and I was gripping the bed sheets tightly. Nizun continued speaking with his back to me. I did see her covered in blood, but I didn't see her kill anyone. That horrific past that you are unable to recall. You can't remember a thing. And I didn't see it either. I bit my lip. What are you trying to say? You still don't understand whatever you thought had happened might not be the truth. You saw it too through old man Fan's technique. Gao Kai is still alive. What if everything was just an accident? I laughed bitterly. That's my fault. I should've told you this. Old man Fan's last words were that it wasn't spatial transference. It was a sealing technique. What I saw might not be the real world. And it might just be what I was wishing for in my heart. Like he said, it might be. So there's a chance it's real. Right, I heard what old man Fan said to you. Did you forget my consciousness was in your body at that time? It's hard to get what he meant. But it's possible that whatever you wished for is exactly what is happening in the real world. Since so many were able to meet their families again through that technique. How about you? Did you see your sister? Instead of answering, I asked him another question. Naizun stiffened. My consciousness was in your consciousness. So I wasn't able to see her. Hearing that, my heart hurt a little. Sighing, I said, Naizun, how is your fate linked to her so much so that you're so closely tied to me? Like this, just what's the point of all this? Heh. Fate finally think that she and I aren't similar. He turned back, laughing. His smile looked bitter. I looked down. I don't know if you're similar to her. Naizun, sometimes I feel like I don't know you at all. It was silent for a while, and I tried to steal a glance at him. Naizun was looking towards the window. His gaze was unfathomable as usual, and it carried a hint of solitude. I took a breath, and asked, Naizun, you think that the me you saw wouldn't kill? Nodding slightly, Naizun continued staring into the distance with that faraway look. I frowned. But I know that I killed someone, although I can't remember a thing. My body, my brain, my fingers, everything is telling me that I, for sure, have killed someone, and it was someone I loved. You won't understand that feeling if you haven't sinned. This is why I've never wished for redemption. After a pause, I continued, or it might be as you said. Whatever old man Fan showed me is both a reflection of my heart's desires and what's happening in the real world. And maybe Gao Kai isn't dead. But, so what? It doesn't change the fact that I attempted to murder him. I'm a child who was abandoned in that world, and I've become a murderer. Will I be worthy of redemption? You keep asking me if I want to go back. So what if I go back even if I want to? I still need face my sins. Right. So you're going to stay here and keep running away? He turned back, staring at me. I stared back at him. No. I've decided not to run away anymore, and to search for the method to bring everyone back. But I'll admit, I don't know if I'm able to go back. There was agony in my eyes. You'll never understand. I know my parents are waiting for me, and I don't wish to be in such sorrow either. But I've dealt with this pain for too long. I just can't let go. Sorrow flashed past his eyes, and he gave a bitter smile. He showed me his left hand, before pulling the black glove away. I don't understand. Can your solitude match this with slender fingers? He pointed at his left hand, which was devoid of palm prints. Chapter 110. Volume 2. 110. Forgetting him. Forgetting myself. My heart hurt. Lai Shen, when were you diagnosed with your psychological disorder? Naizun asked suddenly. I broke out in a layer of cold sweat. Bro, that's not a mental illness. Fine, it's actually considered one. I rolled my eyes inwardly. In high school. Probably during my sophomore year. He smiled. I've been called a freak since I was little. Actually, no, since I was born. Everyone around me kept dying. And people said I caused it. It felt as if there was something stuck in my throat, and I could not speak. Lai Shen, you think you killed the man you loved the most, but I feel like I've caused the death of everyone I loved, and those who loved me most. Naizun's voice was soft, his eyes an ocean of solitude. My heart ached like never before. This was a different type of pain from what I usually felt. You think there's no place for you in that world, and you can't be redeemed? I don't even dare think about the word redemption. I just hope that I stop bringing harm to others. I've never asked to be forgiven. At least you're stuck in a dilemma between going back and wondering if you should be going back. I don't even know what I should do. You can blame your other personality and pour your hatred on her. Lai Shen. But who should I hate? Nizun looked at me with what seemed like the most tender gaze in the world, hiding the anguish deep within. I cannot describe what I felt, but I knew what I wanted to do, and what I had to do. I reached out and hugged him. His back was cold, and I turned to lean my cheek near his heart, hearing his heartbeat. Why is it so difficult to warm someone's heart? I murmured. Promise me. Try to recall those lost memories. Try to remember what she was like. Before making a decision, Nizun said. My heart tightened, and I nodded. A wave of tiredness hit me. After so many days without rest, I could finally sleep. I was dreaming again. I sighed lightly as I entered the dreamscape. Again, I was not the spectator, but a participant in this. I was myself in the dream. It had been hectic and a long time since I last slept, and I started dreaming once I fell asleep. I knew the reason I was able to participate in the dream was because I did not remember this. And every dream was an opportunity to recall the pieces of broken memories. I laughed at my ability to calmly analyze this situation. Should I be happy about this? I would rather be a lazy and dumb girl, not thinking of anything every day. I suddenly thought of what Lai King mentioned previously. Tall Lai's lover, Bian Ying, the only other person who was just like me, was able to personally participate in her dreams too. I remember Lai King saying that over time, Bian Ying could even control what happened in her dreams. But if what we saw were just fragments of lost memory, how was she able to manipulate that, or could that have been her subconscious, forcing her to do certain things? In between my thoughts, I found myself on that rooftop again. It was a familiar place where I used to wait for Gao Kai and spend time with him. He was always reading alone on the rooftop. It could be Gode's Faust or Hugo's Les Miserables. I used the excuse of reading to stay together with him. But in fact, I just wanted to steal glances at him. I knew I liked him a lot. Liking someone like this is just like being an avid, crazy fan of an idol, or being so unwilling to let go of a belonging of yours. I liked him so much, to the point that I could not pull myself out of it. I remembered in the previous dream, he asked me how much I liked him, and if I would be willing to die for him. I know I would not die for anyone, because life is precious. This is also why I cannot forgive myself for taking somebody else's life. I was confused before on why Gao Kai would ask that of me, even if I'm not as I seemed, even if I'm not the person you thought I was. Will you still be able to stay with me? They called you a weirdo, but I know you're the only one who understands me. Right. Ah Shen, how in love with me are you? Were you willing to die for me? The memory of that previous dream was still fresh. And if that was really a fragment of my memory, then it might not be a simple coincidence that I am dreaming again. The previous dream ended when Gao Kai asked me those questions, and I wonder if I would be able to find the answers this time. In my previous dream, Gao Kai professed his love for me. Did I agree? Was I together with him when I was alive? Could that have been possible? That dream was a reality. If so, how could I have forgotten such a thing? Now that I think of it this way, I should dream more often, since I thought it would be painful to recall. Never did I expect that there might be some important bits in these lost memories of mine. Even if it was tiring, this was an opportunity for me to pick up the lost pieces of memory. Maybe Nizun was right. I should give my second personality a chance to return the truth to me. No matter who you are, I'm now ready to face the truth. Tell me, what exactly happened? Ah Shen, you're here. I heard Gao Kai's voice behind me. Keeping my composure, I flashed a brilliant smile at him as I turned. He looked exactly the same as how I remembered him to be. That gentle face and smile, holding a book in his hand. Want to take a look at the new book I brought today? He walked over and handed me a book, which was moderately thick. Not sure how this dream would develop, I chose to take the book. It was heavier than I imagined it would be, and my hand sunk slightly under the weight. I looked at the name of the book in shock. The 1003rd Type of Shattered Corpses. What kind of book is this? The cover was khaki in color and looked old and dirty. Though it did not look thick, it felt rather heavy in my hands. This is. I looked up at Gao Kai. Gao Kai smiled. This is a book on dissection. My hair stood on end. Why did I not know Gao Kai liked reading these books? Why did I not have any impression of this? I knew he had unique interests, but I thought he was just into Western literature like me. Maybe some novels that explored the dark side of humanity. But he actually liked to read about dissection. What's wrong? Why do you look so shocked? Ah Shen forgot that in forensic medicine Gao Kai's voice was melodic and alluring. Forensic medicine. Gao Kai studied forensic medicine. Yes, he majors in forensic medicine. Why didn't I think of this earlier? I remembered this as soon as I got reminded of it. That's right. Gao Kai majors in forensic medicine. Anyway, if I wasn't doing forensic medicine, you'd find me weird if I read such books. Right. You think I'm a weirdo too. Just like the other. Slight pain flashed past Gao Kai's eyes, but his voice did not carry the slightest hint of blame. My heart tightened, and I reached for his face. He held onto my outstretched hand, and the chill from his fingers reminded me of Naizun. Naizun was always this cold. Ah Shen, since we're already together, don't leave me, please, Gao Kai said, embracing me in a hug. Leaning against his shoulder, I shivered slightly in his arms. We were together. We got together after what happened in that previous dream, like lovers. How long have we been together? I asked hesitantly. Gao Kai sounded gentle. Almost a month. You forgot again, Dumbo. I pushed him away gently, looking into his eyes. I did not know what to say. This face which drew me like a moth to a flame is right in front of me now, telling me that he and I are lovers, and that we have already been together for almost a month now. However, I did not seem happy about this. I could not remember a thing, and I do not recall anything about this particular piece of memory which seemed like it was a real fragment from the past. What exactly happened then? Did she really have her reasons? No, I cannot create excuses for her. I cannot forgive her. She took over my body and hurt my lover. But I looked at the face in front of me. How much did I forget? Ah Shen, I'll bring you to the lab. Okay. Gao Kai pulled me by the hand, his gaze gentle. I nodded, as if possessed. Gao Kai walked down from the rooftop unhurriedly. There were some glances as we passed through the school grounds. These gazes were chilly, full of jealousy and incredulity. Still like this even when we've been together for a month. Gao Kai, why are you together with me? I asked as we walked. Gao Kai answered without turning back. Because I like you. Don't you know that? He looked back after speaking. His smile looked mischievous and his gaze seemed to contain a slight malice. I was rather stunned. This gaze. Why did it resemble Gao Kinjiu so much? Chapter 111. Volume 2. 111. The Delusion of Dominance. I kept looking around as we made our way to the laboratory. I was pretty sure I have never been here, or I might have forgotten all the times which I had been here. This place was absolutely foreign to me, and I did not have the slightest inkling of it. I did not even know there was such a laboratory in our school. The hallway was rather eerie. All hallways that lead to medical laboratories or morgues always seem this eerie. There was a tiny window in each laboratory door. I saw a myriad of sights through the windows as Gao Kai led me past those doors. There was a stone head contained in one of those spaces, and sometimes specimens of various colors could be seen in the tall, white cabinets within. I also saw a diagram of the human body hanging on one of the walls. Without pausing, Gao Kai kept walking past these tiny windows, leading me forward. I looked down at the back of his ankles. His pace was firm and steady. We were walking in tandem, and I was about to put a foot forward every time he stepped out. We kept going forward with this pace until we arrived at the end of the hallway. It's here. Gao Kai let go of my hand, pointing at the door in front. The door was painted red, and it looked like the color of dried blood. I frowned slightly. Through the glass, nothing could be seen from the outside, and it looked as if the windows had been covered with newspaper on the inside. I started to feel a little uneasy. I have always liked strange, mysterious, and dark places, even if I was a little afraid of them. Creak. Come on in. Like a gentleman, Gao Kai welcomed me in as he stood at the door. Looking at that smile of his, I walked in slowly. It was almost evening now, and daylight was sparse in the room. There were a few desks placed horizontally across the room, and at the far corners on both sides were life-sized human figures. One of those figures had half of its brain exposed, and I felt slightly uncomfortable, as I could see the entire structure of the brain hanging there. I felt Gao kiss breath as he moved closer. "Ah Shen, want to take a look at my experimental subject?" I shivered as I heard that spellbinding voice. Without waiting for my reply, he walked over to the first desk and took out a glass jar. I held my breath as he walked towards me with the jar. "Look, this is the end point in life." Following his keen gaze, I saw the head of a cat, completely submerged in formalin, its eyes open. The cat did not look like it suffered much. The cut on its neck was clean and even, and each one of its whiskers could still be clearly seen. I felt waves of stinging pain at the bottom of my throat, as if something was stuck in it. "There's nothing to be afraid of." I know this might look frightening to some, but it was a sick cat. To this cat, death was equivalent to freedom. I didn't want to see its life end just like that, so I kept its final appearance in here. Gao Kai looked at the cat's head with warmth in his eyes, caressing the glass jar with his fingers. "Gao Kai, I was rooted to the ground, dumbstruck. This was unbelievable. How could Gao Kai, such a warm and gentle individual, have such a hobby?" "Do you think I am dark?" he asked, smiling at me. Subconsciously, I backed away from him. The specimen of a cat's head should not have frightened me, considering the bloodshed and horror I have witnessed in the split zone. But I could not stay composed in this situation. This person was someone I loved, someone who would never do such a thing. Gao Kai noticed me backing away. He put the glass jar back onto the desk and started making his way towards me. "Ah Shen, I thought you were different from the rest. You understand me? This isn't cruelty. It's art." "Ah Shen, are you frightened too? Are you going to leave me?" Sadness flashed past Gao Kai's gentle eyes. I felt sympathetic to such solitude and sorrow, and quickly said, "No, that wasn't what I meant. Ah Shen, are you willing to stay with me until I uncover the true meaning of life?" The sky turned dark outside as Gao Kai came closer. I felt his breath closing in. My breath was heavy and my heart started beating quickly. Just when I was at a loss of what to do, a knocking sound was heard at the door. I backed away in slight surprise, furthering the distance between Gao Kai and me. Gao Kai looked rather angry as he heard the knock, as if someone had trespassed into his territory. The door opened shortly after he asked, "Who was it?" My jaw dropped as I turned my head towards our visitor. It was Pomelo. Why did she come here? Should I say she's like a spirit that's haunting me? Pomelo's expression was cold and dark. It was different from the usual smiling demeanor of hers. She stared at Gao Kai, and her glance swept past the specimen of the cat's head within the glass jar on the desk. "Ah Shen, what are you doing in such a scary place? Go back with me. It'll be dark soon. Don't loiter outside. Have you forgotten about your illness? It might be triggered under certain circumstances." Pomelo walked towards me quickly, pulling me behind her. I felt a surge of anger. Pomelo was always like this, directing and controlling everything. She wanted to be in control of my life, whether I liked it or not. She kept bringing up my illness, pretending to care about me while she actually hurt me. She might have known that she was hurting me, but she would rather keep me by her side in this way so she would not need to share me with anybody else. I was just like a toy that she could trample on in any way, something belonging solely to her that nobody else could touch. I wanted to say something in protest, but I realized I was not able to speak at all. Was this because I had a different mindset now, or was it because this represented what happened in the past, and it could not deviate from what happened originally? I am now much braver than I was. I did not know how to resist previously, nor did I think that there would be any good in resisting this. Was the reason why I was overwhelmed by Pomelo before. She's my girlfriend. What now? You want to be involved even in matters of the heart? Gao Kai's voice sounded icy, and his lips turned into a creepy smile as he held Pomelo's stare. I stared with wide eyes. This expression, this gaze, it was too much like Gao Kenjiu. But that cannot be possible. I rubbed my eyes in a bid to see clearly. This is different from Gaoki's gentle gaze. This gaze belonged only to Gao Kenjiu. Why would Gao Kenjiu's expression appear on Gaoki's face? What is happening? Huh? Pomelo scoffed. Y'all need to be alive to be in love, right, Gao Kai? Do you think you can fool me after duping so many other girls? Don't even think about influencing Lai Shen. The condition of her illness is worsening nowadays. You better stay away from her. Or else. You can count on me telling others about your secrets. What did Pomelo mean by all this? Does this mean that Gao Kai was hiding something that it did not seem like it was something decent? Either. Before I knew it, I already reacted in anger. I swung Pomelo's arm away. Pomelo, that's enough. Stop trying to meddle with everything. Can't you just leave me alone with Gao Kai? I'm begging you. I'm already being controlled by you in every way. What else do you want? I felt rather edgy. I did not intend to say this. Was this a fragment from my memory? The Lai Shen of the past might have said something like this. But now, I would not. Was it because I no longer liked Gao Kai as much as I did before? There was no time to think about this, as I saw Pomelo's eyes fill with hurt and sorrow. Lai Shen, you can't be together with him. He'll destroy you. Pomelo looked at me, while pointing at Gao Kai. I tried to calmly analyze the situation before me, but Gao Kai started laughing. Can you have her forever? Pomelo argued. I can't, and I won't let you do that either. I frowned. They were talking about me like an object. HMPH. And in the end it was me who turned into a vegetable. I no longer wanted to remain silent, trying hard to free my voice. I spoke my mind. I don't belong to either of you. Why compete over this? Both Gao Kai and Pomelo looked at me in surprise. Pomelo previously grabbed my hand when she walked into the room, and I could feel her palms starting to sweat. She's about to be triggered, she muttered, staring at me. Chapter 112. Volume 2. 112. A bone-chilling cold. I jerked awake, sitting up on the bed. Damn it, I felt beads of sweat on my forehead. And as I looked around me, I knew I already awoke from my dream. Nai Zun fell asleep standing, leaning against the bunk bed. He seemed to be looking down and resting his eyes. Seeing me awake, he lifted his head and looked at me with those starry eyes. What's wrong? He asked softly, noticing the perspiration on my forehead. I sighed. Nothing. I just had a dream. This is the second time. It seems as if I'd be able to see pieces of that lost memory every time I dream. It was just like my last dream, and this dream was a continuation of that previous one. I woke up at a crucial moment, and I wasn't able to get a clear sense of the situation. He smiled gently. This is destiny. Since you're supposed to recall it, those memories will come to you. You just have to wait patiently for it. I twitched my lips. You really have no desires, leaving it all to fate. He shook his head, eyes shining. No, those who leave it to fate value life. As for me, it doesn't matter if I live or die. He gave a charming laugh, waving a gloved hand in front of his own face. What he said made my heart ache. This is why you have an indifferent, heedless and cold demeanor. Because you gave up on yourself. You need to be protective far more than I do. These thoughts sprouted out of nowhere. But these dreams might actually help you solve some of the problems you faced when you were alive. It might even help you accept her. Naizun seemed as if he was looking at a lover. His gentle gaze was directed at me. But at the same time, it did not seem like he was looking at me. I felt a weird, tangled emotion. A thought flashed past. Could it be because of my second personality that he was so patient with me all this time? Did he do this all for her? I called out as I felt a sudden chill in my palms. What's wrong? Naizun looked alert. I lifted my hands, looking at my palms. There was nothing different about them. They looked the same, and they didn't look affected by any sort of poison. But right now, my palms felt like they were riddled with holes. As if there was a cold wind blowing through these holes. A bone-chilling cold spread swiftly from my palms to my heart, as if rapidly submerged in water. I shivered as the chill spread through my body. What's happening to you? Naizun asked again, a concerned hand on my shoulder. I felt my lips starting to tremble, and I realized it was getting hard to speak. Your lips are turning purple. Naizun looked anxious as he noticed my lips. The chill continued emanating from my palms, and I spoke with quivering lips. Quick! Get Jaipa here. Naizun called Jaipa on his mobile phone immediately, without his hand on my shoulder. I felt colder. I collapsed onto the bed, clutching at the sheets, not able to bear the chill. Usually, we would not be able to feel any temperature fluctuations in the split zone, unless it was caused by MF. So if someone was having a fever, it was simply a symptom caused by damage to their MF. I tried to quickly interpret this situation. Was it caused by something poisonous in the experimental grounds? Was I infected by it? No. It can't be. I believe in Jaipa's deduction, and had have known if there was something wrong with the experimental grounds. Was it caused by my dream? That shouldn't be the case either. I activated the MF around my split symbol. This isn't right. My MF is normal. So the problem doesn't lie with me. An ambush not possible. Naizun was always by my side. How could I have gotten hurt? The chill hindered me from focusing on my thoughts, and I could no longer think of any other possible reasons for this. He needs a few hours at the very least. Are you okay? He asked if this could be caused by poison. And he wants you to activate your MF around your split symbol. See if there's anything wrong. Naizun held my hand, trying to keep my emotions stable. No problem. Tell him. I thought of all possible situations. This should be something out of the ordinary. Get him here quick. You're feeling really cold. Naizun frowned, and I was distracted by his dreamy eyes. But I was about to become an icicle, and I could not expand any more of my energy to ogle at the pretty boy. I was so cold my teeth were shattering. I felt a sudden pressure on my wrist, and Naizun lifted me up in an embrace. My head hit his shoulder, and I felt the warmth of his chest. My lips lifted in a bitter smile. Naizun always felt chilly, but this time, I was colder than him, and it was the first time I felt warm in his embrace. I let out a breath of cold air. It felt as though my skin was already frozen. I looked at my hands and they looked completely fine, as if the chill was spreading outwards from my heart. Naizun, are you trying to take advantage of me? With trembling lips, I chided him to counter the chill. He spoke calmly in my ear. Do you have anything to take advantage of? Can't you say something nice? I rolled my eyes. Every inch of my skin felt icy, and I was quite afraid that my eyeball would remain frozen right under my eyelid. SSSS. I muttered. Naizun, it's too cold. I felt his arms tighten, holding me closer to him. Do you want me to follow what they do in the dramas? Provide you warmth by stripping? Although I could not see his eyes, I could hear the mischievous tone in his voice. You are not much warmer. I was so cold that I did not want to move any part of my body, and I rolled my eyes. Inwardly, I heard his laughter by my ear, but I scrunched up further in the chill. Just what's happening? Naizun was hugging me so tightly that I almost could not breathe. This chill invaded me, but I remained conscious, and my 5 senses seemed to have been enhanced. I did not feel faint at all, but it felt as if the insides of my body had been bored through by an icicle. Don't know. I continued shivering in his arms. Ah! I screamed as I felt a violent, icy stab in my brain. Naizun held me tighter, cradling my head. This stabbing feeling was not like how a mortal wound would feel. It was directed at the nerves. It felt like being forcefully possessed by a ferocious and resentful spirit that was horrific and full of malice. My soul felt like it was being torn apart, and my pupils started to dilate. Sensing something was wrong, Naizun let go of me. He looked at me anxiously, grabbing me tightly by the shoulders. I tried hard to keep my eyes wide open, but I was not able to stop that cold, dark chill that was eating at my brain. Naizun, get Piercer off me, get it off. I screamed those last 3 words with all my might. Naizun swiftly took Piercer from my waist and threw it to the side, though I was unsure of the reason. I just felt that Piercer had something to do with this chill. However, there was no reprieve. All the nerves in my brain were fired up, and I bit my lip tightly in pain. My hands were turning white from gripping the sheets, and my fingers were sinking into the mattress. The only warmth I felt was on my shoulders, where Naizun's hands were. looking like he could no longer bear to see me in such pain. Naizun lifted one of my legs. My lips felt frozen, and I could not ask what he planned to do. He quickly undid the red silk tied around my left ankle, until the glowing symbol of a scorpion was revealed. He grabbed my ankle and pressed down on my split symbol. Stunned, I felt vibrations emanating from the split symbol. He's using MF to attack my split symbol. But why? Split symbols are where MF is concentrated at. Apart from a splitting key, there is almost no other way to damage a split symbol. Any attack directed at a split symbol will be reflected rapidly, and it will cause greater damage to the attacker. What are you doing? It felt like I had to use all my energy just to ask this. Naizun looked at me with dark and unfathomable eyes. Using my MF to help stabilize the raging flow of yours. Although my MF is going all over the place and in chaos right now, it was caused by the chill invading me, not because of my split symbol. If this goes on, my consciousness might just crumble. But how could he use his MF to forcefully control mine even if his MF was much higher than mine? This was too dangerous a method. If my consciousness crumbled, had definitely be affected. No. You let go of me. I looked at Naizun, who was holding onto my ankle tightly. Just looking into his eyes, I knew he was suppressing pain. He did not listen to me, and I felt the force from his MF continuously on my split symbol. Blood seeped out from the corner of his lips. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I tried my best to speak. You, quick, let go. Chapter 113. Volume 2. 113. Piercer's poison. After bursting through the door, the usually calm and collected Jai Pa called out as he took in the scene before him. What are you doing? He rushed in and quickly pushed Naizun away. Following that, Naizun spit out a mouthful of blood. A few drops landed on my face, but I did not have any energy to wipe it off as I collapsed on the bed. Jai, take a look at her, Naizun struggled to say. Jai Pa's eyes were full of worry. You really don't fear death, huh? Letting go of Naizun, he walked over and touched my split symbol to feel the MF. His gaze was inscrutable. He let go of me and used his fingers to form a seal. Turning around, he aimed it at Piercer on the floor. As Piercer was hit by the seal, it glowed with a bright violet light. Not able to withstand the stabbing pain in my brain, I called out in agony. Another one trying to subdue me. Do you have a death wish? A voice appeared in my head. I opened my eyes wide. He'll be back for you. I heard that woman's voice in the back of my head again. I sat up screaming, covering both ears with my hands. At the same time, the bright light emanating from Piercer instantly vanished. The stabbing chill was also gone in an instant. Okay, now Jai Pa turned to look at me. I panted heavily, and put down my hands only when I was sure the pain in my head was entirely gone. I looked at Jai Pa weakly. Jai Pa. What's this? I was unsure of how to broach the subject. Jai Pa looked guilty. It's my fault. I didn't suspect Zhu and his wife at the time, and I thought a living weapon would be able to help you in some way. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Naizun told me about what happened, and it seems that there is another body of consciousness attached to Piercer that is full of resentment. It should be her who was trying to devour your consciousness. And I've used a sealing technique to temporarily suppress her. What does it mean by temporarily? Naizun looked pretty much alright now, and he stood up as he wiped the corner of his mouth. Jai Pa's eyes darkened. I'm not able to seal her forever, because it's a living weapon. When living weapons are created, the soul within it is forever incarcerated. But it is also free. Why did you still give it to her if you knew about this? It was the first time Naizun spoke to Jai Pa with such reproach. Jai Pa lowered his head slightly. I knew that living weapons have souls in them, but I didn't know that the body of consciousness in Piercer was different from the other living weapons. It's my fault. I harmed Miss Ah Shen. I lifted myself on the bed. Don't say that. You're not at fault. Who'd expect such a thing? Zhu and Al Wan are not bad people either. And there's no way they could've anticipated that the user wasn't able to control the living weapon. Naizun sighed. Is there any way to solve this? Jai Pa looked serious as he adjusted his glasses. There are only 4 living weapons in the entire split zone, and Piercer is a peculiar one. To be honest, I didn't hear of any curse related to Piercer. But if both Gaokinjui and Zhu In say so, it might probably be true. At this moment, we know too little about Piercer, and I'm afraid I don't have a solution for this. The best option for us might be to find the previous owner of Piercer. As far as I know, Tall Lai's lover, Bian Ying, might know a thing or two about it. According to Gao Qinju, Piercer was commissioned by the legendary Satan Kang Ming, who wanted Zhu and All Wen to create a weapon for him. But before Piercer could reach him, it brought misfortune to Bian Ying. So, could Bian Ying have wielded Piercer? I deduced. Jaipan nodded. I've heard of Kang Ming, and I know he got Zhu and All Wen to create Piercer for him. I knew Piercer was a powerful weapon, but I haven't heard of anything regarding Bian Ying. Where can we find Bian Ying though? I met Naizen's eyes. Seems like this calls for a trip to the northern district, so we can unravel everything. These questions can only be solved by finding the soul splitters. Have you decided then, Miss Ah Shen? I shook my head. No, I haven't settled matters in the western district yet. And with my current abilities, before I can find any soul splitters, you'll probably be dead once I step foot into the northern district. We need to get to the bottom of this experiment and defeat Du. You first. What about Piercer? You can no longer wield it easily with MF. Jai Pa picked up Piercer and handed it to me. I took Piercer in my hands, touching the body of the whip. Apart from Bian Ying, there should be someone else who knows more about Piercer. Jai Pa's eyes brightened. You're referring to Zuin? I nodded. That's right. Zuin parted with Tall Lai previously, and Tall Lai went back to the northern district with Du Yu. Zuin is still an ordinary resident, so he should be in one of the other 3 districts. Jai Pa, get your intelligence network to find out where Zuin is. Jai Pa nodded quickly. Understood. Also, Miss Ah Shen, I have some things to report. Go ahead. Pushing up his glasses, Jai Pa continued. We've looked into the experimental grounds, and there's nothing else to find except for the abandoned corpses. However, from the look of the bodies, I'm quite sure they haven't succeeded in their experiment. Or at least, not yet. In the Western District, I frowned. Is there any way to find out what the goal of their experiment is? I've looked into that, and it's likely they are trying to find a body. As if interested in this, Naizun interrupted. Body? Nodding, Jai Pa explained. That's right. They are looking for a body. Or rather, a body of consciousness. They might be looking for someone who's perfectly suitable as a breeding vessel for those leeches. Perfectly suitable. I'll explain it this way. The leeches are created by merging the souls of animals and insects captured from the real world by Soul Snatcher, Rung Jin, together with a type of drug only found in the split zone. Blood taken from bodies of consciousness devoured by the leeches would be able to affect the regeneration abilities of another body of consciousness, to the point that it can cause permanent damage. However, the leeches don't survive for long since they are essentially a mixture of insect souls and drugs, and they cannot reproduce. It's also difficult to create these leeches. This is why they are looking for a perfectly suitable body that can merge with the leeches and reproduce them thereafter. What are the criteria for such a body of consciousness? I asked hastily. Jai Pa shook his head. That's what I'm still unsure of, since the information we have isn't much. From what has been happening thus far, we can deduce that they are looking for the consciousness of a child. Laurel? I asked in shock. Jai Pa nodded grimly. We can assume so, but they might not be sure of this either. Younger bodies of consciousness are rare finds in the split zone. They might be attempting to merge these bodies with the leeches since it's easier to manipulate and alter the MF of younger persons. If Lai Wen was one of the subjects, they might have tested it on soul splitters too, since the eventual aim of the experiment is targeted at soul splitters. This might also be the reason why Huan King tried to make others think Mai Fu was a soul splitter. He might have sensed some danger, but without knowing what the target was, he tried to blindly protect Mai Fu in such a way. Looking at things, they should have already taken many children for this, I asked with knitted brows. That might be the case. and they might be looking for Miss Laurel and Miss My Fu right now. Miss My Fu has always been under the protection of the Southern District, but we have no way of knowing how negotiations between Si Luo and Du Yu went. What we can be sure of though, is that it's likely they haven't been able to find Miss Laurel. Just where did Laurel go? I felt immense guilt as I thought about Laurel, since I could not protect her well. There's no need to worry, Miss Ah Shen. I trust my intelligence network back here in the Western District. The leader, Shu Yu, has a great team, and I'm sure they'd be able to find Laurel. Du Yu might have also been making use of an opportunity to look for Laurel by making a trip to the Western District. I nodded. Oh, Jai Pa, do you know of any method that can kill soul splitters? Jai Pa laughed bitterly. Miss Ah Shen, I haven't seen a soul splitter before this either, and I wouldn't be aware of what you don't know. But it should be safe for us to hazard a guess that soul splitters cannot be killed by inserting splitting keys into their split symbols. And such an act can only bring us back to the real world. Because of this, Du Yu is sparing no effort to find a way to cause direct damage to soul splitters, I said angrily. Who was she to make use of ordinary residents' lives for this experiment just to kill her rival in love? This is definitely cruel. But regarding the bodies of consciousness in the split zone and why this place exists, there are definitely secrets unbeknownst to us, and this is where we can start unraveling it. Nai Zun added. I agree with Jai Pa. The mystery of the split zone is definitely linked to these recent events, and we might be able to uncover some secrets. Oh, also, how did everyone react to my decision? I asked, looking at Jai Pa uneasily. Jai Pa smiled. You have nothing to worry about, Miss Ah Shen. They've spread the word to the residents of the Western District, and everyone is supportive. They hope Yao'd be able to help them find a method to return to the real world. Naizun nodded. No matter how good it is here, it's still weird and foreign to humans. Humans depend on the warmth of our family, friends, and lovers, so most of them would choose to go back. It's just that they might have been too cowardly to admit this before. The warmth from family and friends. I stole a glance at Naizun's distant eyes. Chapter 114. Volume 2. 114 Preemptive Strike. No matter what happens, I'll try my best to make up for being such an irresponsible district commander in the past. I adjusted my dress, hung piercer back onto my waist, and got up from the bed. We'll need to split into 3 different teams from here. You lead a team to continue with the investigation on the experiment, and try to find Laurel as soon as possible. The second team should look for a method to save Old Man Fan and also find Zhu in order to get to the bottom of Piercer's mystery. Thirdly, I'll meet with GOS to discuss the next steps and design a plan before we head for the Northern District to uncover the secret behind the split zone. Jai Pa nodded in agreement. I'll get started then. Don't worry about the residents, Miss Ah Shen. The floor managers have passed your message to the residents. However, if you're planning to go to the Northern District, I think you should bring some capable individuals along with you. The intelligence network put together by Nai Zun and I is great at collecting information, but they are not that good at other things. I pondered for a moment. You're right. Old Man Fan is not around now, and Yu Jai turned her back on us. Even Song Lu and Yu Liang are not here. If I were to go to the Northern District, I'll definitely need more help. Would you happen to have any ideas? I scratched my head in slight embarrassment. Well, you know that I'm not very familiar with the people of the Western District. Jai Pa laughed. It's all right. I can give you a suggestion. Miss Ah Shen. Miss Jiu S has her S clan, and the Southern District's Mr. Si Luo has 3 capable subordinates. You need people like that too. But looking at the situation in the Western District now, there isn't many who are capable enough. Even if we could find such individuals, they might not be loyal to you at all because of your previous indifference towards district matters. Though you've made your stance clear now that you'll work to get everyone out of the split zone, you haven't yet done anything which can let these people fully put their trust in you. Right. I nodded with guilt. Jai Pa continued. I can recommend 2 individuals, and I'd suggest that together with JOS, You bring them with you to the southern district. I don't think you will turn back on her word yet. So we can attack with a preemptive strike in the southern district to retrieve Yu Liang, and also to get a clear picture of the southern district commander Seal Yuo's stance towards all this, before we decide on further steps. Whatever happens in the southern district will directly affect our plans in the northern district. If we're able to get Seal Yuo's support, Rongjin will naturally align with him, and Du Yu's chances of a victory will thus be lowered. But looking at Rongjin's actions thus far, it seems as if he'd stubbornly go ahead with this experiment even if Seal Yuo objected to it. I said, with a frown. That's true. However, it isn't beneficial to us if we aren't sure of Seal Yuo's stance on this. And furthermore, we haven't even seen him before. Though we need to settle the matters of the Western District and take time to recuperate. We don't want to end up a sitting duck either. Naizun poured himself a glass of water, and I was momentarily distracted by the sound. I looked towards Naizun, seeing him calmly pick up the glass. We kept talking and I forgot about you. You're all right, I asked with slight guilt as I thought about what he did for me. Looking at the traces of smeared blood at the corner of his lips, Naizun laughed, saying, what could possibly happen to someone with an MF of 67? Getting cocky again. I knew I shouldn't have asked. That reminds me. Naizun took a sip of water, before placing the glass back onto the desk. All these plans are good. But I have a question. Jai, I'm afraid the trip to the southern district would turn out much deadlier now that she can't use Piercer so freely. Furthermore, Yao'll definitely have to stay here. I just can't be at ease knowing that Yao'll be alone. And if something happens with Piercer when we're in the eastern or southern district, who should we turn to? Jai Pa adjusted his glass and addressed Naizun's concerns gravely. Naizun, even if I'm right beside Miss Ah Shen, I can't help much with Piercer. This type of seal wouldn't work a second time, and what I can do now is to locate Zuin as soon as I can. There's no need to worry about me either. You know Chu Yu too, and I'm sure you'll be safe with him in the western district. When the both of you meet Miss Jiu S in the eastern district, make sure to form a strong working partnership as well. This is so she'll send some people to protect the western district. I nodded in agreement. Apart from ourselves, Jiu S is the only other person I trust the most right now. It seems so ironic that I used to treat her with so much suspicion, but she turned out to be the only one I can trust. I agree with Jai Pa's suggestion. No use being a sitting duck. Since everyone is aware of my decision, the Western District residents would be able to protect themselves, and I might not be of much help here either. What I can do now is to go to the Northern District, unravel the mystery behind Soul Splitters, and bring everyone home. Naizun looked at me. Okay. Your call, Jai Pa. As for the two individuals you mentioned, you'll still want to meet them first. I'm not planning to bring them to the Southern District with me though, because I hope they can stay here to protect you. I addressed Jai Pa, speaking with conviction. Looking at how resolute I was on this, Jai Pa sighed lightly. All right. Since Miss Ah Shen has decided, I'll bring the two of them to meet you. It's the two floor managers, Naizun asked. Jai Pa nodded. That's right. From what I know, these floor managers keep a low profile, but they were important figures to Lai King previously. I was quite surprised. You're referring to the Yuan siblings Yuan Shen and Yuan Kan. That's right. It's them. I sighed inwardly. I heard about Yuan Shen and Yuan Kan. They are two individuals who decided to become siblings after meeting in the split zone and who christened themselves with their current names. It takes the pronunciation of the Chinese characters for fate that is deep and shallow, as if they were trying to bid their pasts goodbye and start new lives here in the split zone. Tian, the Chinese character for fate, is pronounced Yuan, while that of deep and shallow are pronounced Chen and Kan respectively. Lai King mentioned that the siblings are strong, just that they might have rather weird personalities. They were both personally selected by Lai King to be floor managers, and after Lai King left, I was not involved in the matters of selecting floor managers, leaving it all to you, Jai. Some of them did not want to remain as floor managers, while some simply continued in the roles, like Ta Lai and the Yuan siblings. And I just let them decide freely. The siblings have a unique ability. They are experts in poison. Although the poisons used in the split zone are essentially derived from mental inhibitors, the siblings have continued to develop many new poisons. These poisons cannot be used to kill anyone here, but they are known to cause great pain. The siblings do not usually attack others with their poisons, nor will they let others use the poisons. They are weird in that they merely continue developing these poisons without using them or allowing others to use them. Since they abhorred violence, I seldom call for their help, even if things do happen in the Western District. I do not ask for more as long as they are able to take care of the floors they are in charge of. Miss Ah Shen, the siblings had requested to meet you after seeing you kneel that day. They are well versed in the use of poisons. No, less than I am in fact, but they might not be willing to get involved in this matter. If you are able to convince them to join our fight, I'm sure they will be a great help. Jai Pa adjusted his glasses. All right, I'll go meet them then. Where are they now? I'll get them to come over. They manage the 10th and 11th floors actually, so it's not far from here. I'll be meeting up with Chu Yu to brief him on our plans then. Sure. Jai Pa started to leave. I called out in haste. Jai Pa. Jai Pa turned back, waiting for me to continue with an earnest gaze. I beamed at him. Nothing. I just wanted to say thank you. I wasn't close to you before, but you're sparing no effort to help. I'm just really grateful. Jai Pa smiled gently. Miss Ah Shen, although you aren't close to many people, you didn't even hesitate when Nizun recommended that I take care of the marketplace. I have reason to believe that you trust me instinctively. And this is also a form of trust towards Nizun. Since you trust him, and you trust me, there's really no need to thank me for this. My heart was flooded with warmth. Miss Ah Shen, Nizun will never betray you. If Nizun doesn't turn his back on you, I won't either. Jai Pa left after saying all these. I glanced at Nizun. You two are really close. Nizun laughed. He's a good guy. And he loved my sister so. It's just tough luck that he met me. To save me. He even ended up here, away from my sister. I owe him a lot. He looked at me, blinking. He really wasted a lot of time on this patient-cum little brother of his. I smiled. That's nice. So why did you come here even if you were cursed? You're still surrounded by people who love you and care about you. I pointed at his left hand. He looked calm and relaxed as he said, everything happens for a reason. I shrugged. Stop trying to look brooding. I can't stand it. But then again, why did Jai Pa come here together with you? Nizun's eyes looked unfocused. Like me, he probably thought my sister died. Or maybe he was sent here to be my savior like a gift from heaven. Nizun smiled, but his eyes looked lonely. My heart ached at this. Chapter 115, Volume 2, 115 The Poison-Making Siblings. I observed Yuan Shen and Yuan Kayan as the both of them arrived in my room. They were both in similar pleated shirts. And the older brother, Yuan Shen, was a head taller than Yuan Kayan, who wore her hair in a simple ponytail. Apart from their indifferent expressions, they look like they do not really care about anything. They looked just like any other pair of siblings in the real world. District Commander. The siblings addressed me in a calm and composed manner. I became rather curious about this pair of siblings. Sit, I said as I looked at them. They looked at each other, almost as if they did not expect me to say such a thing. Seeing that they did not move from their current positions, I simply shrugged, not minding it. I heard the both of you are experts at using poison, copying Nizun. I poured myself a glass of water to drink, trying to look natural, and also make myself look a little friendlier. We just know a little bit. Older brother Yuan Shen answered. I took a sip of water, and leaned casually against the wall with the glass in my hand, hitting it lightly with my fingers. How about you show me some skills? I smiled at them, smiling faintly. Younger sister Yuan Kayan stepped forward. You've already been poisoned. District Commander. Oh, I pretended to be surprised as I shook the glass in my hand. Is it the water? Immediately after, I saw the hand holding the glass slowly turn gray. And it started to hurt a little. No, it was on the glass. Yuan Kaiyan pointed at my hand. Oh, what does it do? I calmly placed the glass back onto the desk. District Commander, what would you do if I tell you that this poison will spread through your arm, and it will cause damage to your MF? Upon reaching your heart, Yuan Kaiyan asked without smiling. She looked at me seriously, as if talking about something important. I smiled, shrugging. Then I'll do this. I swiftly took the underutilized fruit knife from the desk, activated my MF in my right hand, and cleanly cut off my left arm. Without blinking an eye, I looked at the broken arm on the floor and thought to myself, poor arm of mine, you've been broken so many times recently. Sorry about that. Very decisive. District Commander, why were you so indifferent before Yuan Shen spoke? I looked at them squarely. Firstly, I admit that I let the Western District residents down by how I acted before. I've apologized for that. And, since the both of you have accepted my apology, I believe as Western District residents, y'all still be loyal to me. Secondly, I know the both of you were very close to Lai King, and I know you guys don't like me. However, I hope to remind you that the current district commander is me, whether you like it or not. Lai King placed the Western District in my hands, and if the both of you are truly faithful to her, you should be loyal to me as well. I spoke with authority and made sure to keep my expression steadfast. Although this was not really how I wanted to present myself in front of others, I knew I had to have an air of dominance of a district commander in order for me to continue on this path I chose. The siblings looked surprised. They looked at each other for a long time before looking back at me. A new arm had already started to grow, but I did not give it much heed, even though it was rather harrowing. I smiled at them again. What do you think? Would you like to lend me your strength? Yuan Shen met Yuan Kaiyan's eyes, seemingly coming to a mutual decision through the exchange of gazes. Yuan Kaiyan spoke first. We await your instructions, District Commander. After saying that, Yuan Kaiyan finally broke into a smile for the first time after entering the room. She looked rather pure and innocent. Phew! Why didn't we come to an agreement earlier? I even had to cut my arm off. Stop being so formal, and quickly give me the antidote for my arm. I heaved a sigh of relief, and went back to how I usually acted. Yuan Shen looked a little stunned seeing the abrupt change in me, while Yuan Kaiyan smiled, revealing her dimples. As she said, "The poison's gone. I'll help you reattach the arm." She picked up my arm on the floor and attached it back to where it belonged. Moving her nifty fingers, I felt a tingling of warmth as she put the parts together, and there was actually no pain when they fused. You're really good at this. I praised her as I nodded in slight awe. It's not much, but we should be able to help fight against small fry. Yuan Kaiyan seems rather lively, and it looks like she has a good sense of humor too. I guess she didn't talk to me much because she really didn't like me before this. What do you need us to do? District Commander Yuan Shen spoke steadily. Oh, it's nothing much actually. I just need the both of you to stay here in the Western District to protect Jai Pa. That's all. I trust you guys. Don't call me District Commander please. Just call me Shen. I waved my hand, signaling that they do not have to be that formal with me. Help Jai Pa? Yuan Shen asked with raised brows. Yup. That's right. I'll be heading for the Southern District in a few days to find out more about that experiment. I'm sure you've heard the details from Jai Pa and you've also witnessed the scene. I need to get to the bottom of this. When I'm gone, I'll be leaving everything in the Western District to Jai Pa, so I hope y'all be able to stay by his side and protect him. Would the both of you be agreeable to this? Looking at how serious and sincere I sounded, Yuan Shen and Yuan Kaiyan nodded without hesitation. As long as you're willing to lead the Western District residents like Lai King did, even if you're not able to find a way to go back, well still, be willing to lend you our strength. Yuan Kaiyan smiled gently. I sighed inwardly. The residents might not have asked for much, and they might have just wanted to lead simple and peaceful lives. But I was not able to provide them with the security they yearned for. Why did I agree to take on the role of Western District Commander in the first place if I've failed in all this? Either way, since I'm already the District Commander, it's now my job to protect them. I promise to bring you peace. I hope y'all be able to help me. I humbly lowered my head. Sure. Yuan Qian put a hand on my shoulder, signaling her willingness to help. I gave her a grateful smile. Nizun's mobile phone rang at this moment. You have visitors. News from Jai Pass informant at the district border, said Nizun as he kept his phone. I asked with curiosity. Oh, guests who'd be visiting now considering the recent spate of events. Nizun smiled lazily. I'm sure you wouldn't be able to guess who these three are. Stop it. I rolled my eyes at him impatiently. He yawned. Yuan King. My Fu and Ku Fei. I did not expect that. Would they be here? Has Yuan King recovered? Oh right. It's already been more than a month from that time. We really lost track of time. During our training with Ta Lai. I guess his MF has recovered now. It's you who lost track of time. I knew exactly how many days had passed. Nizun glanced at me. I rolled my eyes inwardly. I shall not argue with you over this since the Yuan siblings are still here. Where are they? They said they wanted to look for you about something. Jai Pa directed them to the residence. So they'd probably need a few hours. Since they are guests, we shouldn't make them wait either. Let's go meet them. It'll save time. I looked back at the Yuan siblings. I'll leave the matters of the residence to the both of you for now. Jai Pa might already be too overwhelmed looking after both the marketplace and the academy. I'll need the both of you to look for more capable individuals to look after the residence. Help me reassign the floor managers too. For those that seem unsuitable, it's okay to replace them. I'll be going ahead to meet our visitors. After I'm back, could I get the revised name list of the new residence management? Yuan Qian looked shocked. All this. You're just leaving it to my brother and I. I smiled. That's right. I trust the both of you. I'll be leaving all matters of the residence to you guys. Yuan Qian looked at Yuan Shen for a moment, and then the both of them met my gaze with thankful eyes. Okay. Stop looking at me like this. I'll totally replace you guys if you don't do a good job. I blinked at them cheekily, and waved Nizun. Over. Let's go meet our three important visitors. Following which, I jumped out of the window. As soon as we hit the ground, Nizun asked with those starry eyes. You trust those two, that much? I trust Jai Pass recommendation, and I have an accurate instinct about these things. I trust them. I looked back up in the direction of the window we leapt out of. You have an accurate instinct, why don't I agree with that? Didn't you always think I was a devil? How can that be accurate? Nizun looked at me mischievously. Glancing at him, I asked ostentatiously, how is that inaccurate? Nizun smirked, and there were ripples in his eyes. Seems like you're back to your usual self now. That's good. Stop it. That contented expression looks as if you're seeing someone of the next generation change for the better. I'm going to puke. I waved my hands at him as I said this. Next generation, yup. That's right. Dear daughter. Nizun's eyes creased with laughter. I was momentarily speechless. Fine. I dug my own grave for this. Let's go. We'll talk while on the move. Isn't running around in the Western District your favorite thing to do? Although it's day now, it's still nice to be able to run around. He was gone with a light tap of his feet. Chapter 116. Volume 2. 116. The secret behind split symbols. We finally saw Yuan King and party as we arrived in front of the academy. My Fu was dressed in her usual pink, and following closely behind her were the sunny athlete, Ku Fei, and handsome Yuan King. Look at you. You've recovered well. I spoke as we were within earshot of the three. For the first time, I saw some emotion pass in Yuan King's amber eyes, and he smiled. You'll have to thank you for saving me the last time. No need to be so polite. I didn't really do anything, much less save you. I laughed. Ku Fei reddened. On that. Ah Shen, I misunderstood you previously. Lord Yuan King told me everything after he regained consciousness. And I've been feeling really guilty about it. I even abandoned all of you. No biggie. It's understandable that you'd misunderstand in that kind of situation. Naizun said. He seemed to like Ku Fei a lot. I glanced at my Fu, and our eyes met coincidentally as she was also trying to steal a glance at me. Seeing me look at her, she quickly averted her gaze. This little girl. She's quite stubborn, but her nature thinking about what she did previously though. She seemed to be rather wicked. Weren't you kidnapped? I teased her. My Fu blushed in embarrassment, and her rosy cheeks showed that she was indignant. Seeing my Fu angry, Ku Fei quickly continued, Ah Shen, you did take her away, but it was to bring her to meet Lord Si Luo. That horrible woman you has already left. I thought to myself, does this mean my Fu isn't a perfectly suitable body of consciousness for their experiment? I'll be frank with you. We're here today to seek help from you. Yuan King spoke, looking slightly worn out. Go ahead. Though I looked calm on the surface, I had my suspicions about this. I just could not wrap my head around why they would be here in the Western District at this time. Furthermore, the usually haughty Yuan King is asking me for help. Things are getting rather complicated these days. It's like this. Yuan King looked around him to ensure there was no one else around before he continued. What I'm about to tell you is the Southern District's greatest secret. Yuan King had an extremely serious expression. Be quick about it. Doesn't it mean you trust me if you came here looking for me? Why the long story? Lai Shen, our district commander, Si Luo is weakening. Yuan King looked pained as he said this, almost as if he could not bear to reveal the truth. I said calmly, I know that. Yuan King was slightly surprised. You know? I nodded. Rongjin already told us. Rongjin was here in the Western District, and he already went back with Gaokanjiu. I explained to Yuan King. Yuan King sighed after thinking for a while. I don't know how Rongjin said it, but let me just explain it again in detail. Right now, Si Luo's life force is slowly weakening. We don't know what's causing it, and we can't find a way to save him either. I'm in as much agony as Gaokanjiu and Rongjin over this. It's just that the two of them are way too inflexible about this. I felt a little grieved. This aloof gentleman who always seemed to be so proud and distant now looked so forlorn because of this. Everyone seemed to have been dragged into this conspiracy, and it looks like there is no escape. What are his symptoms? Naizun asked an important question. It's not his MF that's weakening. It's his body. Just like a real body, he actually started to fall ill and weaken. I pondered for a moment. Addressing Yuan King, I asked, since you initially didn't know Rongjin told me about it, why did you come all the way here to say this? Yuan King looked at me. Like I said, I need your help on something. This is something you need to know before I can seek your help. Before I could speak, my Fu rudely interrupted. No need to waste so much time talking to her. I don't need anyone's protection. Yuan King, don't beg her. I smirked. Little girl, just be quiet for a moment. I can tell that whatever request Yuan King has, it definitely has something to do with you, since he came all the way here just for you. Do you need any further explanation? Whatever Yuan King does, it's all for you. Are you still going to continue being such a spoilt brat? My Fu's rosy cheeks turned redder in embarrassment, but she bit her lip and did not continue, sensing that I might get angry. Ku Fei quickly said, Ah Shen, please don't fault my Fu for this. She's not a bad person, though she can be a little stubborn. I rolled my eyes. Fine, she's not a bad person. Yuan King spoke abruptly. Is it okay if we speak in private? I looked at Naizun to get his agreement, and nodded at Yuan King. Actually, it's not Naizun I wanted to avoid. It's my Fu and Ku Fei. Yuan King's gaze was on my Fu, who was now more than 100 meters away from us. Apart from Si Luo's condition, I also heard about you and my Fu. I heard her brother saved your life once. Yuan King looked stunned. Rongjin told you about me too. I met his eyes squarely. No, he didn't go into detail on that. Yuan King, don't mind me asking this question, but I hope I can get an answer. According to Rongjin, my Fu's older brother was a soul splitter. So how did he die while saving you? This means soul splitters can die too, right? Yuan King looked pained. Usually, soul splitters don't die. Unless they want to. I frowned in confusion. I don't get it. Huan King sighed. As if he was powerless about this. I just don't know where to start explaining these things. You're referring to the fact that Si Luo is a soul splitter. Just what did Rong Jin say? Huan King looked like he was about to flip out. I shrugged. He didn't say anything else. Just that Si Luo is a soul splitter. And my fuss older brother was a soul splitter who died while saving you. Huan King's fists clenched as I spoke. Alright. As if compromising suddenly. Huan King sighed again. Since you know this too, it's not difficult for me to talk about my request. As you know, Si Luo is a soul splitter. All soul splitters have a matching split symbol with someone else. The one who has a matching split symbol with Si Luo is my Fu. What my fuss soul splitter is Si Luo. Si Luo is my fuss soul splitter. So, Si Luo's weakening life force will affect my Fu? I asked in confusion. Huan King shook his head gravely. No, it's because of my Fu that Si Luo has symptoms of a weakening life force. Could you explain this more plainly? I muttered. Do you remember when you first arrived in the split zone? New arrivals don't have split symbols on them. And they'll even glow, identifying them as somebody different from those who are already here. The split symbol needs some time to form. And only after that will the glow fade. Split symbols do not appear on their own either. They are actually engraved by the soul splitters who brought you here. These words were like bombs, exploding loudly in my ears. Does this mean that we're all here because of soul splitters? These split symbols and splitting keys were all created by them? No. If the split symbols were engraved by them, why would they leave a splitting key? Wouldn't this be like digging themselves into a hole? I know you definitely have your questions, and I can't say much either. What I can tell you is that split symbols are engraved onto us by the soul splitters. And once a split symbol forms, it is equivalent to a contract with the split zone. This contract encompasses you, your soul splitter, and the split zone. The contract is a simple one. The split zone provides you and the soul splitter with split symbols, which contain MFN power. At the same time, the split zone gifts you with a splitting key, and that's to give you a chance to return. This time, I heard it clearly, and I realized what such a contract might really mean. I felt dispirited, but I still had to ask my questions. I had to know if my suspicions were right. So, when the soul splitters give us our split symbols, a split symbol will also appear on them. Once the split symbol appears, there would be MF. Does this mean that they captured us because they want the power from the split symbols? I tried my best to keep my voice from trembling. Huan King looked pained. That's exactly right. I took a deep breath to steady myself, but I felt like I was already losing focus on Huan King's voice. To the soul splitters, MF is equivalent to having a superpower in the real world. The only way to obtain this power is to get a split symbol in the split zone. The split symbol is an ancient curse. Those who obtain it are able to obtain great power. However, all split symbols come in pairs, and they can restrict each other. Soul splitters have found a perfect way to obtain such power without the restriction. That is, to capture souls from the real world and apply the curse on themselves and the soul who was brought to the split zone. This way, both of them obtain the power. As the split symbol is a curse in itself, that power doesn't come for free, since you were not originally from the split zone. When the split symbol forms, a splitting key will form at the same time. Put simply, the splitting key is a way for you to go back to reality by inserting it into the matching split symbol to end the curse. Chapter 117, Volume 2, 117 Contract via Split Symbol. I felt suffocated by what I just heard. This means that soul splitters are the cause of all this. They brought us here, away from our world, our families and loved ones, just to fulfill their selfish desires. Just merely to fulfill that desire for power. I repeated what I said, slowly. Huan King nodded grimly. Haha. I felt like laughing for some reason. Although it is common knowledge that soul splitters are the ones who captured our consciousness and brought us here, the reason behind this has been unknown to us. Because we do not know the secrets of the split zone, I kept thinking that the soul splitters might be doing such a thing because they were somehow forced to, and that they might have been forced to do so in order to survive here. I tried to understand and believe that they had certain reasons to do so, thinking that this was simply how it worked in the split zone, that they had no other options. What I hear now is that they simply wanted the power the split symbols can provide. How different is this from murder? I looked at Hugh and King, thirsty for an answer that could lighten the weight in my heart. I did not get any. He took a deep breath. I don't know. I'm not a soul splitter, and I don't know why they do this. Then why are you working for the soul splitters? I almost screamed the question, aware that there was still a group of people nearby looking at us. I tried to keep a lid on my emotions, because I owe my life to one, trying hard to remain calm. I told myself to be patient and listen to his story. Hugh and King looked into the distance. My fuss older brother was the soul splitter who captured me. Soul splitters have no pity for humans, so I didn't carry any hopes of being able to return. However, there were people I still care about in that world, and for her, I had to go back. This is why I did something which I thought was the most embarrassing thing ever. At the time I knelt in front of my fuss older brother to beg him. I didn't have high hopes at first, since they captured us to gain power. Why would they let go of their catch easily? What I didn't expect was that he agreed to my request, and did not engrave a split symbol on me. For those in the split zone, as long as they don't have a split symbol, there's still a possibility for them to go back. Once they have a split symbol on them, the only way they can leave the split zone is to use their splitting key to undo the curse. Since he did not engrave a split symbol on me, that led to his life force depleting. I opened my eyes wide. Does this mean that by capturing us, it not only gives them power, but it prolongs their life as well? Hugh and King fidgeted slightly and looked at me. I'll try to explain this as plainly as possible. Soul splitters are naturally stronger than us, but if they want greater strength, establishing a contract via split symbol would be the only way. They'd have to engrave the split symbol on the human soul they captured, and the contract forms once they succeed. Though the contract provides power to both the soul splitter and the human, it also has a restriction. Once the contract is established via the split symbol, it provides the soul splitter with greater strength. But at the same time, the human will receive a splitting key that can undo it. If the human finds the soul splitter and succeeds in using their splitting key to undo the contract, their split symbol will disappear and they can return. However, the split symbol on the soul splitter will still remain. Half of the split symbol will remain on their bodies, and they'd then have to find a new soul within a certain amount of time in order to engrave the other half of the split symbol onto somebody new. If they don't, they die. So this means he had initially established a contract with a human via split symbol, but that human undid it and returned to the real world. Therefore, in order to survive, he captured you. However, because you begged him to, he decided to give up engraving the split symbol onto your body, and this eventually caused his death. I asked in disbelief. How could this be if my fuss older brother captured Hugh and King in order to save himself? Why would he let Hugh and King go so easily? Hugh and King nodded in response. Yes, he did not engrave a split symbol onto me, and he eventually weakened after a period of time. His last request to me was to take care of my Fu. My Fu is human, so why is she his little sister? I don't know about that either. I heard he used to have a real younger sister who was a soul splitter too, and my Fu just looks very similar to her. Soul splitters are able to see the real world from here, and when my Fu was captured by Liuo, he begged Liuo not to engrave a split symbol on her. Liuo agreed, and instead of engraving a split symbol on my Fu, he captured another human. Coincidentally, I was captured at about the same time. Although my Fu doesn't have a split symbol engraved on her, she fell in love with Ku Fei here and refused to return to the real world. We can't force the consciousness of others to do things they don't wish to. And so my fuss older brother let me go. With one condition. He wanted me to persuade my Fu to go back to the real world before I leave this place. and to go back, together with her. What about him? He didn't capture any new souls after that. Finding a suitable body of consciousness and capturing it is no easy feat. And there is a condition to do so. I don't know what that condition is. But this is the fate of a soul splitter. When my older brother let me go, he wasn't able to capture another human soul in time, causing his life force to weaken. Why didn't he just engrave the split symbol on you first, and let you undo it via the splitting key only after my decides to go back? Couldn't he have continued looking for another body of consciousness after you bring my back? I asked, finding it rather odd. King sighed. Even if he had engraved a split symbol on me, I wouldn't have been able to go back immediately anyway. Something about the split symbols you don't know. Without activating your split symbol, your splitting key is basically trash. It can do nothing. This means that if you haven't activated your split symbol with your splitting key, you won't be able to go back even if you inserted the splitting key into your soul splitter's split symbol. Once you activate your split symbol, you also activate the curse and obtain the power. The curse of the split symbol dictates that you have to experience this before you are able to leave. Furthermore, it's not that easy for newbies to activate their split symbol so quickly since they are still not familiar with how they can control and manipulate their math. He did it all for me. Since I wanted to return so badly, I felt a wrench in my heart. This means that even if I found my soul splitter, I can't go back since I haven't had a taste of the split symbol's curse. No. Wait. That's not right. Whatever he said sounded like it made perfect sense. But there's still a problem. Why did my older brother let King go at the risk of possibly losing his life? Even if King stayed here because of my why does he have such great MF? He even became the top illusionist in the southern district after activating his split symbol. I know what you're wondering. King looked at me. I had to protect my after her older brother died. And without any power, I wouldn't be able to fulfill my promise. Because of that, I decided to let another soul splitter, who just so happened to have lost their human soul counterpart, to engrave a split symbol on me. What? Without speaking, I looked at him in a daze. Why do such a thing? Because he was grateful to my older brother for letting him go. And in order to protect my he gave up on the opportunity to return. There was actually such kindness between soul splitters and humans in the split zone. King gave a wry smile. Don't worry. I'm not stupid. I have a similar agreement with the soul splitter who engraved the split symbol on me. And once my decides to leave, I'll undo the contract. Is it all because of that my refuses to leave? Subconsciously, my eyes landed on my and who were not far from us. She's definitely stubborn. Even in love, she's very possessive of But is it because she can't pull herself out of it? So, in not accepting her feelings, is doing this for her hoping she would leave? This was an information overload. All these things relating to the soul splitters. I need time to think it through and also discuss it with Nai Zun, but everything seemed rather unrelated to me. So why did King look for me for help? What did he need me to do? King continued. I've told you the secret of the soul splitters. And am about to request something from you. Go ahead. As I said, my is currently the only human in the split zone without a split symbol. I've used illusions to protect her and make her look just like another ordinary human here, to keep her from being discovered by other soul splitters. I've even tried to lead others into thinking that she is a soul splitter herself. My constitution makes her a suitable soul for Seal and Seal had captured another human after agreeing to my older brother's request of letting her go. That human already undid the curse and left the split zone without a suitable human soul. Seal's life force thus started to weaken. Listening to King, I began to understand what he wanted my help with. Chapter 118, Volume 2, 118 King's request. Without a human soul as a counterpart to his split symbol, it is now eating away at Seal's life force. His symptoms are identical to that of my older brother at that time, and without an opportunity to find a new body of consciousness. The best and quickest way to save His life is to let him engrave a split symbol onto my fu. Ga Kinjui and Rongjin are aware of this. And they are both looking for my fu. Now, my brows furrowed. You don't want them to find my fu and let Seal Yuo engrave a split symbol onto her, but if Seal Yuo does so, my fu will not die. This just means that she'll have to leave later. If Seal Yuo doesn't do it, then he might die. You're willing to take such a risk? Yuan King looked pained. No, it's not like that. My fuss older brother made me swear to protect my fu before he died. Because she cannot be engraved with a split symbol. Once that happens, she'll die. He didn't tell me why, but by his expression and tone when he said it, I know it definitely wasn't a lie. My fu will die if she gets engraved with a split symbol, so what you're doing now is simply to protect her and prevent that from happening until she decides to leave the split zone of her own accord. I could not believe this. My fu, why are you so stubborn? This man protected you all this time because of a single promise. Giving up on going back to the real world to see his loved ones just for you. But you just refuse to leave the split zone because of love. Love is selfish. But if so many people end up being sacrificial lambs for such a love, can you still choose love? Don't blame my fu for this. She doesn't have any idea. She doesn't even know there was a soul splitter who treated her like a younger sister. All she knows is that she loves Ku Fei, and we can't do anything about it if she doesn't want to leave the split zone. These things aren't important now. What's important is that Rongjin and Gaya Kinju now know the secret and they are trying all ways and means to get to my fu. Is this under Seal Yuo's orders? No. Seal Yuo doesn't want to sacrifice my fu. He'd rather die. But Gao Kinju and Rongjin are adamant on this. And they want me to hand my fu over. I felt a rush of sympathy for this handsome man, who now just looked like he was exhausted. Agony flashed across Yuan King's eyes. Lai Shen, I care about Seal Yuo as much as Gao Kinju and Rongjin. But sacrificing my fu isn't what Seal Yuo wants. I know he will not use someone else's life to save his own. And also, there's no way I would go back on my promise to my fuss older brother. This is why I'm going to look for a new body of consciousness. Although the chances of finding one that's suitable for Seal Yuo is low, I still have to try. Ga Kinju and Rongjin can't wait any longer. They'll definitely be looking for my fu. So I need someone reliable to help me take care of her. So this was it. He thought I was the reliable person. Although I should be pleased that I was being trusted, there was now a heavy burden in my heart. Lai Shen, I don't know why I looked for you either. I knew from the first time I saw you that you were different from the others in the split zone. I'm not saying this because I want your help. It's the truth. I can't pinpoint the exact difference. But I just thought of you. And so I came looking for you. If Jiu S knew the reason behind Seal Yuo's weakening life force, I'm not sure if she'd go after my fu too. Would you be able to help protect my fu before I return? I remained silent. I cannot agree to this so easily. This was not a question of being cold-hearted. But this to me was an extremely difficult task. I already have so many things on my plate. How do I protect somebody else furthermore? Gao Kinju and Rongjin already had their eyes on her. But can I really turn my back on this? I know this request is a little too much, but I have no other choice. If you can protect my fu until I return, I can promise you one thing. Although I do not wish to take advantage of others in such situations, I definitely need to hear what he had to say. What's that? Yuan King's eyes shone. Although I don't know what you're thinking and what you plan to do, whether it's to save your friends or to go against the soul splitters, I know you want to unravel this mystery. And you'll need to go to the northern district. Remember that you couldn't find the Bloodred border when you were in the southern district previously. That's because I hid that border with an illusion. Even if you found it, you'll not be able to go through it anyway. I'm no saint. But I won't go back on my word. If you agree to my request, I promise to take you to the northern district. Without my help, you'll never be able to step foot into the northern district. I'm not lying about that. This was attractive. But there were other factors to consider. If I agreed, I will be fighting against Gaokenju and Rongjin. To fight against Gaokenju. I felt ashamed at myself for such thoughts. But we are all human. My first thought was that I did not want to be on opposing sides with him. Why did it feel like I understood my Fu a little more now, even without my feelings? Looking at this purely from the angle of my abilities, it might not be something I can do. How am I able to go against Gaokenju and Rongjin? Furthermore, right now, I can't even wield Piercer well. As I was in the middle of my thoughts, Huan King grabbed my hand. Never have I seen such a humble and sincere expression from this classy man. Luo will be in agony if my Fu was forced to die for him. Trust me, I will spare no effort in finding a way to save Luo. Gaokenju and Rongjin don't know I've brought my Fu to you. And I've applied an extremely complex illusion, and they'll not be able to undo it that quickly. But it's only a matter of time before it's undone. And they'll start looking for my Fu once they escape the illusion. Without your help, I can't be at ease if I leave my Fu and Ku Fei alone. Huan King, you're not confident in being able to find a way to save Luo, right? Since Gaokenju and Rongjin are so adamant in looking for my Fu, this means the method of looking for another body of consciousness doesn't work. You want me to believe something that even the two of them don't think can be done. In all honesty, it might not be a wise decision to trust you, but this doesn't affect my decision to help you. If everything you said was true, then Yao'd be the one in the most pain right now. The eyes won't lie, and I can see that deep anguish in you. You're worried that Luo can't be saved, but you can't sacrifice my Fu for this either. There are also people waiting for you back in the real world. Right? Ha! Such a place like the split zone should never have existed. Soul splitters. Even if you feel sympathetic towards others sometimes, how could you capture us and dictate our lives? I haven't seen my Fu's older brother, but I'm not Huan King, and I don't believe that you let Huan King go simply because you sympathized with him. You even sacrificed your life in exchange for Huan King's promise and loyalty. What exactly is your goal? Lai Shen, will definitely uncover these secrets. I then smiled at Huan King. I'll help you. I'll protect my Fu before you return. Huan King's eye sparkled. You're serious? I nodded. There's something else. Although this seems like it has to be kept a secret, I'll still have to check in with Jos on this. You said Jos might go after my Fu for Luo, but I disagree. When my Fu disappeared, Jos looked as worried about her as you did. I suspect she already knew this, and it's hard to believe that there's anything she doesn't already know when it comes to Luo. If she wanted my Fu to be sacrificed, I think she might already have went ahead to confront the lot of you. I continued after a short pause. I don't really know what she thinks, but I believe she's different from Gaokenju and the rest. Even if she loves Luo, she isn't somebody who would selfishly take away the lives of others. I want to know her choice. And I hope you can trust her this time, just like how you trust me. With her on my side, it'll be a great help. You know that it'll be difficult if I go against Gaoken, Jiu and Rongjin alone. It was obvious Huan King was now in a dilemma. I found it weird too. Jos should have known all this even before Gaokenju did. But she didn't look for my Fu, which I expected her to. But I'm not able to trust her fully even if she didn't do so. Since she loves Luo deeply, it's hard to believe that she would not sacrifice my Fu for Luo. Yes. It seems love reigns over all logic. I smiled. You mentioned Luo doesn't wish to sacrifice my Fu either. Maybe Jos isn't on Gaokenju's side because she doesn't want to do the things that Luo doesn't wish for, or because of her love for Luo. She wants to fulfill his wishes instead of saving his life in such a manner. Chapter 119, Volume 2. 119 Splitting Up. You know me really well, huh? A voice floated past our heads. I snapped my head up in surprise, only to see Jos hanging upside down from a tree branch near us, looking at me with her glassy, friendly eyes. Huan King's brows knitted slightly. I placed an illusion around us to prevent passers-by from listening in. Jos, even if your MF is high, You shouldn't have been able to break it if you didn't know any illusion techniques. But you've actually managed to approach us without me noticing. How did you do it? Jos cracked her neck, and her black hair fell across her face as she moved. This looked. I don't know about illusions, but that doesn't mean others don't know about them too. After Jos's explanation, I knew immediately what I would be seeing. As expected, a white figure flew past me. It moved towards Naizun, who was looking in our direction. My pet, I've missed you so much. Guan Nai's whiny voice floated past my ear. My lips started twitching. I felt like throwing up as I watched that figure in white launch itself into Naizun's arms. Huan King did not seem to care about this, and looked at Guan Nai's figure. Seems like the title of top illusionist would no longer be mine. If I were in the Eastern District. Jos jumped down, walking towards me. She actually started consoling Huan King. Your technique isn't bad, and you are definitely worthy of being called the top illusionist. It's just that even I don't know how powerful Guan Nai is. Huan King asked with raised brows. Since you're here, you've probably heard everything. What's your aim? Jos looked at me with her pitch-black eyes. My aim is simply to go with you to find a way to save Seal Yuo. Huan King was dumbstruck. A slight smile formed on my lips, and I met her eyes with a knowing gaze. Jos said in her hoarse voice. Huan King, I know that you, Gek and Jiu and Rong Jin don't like me, and you guys don't like it when I approach Seal Yuo. But there's something you all know, that I love Seal Yuo, and I'll never hurt him. Huan King kept his eyes on her. That's exactly right. It's because you're always like this that Seal Yuo has to hide from you. And this is why we hate you so. Jos shook her head stiffly. No, this isn't why you guys hate me. Deep in your hearts, Seal Yuo is a godlike figure who is just and composed. His emotions always remain stable and there's nothing that can affect that nobility of his. The only time you've seen him do something out of the ordinary, that was all because of me. You guys are jealous, and you can't let go of it because you guys don't understand it. Huan King's gaze changed. Yes, Jos. Seal Yuo will always be noble. How could you stain him and interfere with his life like that? Jos gave a cruel smile. He needs to be alive before I can even interfere in that you're always protecting him. Ostracizing me. Getting him to leave me. But isn't he still going to die you? Gao Qingjiu, Rongjin, the three of you are the ones who shouldn't be beside him. And not me. Jos. Huan King was stunned. And his eyes darkened. For some reason I could not really bear to see Huan King like this. So I shot a look at Jos. Jos caught my gaze. And although she probably had other things to say, she did not continue. You're truly willing to work with me in finding a new body of consciousness to save Seal Yuo? Huan King asked with slight hesitation. Jos looked at my Fu, and looked at me, before saying, Seal Yuo will never sacrifice my Fu. Gaekan Jiu and Rong Jin are just plain stupid. Even if they took my Fu, they are too naive to think that they can force Seal Yuo in engraving a split symbol onto my Fu. Seal Yuo will never do anything he doesn't want to. When has that ever changed? I'll go with you to find a new body of consciousness. But I don't know what Seal Yuo is thinking. I wasn't able to see him, but I suspect he might not even accept any new bodies of consciousness. Huan King sighed. I don't know what he's thinking these days. Sometimes, I don't even know where he is. How long can your illusion against Gaokan Jiu and Rongjin last? Jos suddenly asked. Huan King pondered for a moment. With that complex illusion, they should be trapped for about 20 days. But I don't know about Gaokan Jiu's abilities. So a conservative guess would be 15 days. 15 days will include the time they'll need to break the illusion. And to find out that I've brought my Fu to the Western District. To be on the safer side, we should assume they'll be able to reach the Western District in 15 days. Jos eyes shone. How much more time does Seal Yuo have? Huan King said glumly. 3 months. At most. Jos bit her lip. Although I'm not that familiar with Gaokan Jiu, I know very well that in the split zone, Seal Yuo is the only one who can stop him. I don't like him. and both of us don't know the depth of his abilities nor the value of his MF. He's definitely not an easy opponent. Yuan King nodded slowly. This is what I'm worried about. To be frank, he definitely has skills. It's not just anyone who can wield and control Shenkai, and there's not many of those in the split zone. Furthermore, in all the years that Gaokenjui has been here, even I haven't seen him activate his split symbol. What Gaokenjui hasn't activated his split symbol for those abilities? Just by looking at his ability to manipulate air currents, he's probably more powerful than JOS. Right, was this the reason behind JOS's initial friendliness and eventual antagonism towards him? I've always known that he was mysterious and powerful, but I didn't expect for JOS and Yuan King to have such an assessment of him. How about Rongjin? From what I know, there's only one such person who can capture souls like that Yuan King and JOS have. Never seen him in the flesh either. Did I confidently agree to help Yuan King earlier? I agreed to go against these two monsters just to protect that stubborn little girl. How I wish for Amisha to hit me now. As if sensing that my thoughts were flying all over the place, JOS smiled at me. It's okay. You'll come up with a perfect plan for this. This was not to put Yuan King at ease. It was to put me at ease. So, JOS continued, if there was anyone who could stop Gaokenjui, that would be Liuo. Yuan King, you really don't know where Liuo is now. Yuan King met JOS's eye squarely. I really don't know. JOS frowned slightly. It seems like he's avoiding us on purpose. I might be right. That he doesn't wish to sacrifice my Fu. And he probably doesn't even want to accept new bodies of consciousness. He's prepared to die. JOS bit her lips hard, and there was a hopelessness in those empty eyes of hers. Liuo, why didn't you tell me and bring me with you? To meet death, tough luck. Don't even think about dying without my permission. I felt beads of cold sweat forming above my brows. I almost forgot her swagger after not seeing this little devil for a while. I liked her more and more by the second, even though she always had this weird, stiff look. But talking about weird, which one of us isn't weird here? Then that's decided. JOS said resolutely. Ah Shen, you go look for Liuo. Hopefully before Gaokenjui and Rongjin escape. Think of a way to get him to convince Gaokenjui and Rongjin to give up on looking for my Fu. Yuan King and I will look for a way to save Liuo. I hastily asked. Where would the both of you find it? You guys aren't soul splitters either. So how'd you help him capture new bodies of consciousness? Yuan King answered. I can't capture them, but I know someone in the northern district who can. I'm going to look for my soul splitter. Can't you take me with you to the northern district? I asked. Yuan King's eyes shone. Lai Shen, since I've promised you, I'll definitely take you there. The northern district is not a place that ordinary people can go to. If I didn't have an agreement with my soul splitter, I'd be no exception. If I succeed in bringing JOS to the northern district this time, it'll also be proof of my ability to do so. Right. JOS continued. That's right. Lai Shen. Go look for Liuo. Though I haven't been able to find him, you might be able to. I'll share with you what I know, and you can go with Naizun to look for him. For the time being, I'll send my people to protect the western district as well. Yuan King, you can leave my Fu here in the western district, so that Lai Shen and my people can protect her. Yuan King nodded after a few seconds of hesitation. I thought for a moment, and said to Yuan King, since I've already agreed to help you, please trust me, and trust JOS too. Though time is tight, this is no simple task. I'd suggest all of you rest up in the western district for tonight, and also discuss the details of your plan before setting off tomorrow. JOS nodded in agreement. Yuan King, you and my Fu traveled all the way here without resting. My Fu doesn't have a split symbol. And, even if you had helped, she'd be tired as well. You guys rest for today. And if you trust us, just leave the rest to Lai Shen and I. Yuan King looked at JOS, then at me, and back at JOS again. Finally, he said, since I've chosen to work with the both of you, I trust you. I owe you one for this. And I'll definitely return the favor in time. He glanced at the group who were still waiting. I'll take my foo and rest up. The both of you can work out a plan. And we'll split up. Tomorrow. I nodded. Go ahead. I'll get someone to prepare your accommodation and to stand guard. Chapter 120. Volume 2. 120 Keeping Company. That's love. After Hugh and King, my foo and Ku Fei left. GOS and I did not immediately go over to Nai Zun and Guan Nai, who were now in a conversation. Why bring him here? I tilted my chin in the direction where Guan Nai stood. He wanted to come. I can't force him to do anything that he doesn't wish to. JOS glanced. I sighed. Though I don't know how he's connected to Gaoken Jiui. I guess he's probably wishing for Si Luo not to survive. JOS nodded. There's a selfish side to any kind of relationship. Guan Nai tried all ways and means to pry Gaoken Jiui away from Si Luo. And I know that even though he doesn't look kindly upon those who wish for Si Luo's death, he probably wishes that they don't succeed in finding a way to save Si Luo either, since this matter creates some sort of rift between Si Luo and Gaoken Jiui. I totally empathize with him on this. You're really understanding. I smiled at her teasingly. There was a sparkle in JOS's eyes. That's rare. Didn't you always think I was cruel, ruthless and unfeeling? I pretended to be shocked. You actually knew that. JOS laughed. Seeing her laughter, I took a deep breath and put a hand on her shoulder. She glanced at me. I looked at her. You are really alright with all this? I know it's hard for you, since you know my fuss life can save Si Luo. Isn't it difficult for you not to go to Gaoken Jiu's side for this? JOS smiled gently. Ah Shen. Even if I find it difficult, this is something I have to do. Si Luo doesn't wish to sacrifice my foo. And the best thing I can do right now is to assist him in finishing what he wishes to complete, without harming innocent lives in the process. I felt a little melancholy. She really loves him. JOS gazed into the distance. I didn't know Si Luo was a soul splitter initially, and even though I did suspect it, before I could confirm this, I simply wanted to uncover the truth of the split zone and take him away with me. After I learned he was a soul splitter, others thought I should give up. So, I decided to change my goal. Since he's a soul splitter, I'm going to find out the reason behind the existence of soul splitters, and I'll think of a way to bring him, a soul splitter, back to my world. JOS looked at me again. Our world might not be that great, but it's still worth living in. I want to bring him back. There was a dim fire in her eyes, and I felt uncharacteristically sympathetic for her. You will definitely succeed in this. We all will, I said resolutely. Well, unravel all the mysteries and leave this place together. For some reason, I glanced at Nai Zone as I said this. I thought about what he said. Do you really wish to go back? I left to investigate Si Luo's matters earlier, and my subordinates informed me that Hugh and King passed through the heavily guarded Eastern District to reach your place, so I guessed that he was probably bringing my food to you. I then contacted Guan Nai and arrived here. With him, I'll be heading for the Northern District with Hugh and King tomorrow. And while we're looking for a way to save Si Luo, I can snoop around for news there. You just try to locate Si Luo as soon as possible. Wouldn't Si Luo definitely know that Gaoken Jiui and Rong Jin are trying to capture my foo since he's not interfering? Would it be of any help if I were to look for him on this? I frowned. It's not that he doesn't want to interfere. It's that he can't. Si Luo knows Gaoken Jiu well, and he won't interfere in whatever that Gaoken Jiu wants to do for him. Si Luo is like this. He respects how others choose to live their lives. In fact, I've wanted you to meet Si Luo. Not only for you to persuade him in convincing Gaoken Jiu, but also to see what he has to say about how you chose to live your life. I looked at JOS, confused. I don't get it. JOS met my eyes. Ah Shen, I don't know if you know this, but you're different from the rest. I can't place it, but you're just different. You'll understand why I want you to meet him once you see Si Luo. I'm also curious to see what he'll do upon seeing you. Whether he'll change or remain as he was. I did not fully understand Jios, but I just nodded. To be honest, I don't know where Luo is either. However, my instinct tells me that since Li King chose you to be the next district commander, even though he's dying, Luo would definitely meet you on account of his friendship with Li King. You don't actually have to look for him. He'll probably come looking for you once we leave. I looked at Jios's steadfast gaze. You're sure about that? Jios replied. I'm not sure. I still don't fully understand him even after so many years. But we can always try. I really envy you. Those guts and that passion of yours. You're not afraid of anything, I said, smiling at Jios. Jios answered in surprise. I actually envy you. I raised my brows, asking, oh why? Jios's huge eyes moved to where Nizun was standing, saying, don't you think he likes you a lot? My heart skipped a beat. Why did I react this way? I was a little befuddled. He likes me. Jios's gaze carried a hint of envy. I'm always chasing after Luo, but Nizun is always beside you. No matter what ties the both of you together. Such a fate is rare. Ah Shen, how do you feel about him? I was speechless at this. Jios continued without waiting for my response. How do you feel about Gaoken Jui though? I don't know why, but I can tell you look at Gaoken Jui differently. I was pretty stunned. Jios, you've been taking notice of me all this time. I was moved by this. At least there's someone here who cares about me. I glanced at Nizun, who just so happened to look over at us. I addressed Jios while looking at Nizun. I ended up here because I killed someone, and that person was someone I loved. He looked exactly identical to Gaoken Jui. I looked back at Jios, and as expected, she was shocked when she heard this. Her look of surprise faded quickly. So it's like this. Though we still don't know what kind of place this is. Do you remember what I told you? Previously I suspected that soul splitters were just another form of ourselves. Although this conclusion can almost be invalidated. There has got to be some sort of correlation between these two worlds. Maybe what you hope for isn't to leave this place, but to find out what this correlation is. If that's your goal, then it's understandable that you keep thinking about Gaoken Jui. But Ah Shen, you have to be clear that he is Gaoken Jui, not your lover. I remained silent. Jios continued. Gaoken Jui is quite the legendary figure in the split zone. He can pass through any border at any time he pleases. Nothing can stop him and nobody knows his whereabouts. The only legendary fearsome soul splitter that had often appeared in the split zone's history, Satan Kangming, was someone nobody dared to oppose. From what I heard, Gaoken Jui saved the lives of this couple from Kangming, all on his own. Nobody knows what happened on that day. I don't know why Gaoken Jui would do that, but I know that Gaoken Jui is probably the only person who can stand up to Kangming. Gaoken Jui is naturally suited to live in this place. Nobody would be able to oppose such a mysterious and godly figure. And he's not your lover, but am willing to help you unravel all this, to find out if there really is any correlation between them. Jios looked like she was going to continue, but I interrupted her with a smile. I know all that. I know very well that he is not him, but just like how you persevere. To me, I'm already contented to be able to see someone like him, as if he received a chance to live after his life was taken away by me. Jios, Gaoken Jui isn't my lover. He'll definitely let it go someday. I kept smiling as I said this. Jios gazed at me like she was looking at a poor and defenseless creature. As for Nizun, as I spoke, I subconsciously looked over at him. You say he likes me. I guess there's some sort of like there. Since we're always together, we're no longer little girls. So there's no need to avoid such things. But what I can't tell is that if he loves me, or he merely thinks that we're both lonely people and make good company for each other. Keeping company. That's love, Jios said in her rough voice. I was stunned by her words. I looked at Nizun, who looked like he was looking at me as well. Nizun, are you keeping me company because of love? Love is like the truth. It'll definitely be revealed someday. Jios said quietly. I've brought some people from the S clan to help you protect the Western District. Let's draw up a perfect plan to protect my Fu tomorrow, before we split up. Gos then signaled for Guan Nai and Nai Zun to come over. A smile hung on Nai Zun's lips as he walked towards me. Chapter 121. Volume 2. 121 The Stunning Beauty. Si Liuo. I patiently explained our plan to Nai Zun. With two gloved hands, Nai Zun pointed at his ears. Smiling. Have you forgotten that my 5 senses are more sensitive than ordinary people? I heard everything you said. Why did I spend so much time explaining this to you then? Why didn't you just say so earlier? Wait. This means that he also heard my discussion with Gos on whether he liked me or not. OMG. I looked at Gos in embarrassment. While Gos went back to her usual indifferent expression, Guanai looked at me with his squinty eyes. Ugly girl. Aren't you touched that I traveled all the way here to help you? Are you sure you're here to help me? You weakling. I laughed in response. I've placed some people from the S clan along the eastern and western district border. And before we met, I've actually discussed some things with your strategist, Jai Pa. Together with his intelligence network, we've placed informants all over the western district. I'll head for the northern district with Hugh and King tomorrow morning, and I'll leave Guan Nai with you since he's good at illusions. The best way to hide somebody is to use illusion techniques. And I've asked him to stay by my Fa's side. If you could prepare some empty rooms for them please. And Jaipa will be using his barrier technique for extra security. After that's done, you can head for the southern district with Nai Zun. It'd be best if you guys happen to meet Si Liuo on the way. And when you arrive at the southern district, Gaya Kinjui and Rong Jin might already have undone the illusion and escaped. If so, please try to stall them for as long as possible. Jos told me about the plan and I nodded. I'll go with Nai Zun to pick some rooms that won't be easily identified. Guan Nai glanced at me. Ugly girl. Are you touched that I'm here to help you? My face twitched. I really wanted to hit him. After hiding my Fu, Ku Fei and Guan Nai, Gos left with Hugh and King. Jaipa has been slogging his guts out settling matters in the western district for me, and I sounded like a broken record as I kept reminding the Yuan siblings and Shu Yu to keep him safe. When do we leave for the southern district? As I was looking out of the window, Nai Zun walked over to my side. From the 13th floor window, people on the ground looked just like tiny ants. I'm wondering if I should go look for Zhu in first. I don't want to be so hasty now that I'm not able to use Piercer. Nai Zun smiled. I'll protect you. I turned to look at him, meeting his profound gaze. Are you scared of what's going to happen next? Nai Zun kept his eyes on me. Am I scared? Why do you ask this? You've seen it too. Many of them wish to leave. Since I've made my promise, I'll not be afraid, I said softly. Nai Zun's gaze was unreadable. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about what if Gos doesn't come back in time. And if Gao Kinjui and Rong Jin catch up. Are you afraid that you might have to go against Gao Kinju and possibly fight him? He asked this with a serious tone. I frowned. Why do you care so much about me and Gao Kinju? You're the one who cares too much. I don't really care about that. I know very well that he isn't Gao Kai. I thought Nai Zun would say something in response, but he did not. He went back to his usual, passive self. I felt irritated with him, and shot him a fierce look. Let's go to the marketplace to find another weapon. I'll need something to use in close-range combat now that I can't use Piercer. With a smile, Nai Zun followed me out. I was instantly drawn to Jai Pa's bar when we arrived at the marketplace. Jai Pa is way too busy to be here, and I had to make do with someone else mixing my cocktail. I really miss this. It's been so long since I had a drink here. I dragged Nai Zun with me into the bar, and we waited for our drinks as we sat in a corner. Are you trying to take advantage of me by dragging me into this remote corner? Or are you trying to hide so that others won't find out that their mighty district commander is actually slacking off and drinking here? Nai Zun teased mischievously. Nothing good comes out of your mouth. Not paying him any heed, I rested on the armchair and pointed at him, getting him to sit opposite me. There were many of these armchairs placed facing each other in Jai Pass Bar. We were right in a corner. And there was another seat behind me. We were in the most remote corner of the bar. And light was sparse. Seldom would there be people here. Though there are times when couples in the split zone might get a little intimate. I saw the bartender holding a glass of blood-red liquid. Oh, I don't remember having seen this in Jai Pass Bar, I asked Naizun while pointing at the bartender who was walking towards us. Naizun turned to look. Neither have I. I think there's such a drink, but I haven't had it. Holding the wineglass. The bartender passed by me to reach the seat behind. Following the bartender's movement, I turned back to look. The back of the seat was so high that I could not see who sat there. There's actually somebody there who'd be drinking alone at the corner on a bright day like this. I muttered to myself. Naizun laughed. What's there to be curious about? There are many kinds of people in the split zone. I looked back at Naizun, wanting to argue with him, but before I could do so, he shook his head and shot me a look. I understood immediately. Naizun is very sensitive to MF. And that look probably meant that the individual in the corner was no ordinary passerby. No need to hide. I've come here to meet the both of you. How about we have a drink together? Naizun and I exchanged looks as we heard a voice coming from that corner. It sounded like it belonged to a man. It was a very crisp and clear voice. Could it be Seal Yuo? I signaled to Naizun and with drink in hand, we went over to the seat behind. I flipped the switch on the wall to turn the decorative light on. As I passed the armchair, trying to get a clearer look at who it was, I took a good look at the man as I stood opposite him. A man in a white silk robe was leaning across the armchair lazily, holding a wineglass filled with blood-red liquid. His exquisite features were perfectly sculpted, and his long and shiny silver hair fell across his shoulders. There was a blood-red crescent moon between his brows, and he looked absolutely stunning. His eyes were a silvery white, a color that was almost 2 shades lighter than that of his hair. It was just like the heavy white fog atop a deep, quiet lake. It looked as if he was glowing through melting snow as he looked at me. What was more amazing was that, even under the artificial lighting, he looked like he was shrouded in clouds with his white robes. It was like he was bathing in soft moonlight as he floated amidst the clouds. I was sure the man was Seal Yuo. Nobody would be able to top such an aura and such beauty. Seal Yuo, I said carefully. Ripples of white fog formed in his eyes, and his pale lips turned upward in a beautiful angle, forming a stunning smile. That's me. I was dazed as I heard that crisp voice. As I was still awestruck, Seal Yuo coughed twice, covering his face with the robe on his arm. Although he looked like he was ill as he coughed, he still remained stunningly beautiful, reminding me of the Chinese idiom Don Shi Zhao Hin. Tian. The idiom describes how someone tried to be as beautiful as Zai Shi, one of the renowned 4 beauties in ancient China, by imitating her actions. One day, Zai Shi went around with knitted brows as she did not feel well. However, she still looked beautiful even when ill. In wanting to be as beautiful as her, someone imitated her sickly expression. But of course it was a failure. You're really the most beautiful person in the split zone. Naizun actually praised him when he rarely even spoke to strangers. Seal Yuo just smiled, and he did not say things like you flatter me or thanks. Please sit. It sounded like an invitation, but it also had an air of authority that made it difficult to go against. And his voice had such a quality that you would not want to go against. Naizun and I sat opposite him. He looked at the both of us. Connected hearts and minds are fated to last. I was not quite able to understand what he meant, but Naizun responded. Oh, Seal Yuo's lips looked pale as he spoke. Like King had foresight. I understood it now. It was to praise me. I smiled at him. I hope you don't mind that I haven't visited the southern district. Seal Yuo placed his wineglass onto the table and laid back into his seat, the blood-red crescent moon on his forehead flickering under the decorative light. That's great. I don't like outsiders. His voice was clear and calm, and he had the autocratic aura of a solitary nobleman. I kept marveling at him. For a man to be described as beautiful, he probably had to have some feminine qualities. Like Guan Nai, who was a pretty man. Not womanly, but he had a sort of feminine quality to him. Si Liuo, on the other hand, was different. It was difficult to imagine a man so beautiful who seemed to not have any feminine qualities. Exceptional beauty and that kingly, domineering aura were both present in this man. It was dazzling. I suddenly understood why that dashing man, Yuan King and the sinister, conceited Gao Qinjiu were loyal to him. His aura was overwhelming, as if he was some kind of god. There were no words to describe him. Si Liuo simply cannot be described. Chapter 122, Volume 2, 122 Your Deepest Fear. I've waited a long time for the both of you. Si Liuo gestured to the armchair he was on. I raised my brows. Oh, how did you know we'd definitely come here? I just decided to come in here for a quick drink. Si Liuo's eyes creased in a smile. A coincidence is also fate. He coughed again. Cough, cough, cough. Though those white-robed sleeves of his concealed part of his face as he lifted a hand while coughing. It could not hide his pallor. I started to pity this man in front of me. He was so beautiful. And this was not a look created through MF either. There was probably nobody else like him in the split zone. Why make him go through such pain? Although I did not like soul splitters, I felt that Si Liuo did not deserve to die, much less go through this experience of his life being slowly drained out. Is this a symptom of death that's nearing? Nizun smiled, sipping the drink in his wineglass. Cold sweat formed on my forehead. Do you have to be so direct? In my surprise, Si Liuo smiled in response, and answered casually. Yes. A girl is currently being hunted in order to save you. Though I don't like that girl very much. I still want to hear what you think about this. Nizun placed his wineglass onto the coffee table. I was secretly delighted that he was making so much conversation with a stranger. Because I was at a loss for words right now. Si Liuo's eyes sparkled like diamonds. This problem would resolve itself if I die earlier. He did not sound sarcastic. And he said this with an extremely serious tone. He is saying that he should die. But he did not sound grieved. I suddenly felt that he and Zhao S would be a great match. There might be nothing in this world worthy of being his match, except for that unique aura that Zhao S had. It felt identical to Si Liuo. I could not place it. But no matter what it was something that felt unique and dynamic. I gave him a brilliant smile. Si Liuo, please stop Gao Qinjiu and Rongjin. Though I know they have your interests at heart. But both your life and my fuss are equally precious. No. Si Liuo lifted his wineglass and took a sip of the blood-red liquid with his snow-white lips. You're in love with Gao Qinjiu. His voice remained cool and crisp, like the clear waters of a spring. I almost lost my grip on the wineglass. Why did he say such a thing? Without knowing it, I turned to look at Nizun, and I was met with those starry eyes of his. Yes. Wasn't this pair of eyes the most beautiful ones in the split zone? Si Liuo stepped over the coffee table between us, and put his face right in front of mine. As he moved, his long, silvery white hair fell across the coffee table. It was a beautiful sight. He stared at me with those bright eyes. Why then do your eyes look like they are crying when his name is mentioned? I was stunned. All of a sudden, a black hand appeared in front of me. Nizun looked at Si Liuo calmly. There was another Gao Qinjiu she missed when she was alive. This is just her being stubborn. It's not love. Si Liuo laughed. It was dazzling. He looked at Nizun with curiosity. You think you're the one she loves? For some reason. I really wanted to know the answer to this question. I stared at Nizun, waiting for a response. Nizun's eyes darkened, and his eyes filled with solitude, making my heart ache for him. I was suddenly afraid of hearing what he had to say, so I stood up abruptly and said to Si Liuo, no matter what, please stop Gao Qinjiu, and trust that Zhao S and Yuan King will definitely be able to find another way to save your life. There seemed to be a slight change in Si Liuo's crystalline eyes when I mentioned Zhao S. He was silent for a moment, before he finally looked up. What I want is not for her to find a way to save my life. I want her to leave me. I want her to stop doing things for me, and to stop thinking about anything that has to do with me. I smirked. This isn't the best method even if you can't accept her feelings. What good would avoidance do you since you could see my eyes crying? Why can't you see that your eyes were wavering when you heard JOS being mentioned? Out of nowhere, I had the courage to speak to this extraordinary person in such a way. Yuo's gaze was bedazzling as he looked straight into my eyes. If you're that confident of being able to manage the situation, show me your tenacity. Yuo's enchanting voice sounded in my ear, and I felt lightheaded as I looked into his eyes. Yuo leaned back into his armchair, taking another sip of that blood-red liquid. A sudden cough shook him, and that blood-red liquid dripped from the corner of his lips, down his pale neck, blooming into red flowers as it flowed onto his white robes. He did not seem to mind any of this. Come with me. Show me just how determined you are, and I'll stop Gaokinju. He smiled casually. Where are we going? Without answering me, Yuo looks towards Naizun. May I borrow her for a few days? Naizun's gaze was inscrutable. Will you return her? Yuo smiled. Definitely. Naizun looked at me. Go ahead. I was about to lose myself in his brilliant gaze. But right now, I couldn't be bothered about how pretty his eyes were or how beautiful Yuo was. What did these people take me for? Hey there, don't treat me as if I don't exist. They were not about to give me any explanation even upon seeing how discontented I was. Yuo simply finished his drink and stood up. His white robes flared out with his movements, and I felt a little faint as that silver hair of his brushed past my eyes. How can there exist such an enchanting individual? Let's go. Lai Shen, show me your determination. I looked at Yuo, and a white fog surged in his eyes. Go. I'll wait for you here. Naizun was already standing, and he was gently pushing me towards Yuo. I looked at him in disbelief, finding him a little odd. He held my gaze, and something flashed through his eyes. He planted a kiss above my left eye. Go ahead, Shenner. There are some things you have to make clear. I want to know what's in your heart too. Naizun's magnetic voice came from above my forehead. My left eye felt warm, as if it was crying for Naizun's gentleness. I suddenly felt like crying, and my left eye started to tear. Only heaven knows how lonely I was. A hand on my shoulder. He said, since you've chosen this path, don't look back. You want to save all these lives in the split zone and free them, but I just want you to stay alive. Lai Shen, even if you hate me for this, I still have to say it. The person who killed your lover is not your second personality. She is you, and you are her. Even if you turned into a devil, I will still protect you. Tears rolled down my cheeks. I was choking on my words as I looked up at him. Why are you saying all this? His eyes shone. Because I'd be scared too if it was me. As he let go of the hand on my shoulder, Yuo's silver hair appeared between us. Blood dripped from the blood-red crescent moon in between his brows. And I was once again taken in by those stunning eyes of his. Cage, open the seal. I heard Yuo's crisp voice. I was forced to close my eyes as I suddenly felt unsteady. Pain shot through my heart, and it was as if my chest was impaled by a hand. Open your eyes. Let me see what's in your heart. I heard Yuo's enchanting voice in my head, as if he had now become a part of me. At this, I was forced to open my eyes. I was blinded by a bright light, and I tried to shield my eyes from it. As I adapted to the light, Yuo's voice continued. Open your eyes. I finally opened my eyes fully, and what I saw made me shiver. Someone was lying on the ground in front of me. His tightly shut eyes and lips seemed to be describing the agony he was going through. He was in a pool of blood, and there was a knife in his chest. I looked down, and I saw a blood-red color on both my hands. My hands turned icy, and I felt my knees weaken. Snap! I fell onto my knees. I tried to reach out to that person in front of me, but I did not dare look at my bloody hands. There was nobody around except for layers of white fog surrounding the two of us. I looked around me in a panic. There was nothing. The bottom of my feet felt wet, and I realized the blood had already reached me. Ah! I screamed, but it felt as if I had no more voice. I tasted blood in my throat, and the tip of my tongue started to hurt, but I did not pay attention to any of that. I simply stared at the person lying in front of me. He was Gao Kai. Chapter 123. 123. This is all you can see. Gao Kai. My trembling hand was outstretched, trying to reach out to him. A ghostly hand landed on my shoulder, and I felt a chilly air near my right ear. I tilted my head and saw someone looking over my shoulder. I met a pair of eyes that seemed to shine with pale moonlight. Si Luo smiled at me. This is what you're afraid of. As if somebody had a tight grip on my throat. I could not speak. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I tried my best to summon my voice. Si Luo. Save him. A strand of Si Luo's silver hair landed on my neck. No one can save him if he's already dead in your heart. The corners of my eyes were now wet with hot tears. Si Luo came closer to speak in my ear. Relax. Don't push me away. Let me take a look at what else you have hidden in your heart. Haven't you already seen it? I felt helpless. No, that's not enough. As I tried to move closer to Gao Kai's prone figure, I felt another stabbing pain in my heart. It felt as if the invisible hand which impaled me was putting more pressure on my heart. Blood started to drip from the corner of my lips. I could no longer move my heavy knees. They seemed to be weighed down with 1,000 pounds. Don't push me away. Strands of silvery white hair started to wrap itself around my neck, and I could not escape Si Luo as his face was right beside me on my shoulder. I cried helplessly, staring at Gao Kai in front. Gao Kai's lips started moving. I held my breath, and Si Luo's hair stopped wrapping itself around my neck. Gao Kai, who originally looked like he was in pain, opened his eyes slowly, and a smile appeared on his lips. The stabbing pain in my heart stopped, but I could not breathe properly as I looked at Gao Kai while the blood from my hands dripped onto the floor. Gao Kai sat up, looking at me. There was malice in his gentle eyes. I widened my eyes slowly, keeping my eyes on him, not shifting my gaze. Gao Kai attempted to wipe the blood from his face, but instead of being wiped off, the blood spread across his pale face, leaving dark red streaks behind. The knife was still in his chest, and blood was still spilling from his wound. His blood-stained lips then turned upwards. My heart felt as if it had instantly turned into ice. Such eyes. This gaze. It was wild and full of evil mischief. That smile on the corner of his lips was like a malicious chill. My fingers twitched involuntarily as I did not know what to do. This isn't Gao Kai. Isn't this Gao Qinjiu? They were too similar, but too different at the same time. My throat was suddenly free, and I spoke. Gao Qinjiu. Gao Qinjiu was silent, but that frigid smile of his remained. His face looked almost like a graffiti wall painted with wild streaks of blood. After he finished wiping his face, he stood up slowly, pitter-patter, stepping into blood. He walked towards me. His evil grin stretched from ear to ear, and as he walked, he plucked that knife out of his chest. Splat. Fresh blood started pouring out from his chest. I shut my eyes involuntarily as the blood splattered onto my face. When I opened my eyes, he was on one knee, about a meter away from me. He lifted the knife high above him. I stared with wide eyes, as if I knew what was about to happen, but I remained motionless. I started tearing again as the knife went straight for my heart. These tears seemed to be stained with blood, fogging up my vision with a sea of red. It did not feel as painful as I expected it to be. There was no pain because Naizun appeared out of nowhere, and his dark figure was kneeling in front of me now. My face was almost flushed against Naizun's back, and I was pushed back as he leaned back slightly. All I could see was black. I then heard a sound as I lifted my head. Naizun seemed to flinch. I felt uneasy, and I tried my best to crawl over to Naizun's side. Naizun and Gao Qinjiu were both on one knee, facing each other. The knife which Gao Qinjiu attempted to stab me with was now embedded in Naizun's chest. Both of them turned to look at me. Gao Qinjiu's evil grin was replaced with a face full of sorrow. Naizun smiled at me as if he was relieved, his eyes gentle and warm. Blood was pouring from his chest. No, on all fours. I crawled over, trying to reach him. The silver hairs around my neck caught it and a tight noose seal stopped me. Appearing in front of my face, I was lost again in those unfathomable eyes of his. This isn't enough, he muttered. As the blood-red crescent on his forehead shone with a dazzling light, he slowly reached out a hand towards me in those white robes. I wanted to avoid him, but my body just did not listen. I could only look on as his pale hand slowly reached into my heart. My heart was like soft tofu. He could do anything to it. Pain shot through my heart again. And he looked gentle and sympathetic. His fingers have finally found my beating heart. Badum, 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 badum. I might just take your life if you don't come out. He smiled gently at me. The red in my eyes started spreading, fogging up my entire vision. Everything was coated in red, and Yuo suddenly looked surprised. I started to lose my grip on my senses. It was an unusual feeling. I was conscious, yet not fully aware. It was as if another soul was in me, trying to take control of my body, and I was being relegated to a quiet corner while she did that. Everything looked blood-red. The white fog was gone, and everything in this world was stained red. Involuntarily, I lifted a hand that was still stained with blood. I grabbed Yuo's neck with it. What is happening? I saw a mix of emotions in Yuo's eyes. There was surprise, suspicion, and a strange look of expectation. My lips moved on their own, and a lazy, empty voice came out. Are you looking for me? Yuo's lips turned up into a smile. So it's like this, it's really like this. He looked me up and down, as if possessed. I lifted my other hand and started to strangle Yuo with both hands. His silvery hair was still tight around my neck, and my bloody hands gripped his neck with force. We were like this for a while, our eyes on each other. The blood-red in my eyes then started floating into the air, becoming blood-red droplets which were moving towards him. He smiled. You're too mischievous. It's no wonder she's having a hard time. I did not understand what he was talking about, and this feeling of not being in control of my body was horrible. I wanted to let go of his neck, but you met me. Yuo flashed me a smile, lifting his hand to draw a circle on my forehead. A strong, white light appeared, and I felt a burning sensation on my forehead. My red hair grew long, and it started flying up into the air. By now, my fingernails had already embedded themselves into Yuo's icy skin. I actually laughed. You guys are really intransigent here, always trying to peek at things not meant for you. I heard a voice, which kind of sounded like me, as I tried to escape the invisible restraints. I was again dazed by a pain shooting through my heart. A bright light engulfed us as countless pillars of light appeared and surrounded us. The ever-confident Yuo had a sudden look of disbelief. My hair was flying in the air, looking like blood-red air currents. A sea of red covered my vision. My hands were no longer on Yuo's neck. They were simply hanging on my sides. My eyes fixed themselves on Yuo's moonlit eyes. He abruptly let go of the hand that was in my heart. A bright light flashed through his stunning eyes. He wanted to bring his hand back, but I grabbed his arm before he could do so. 5 blood-red streaks appeared on his arm. I kept my eyes on his. He then went from looking surprised to being composed. He laughed softly, with a hint of bitterness. That's really a personality that cannot be controlled. It is unmatched. I did not get a single word he was saying. In my daze, I could see blood spilling from his mouth. I failed. Yuo smiled beautifully. Chapter 124. Volume 2. 124. The Death of Yuo. The scene changed in front of me after Yuo spoke. There was no longer an invisible restraint as I became fully aware. I stood up carefully. Yuo was gone. Gaokinju and Naizun were gone too. I looked around me. What was this place? Swish. I turned as I heard the sound of running water behind me. This was a beautiful place. There were pretty flowers and a clear spring. I looked up to see the bright blue sky. Though there was no sun, the sky was an extraordinary clear blue. There were trees and grass, and a small river was flowing some distance away. My feet were in a tiny stream which branched out from that river. Such a place existed in the split zone. Was I dreaming? Awestruck, I walked towards the river. Beside the river, A man was seated on a huge boulder. The man was dressed in white, and he looked like he was faintly glowing under the bright blue sky. His head was lifted towards the sky, and I saw a pair of silvery white eyes on a smooth, flawless face. He was gazing at the sky, looking content. His silver hair spread out onto the boulder like countless silver threads. This man was Luo, but he seemed younger than Luo by a few years. Luo, I asked. He did not seem to be able to hear me, and he did not answer. You look so good. Are you from around here? I heard a timid voice coming from behind Luo, and I followed Luo's gaze as he looked back. A young boy, who looks to be about 17 or 18, was standing there. This teenager, he was also dressed in white, and his timid eyes carried a hint of doubt. Luo smiled mysteriously. Yes. Are you? The teenager looked down. Yes. Why such a look? With a wave of his hand, Luo seemed to have summoned the teenager. In an instant, he was sitting beside Luo on that boulder. The teenager looked shocked at first, but he started to calm down as he looked into Luo's beautiful eyes. I found the teenager rather familiar, but I just could not place him. Luo. Luo's voice was melodic. The teenager looked a little dazed and confused, as if intensely attracted by Luo's aura. My name is Gaoqin Jiu. The teenager replied timidly. I was stunned. Gaoqin Jiu. Oh, that's a really nice name. Luo's clear voice spread through the forest. Pain flashed past the teenager's eyes. Nice name, huh? But why do people hide from me when they hear my name? As if seized by a wave of emotion, a malicious glint appeared in his eyes, following which, great rolling waves started appearing in the gentle river below them. Crash. Swish crash. The water rose and fell. Luo's face was splashed with water, but his expression remained calm. The river started roaring, as if it was an embodiment of the teenager's emotions. I found myself in the middle of the river, but the water passed right through my body. Luo lifted a hand, as if it was a magician's wand. A streak of white light appeared with a wave of his hand, calming the roaring currents. He smiled gently. If they don't like you, how about you stay with me from now on? The teenager looked up in surprise, startled by this. You're not afraid of me? He asked. Luo laughed. Why should I be afraid of you? The teenager stared, and tears started to roll down his cheeks. He murmured, but why are they all afraid of me? Luo smiled as he gently touched the teenager's head. That's because you're extraordinary. They're jealous. The teenager's eyes shone brightly, and darkened again. No, I know. It's because I'm different from them. I'm a monster. I'm a monster. I'm a monster. I felt a twinge of pain in my heart. Luo raised a small wave with a quick movement of his hand. What a coincidence. I'm a monster too. From now on, you can stay with me. The scene before me crumbled just as I wanted to say something, as if electrocuted. I opened my eyes in a startle. I was still in the bar in the Western District. Naizun was beside me, and Luo was opposite, looking at me with incredulous eyes. He was bleeding from the corner of his lips. I was at a loss for words. Luo gave a wry smile. I guess there's no need to borrow her for a few days. Naizun simply smiled in response. Just what happened here? I asked in a daze. Luo panted lightly, before settling weakly back into the armchair. He looked extremely sickly. I wanted to look at what was in your heart, but I didn't expect that I wasn't able to take control of your other personality. You looked into my heart instead. My heart, the other personality in my heart. A rush of fear overcame me, and I looked at Naizun in confusion. Isn't she with you? Naizun gave a bitter smile. She is you. So why would she be with me? We just resonated with each other. That's all. What do you mean? I looked at him in disbelief. No matter how desolate this place was, I thought I had escaped her in the split zone. Naizun, no matter how much I might have hated you before, I was still grateful that you were able to take her away from me. Now you're telling me that she's in my heart. I pressed down on my heart. You guys are saying that she's in here. Luo continued, panting lightly, and it looked like it took great effort for him to speak. Your heart is like a heavily guarded dungeon. There are too many things bottled up within. How would I be able to unlock it if you can't even do it yourself? Whatever you saw was a reflection of your worries, your fears, and what is at the back of your mind. These are the reasons you've locked yourself up. Seal Yuo continued with substantial effort. What does it mean that I saw my worries and fears? I'm afraid that Gaoqin Jiu will kill Nizunha. How can that be? Or did what I see mean something else? You'll remain a caged animal if you don't let go. Lai Shen. It gets harder the longer you lock yourself up. Like being in quicksand. It just gets more difficult the more you struggle. Seal Yuo fixed his eyes on me. I've locked myself up for too long. It's the split zone which trapped me. You said I looked into your heart. I tried to change the subject. Seal Yuo's eyes darkened. Seal Yuo's heart. I guess he's the most worried about Gaoqin Jiu. Cough 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 cough. Seal Yuo started coughing violently. What's wrong? I could only look on in shock as he spat mouthfuls of blood, dyeing the coffee table a dark blood red. Nizun walked over immediately, trying to ease this sudden outbreak. Seal Yuo's eyes shone on his pale face, looking like he suddenly thought of something. The both of you should go. Gaoqin Jiu consents. It wants him at my limit. I'm afraid he's already on his way here. Seal Yuo panted, struggling as he said this. I shook my head. Where should we go? We aren't fugitives either. Anyway, Huan King said he needs at least a few days to arrive here. Seal Yuo shook his head in disagreement. He doesn't know Gaoqin Jiu. If I. Before he could complete his sentence, he was racked with another violent spate of coughing, and he kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood. I frowned, looking at Nizun. Take him to Jaipa. Quick. Before Nizun could help him up, Seal Yuo shut his eyes and stopped moving. What's happening? I asked in shock. Nizun frowned, looking grim. Seal Yuo was leaning against Nizun. They were in black and white, and the contrast was apparent. The blood on Seal Yuo's white robes bloomed into red flowers. There was still blood on the corner of his lips, but his beautiful face looked like it was just peacefully resting. It was a kind of morbid beauty which pained my heart. He's no longer breathing. This was exactly what happened to Lai King. Nizun said slowly. Lai King? If Lai King didn't wake up, what about Seal Yuo? Why did this happen? My trembling hands reached towards Seal Yuo. He's dead. Nizun was silent for a moment. He then said, I don't think so. It doesn't feel like it. My gut tells me that if Seal Yuo dies, there'll definitely be great upheaval in the split zone. Because of this, he won't die that easily, nor would he allow himself to die so easily. This sounded confusing. What am I supposed to do now? I did not know what to say. Let's just take him to Jaipa first, said Nizun as he carried Seal Yuo. Okay. Under the curious glances of some residents, we rushed out of the bar with Seal Yuo in Nizun's arms. We were met with a sudden rush of air as we stepped out of the marketplace building. We could see a lone figure running towards us under the gray sky. The figure seemed to be shrouded in an evil, gray mist, and its gaze was sharp and full of anger. It was coming straight for Nizun and I. I could not believe my eyes. It was Gaoqin Jiu. A kind of dark aura encased him, and with amazing speed, he snatched Seal Yuo from Nizun before backing some distance away. Strong winds whipped around the marketplace, making me slightly unsteady on my feet. A dark fire was raging in his eyes. What did you guys do to him? His voice was hoarse, and though it sounded angry, I could hear a slight tremble in his voice, and a hint of helplessness. Chapter 125. Volume 2. 125 Kill her. Shen Kai. I have never seen such an incensed and alarmed look on Gaoqin Jiu. We didn't do anything to him. I don't know what's happening either, I muttered, stunned by Gaoqin Jiu's expression. A storm was raging in Gaoqin Jiu's eyes, and shortly after, a dark shadow rushed out from behind him. Seeing Seal Yuo's prone, bloody form, Rongjing called out in a woeful scream, and that dark shadow grew into a gigantic one. Lai Shen, hand my fu over now. We need to save Seal Yuo by engraving a split symbol on her. Gaoqin Jiu shouted in anger. I panicked. I did not want Seal Yuo to die either, but there's no way I can hand my fu over. Nai answered. No. We can't hand my fu over. Gaokenju smirked. You think you have a choice? Strong winds howled. Gaokenju flew some distance away and leaned Luo against a tree. Shen Kai was already in his hand when he turned back to face us, pointing the pitch-black Shen Kai towards the sky. He made his way towards me. He looked like a grim reaper drenched in the icy waters of death. Rong Jin remained silent, but a hand stretched out from that dark shadow. With a quick wave, countless beasts appeared in the sky. There were lions, tigers, and various other abnormal animals like a cat-headed snake and an elephant with the head of a wolf. Their eyes were all blood-red, and their jaws were wide open. This is bad. We were right in front of the marketplace, and there were still many Western District residents around. Many residents who were out and about ran away screaming in fear as they saw the beasts appearing in the air. Gao Kenju seemed to have sensed my worry, and with a menacing smile, he raised Shen Kai and slashed a graceful arc to his left. Whoosh! A dark ray of light appeared. It was jet black but blinding. Ah! A few innocent bystanders were cut down some distance away by that dark ray. He spoke in a frigid voice. Those injured by Shen Kai might lose their consciousness for a few days. If it was serious, their MF might even be damaged. Though you can't die here in the split zone. Won't it be a living hell for them if their MF is greatly damaged? Lai Shen. Do you want to hand my fu over? Or do you want me to kill every single one of your residents? Boom! I was incensed as I saw more and more residents falling onto the ground in pain. My red hair flew up into the air, flying amidst the rolling air currents. Gao Kinju, if you dare, you'll have to fight me. I drew my bow with gritted teeth, sending out 20 arrows. Gao Kinju dodged them easily, keeping his steely eyes on me. Let's just see if I dare do it. As Gao Kinju held Shen Kai, a deathly aura started to surround it. I instinctively knew that I had to stop him. Without any further thoughts, I took Piercer in one hand, activated my MF on my feet, and I pounced onto Gao Kinju in a second. At the same moment, the beast started going around tearing apart innocent residents. There was a loud crack in the sky and a bright light appeared from the heavens above. I was only inches from Gao Kinju's face, and I could see the dark fog surging in his eyes. I raised Piercer high, and whipped it towards him. Piercer! Stop him! I shouted angrily. Piercer's violet light appeared in that instant. I felt pain shoot through my palm all the way to my heart. Lai Shen, put Piercer down now. Nai Zun's worried voice sounded from behind me. I endured the pain and focused 20 MF onto my wrists, whipping Piercer with a speed that even Gao Kenju cannot dodge. Gao Kenju's eyes darkened. He could not dodge this. But he was not planning to. He drew something in the air with Shen Kai in his left hand, and countless explosions started sounding somewhere to his left. He met Piercer's attack with his right hand. Smack! Piercer's tremendous power slammed into his palm, together with a great force of MF. PFF Gao Kenju spat out a mouthful of blood as he met the attack. He looked at me with hostility, and that flexible sword Shen Kai was now wrapped around my neck with a quick movement of his left hand. Swish! That icy, razor-sharp sword cut into my neck, and blood started to gush out. We were facing each other. His arm was broken by Piercer, but he held it tightly. Even though his arm was still in the process of healing, Shen Kai was still around my neck. I activated my MF to protect my neck, preventing him from using Shen Kai to cut my head off. Both of us spat out mouthfuls of blood. I stared at him with wide, open eyes while he held my gaze with an angry stare. Lai Shen, I really hate you. Gao Kinju released my neck, and used Shen Kai to attack something behind me. There was a loud crash after he said, "Exterminate." I turned back, only to see one entire block of the marketplace being demolished with countless air currents and a dazzling brightness from the sword. As the block crumbled, countless bodies dropped out, as if they were mere puppets. No, I screamed, only to see a blinding light reflected from that bright screen which previously landed in front of the marketplace. Jaipa was holding a long scroll, and as he said the ceiling incantations, countless bright screens started to form a wall in front of the marketplace. Gao Kinju took me in a chokehold from behind, I then saw dark fog surge in Nizun's eyes. It felt more terrifying than the glint in Gaokenjiu's eyes. Nizun shot us a look which seemed to become a pressure that targeted the consciousness. Gaokenjiu shut his eyes as he called out. I held my head in my hands. Rongjin's shadow flitted towards Nizun. Nizun no longer had his gloves on, and he grabbed Rongjin's shadow forcefully, dragging him across the ground. Hellfire was burning in his eyes, and he was much more horrifying than Gaokenjiu as he seemed to be, engulfed in a dark light. Gaokenjiu forced his eyes open, and blood flowed from both his eyes as it was damaged by Nizun's ability. He let go of me suddenly, tearing off the splitting key hanging from his neck. This is bad. Before I could stop him, he bent down and stuck the key into his left ankle. While I could only stare with wide eyes, I heard the fabric over his ankle tear, and what I saw was the exact same scorpion symbol that was on my left ankle. I shook my head in disbelief, and met Gaokenjiu's cold and menacing gaze. He stared at me, saying, "Shatter, unlock the seal." Crash. As his split symbol produced a bright light, the air currents between us turned into tiny air needles which zipped through my body. I screamed in pain. I stared at Gaokenjiu through bleeding eyes. Instead of escaping, I enunciated every word clearly. "You are my soul splitter." "That's right, I was the one who captured you." As he looked at me, there seemed to be agony in his eyes, as if he was talking about something anguishing. But I know better. Why would he be pained over this? He brought me nothing but pain. Why did you do that? Tears and blood flowed from my eyes. I held Piercer tightly, allowing that painful, icy chill to invade my heart. "You even killed him. So why can't I do that?" Gaokenjiu's eyes were misty, and he looked as if he was drowned in sorrow. "Him? Who's that?" "You mean Gao Kai? How are you related to Gao Kai?" Or I heard Rongjin call out. You're really the devil at the Rongjin's screams continued behind me. I turned back abruptly, only to see Nizun drenched in dark blood, a devilish glow surrounding him. There was an insatiable killing intent in his eyes, and he seized the neck of Rongjin's shadow tightly. He seemed to be merely holding onto a shadow, but that shadow was screaming in agony at this moment. The beasts were no longer attacking the residents. They were charging towards him now. Giant claws started to materialize from the ground, closing in on him, as if about to tear him into pieces. "Do you have the time to worry about others?" I heard Gaokenjiu's cold voice behind me before a giant wave and countless jet black air currents started flying in my direction. "Hand my fu over. If not, I'll cripple you and you'll not be able to use your MF ever again." Though Gaokenjiu said this without wavering, I saw a hint of sorrow and sympathy in his eyes. I must be seeing things. Lai Shen must have been seeing things. Why would Gaokenjiu feel sympathy for me? "Kill me if you can." I choked on a mouthful of blood. He threw Shen Kai on the ground, scoffing. "Shen Kai, kill her." Shen Kai transformed into another Gaokenjiu. As it hit the ground, his entire body was jet black, and his eyes were a blood red. This was the soul in the sword. "No, it's the devil in the sword." Shen Kai placed both hands on the floor, and the ground started quaking violently. Shen Kai's bloody eyes were fixed on mine, and I felt pain shooting through my heart. Together with the icy pressure from Piercer, I began to feel like my consciousness was crumbling. I screamed. Chapter 126. Volume 2. 126. Nizun's killing intent. I heard Rongjin's cries as I screamed. Nizun tore Rongjin's shadow into two. He ran towards me, and as he was shielding me with an arm, black clouds started billowing from his other hand. Those black clouds had a macabre aura which felt deadly, and it encased that figure which Shen Kai transformed into. Shen Kai started to shiver. Gaokenjiu looked surprised. "These are the devil's hands themselves." Nizun's hand pressed down on my shoulder, and he sounded merciless. "I've always been the devil." His pupils started moving like it was an 8-trigram symbol. The sky directly above me turned into a pitch black. It looked like a giant paint palette, and it started rotating with the movement of his pupils. I spat out a mouthful of blood. The twisted, deathly and cruel darkness spread into my eyes, making me tremble. I felt like throwing up. Under that immense pressure which seemed to press onto our consciousness, Ergao Kinjui and I both threw up mouthfuls of blood. A horrific killing intent engulfed Naizun, sucking every one of us into this black hole that he created. I felt pain on my shoulder where his hand was. Naizun, I cried out, recalling the incident which happened half a year after my arrival here. It was something I always refused to bring up, and something which Naizun does not even remember being involved in. Naizun was a person of few words, and I hated that he always followed me around. Until that day. Ah Shen, let's go have fun in the border forest, Lai Wen said with a cone in her hand. She sat down beside me as I was enjoying the scenery from the rooftop. Even though there was no scenery to speak of in the split zone, didn't Lai King say there has been a recent spate of deaths due to newcomers not being able to deal with the stress of living here? Let's just stay here, I said. Don't be lazy. I know you best. Quick, let's go. You're about to turn moldy at this rate. Lai King hooked her arm onto mine as she finished the last of her cone. I smiled weakly, but I did not reject her either. I happened to turn back as I left the rooftop, and I saw that dark figure behind me again. I felt angry all of a sudden, but there was nothing to be done about this since he could not be more than 500 meters away from me. Lai Wen chattered non-stop as we walked. She was always this bubbly and bright, as if she had no worries at all. She learned to manipulate her MF rather quickly, and she was like a carefree, brilliant young girl. I saw many unfilled pits in the ground as we arrived at the border forest. I laughed. I knew it. You wanted my help in planting trees. Lai Wen stuck her tongue out at me cheekily. I'm doing this for you. You just daydream on the rooftop all day and run all over the Western District at night. I'm afraid you might sink into depression if you continue like this. I smiled bitterly. Depression? I'm not afraid of this puny illness. I have an identity disorder. Lai Wen grabbed my arm suddenly. Ah Shen, look at that person squatting beside the pit. Doesn't he look a little weird? I looked towards the direction she was pointing, and I was startled. There was a man squatting in the forest. He was in a weird position, with both hands around his head, and he was staring at Lai Wen and I. The man had scars of various sizes on his face, and he looks terrifying. Excitement shone in Lai Wen's eyes. She did not seem to be scared of anything. Ah Shen, this guy is weird. Right. I nodded. He is weird. Look at that cold face. Let's not go any closer. Didn't Lai King say there was some upheaval recently? We better be careful. Lai Wen waved an unconcerned hand. Our MF is high. Why should we be scared of him? She hopped over and reached out a hand, waving to Scarface. Hey, did you just arrive in the Western District? What are you doing here? I followed in haste, as I felt there was something odd about that man. As he saw Lai Wen going over, his face twisted, and he slapped the ground with both hands. The ground then shook violently. Lai Wen and I almost fell off our feet as I raised my head. I saw the man running towards us with splitting key in hand. Damn it. He wants to die and drag one of us with him. Though my MF was high, I did not yet know how to use it properly in battle. Lai Wen smiled, and with a slight wave, a ray of light from her arm flew towards the man. The man looked sturdy and well-built, but he was extremely agile. He dodged Lai Wen's attack easily and charged straight at me. I was simply rooted to the ground as the man was about to reach me. A dark figure appeared beside me. It was Naizun. A black fire crackled around Naizun as he stared at the man angrily. That fire surrounded both the man and Naizun. I was dumbstruck. I had never seen fire in the split zone before this. Great waves of killing intent surged in Naizun's eyes. It was as if such killing intent materialized into that black fire, scorching that man. This memory pained me. Naizun went berserk with killing intent that time, and when he woke up, he could not remember what happened. After that, he seemed to become more audacious and less inhibited, though there are times when he was quiet like before. I remember Lai King telling me not to talk about the incident to Naizun, because he would struggle with knowing it. I used to think that it was because of my other personality that made him this way, so I never brought it up, because I did not want to fight others. afraid that I might go crazy and become just like Nizun one day. I was reluctant to take on the mantle of district commander. I had to admit that I viewed Nizun as a devil at the time. He was like a ticking time bomb, usually quiet and harmless. But all hell breaks loose once it explodes. I was scared of him, just like how I was scared of my other personality. Maybe Nizun was right. Maybe she broke away from me because I had not accepted her. Although I initially wanted to hate Nizun for being such a devil, my impression of him changed as we spent the days together. Even though I knew that Nizun was a devil, that the explosive anger and coldness of his surpasses even that of Gao Kenjui, I started to accept him subconsciously. Sometimes I wonder if I had any right to not accept him. Am I not a devil? Am I not a monster myself? I hated myself. I hated her. And because of this, I hated him. These memories still pained me as I recalled them. Now that I think of it, Lai Wen could have stopped Scarface with her abilities at the time. But why didn't she do so? Yes, I remember it now. She just stood there, doing nothing. Why? Lai Wen. Yu Jai. Why? My trip down memory lane was stopped short as I felt Nizun's malicious killing intent invading our consciousness. Already unsteady on his feet, Gao Kenju stared at Nizun. Pupil technique. The realm of the eye. You can actually use the same ability as soul splitters. This black hole seemed to be what Gao Kenju referred to as the realm of the eye. This space was created through Nizun's pupils, and everything he sees will be sucked into this space. More importantly, this space invades the consciousness, and it felt twisted, cold and cruel. It was as if a horrifying scene was being created in your head, and there was no way you can escape it. You could only throw up. If you happened to meet Nizun's gaze, those rotating pupils of his would make you feel like your five senses were crumbling. Though Rongjin's shadow already healed, it seemed to be immobilized by this mental pressure, and the shadow could only attempt to creep slowly away from Nizun. Gao Kenju looked like he was suffering as well. And that dark figure which Shen Kai transformed into was also struggling. Since I was in this space, I too was in misery. His left hand, the one with the skull ring, held my hand tightly. I did not feel any chill from the hand of the devil which was supposed to bring misery to others. Instead, I felt a calming strength. Although the pressure in this space increased, smudging our consciousness, I felt warmth coming from his hand. This warmth was like liquid air, forming a layer around me, as if it was protecting me. I could not bear the bloody taste in my throat, and even though I felt like my consciousness was about to crumble, I still looked Nizun in the eye. I saw pain in his eyes, the pain he feels when he hurts others. But Nizun, can people like us really be redeemed? Are we worthy of sympathy whether we like it or not? Both of us carry evil killing aura in our hearts. We have devilish hearts. I looked at him with teary eyes, and he met my gaze with a look of deep sorrow. Nizun, don't turn into a monster even if it's for me, even though I already knew it was all for me that time. Please don't. I'll hate you more like this. Because you are adding to my sin. I already killed Gao Kai. I can't continue sinning. Chapter 127. Volume 2. 127. Guan Nai's injury. I looked up at Nizun's sad and lonely eyes, shaking my head. My heart throbbed with pain, and a chill was invading my consciousness. But I kept thinking, no, Nizun, don't turn into a monster again because of me. The agony in Gao Kenjui's eyes slowly turned into anger, and he pulled me away from Nizun. As I met his cold gaze, I saw a determined hatred in him. The corner of his lips was stained with blood, and his eyes were filled with a chilly menace. Lai Shen, didn't you only have eyes for him, that man who looks exactly like me? Gao Kai, your heart, your eyes, your soul, wouldn't they all stay with him forever? You refused to leave even when he did those horrid things to you. And now you're changing for Nizun, just because you killed him. Gao Kenju fired these questions at me, befuddling me. What did it mean by doing horrid things to me? You, how do you know all this? I answered without realizing. I saw Gao Kenju pursing his lips for the first time, and at this moment, the dark sky began to crumble. It felt like the apocalypse. Nizun flitted to my side, Grabbing my other hand, Gao Qinju shot him a cold look following which he seemed to be sucked into the black hole of Nizun's eyes. Gao Qinju looked like he was in anguish, and he tightened the grip on the hand that was grabbing me. I kept my eyes on him. Tell me, didn't you say you didn't know who Gao Kai was? Why did you bring me to the split zone if you didn't know him? How do you know what happened between us? Gao Qinju laughed out loud, to the point that he started to tear. Lai Shen, even if I didn't bring you here, didn't you still stab him? I was quite floored, but I smirked at him. What has that got to do with you? No matter how many times I stab him, do you soul splitters all have doppelgängers in our world, a body double? Are you in a drama, or did this mean that you witnessed me stabbing him? But being in another world, there was nothing you can do. I did not know why I said this. It was cruel, ruthless, and it made no sense. I felt like there was something in me which was previously in a deep sleep, but it was beginning to gain awareness, and it was about to be revived. Such revival was not a saving grace. It was not a rebirth. It was destruction. That's right. I couldn't stop him. And I couldn't stop you. Gao Qinju had a poignant smile, though the word poignant did not seem to suit him. It described him well at this moment. He still looked pompous with that chiseled jaw, but his wounds coupled with that look of sorrow in his eyes made the picture heart-breaking. I subconsciously looked down at his bright yellow sneakers, which were now stained with blood. An indescribable emotion welled up in me. I felt someone pulling on my arm painfully, and looking up, I saw Gao Qinju's despondent gaze. Didn't you only love him? Before I could react, I felt something pulling on my other arm. It felt hesitant, as if it was afraid of hurting me. I looked up in that direction, and met Nizun's quiet, lonely eyes. Those quiet eyes looked like they were trying to tell me so many things. Starlight shone in his eyes, and he held my arm in a tight grip. Tell me, didn't you only love him? Gao Qinju pulled me back, forcing me to look right at him. Gao Qinju, what are you doing? Si Luo is still waiting for us. I heard Rongjin's helpless cries for Gao Qinju from behind. He dared not come any closer because of the realm of the eye. It was a realm of darkness, and as a shadow, he would only be swallowed into it. As if suddenly woken from a dream, panic, surprise, pain, and anxiety flashed past Gao Qinju's eyes. It looked as if he was surprised that he would actually forget about Si Luo while talking to me. He looked like he was in a deep anguish, except I did not know what it is. He then became enraged. He shouted, Shenkai. I was impaled by the jet black Shenkai in an instant, and I could feel it trying to invade my consciousness. I cried out in pain as I felt my soul being torn apart. Shenner, it was the first time I heard Nizun call out like this. It sounded like that voice within the illusion. Crash. As Nizun felt my consciousness starting to crumble, the realm of the eye started collapsing. The sky collapsed, and there was only infinite darkness. There was no escape. As I started losing grip on my awareness, I could see Nizun grabbing me by a hand, and that ring on his pinky finger in the other hand produced a streak of bright light. That light felt like a devil out to devour, and it was aimed right at Gao Qinju's heart. A feeling of uneasiness swept over me. No, I screamed this in my heart. But why did I hear a similar cry coming from somewhere far away? A white figure rushed into this space. The figure had a head of long hair that swept the ground, and a look of worry and fear was etched in those upturned eyes. It was Guan Nai. He rushed in front of Gao Qinju to shield him. Stab. He was stabbed through the chest with a blood-red streak. The light from Nizun's pinky ring skewered Guan Nai right through his heart. Gao Qinju's eyes opened wide as Guan Nai collapsed onto the ground gracefully. He lifted his fingers as he collapsed, and moving his lips, he applied an illusion. Great waves appeared on the jet black ground. The force of these waves was tremendous. Nizun and I were swept into the waves, and we were sucked into the waters. Although this was an illusion, I shivered as I was being immersed in the water. The only warmth came from Nizun's hand, holding me tightly. I choked on the rolling waves and started to feel faint. It felt like I kept sinking with Nizun, and the water pressure made it feel like I was already a few hundred meters under the sea. I tried to open my eyes, But there was nothing but a flashing light. And there was nothing I could hold on to. Naizun's hand suddenly let go, and I tried to move, searching around for him. This water is really icy, but it's good that it can wash all the blood off me. In my daze, I felt as if I have landed on the sea floor, as the waves seemed calmer now, but that bone-chilling cold and pressure seemed to remain. I wanted to look for Naizun and I tried hard to open my eyes, just a little. Why did I feel so tired? Shanner, I heard a voice from the bottom of the sea. Whose is this? It sounds like the voice of a siren singing a beautiful song. It did not belong to Naizun. Whatever was restraining me seemed to let go now, and I paddled with my hands, trying to swim towards that call. Shanner, Shanner. I heard Naizun's voice out of nowhere. It was like a splash of cold water, waking me from my dream. The instant I woke up, I became aware of the immense water pressure from all sides. I saw Naizun's hair floating in the water like dark seaweed. His eyes shone with a dazzling light, and he was swimming towards me. I wanted to reach out to him for an embrace. His icy lips touched mine, as if he was giving me CPR. Can souls actually suffocate? A breath of cold air entered my body, and I desperately held onto this lifeline. It was getting difficult to open my eyes in the water, but as I opened them, I met his starry eyes. Brilliant fireworks went off in his eyes. Crash! The waves disappeared, and the darkness receded from my brain. It felt like we were about to go back to where we were. We were back in front of the Western District Marketplace, and the black hole was gone. Guan Nai's last-minute illusion and the black hole seemed to have cancelled out each other's effects. In front of the marketplace, countless individuals were groaning on the ground. Jai Pa was standing behind the many bright screens which shielded the building and him. I was met with a scene where the ground seemed to be littered with bodies. Though I knew they weren't dead, I could see the misery on their faces. Such destruction was brought about by Gao Kenjiu, by Naizun, and by me. As I wanted to question Gao Kenjiu on this scene, I saw him carry the bloody Guan Nai, looking at Naizun and I with crazed eyes. Naizun looked unusually pale. Did he damage his MF when he forcefully escaped the illusion with me? Guan Nai was a picture of tragic beauty, like a beautiful lady who was injured. He remained elegant through the pain, though he cannot be compared with Si Liuo. He was still graceful. His beautiful upturned eyes contained a kind of turbulent sorrow, and his lips were stained with blood. Looking at Naizun, he said, "Mai, pet you for her you broke through my illusion, do you know the damage?" As if he thought of something else, those dewy eyes looked towards Gao Kenjiu. Chapter 128. Volume 2. 128. The second personality. Guan Nai's pained eyes lingered on Gao Kenjiu. I glanced sideways at Naizun. Something was not right. He was very pale, and from his eyes, I could tell he was suppressing some sort of pain. He suppressed it very well, and I almost could not tell what's wrong. I wanted to reach out to him, but he backed away, as if he was avoiding me. Guan Nai started coughing, just like Si Liuo. Cough, cough, cough. He then spat out a mouthful of blood. Gao Kenjiu looked slightly anxious, and tried his best to keep his voice from panicking as he held the beautiful Guan Nai in his arms. "Are you okay?" Guan Nai gave an exhausted smile. "You worry about me too." Gao Kenjiu had a complicated expression. I could no longer be bothered with the two of them. I just found Naizun's gaze becoming more and more unfocused. "Guan Nai, what did you do to Naizun?" I stared at Guan Nai, ridden with anxiety. I did not realize that Guan Nai looked to be in more agony than Naizun was at this moment. Guan Nai smiled elegantly. "It's not me. It's you. Who else can break my illusion with my pet's ability? Others might not be able to hurt him in the least, but with you by his side, he can't help but get hurt while protecting you. As long as he cares about you and he wants to protect you, he will not be able to protect himself. How about you? What did you do for him?" Naizun interrupted Guan Nai, pointing at Gao Kenjiu. Gao Kenjiu was stunned. Guan Nai smiled, a longing in his eyes. He looked at Gao Kenjiu and said softly, "I can never compare to him no matter how much I do for you." Gao Kenjiu pursed his lips. A dark red line of blood seeped out from the corner of Guan Nai's lips. and he looks like he was in anguish. Why such an expression? Aren't I right, Gayakin? What's so good about him? Is it because he's more beautiful than me? Though this was a sorrowful scene, I felt warmed. Guan Nai might be the most innocent among us all. He was infatuated with Gao Qinju, and thought that Gao Qinju cared about Si Yuo more because Si Yuo was more beautiful than him. A gentle warmth spread across Gao Qinju's features as he looked at Guan Nai. Though he did not speak, Guan Nai suddenly turned brutal, and he took Gao Qinju's face in his bloody hands. Say it. Just why? Even after spending all those lonely years with you, Gao Qin, I wasn't able to move you. I wasn't able to earn a place in your heart. Why? Did you leave with him with just a single word? You didn't hesitate. There was nothing you missed. Why was he able to achieve something that I wasn't able to when we've spent such a long time together? One night teared up, and I was filled with pity at this. This looked like a scene where an injured, but beautiful lady was crying to her lover, asking him why she was not able to move him. But what moved me was not the scene in front of me, but Guan Nai's words. Why was he able to achieve something that I wasn't able to when we've spent such a long time together? How many of us would have had similar thoughts? Gao Qinju, Guan Nai cried out suddenly. His eyes were filled with tears. Gao Qinju, you're a monster. I'm the only one who understands you. With a breath, his hands fell to the ground. I only realized at this point that his wound did not heal. Gao Qinju noticed it too, and he looked like he was in a panic. I gave myself a bitter smile. Gao Qinju, there are things that you're afraid of too. Are you afraid that he'll die? What if I want him dead? As if shocked by the darkness in my heart, I opened my eyes wide and shook my head subconsciously. What was I thinking? Did I have to be controlled by this devil within me whenever it comes to Gao Qinju? Only me. Why was Si Yuo able to earn a place in your heart? Tears flowed down Guan Nai's cheeks. It was heartbreaking. You were ostracized and left alone, but I love that lonely look of yours. I really liked you at that time. Doesn't matter if you were just standing or sitting. It seemed as if no one could come near. Guan Nai's voice started trembling. How I wished for you to be lonely forever. I wished no one else would walk into your heart. If I can't do that, nobody else can do it either. How I wish there would be no one by your side for all eternity. I wish for everyone to turn their back on you, leaving only me by your side. Guan Nai's voice became softer. My heart felt like it was shredded into a million pieces. Such a selfish and possessive love. Wasn't I like this before? I was ostracized and called a monster. They were right. No matter how I justified my actions, I had to admit that I acted like this towards Gao Kai, wishing that no one else remained by your side, so that there'll only be me left. Ka. A shrill and eerie laughter broke my train of thought, and as I turned back, I saw Rongjin's dark shadow pierce through Naizun's heart. His dark shadow was long and thin, looking like a shadowy blade. As no one was paying attention to him, he took the opportunity to injure Naizun. No, I screamed, lifting my arm to strike with Piercer. Piercer produced a bright light, and my hand was actually restrained by this light. The pain shot up my arm and straight into my heart. Naizun looked calm, but his eyes were holding back pain. The light in his starry eyes seemed to darken. I could not move my arm. Guan Nai continued coughing mouthfuls of blood. Upon seeing Guan Nai's condition, Gao Qinju seemed to go back to being enraged. He lifted his hand, and Shen Kai turned back into that long, thin sword in his hand. There was a horrific aura surrounding Shen Kai now, and one's defenses naturally guarded against it. Once that hits you, your MF will be greatly damaged. Shen Kai was heading for the temporarily immobilized Naizun, who was impaled by that dark shadow. Don't, I screamed as my arm was not able to move even an inch. I looked at Gao Qinju, begging him with my eyes. I wondered if I was seeing things, but I thought that Gao Qinju slowed down for a second because of my cries. However, the cold glint that flashed past his eyes made me sure that he would not stop the attack. It was just a second away from peril. What should I do? What do? I can't move. I can't move. My arm can't move. Piercer. Shanner, a voice which did not belong to Naizun, but sounded like him, appeared in my head. Naizun's eyes darkened, as if he had given up on dodging the attack. I reached toward my own neck with my other hand. I focused all my MF on that hand, and with lightning speed, I plucked out my splitting key, knelt down, and jammed it into my left ankle, into that same scorpion symbol which Gaokinju, no, which he and I shared. Clack. I heard a clear clicking sound. Hi. Something which sounded like a light sigh floated past my ear. It sounded familiar, yet helpless. It sounded sorrowful and lonely. Everything seemed to stop for a second. In this second, I was able to see Gaokinjui's hand about to slash into Naizun, and Naizun's eyes seemed to shine with a dazzling brightness. An uneasy feeling overwhelmed me from head to toe. This feeling, it was stronger than all the other times when I felt uneasy. It felt as if something deep within my soul was trying to break free, and even though I knew I was heading for an abyss, I dove in without hesitation. I could not tell if my soul was being torn apart or if my heart was being shattered. The monster within me could finally break free and roar, and I released it to destroy this world. I threw Piercer onto the ground, and Shen Kai stopped in the second before it touched Naizun. Rongjin's shadow stopped moving and Guan Nai looked at me with bated breath. All their eyes were on me. I cried out in what was possibly the most painful, sorrowful cry that anyone has ever heard in the split zone. Almost half of my MF was used up in this cry. It had a force that pierced through souls, making everyone quieten down, even me. Because of that darkness which clawed its way through, I saw things clearly now. It was as if we were apart for a century, but you came back to me eventually. After I focused a high amount of MF on my throat, it felt hoarse after I let out that blood-curdling scream. I fixed my eyes on someone in front of me. As I activated my split symbol, my body produced a streak of red light. This red was eerie but dazzling. It was bright. It was shiny. It was blinding. Not far from me, the red light materialized into someone. She had a gentle but ruthless smile on her, as if she could easily destroy the world in a second, leaving no one alive. At this moment, she had a stunning smile. It was empty and cruel, and she was staring at me. She was dressed in red and she had red hair, looking exactly like me. She looked like she'd just returned from a bloody battle, and smiled at me with empty eyes. Shenner. This was the voice of the siren in the sea. Chapter 129, Volume 3, 129. The Curse of the Split Symbol. What are you thinking about? I have been daydreaming on the rooftop of the residence building for a while now, and my thoughts were interrupted by Huan King, who walked over to be beside me. I looked up at him in a daze, shaking my head. He sat on the floor beside me, not afraid of dirtying his white suit at all. Lai Shen. Thank you. If you didn't try your best in stopping Gao Qinjui, who knows if it's still possible for my Fu to live this happily here in the split zone. It was rare to hear Huan King thank someone. I gazed into the distance. Is she happy now? Huan King was silent. I let out a sigh. Huan King. There's no need to thank me. Everything she has now is all thanks to you. Even if she doesn't like it. Even if she isn't happy. You won't be able to change that. She'll be able to live well as long as she is wherever her heart wants her to be. As for you, you'll have to think about whether you want her to merely be alive, or to live a happy life. Huan King gave a wry smile. When life gets difficult, wanting a happy life will merely be an unreachable dream. You and Joe S. really weren't able to find any way to save Si Luo. I looked at him. He didn't meet my eyes, but simply looked into space as he replied. No. Oh, how's your situation? Everything all right? He asked suddenly. I wanted to say not bad, pretty good, or nothing much. But why couldn't I say so? A whole week had already passed since the day Gao Qinjui and Rong Jin attacked the Western District in their attempts to take my Fu. However, that moment when I activated my split symbol still lingered in my mind. As one activates their split symbol, they be placed under a curse. I believed that, and I did not activate it because I did not want to experience that curse either. Until that day, when I saw Ge Qinju charging towards Naizun with Shen Kai in hand and a killing intent that seemed inextinguishable, I had no other choice but to do it. After activating my split symbol, I received power. And also a curse. That curse was able to destroy me. How long has it been since I've seen her? No, I should be saying, have I seen her before? People around me used to mock me. What a weirdo. Stay away from her. I heard she's a loony. Where were you in all those lonely years? Through all these days and nights. I opened my eyes and closed them. Again and again. My head was filled with thoughts of her. She turned into a devil. And she was stepping through blood. She called out to me gently. Shanner. Everyone stopped in their tracks when I let out the scream that day. But nobody could see her. She was something only I could see. She was the curse. The curse I received after activating my split symbol. I've previously thought of many possibilities of how the curse would manifest itself. But I never would have expected that she would materialize and appear right in front of my eyes. She was the curse placed upon me by my split symbol. It was actually her. I always knew that even though she was a devil, she was a devil which belonged only to me. On the day of that battle, she stopped Gao Qinju's attack on Naizun. It was a beautiful scene where blood splattered dazzlingly. It might even be the most beautiful battle the split zone had witnessed. An attack that not even Shenkai could parry. But I couldn't remember a single thing. I simply fell apart when I saw her. I didn't know that bodies of consciousness could fall apart in the split zone. I only knew the results from the battle. She stopped Gao Qinju's attack on Naizun, following which, Si Liuo miraculously woke up. Since Si Liuo was awake, taking our lives were no longer Gao Qinju and Rongjin's priority. With their unwavering loyalty, they once again went back to Si Liuo's side. Loyalty is just like shackles that cannot be broken. Guan Nai was abandoned. Gao Qinju might have been aware that Guan Nai's injuries were not fatal, but I could tell that his choice made Guan Nai hate him once again. The depth of hatred can only commensurate with the intensity of love. To the others, I might have been the one who stopped Gao Qinju, since they could not see her. To the others, I was the one who went berserk and turned into a monster. It was like I went insane. But she isn't me. That is something only I know. Though she helped finish what I started, I cannot accept her just because of this. She brought me years of loneliness when I was alive. I will never forget that pain she brought me by taking my love away. I'm already dead, with my consciousness stuck in this godforsaken place. Why can't she just let me off already? Why don't you just let me off? Don't even dream of me being able to accept you merely because of this bit of power you're able to provide. On that day, I passed out shortly after activating my split symbol. The circumstances were amusing when I awoke. Si Liuo's condition miraculously improved, and he finally ordered Gao Qinju and Rong Jin to stop attacking my Fu and I. My Fu and Ku Fei were then finally able to come out of hiding. Instead of leaving immediately, Si Liuo, with his two cruel subordinates, stayed in the Western District, together with my Fu and Ku Fei. They waited for me to regain consciousness. He even used a special technique to summon Huan King and Jiao S, who were at that point still searching for a method to save him. As Huan King and Jiao S did not succeed, they were initially in disbelief when they saw Si Liuo's much improved condition. I thought I was dreaming when I didn't see her as I woke up. When she reappeared, she was squatting on the floor, drawing circles. Her profile looked beautiful. Her red dress was identical to mine, and it flared out onto the floor, hiding those pretty ankles of hers. Her bright red hair was also identical to mine. It was long and fell over her shoulders naturally. She was a beauty. As I walked towards her, she looked up slowly, giving me a charming smile. I was being stared at by myself. Her smile was gentle and warm, and her profound eyes made it look like I was looking into a deep lake. She asked, "How are you?" How should I answer? I'm good. Without you. I'm good. From then on, I didn't know how I should answer such a question. I didn't know how to answer Huan King, who asked the exact same question as she did. Eventually, I decided to answer, I'm great. Huan King did not seem to read too much into this reply of mine. He simply said, "They said you activated your split symbol during that battle, and that you were a little weird after that." I shrugged. I've always been weird. You just need to get used to it. Though I answered this way, I thought to myself. I was weird. Ha. Seems like as long as she's around, I'd be labeled weird. No. Hyun King looked me in the eye with a serious expression. You know what I mean. Do you want to consider telling me about the punishment you received after activating your split symbol? I laughed. Hyun King. Curiosity killed the cat. Hyun King did not lighten up even after I laughed. He continued looking serious. He sighed. Anyway, as someone who hopes to use that power in battle from activating my split symbol, I know very well that the punishment is not an easy one to bear, even though I didn't witness the fight that day, or your reaction after activating it. I can fully understand. Lai Shen. No matter what the punishment is, it's definitely something unimaginably painful. Hyun King reached a conclusion regarding the effect of the activated split symbol. My dear Hyun King, that isn't unimaginably painful. Pain can be felt, but what she brought me was destruction. Of me losing all feelings towards this world. How could I let her out? How could I let her out in this place where I could escape and finally be independent? I then smiled at Hyun King. I'm not in pain. She's the one in pain. I'll let her regret ever coming to this place which belongs only to me. Also, Hyun King, how could you understand my pain? Who are you to understand it? My lips twisted into a cruel smile. Through his gaze, Hyun King was trying to tell me that he understood, so that I wouldn't be so helpless. However, he looked surprised. Upon hearing what I said, who is she? Hyun King asked carefully. I smiled gently. A devil. A monster. Hyun King frowned slightly, as if he did not know what to say. Hyun King. I looked down, a smile still on my lips. The punishment you received upon activating your split symbol might not be an unbearable one. But when I activated it, I didn't receive a punishment. I received destruction. I looked up gently at him. On that day of battle, Guan Nai was worried for Gao Qinjui. After settling my fu in Ku Fei, he rushed to the scene. Because of his choice, he had to once again witness Gao Qinju choose Si Liuo over him. Jai Pa got even busier after that day repairing the damage to the area because of the battle. After Jiao S and Hyun King returned, Jiao S also stayed in the Western District, waiting for me to regain my consciousness. She might have been worried about me. Or maybe it was because she could finally see Si Liuo. It was as if everything came to a temporary stop. As if everyone was temporarily saved. Except for me. Not only did I summon a monster, I also destroyed what tied Nizun and I together. Chapter 130. Volume 3. 130 Jiao SS Heart. Nizun was gone. After I woke up. When everything came to a temporary stop. He was gone. More accurately, he was gone from the moment I activated my split symbol and saw her in battle. Not only was he gone, I could not find him anywhere. After I activated my split symbol, that restriction where we could not be more than 500 meters apart was also undone. I used to hate it, since I could never be more than 500 meters away from him from the first day I arrived in the split zone. It was a restriction that had no apparent reason, and it was gone so suddenly. Did I try to look for him? I didn't. Maybe I just couldn't believe that he'd just go missing and leave me like this. You couldn't wait to leave me once that restriction was lifted. Nizun. As for Nizun's disappearance, Hyun King seemed to hesitate. You seem to be able to read my mind. I looked at him, encouraging him to continue. Hyun King looked worried. After you passed out, we looked at Guan Nai's injuries. They were more serious than we thought, and it caused some permanent damage to his MF. I don't know what Nizun did to cause such damage, though I might not be able to accurately estimate Guan Nai's abilities. As a fellow illusionist, I know he isn't an ordinary one. One can escape from that physical illusion he created with MF, and it can also be undone, but it cannot be forcefully broken. However, Nizun was able to do just that. His eyes darkened. I don't know what you saw in the physical illusion, since it's meant to bring out the darkness in your hearts. No matter what you saw, Nizun probably broke the illusion by force because he was trying to prevent that darkness from devouring you. He accomplished something which isn't usually possible, Because of that, I have reason to believe that he is gravely injured. I opened my eyes wide. Lai Shen. Bodies of consciousness in the split zone don't die easily, but we can still get hurt. I'm not talking about those injuries which can heal themselves. I'm referring to the permanent damage that can affect MF. To us, MF represents our ability and it forms the foundation of life here. It's difficult to go on if our MF is damaged. If you really care about him, it's best to look for him as soon as possible. I'm leaving now. You've been daydreaming here on the rooftop almost every day since you woke up. What I'm trying to tell you is that some things cannot be solved by simply daydreaming. Huan King left after that. I remained silent when he spoke. I'm just daydreaming, not avoiding things. Jiao S and Si Luo are still here in the Western District. All of you are still here. Why are the lot of you here? Why are you still here? What are your aims? All of this isn't important right now. And I couldn't care less about it. I didn't want to think about anything. And I didn't want to do anything. I'm not running away. For some reason, I had no energy to do anything. It was as if half of my soul was lost. Why did he leave when all of you are still here? I heard footsteps behind me. I knew immediately who it was. Nobody walks as stiffly as she does. Are you guys taking turns? Why? You're afraid that I'd jump off from here? Don't worry. I won't die from it even if I do. Although I didn't want to do anything and my emotions were in a mess. I regained a lively nature in front of Jiao S. Jiao S sat beside me. You've been sitting here without sleeping or resting for 2 days. I shook my head. I did rest. You're waiting for him? Jiao S asked in her hoarse voice. I remained silent, shaking my head. Jiao S and I both looked into the distance. I was finally able to see him in this Western District of yours. After that huge battle. After you passed out from activating your split symbol, Jiao S said. I nodded. How do you feel when you could finally see him? You've admired him for a long time. Jiao S continued. How do you feel about Nizun's disappearance? He has always been by your side. My head shot up. She did not look angry. But why did she have to say something like this to break my heart? She stared into my eyes. Others don't know you. But I know you. You'll never come clean if I don't force you to. Ah Shen, tell me, you're really totally fine with Nizun disappearing? I held her gaze. No, I'm not fine at all. This is why I'm here. I gave her a wry smile as I pointed at the rooftop I was sitting on. For a long moment, Jiao S looked at me with those empty eyes. She then did something unexpected. Slowly, she leaned her head close and rested it against my shoulder. This was so familiar. There was only one other person who did this to me when I was alive. She used to be my best friend, and she was also the one who betrayed me. My heart hurt as I thought of Pamilo. I could not get used to Jiao S's breath on my shoulder. I haven't been in such close proximity to anyone for a long time. Just like a contagious patient, I kept my distance from everyone, though I was not used to this. It felt nice. A slight smile formed on my lips, and there was fatigue in her voice. What good does it do for me to ask you these? I'm also an idiot when it comes to love. I suddenly thought that I should ask her about what she said to Si Luo, and what happened after seeing him after such a long time. But, could I really ask something like this? I saw him, and he was just as gentle to me. A gentleness that had this distance to it. A distance which can never be overcome. She spoke even before I could formulate my question. I was silent. Ah Shen, I've always known that he had countless admirers and loyal followers. He has this angelic aura, and he is always so wise. How could I be worthy of standing beside him? Even if I was just a subordinate, someone peculiar. And I know known as the Queen of Annihilation here in the split zone. A cruel, ruthless, emotionless person. He'll just be spoiling the picture if a person like me were to stay beside him. But why did I still want to be by his side? I knew it was impossible. I knew I wasn't worthy. Why chase such a faraway dream? Though I wasn't worthy, there were many other things I wasn't worthy for. There were far too many things that I lacked. So can't I just dream about it? She heaved a sigh. But I could hear her helplessness. I did not dare move. and I let her continue leaning against me. I was afraid to move because I was afraid to see the tears in her eyes. I did not want to see her cry. She was always so strong, as if nothing could beat her. They all loved him and they would protect him. But why did it feel like it was me who understood him best? They were all thinking of how to save him when he was dying. But it was only me who wanted to help him accomplish what he wished for. Even though I didn't even know what his wish was, I simply wanted to help him achieve what he wished for. There were so many who loved him, but none could provide him with the life he wanted. Ah Shen, I still don't know what he wants. But I know that it is not something easy, and it is definitely non-violent. I know he wants peace, so how could he accept sacrificing my fuss life to save his own? I would never do anything he doesn't wish for. Instead of dying in peace, they all want him to stay alive, when all I want is just for him to have a happy life. I don't want him to die, and I know he won't die. I want him to be the happiest person in this world. I want him to be the happiest person in this world. Such promises were usually made by one male to another female. But you carry such wishes for Si Liuo. How are you not worthy of being by his side? Tell me. Apart from you, Jos, who else is worthy of being by Si Liuo's side? The loyal but knave Gaokan Jiuyan Rongjin, or somebody else. Ah Shen, he was just as distant as ever when I saw him again. I know I should give up, but I just can't change my heart. Ah Shen, acting just like a teenage girl. I can't even bear to leave him even for just a while. Haha, how can someone like this lead the Eastern District? Ah Shen, I wasn't well liked nor accepted by others when I was alive. And I'm not about to hope for something nice here in this world. Maybe this was the reason why I lost my will to live and ended up here in the split zone. I didn't expect that I would meet him here. I know, being this emotional isn't like my usual self at all. But Ah Shen, do you know that when I met him, I finally learned that there was still something in this world that made me gravitate towards it. I realized I could be like an ordinary person, someone who wanted things, and not be a monster. Silent tears rolled down my cheeks. I started crying even before she did. The listener was the one who cried. Jos, would there be anyone apart from me who knows exactly how you feel? For someone who had grappled with years of identity disorder, who was always treated like a terrorist and shunned by others. Gaokai, was that dream of mine the only thing that was good in this world? Si Liuo pushed you away. Si Liuo rejected you. Si Liuo left you. Don't be afraid. Don't cry. At least you didn't dirty your hands killing him. Droplets of tears hung on my chin, before dripping onto my palm. Jos was also crying silent tears, and her tears met mine as they landed on my palm. Chapter 131, Volume 3, 131. How can you bear to see me upset? Jos and I were drowned in a sea of sorrow, leaning against each other. We were feeding off each other's precious warmth. My vision cleared as I stopped crying. I saw her figure appear slowly in front of me. After I activated my split symbol, I could never tell when she would appear. She appeared at irregular intervals, without rhyme or reason. She was just floating in midair, like a female ghost dressed in red. She floated towards me with a gentle smile on her face. My shoulders stiffened. I did not want to move, but my breathing turned heavy as I saw her approaching. What's wrong? Jos, who was leaning against my shoulder, straightened up and asked carefully. She was perceptive, and she could definitely see something was different with me. I kept my eyes on the figure in front of me. Once Jos lifted her head from my shoulders, I started dragging myself backwards with my hands and legs, trying to back away. Go away. I looked at her coldly. She gave me a brilliant smile. She glanced at Jos with those bright eyes, as if to say, aren't you afraid that she'd find you weird if you talk to yourself like this? I smirked. Weird? I've always been weird. Jos was not surprised at my actions, and she simply asked with slightly knitted brows. I wanted to ask, what exactly is your curse? It seems like everyone is worried about that after you activated your split symbol. Who? Do you see? Jos followed my gaze, looking in her direction, but she couldn't see her. She stopped in front of me. That hateful smile remained on her face. Apart from asking me how are you on the first day, she did not say anything else. Nothing. Let's go. If I don't return, I'm afraid Luo and the rest might just stay here in the Western District forever. I shot her one last icy look, and stood up. Jos followed closely behind, leaving the rooftop with me. I feel that you're different after you activated your split symbol, Jos said in her coarse voice. Instead of responding to her question, I changed the subject. Where are they staying? Jos looked at me meaningfully, and continued, Guanai is seriously injured, and I got my guys to take him back to the Eastern District after you woke up. Rongjin returned to the Southern District upon Luo's orders. Only Luo and Gaoqinju are staying in the academy. Ku Fei and Mai Fu are staying directly opposite Jai Pa in the residence. Probably because he's afraid that Gaoqinju's killing intent might be reignited if they stayed too close to Luo. Guan Nai returned to the Eastern District on his own. Isn't Gaoqinju still here and Luo is here too? I asked calmly. Jos looked at me again, and as if sighing, she said, he's also human. And he has a heart. With Luo around, Gaoqinju will never look at anyone else. He bore witness to this fact once again, so he's probably extremely heartbroken. His injuries were already serious, and when he left, frankly even I've never seen him with such a forlorn expression in all these years. I looked into the distance as we arrived at the ground floor. After you activated your split symbol, do you still remember all that happened on that day during the fight? Jos asked suddenly. Now that I was reminded of it, do I really remember everything from that fight which she helped me end? I looked back. She did not follow after Jos and I as we left the rooftop. She just disappeared. Even I was surprised that day. You wielded Piercer so well. From what I know, Piercer has always produced violet light and violet blades. But on that day, Piercer had a bright red glow, as if it was a compliment to your dress. It was a beautiful battle. Everything was bathed in red. I scoffed. That was a fight. How could you describe such a violent incident as if it was a beauty pageant? You left a really deep impression on that day. On the topic of fights and bloodshed, Jos sounded so excited, as if she was inherently wicked. How deep? I asked with raised brows. Though I asked, I did not really want to know. I did not want to know how horrid I would have looked while I was being controlled by her, to the point that even someone like Gaoqinju looked subdued. My heart skipped a beat. Jos shook her head. I've never liked Gaoqinju, but that might be because I didn't like the fact that he was always hanging around Luo. Looking at it objectively, I am impressed by Gaoqinju, and he definitely has the right to be as conceited as he is. She looked at me. Apart from Luo, I've never seen Gaoqinju being so tender with anyone else. Not Guan Nai. Not you. However, he made an exception for you, though he didn't openly express it like he does with Luo. I could tell it was different. You looked like an elegant goddess, who was drenched in blood on that day when you struck at him with Piercer's red ray. And I saw that. There was this bloodthirsty cruelty and extreme passion in his eyes. It was as if he finally found his match. And he was willing to be ensnared by you. Goosebumps are appearing all over me. I laughed coldly. Willing to be ensnared by me or by her. I had always thought that Naizun protected and cared for me because we were together every single day in the split zone. I did not expect for him to tell me he had actually seen me before, and that it was not exactly me, but the me who was being controlled by her. Does this mean that she was the one he cared for? Not me. If he didn't, would Gaoqi's fate be any different? How about Gaoqinju? Though I've seen that cold, ruthless and bloodthirsty expression of his countless times, something felt different about him when we were in that crack in space. Now you're telling me that his passionate look was because he found his match. Her. Why is it always her? Why did she have to destroy everything I had? My heart seemed to be enshrouded in a heavy mist that just could not clear up. And I seemed to be viewing everyone as an enemy. They all say that she is me. That she is my other personality. No matter how much I hate her, she's still me. But I couldn't accept this. Even if she is me, She isn't who I want to be. Maybe it's because she always gets the attention of others. And this just makes my cowardice and weakness all the more apparent. How can someone who had always been unloved and ostracized suddenly turn into a strong person? I've been trying my best to change. But why did she always have to interfere? I can never surpass her. I can never wield Piercer as well as she can. You're so outstanding, while I'm just useless. Why can't you leave me alone? You look like you've given up all hope. Ah Shen, I'm not blind. I can see that layer of dust over your eyes and your heart. Jo-S kept her eyes on me. I know you've changed because of Nai-Zun. I sucked in a breath. Could you not say this name? I have already waited 3 days for him. 3 whole days without eating or sleeping. How could you bear to see me upset? Do you like her too? Didn't you always like her? Why did you have to leave then? Isn't she out now? Want you take a look at her? I tried to regulate my breathing in an attempt to calm my surging emotions. A monster started to crawl out of my heart. Slowly. It was going to break out. I'll always protect you. I split my dry lips as I smiled. Tiny cracks appeared as I haven't had any water for a few days. Forget that. Lai Shen. I turned to look at Jo-S. Bring me to see my Fu. I want to persuade her to leave the split zone. Jo-S nodded stiffly. Have you ever thought that I might stand on Gaokenjiu's side and go against you? Jo-S asked suddenly. I was reminded of my conversation with Huan King. I told him that instead of having Si Liuo stay alive through such a method, she might just want to accomplish what Si Liuo wishes to complete. Though I should have answered her like this. I tried to suppress my emotions and responded as coldly as I can. It doesn't matter where you stand. Even if all of you go against me, I'll still use every ounce of strength to stop Gaokenjiu. Jo-S did not look surprised at this. She simply looked at me calmly. I was a little guilty as I met her gaze. And I pried my eyes away. Let's go. I'll bring you to her. Jo-S finally spoke. I heaved an inward sigh of relief. And we continued walking to the next zone in the residence. You guys are probably looking for me. As we passed 1 block, a tiny figure ran out from behind a door. I frowned as I looked at my Fu. She was still in pink. And she had that arrogant look with a pair of rosy ears and sparkly eyes. I smirked. The little princess ran out on her own, not afraid that Gaokenjiu might kill you. Her cheeks puffed up in anger, as if she had a comeback. But before she could say anything, it seemed like she thought of something else, and decided to swallow her retort. Looking at her, I crossed my arms. What, you want my help with something? If she is looking for me on her own, it must be to get help. Her face immediately reddened as I hit the nail on the head. Chapter 132. Volume 3. 132. I'm no saint. I have something to tell her. Could you let us speak in private for a moment? My Fu turned to Jo-S, giving her a cold look. Jo-S did not budge even an inch. No, she said hoarsely. My Fu's face turned even redder at this. What's up with you guys? I know you hate me for being stubborn and arrogant, but I hate you guys too. My Fu pointed an angry finger at me and Jo-S. I know I'm stubborn, but so what? Once I like someone, I'll keep liking that one person forever. Can you do it? Hey, Lai Shen, where's your Nai-Zun? Why isn't he by your side? I'm stubborn, but I'm not afraid of loving someone. It's obvious that you like Nai-Zun, but you just don't dare admit it. He used those monstrous hands of his to strangle me that time. All for you. My Fu even used her hands to reenact the scene, as if to recall that horrible memory. Are you going to abandon Nai-Zun, who could turn into someone so scary, all because he wanted to protect you? She said angrily. As if she could not stand seeing anyone give up on love. My Fu, must I be like you, who can charge forward bravely and not give up on your love? You don't carry any burden because others are carrying that burden for you. But why was I speechless when faced with these accusations of hers? Jo-S scoffed. You're really brave, huh? Do you even know the price Huan King paid to protect this love of yours? I looked at Jo-S, signaling for her to stop. Although I did not look kindly upon my Fu, I remember Huan King telling me that she was not aware of what he did, and he did not want me revealing anything to her. Even though I did not like my Fu, I respected Huan King's wishes. My fuss arrogant expression turned slightly gloomy as Huan King was mentioned. I looked at her, wondering to myself if this little girl suspected anything. This is why I'm looking for you guys, my Fu said in a lowered pitch. It was not as grating on the ears as before. Although I don't understand all that's happening. I know Gaoken Jui was trying to take my life, but I don't know why he wanted to do such a thing. Yuan King Jij and Ku Fei Jij don't tell me anything. They simply tell me not to be scared and not to worry. But I'm not an idiot. There has to be something going on here. My fuss expression darkened. I sighed inwardly, though she had always been under the protection of others and kept in the dark about this. What did she do wrong? She's just a victim who didn't even know the truth. Although I don't know the truth of the matter, I know that these things likely happened because of me. I hope you can tell me the truth. My Fu looked up at me. Before I could speak, Jiao S replied. You're only asking now, don't you think that's too pretentious of you? My Fu gritted her teeth. But she did not argue. You guys will never understand how I feel. To you, I might just be a scaredy cat who knows only to hide and be protected. Do you think I'm happy about this? Everyone is keeping things from me. And I can only pretend to be happy because I don't want them to worry. Do you think I'm happy when I don't know the truth and I can't do anything to help? I was silent. What she said made sense. It was as if the world was always on the side of the protectors. And if those being protected were not grateful, they would simply be abandoned. I like bananas. But you gave me an apple. And I don't actually want it. But you continue giving them to me, to the point that others can no longer stand it, and start saying that I am ungrateful. But I simply like bananas. Sometimes, the ones being protected might not be having an easy time either. There are just too many rules in this world. You have yours and I have mine. It is difficult to reach a consensus and to be truly fair. I agree with you on this. But have you ever thought that even if you are not having an easy time, this is life, you have a right to pursue love? Just like what you said to Lai Shen. You feel that she doesn't love Nizone enough and cannot be like you. But have you ever thought of things from her angle? You're definitely steadfast in your pursuit of love. But have you ever wondered if your perseverance had hurt others? Jiao S sounded like she was preaching. I was more and more impressed by Jiao S. I had never expected that this woman, whom I initially thought was a crazed murderer, would actually be my soulmate in the split zone. Someone who knows my thoughts and understands me. Even the unreasonable My Fu was at a loss for words. Jiao S cracked her neck, and her gaze was unfathomable. I used to be like you. I thought love was to chase after something, to have it for myself. But in reality, there's a price to pay for the wrong kind of love. A moment of hesitation flashed past my Fu's eyes, but she regained her steadfast look very quickly. Even if you're right, I'm not going to give up on Ku Fei Jij. Up until now, the happiest moments of my life have all been spent with him. I have a feeling that if I miss him this time, there would be nobody else who can give me such happiness. Sometimes, there's only one person in the entire world who can give you such happiness. And you won't even take a second look at others. No matter what price I have to pay, I will not leave Ku Fei Jij. Why are you so cruel to him? Then I recalled the first time I saw her. When she was torturing Ku Fei without hesitation, she tilted her chin arrogantly as she looked up, and there was a hint of pain in her eyes. I want him to remember me. I want to be involved in every moment of his life. He might just run away if I'm not careful. I nodded. Since you like him so much and have decided to follow him, why have you come to us asking about this? You have to make a choice. Your fate might change if you learn about certain things. But you might also lose that steadfast attitude towards your love. How would you choose if they were in conflict? My Fu looked slightly distressed. I've thought about this for a long time. If they've put so much effort in keeping this from me, they must have had sacrificed some things. What if Ku Fei isn't affected by this? I asked abruptly. My Fu's eyes sparkled. Really, whatever they are keeping from me won't hurt Ku Fei Jij. Right? Ku Fei Jij won't get hurt because of me, right? Yes. I nodded, keeping my eyes on her, observing her expressions. She looked worried at first, but relaxed once she heard that this would not hurt Ku Fei. However, as she thought of how it could possibly hurt another person, she had that worried look again, as if she was in a dilemma. In a dilemma. She was in a dilemma. She was hesitating. I looked at her without blinking, not wanting to miss any of her expressions. I was curious how such a pampered little girl would make her decision. Do you still want to know the truth? I asked. My Fu wrung her hands in front of her pink dress, looking distressed. Since she was kept in the dark, even if it did not hurt Ku Fei, this meant that it would hurt Huan King. But she did not know how much Huan King did for her. She wants to know the truth. But at the same time, she is afraid that her feelings for Ku Fei might be shaken after hearing it. Logically, I should have tried to lead her towards considering Huan King's position if I wanted Huan King to take her away. For her to leave the split zone. For some reason, I did not do that. Instead, I could see how determined she was in her love towards Ku Fei. Was this because I hoped for someone else to accomplish what I was never able to do? Even if I wanted her to leave, there were still other methods available. I could respect her decision on this. As expected, after thinking for a long time, she looked at me resolutely. It's fine. I don't need to know the truth anymore. I don't think you guys were prepared to reveal anything anyway. Sorry for the trouble. Just do what you guys want. You'll trust in Huan King Jij and Ku Fei Jij. On the surface, she is acting as if she is unwilling to listen to us and does not trust us. But in fact, she understood what I meant. And she feels guilty for it. She was consoling herself by telling herself that everything is fine as long as it does not harm Ku Fei. She looked at Jos and I once more with complex emotions in her eyes. Before running away, is it good for you to do this? Didn't you want her to leave the split zone now? She's even more committed in her decision. Jos asked. I smiled and looked in the direction of where my Fu went. After a while, my smile faded. Even if I told her the truth, I'm afraid that she might not choose to leave Ku Fei for Huan King's sake. She looked like she was in a dilemma, and this proves that she might waver after knowing the truth. However, if I tried to steer her in the direction of selfishly choosing love, she'd have to face Huan King with a guilty conscience. Infatuation will fade, but love can grow over time. While she's feeling guilty, you'll be looking for a suitable juncture to reveal the truth. At that point, she'll definitely choose to leave with Huan King. Jos looked rather surprised at this. Seems like the serious Lai Shen is definitely no saint. I gave her a wry smile. Saint, there's no word that describes me as inaccurately as this. I'm a devil. Chapter 133. Volume 3. 133. Hitting the nail on the head. Jos and I made our way to the academy after my Fu left. Seal Yuo and Gaoqin Jui have been staying in the same room in this period of time. It's no wonder Guan I left. I could almost imagine that heartbroken expression on his pretty face. But there is nothing to be done about it. This was Gaoqin Jui's choice. Just like how I was infatuated with Gao Kai. It was something uncontrollable that could not be altered. Jos seemed to look slightly nervous as we were about to knock on the door. I guess she was like this as we were going to see Seal Yuo. It looked like she had not met Seal Yuo on her own while I was still on the rooftop. If she did, it would not have been often. I wonder if she felt better with my company. I pushed the door open after I heard Seal Yuo's clear voice. Come in. As the rooms in the split zone were all designed in the same way, I naturally looked towards the bunk beds beside the window. Seal Yuo was seated on the bottom bunk, and Gaoqin Ju. I looked around and finally saw him near the wall, opposite Seal Yuo. He was leaning casually against the wall. That arrogance of his probably prevented him from asking Jaipa for some clean clothes, because his bright yellow sneakers were still stained with dirt and blood. He looked distant, shifting his gaze from Seal Yuo to me. I immediately thought of Nai Zun as I looked at that lonely figure against the wall. Has Nai Zun always been like this? Standing in front of me like a protector and keeping me company in the split zone. Why did I not notice at all this while my heart hurt at this thought? Why did you have to leave if you had kept me company for such a long time? Was it because I always ignored you and you finally couldn't stand it, or was it like they said, you got injured? But did you have to leave because of that? Don't you trust me? Does the Western District Commander love daydreaming so much that you can do it anywhere regardless of time and place? Gayakin Jiu raised his brows, looking at me sharply. My brows furrowed slightly. Is he still holding a grudge against me? But why did he have to hate me? Firstly, Luo isn't dead. And secondly, I'm sure Jai Paul would have treated them well as guests here. The ones who hurt my Western District residents and Nizun were them. So what did he have to hold a grudge against? Moreover, he's the soul splitter who captured me. Now that he's revealed himself, I should be the one holding a grudge against him. Why? Is he getting angry first? I'm afraid no one would be in the mood for anything once they meet a partipooper like you, I said sarcastically. Gaoken Jui did not respond. I looked at Luo, not bothering to continue the conversation. Luo's silvery white eyes were glowing faintly, and he looked like he was being enshrouded in soft, white light in his white robes. Seems like you've recovered well. I smiled at him, seeing how he looked much better than before. He nodded. Yes, I didn't expect it either. I wonder if it's the air here in the Western District. I've been recovering really well these few days. Does this mean there's no longer any need for Mr. Gayakin Jiu here to chase after me and make an attempt on my fuss life? Gayakin Jiu's pompous look was at the back of my mind, and I had to take a stab at him whenever I said something. Luo smiled elegantly. If I'm healthy, then that wouldn't be needed. Even if my condition worsens, I'll guarantee you they'll stop troubling you. How's that? Luo was actually willing to compromise on this. Gayakin Jiu was not as understanding as Luo on this. And he spoke. Don't even think about that. If your condition worsens, whether it's that little girl's life or her life, I'll personally take them. He shot a cold look at me as he said her life. Anger welled up in me. Did I offend you? Looking at this, although Gaoken Jiu is loyal to Luo, he might not listen to everything Luo says. As long as he thinks something is beneficial to Luo, it looks like even Luo cannot stop him from doing what he wants to. Luo turned serious, but that beautiful face of his made every kind of expression look good. Gaoken, I'll tell you seriously. You know I've promised my fuss older brother to take care of my Fu and keep her safe. This is the reason why I've made her the Southern District's goddess, so that everyone has to respect and protect her. Have you forgotten? Luo and Guan Nai both seemed to address Gaoken Jiu as Gaoken. Gaoken Jiu's eyes turned gentle as he looked at Luo. I know, and I've also made a promise to you. But you know me. How could I simply look on and do nothing when your life is on tenterhooks? If you and King isn't able to find a new body of consciousness, you'll definitely be taking that girl. Luo sighed softly, his silvery white eye shining. Yuan King and I will definitely find a new body of consciousness. Jo S spoke her first words since entering the room. I was sure that those two, like me, could hear constraint and nervousness in her voice, which was a rare thing. Her voice was already hoarse and low-pitched. Now that she is trying to sound calm, she was trying to keep her pitch steady throughout, and this made it sound even stiffer than it usually was. I glanced at her. She was still, not moving an inch, but her trembling gaze revealed her nervousness. I sighed inwardly. There was always something that could beat you in this world. I never expected Jo S to be this nervous. Huh. Why should I believe you just because you're never going to give up on your love for Luo? Gaoken Jiu smirked. This hurt. And Jo S' eyes wavered. Luo's eyes shone with a dim light, as if it was a shallow lake, but mysterious at the same time. I could not stand Gaoken Jiu's conceited attitude. If you can stay beside Luo like this, why can't we persevere in our own beliefs? I scoffed. Aren't you also sticking to Luo all the time? At least Jo S would never do anything that Luo doesn't wish for. You, on the other hand, want to go against his wishes and take the life of my Fu, putting him in a position where people would look down upon. Do you think that's very noble of you? Gaoken Jiu shot me a cold look. So what, looked down upon by others? Lai Shen, you think you're still living in your world? This is Split Zone 13 where the strong survive. May I ask who would dare to look down upon Si Luo, who can look down on him? My lips twitched in a smirk. Oh yes. I almost forgot you guys are soul splitters and different from us. You've always seen these dirty sins and dealings as noble acts. Or why else would you guys capture us? Instead of arguing, Ga Qingjiu remained silent, and pain flashed through his eyes. Si Luo smiled widely. Seems like you have a deep misunderstanding of soul splitters. But that's understandable. From what I know, it's also survival of the fittest in your world, and it's common for people to backstab others. In the split zone, however, these deeds are brought above the table. Do you prefer a world that is steeped in fake kindness, or this city that is openly full of sin? He changed the subject from what Jiao S said about finding a way to save him as he spoke, effectively turning it into a conversation with me. But I noticed the quick look he gave Jiao S. Pale moonlight shone from those silvery white eyes of his, and I was able to witness that quick glance he gave Jiao S. I wonder what Jiao S is to him. It was probably not easy to walk into the heart of this perfect person, just like how I felt Gao Kai was perfect when I was alive. Thinking about it that way, I could understand much of how Jiao S was feeling. It doesn't matter if I like it or not. I'm not courting death, so I'll be trying my best to stay alive. You naturally can't choose your plane of existence when you're alive, so it doesn't matter if I like it or not. Just like how we were forcefully captured here. You guys have never asked for our opinions when you did all that. So what's the point of asking now? I raised my brows in sarcasm. Si Luo's gaze was inscrutable. You seem different after activating your split symbol. You seem fiercer, more hostile. Though this should be a good thing, but it's a little too much. And you look like you want care even if you got hurt in the process. If I'm right, I'm guessing this has something to do with that monster in your heart. Just what triggered that monster to break away from its restraints? Was it Nai Zun? He hit the nail on the head, and it was a clean stab to my heart with every single word he said. Are you saying this because you looked into my heart, or could you see that monster which would sometimes appear beside me? If you can't, don't talk about it like you know how I feel. We're both lonely people, just like you and Gao Qingjiu, Jiao S and Nai Zun. Since everyone is the same, why do we doubt one another like that? We always put up our defenses when someone tries to pry. I gave him an icy look. There's no need for the Southern District Commander to worry about such issues. You should instead be thinking about how to save your own life. Chapter 134. Volume 3. 134. You love him that deeply. What's there to think about? You hand my fu over. I let Si Luo engrave a split symbol on her, and the problem solved. Gao Qingjiu said with a sharp glance. Si Luo waved an elegant hand. Lai Shen, do you think that Jiao S and Huan King will be able to find new bodies of consciousness? Or do you think you're able to find another way to save me? This question was unusual. How would I know other methods to save you? I don't even know what's going on with you soul splitters here in the split zone. I smiled casually. Si Luo, I think the issue lies with whether you want to be saved by us, and not whether we can find a way to save you. If you wish for death, how can I save you? It's just like what you said to me when you peeked into my heart. No one can save him if he's already dead in your heart. There's nothing we can do if you want death. But your loyal Gao Qian would end up pinning the blame on me. Wouldn't I be so wronged then? What I said seemed to cause both Jiao S and Gao Qingjiu to look towards Si Luo for an answer. Gao Qingjiu's eyes seemed to burn with a dim fire, as if he wanted Si Luo to deny it. Si Luo was silent for a moment, before breaking into a warm smile. Lai King really had good foresight. You've already said this. I spoke calmly. How about this? Let me speak with you in private, and you can make a decision after that. Jiao S spoke abruptly, as if she finally found the courage to voice her opinion. Don't even think of coming close to him. Gao Qingjiu stepped forward, showing clearly that he will intervene if we even dare take half a step forward. Si Luo looked at him gently. Gao Qin, let me speak with her. Si Luo. Gao Qingjiu looked at Si Luo with a complex emotion in his eyes, and after a quick pause, he slowly retreated to where he was before. Haha. In this world, Seiluo was probably the only one who could get Gaoken Jiui to come to a compromise. Seiluo, who was originally lazing against the bed, suddenly flew towards Jios. His movement was so quick that I could only see a flurry of white go pass. I was stunned. Was this the ability of the person with the highest MF in the split zone? Seems like he has recovered really well. His floating robes enshrouded him like a piece of painting, and his silver hair fell across his neck as he looked down, right in front of Jios. As he was only inches away from her. His long hair seemed to entangle with Jios's black hair when he moved. It was obvious Jios did not expect him to do this. And I did not expect it either. Jios looked dumbfounded, and also a little surprised. Her emotionless face seemed to light up in an instant, as if she was suddenly alive. It was like a sleeping princess being awoken by a kiss from her prince. I kept looking at the both of them. Seiluo was really beautiful. No mortal could compare to such beauty, which also carried with it a hint of nobility. Although the dubious and emotionless Jios was not usually described as someone beautiful, she always had a unique aura about her. Her black hair framed those huge, black eyes of hers, and though she looked like a young girl, she had that domineering air when leading the S-clan, a kind of queenly aura. Right now, there was slight surprise and bashfulness on her emotionless face. This was an eye-opener for me. Yes, that was the word. Eye-opener. The contrast between the two was great. Their auras were totally different, but this scene made it difficult for me to tear my eyes away from the both of them. I happened to catch a glimpse of Gao Kenju, and he had this dark, worried expression as he looked at the two of them. Seiluo kept his noble and gentle gaze on Jios, saying in his melodic voice, "You're still the same as last time." That's weird having to hear him say this to her. Joy blossomed in me. This proves that Seiluo had been thinking of her. My heart softened. I believe that Jios would feel happy at this. After having suppressed that loneliness for so long, I was really happy for her. To prevent anyone else from being the gooseberry, I walked over to Gaoken Jiui and grabbed his hand. "Let's go. Since your district commander has spoken, why not we give them some time to themselves? You don't actually think that Jios would actually hurt him, do you?" Gaoken Jiui was visibly shocked at my sudden actions, and he seemed to be momentarily frozen. I made use of this instant to pull him out of the room. "Well, wait in the room beside." After speaking, I dragged Gaoken Jiui out and closed the door after me as we entered the adjacent room. Behind me, I heard Gaoken Jiui scoff. "So much effort to spend alone time with me, what? Are you going to mistake me for Gao Kai again?" I turned back and stared at him. "Gaoken Jiui, I don't understand what's up with your current attitude towards me. If I remember right, you pretended not to know me the very first time we met. Fine, that I understand if you might not want me to go any closer and realize you were a soul splitter. But why weren't you cold all the time? I'm not blind, so don't pretend. There was a time when you treated me like a friend, so why are you so against that?" "Huh? Friend, I never have friends." It was as if he just heard a joke, his eyes full of self-mockery. I kept my eyes on him. Seiluo used a technique on me. I don't know what, but it backfired on him, and I was able to witness this scene where the both of you met. I saw Gaoken Jiui's eyes tremble. "What did you say?" I held his gaze. "It's true. It was probably this that caused his condition to worsen at the time, and you appeared after he passed out. In his dream, I seemed to have seen the younger you beside a small river, and it looked like your first meeting with him." Before I could finish, Gaoken Jiui pushed me back against the door with his hands. Boom, he was not gentle about it. His eyes were on fire and it felt dangerous. He pressed on my shoulders with greater force as he asked, "What else did you see, Hulai Shan?" I was perturbed by this sudden outburst, but I regained my composure quickly. After calming myself down, I looked at him squarely. "What, you afraid of me, seeing that you were originally also a lonely person who was ostracized, that you were cowardly and full of self-loathing when you were younger?" Gaoken Jiui did not get angry like I thought he would. Instead, he simply let out a sigh. "So you only saw me at that age? I don't understand. Apart from those memories from your younger days, what else were you afraid of me seeing? I tried to pry. There was actually another person around. Gaokenju turned anxious again. Was it a he or a she? What? The suspicion in me grew. Just who was he talking about? Seems like I knew these people as well. Wait. A girl, yes. Wasn't he always a little weird with that, do you? I looked away as I answered as surely as I could. Do you? Gaokenju was stunned at first, but said, that's not possible. He looked pained. How could you have seen her in Si Liuo's heart? Are you trying to test me, Lai Shen? I suggest you tell the truth. As he said this, his head moved closer to my face. He still looked cold, but in the moment when he approached me, I thought I saw a hint of gentleness there. Upon a second look, he still looked cold. When has Gaokenju ever been warm? I have never seen any warmth in his expressions. There was only complex emotions, pain and sadness, even when others talk about you, who seemed to have a great influence on him, or about Guan Nai, who gave so much for him. It was only when he faced Si Liuo would there be any trace of warmth. For some reason I was rather irritated, and I looked at him coldly. Why should I tell you? What are you afraid of? You don't have to worry. I'm not interested in your life at all. Your past, who you've met. I don't care. Gaokenju looked rather stunned, and his eyes seemed lit with firelight. You really don't care about my past, who I've met, and everything else about me, even if I might have some connection to the lover you killed. His hands were still on my shoulders, and his face was about to touch mine. My heart ached immediately. What did you say? I stared at him with wide eyes. His lips were right in front of my nose, as if it could come into contact with my nose any time. He smiled sarcastically. What? Finally, interested in me now, because of him? You love him so much that you'll continue loving him even after you've killed him? You still love him after you killed him? You still love him even after he's dead? He asked all this at one go. I was not seeing things this time. I was sure there was some wildness and passion in his voice and in his gaze. For some reason, I did not really dare to answer yes. I just love him. I thus avoided his eyes and his questions. He grabbed my chin with a hand, forcing me to look at him. Say it. Lai Shen, you love him that deeply. Why is that so? Chapter 135. Volume 3. 135. A slap and a call. The air was heavy with our breaths, and his eyes were like a strong fire ready to burn me to ashes at a moment's notice. My emotions felt like it was a wild beast breaking out from my chest. You love him this deeply, Gaokenju repeated in a lower voice, and I felt his lips trembling slightly. I did not know how I should answer, and I started avoiding his gaze, afraid to look directly at him. Lai Shen, he'll help you out. Gaokenju grabbed my hand and moved it towards my chest. What are you doing? I asked angrily. An evil smile appeared on his face. Where do you wish to go? I then realized he forced me to hold my splitting key in my hand. He moved even closer, keeping his wild eyes on me. I'm giving you a chance now. Quick, put it into my split symbol and you can leave this place. I did not expect him to say this, and I was dumbstruck. Why don't you always have something to say? You're going to back away this time? There was a wild mischief in Gaokenju's eyes, and his smile looked like a challenge. For a moment I was stunned, but I calmed myself down and smiled back at him. Gaokenju, I do want to go back, but not now. I have a friend to save, and I have to uncover the secrets of you soul splitters. How can I leave when I haven't done any of these? Lai Shen, you'll die if you keep being this knave. The split zone didn't exist for a mere day or two now, and it's not as simple as you think it is. Just by your own ability, it might be possible to save your friend, but I suggest you give up in accomplishing anything else, like going against the soul splitters. I smirked. What? You're trying to convince me now you want me to leave this place? Aren't you afraid of dying since you were the one who captured me? Why are you pretending to be the nice guy now? Gaokenju's expression stiffened. That's right. Just this once. I'm not afraid of dying as long as you leave the split zone. Right now. It looked as if he made a certain decision in that moment, and he said it in a low and serious tone. I did not like it that I always seemed to be in a daze in front of him, but I was stunned once again. We looked at each other for a long time. Gaokenju, or really stubborn, what do you mean by this? Just what do you want me to do? There was a slight trembling in my voice. Gaokenju, I was captured here by you. Not by anyone else. But you, after capturing me. You even pretended not to know me when you saw me here. Wasn't that because you didn't want me to find you? So that I wouldn't be able to go back? Didn't you only care about C? Yua, what are you trying to do now? Trying to get me to go back. Releasing me even though you might suffer the same fate as C. Yua. If you don't manage to find another body of consciousness, I might not think much of it if it was anybody else. But you're Gaokenju. When have you ever had sympathy for me? I felt a little bitter. And this was not what I wanted to say originally. Do you actually have some compassion? I asked softly. A flash of helplessness passed in Gaokenju's eyes. Yes, that's right. I was the one who brought you here. Compared to how you were living in that world, isn't it better here? My heart was about to burst. What do you mean by how I was living in that world? You've been. I looked at him in a daze. Yes. I know everything about you. Something colorful flashed in Gaokenju's eyes, making me feel faint. What do you mean? I was getting agitated. People in the split zone seem to have so many secrets and always talk in circles, from the moment Lai King was gone, to the disappearance of Mr. Blonde, to the appearance of Soul Splitters and the experiment which took my friends away. All of it were just too torturous. I wriggled out from his hands and stared at him. I can't explain it in any clearer way. The truth is, I'm very aware of your life in that world, and because I knew how painful it was for you, I brought you here after you killed him. Lai Shen, I saved you. Gaokenju smiled cruelly. My eyes widened slowly. You actually, my eyes grew wet with tears. And I grabbed hold of his collar. Since you could see everything, why did you still let me kill him? Why didn't you stop me before I killed him? I asked with gritted teeth as I looked at him through tearful eyes. Gaokenju gave a ruthless smile. Why should I do that? What has it got to do with me? If he lives or dies, at least you could be of some use to me after I engrave a split symbol on you. But what use did Gao Kai have? Smack. I gave him a hard slap. Gaokenju's face tilted from my slap, his dark brown hair moving. My hand was trembling slightly, but it was my heart that was shivering. Nothing but our heartbeats could be heard in the quiet room. I still had not gotten the hang of manipulating my MF after my split symbol was activated, and I was not able to control my strength well. Blood appeared on the corner of his lips. My heart ached, and my slightly quivering lips revealed how much I regretted it. But I could not forgive anyone who spoke badly of Gao Kai. I might seem idiotic to others, but what is true love if it isn't ugly and stupid? I admit that my infatuation for Gao Kai had blinded me. But love just cannot be controlled. Right now, it wasn't only what he said that pained me. It hurt to know that he was putting himself down like that. Why did he want to let everyone think that he was such a cruel person? You're not someone like that. I know that. My tears flowed out. He was initially angry when I slapped him, but he looked frozen after hearing me say that. He turned back at me, a red stain still on the corner of his lips. He looked at me with unfathomable eyes. Since I've already said it, you'll finish it. I know it. You're not such a person. Tears continued falling from my eyes. I could not decipher Gaokenju's expression. After a while, he spoke. Lai Shen, don't regret this. I've given you a chance to leave and you didn't take it. From now on, don't even think about being able to leave the split zone. You can stay here and continue your fight forever. Gaokenju's eyes were like whirlpools, making me feel lost in them. Why did this sound like you can stay here and continue being with me forever? No. What was I thinking? Shaking my head, I pushed him away, increasing the distance between us. I felt a little dizzy as I pushed him away. In my daze, I seemed to catch a glimpse of a black shadow passing by the window. My heart dropped. Was it him? Is it him? I rushed to the window and pulled open the curtains. Looking out, it was the third floor, and there was no one familiar around. I felt a little sad. Did my eyes fool me? He ran away. Is it because he saw you acting so close with Gaokenju? Even if he wanted to come back to you, he might have. decided to leave in the end. I heard a familiar voice, and I felt wet lips on my ear. Shivering, my hair stood on ends, and I immediately jumped away. As I moved away, I saw her floating in midair. It was her lips which were on my ear. This was the first time she spoke after the "how are you" since I woke up. She was in an unusual position in the air, looking at me with those lazy eyes and an expression which looked like a half-smile. I did not know why I screamed either. It was as if only by screaming can I find some relief in the helplessness I felt whenever I see her. "What are you doing?" Lai Shen Gaokin Jui was obviously confused by me suddenly running to the window and screaming. He rushed over and hugged me from behind. I stiffened, and the body behind me did the same. He probably did not expect he would hug me either. He let go, and my emotions calmed down because of his sudden movement. But she did not let me go. She covered her smile with a hand. "Hee hee. Lai Shen, you fell in love with someone like him again. Do you need my help again?" "Ah, shut up," I shouted, covering my ears. Her red dress was flying, and she floated out from the window. She gave me another mocking smile as she left. Devil, I pressed my trembling hands against my ears. I never wanted to see her again. Gaokin Jiu had let go of me, but he grabbed me again, though not as tightly as before. "What's happening to you?" he frowned, a rare look of worry in his eyes. However, I did not feel any warmth from this. It just made me miss those eyes even more. The most beautiful pair of eyes in this world. Nine-Nizun, I kept mumbling with quivering lips. Chapter 136. Volume 3. 136 Reopening Old Wounds. With hands on ears, I squatted slowly as I continued mumbling. Aokinju stepped in front of me, pulling me up in a huff. "Come on, Lai Shan. If you have the guts to slap me, you shouldn't be crying here now. Slap me again if you dare. In the split zone. Apart from you. I swear there won't be anyone else who dared hit my face." He pulled me up, forcing me not to cover my ears. Looking at his frenzied face, I slowly calmed down, suppressing the pain in my heart. I told myself, "Lai Shan, you have to be strong. You were living well even without Nizun in a previous life. It has just been a year of sticking together. Even if this suddenly disappeared, you'll get used to it. You have to be strong. Lai Shan, you can't cry. She's back now. Are you going to continue being that cowardly? You can't let her have opportunities to take control of your body and do whatever she wanted to anymore. Lai Shan, didn't you decide to be strong and not let her get her way? You're not letting the soul splitters get their way, and you're not letting the split zone get its way." I forcefully suppressed my emotions. I took a deep breath and slowly looked up, trying my best to look at Gaokin Jiu with steady eyes. "Do you want to return the slap? If you don't do it now, there won't be any more chances in future." Gaokin Jiu looked visibly relaxed as I said this. It was as if he would be willing to look at this icy face of mine as long as I was not that weak, cowardly crybaby. He smirked. "I'm really generous. I'll treat this slap as a gift for you." I brushed my red hair back, and my gaze turned cold. "Since you're not returning the slap, let's talk about something serious." Gaokin Jiu straightened up and looked at me with a cold smile. "That's really some identity disorder there. Changing in just a second." I raised my brows. "Thank you for the compliment, though my heart was hurting. Who else would save me if I don't save myself?" "What did you want to discuss?" Gaokin Jiu shrugged. I stared at him. "Two things. First, if I remember correctly, you know Zuan Jai Passman couldn't find him, and I want you to help me find him. Second, I want to save my friends. If there are things you know about I hope you can share them with me. Since you can't stop me from doing these things, why not just help me out?" Gaokin Jiu's eyes darkened. "Oh, why should I help you?" I smiled casually. "Of course, there would be conditions. Though I've been daydreaming a lot the past few days, and I don't quite remember what happened after the fight that day. I do remember some things. If I'm right, even you guys don't know why Luo's condition miraculously improved after I activated my split symbol. And you've witnessed it too. That he's been recovering well these few days he's here. Though none of us know why. I'm sure you're also suspecting that this has something to do with the Western District. I might not be able to promise that I can find a way to save Liuo, but I can at least promise to keep him safe. As for you, you don't have to do anything but tell me a little more about Du Yu and Zhu and also don't interfere in what I do. Liuo's condition has improved, but how would I know if his condition will not deteriorate unless you can promise me that Yao hand my fu over right away if there are any changes to his condition? Gao Kenjui's eyes shone. I could never agree to this, but I had to at this moment. To Gao Kenju, I might not be someone who goes back on my word, but it's just too bad that women are like villains. Were unpredictable. I pretended to nod in a serious fashion. Okay, I trust Jiao S and Huan King, and I trust in my own abilities. If anything goes wrong, I'll not stop you from looking for my fu. That okay with you? Suspicion hung in Gao Kenjui's eyes, but after seeming to consider that Liuo was fine these few days, he probably thought this was not a bad deal. He then asked, "You're looking for Zhu and because of Piercer?" I took Piercer in my hand to let him have a look. Have you noticed that the original purple skin is slowly turning red, as if it absorbs the blood from every battle? I can't wield Piercer very well now since I couldn't control it, but it's difficult for me to save my friends if I didn't have a living weapon with me. I need to find him to look for a way to solve this issue. Gao Kenju looked at Piercer. So it's really because of Piercer. I've told you before that this isn't a weapon you can use. I asked you to return it to Zhuan, but you just didn't listen. Yes. I should suspected you when you told me about Piercer's story when we were in that crack in space. You seem to be familiar with Soul Splitters and Kang Ming, and you could even rival him. I should've guessed that you were a soul splitter then. I smirked, but there's no use saying all this now, since I've used it. I'm not giving up. It's difficult for the owner if the weapon doesn't listen. I must find a way to subdue it. It might not be as easy as you think it is. Gao Kenju looked at me. I know that. That's why I'm looking for you. Since you could save Zhu and his wife from Kang Ming, if there's anybody in the split zone who knows his whereabouts, it would be you. Also, from what you said about the living weapons, you seem to know some things about Piercer too. You can either tell me how to solve this problem, or tell me how to find Zhuan. Gao Kenju shook his head. I don't understand Piercer that well. I just know that it was created with the full skin of a soul belonging to a female. I happened to witness the scene when Piercer had an outburst, so I know how much damage it can cause. Apart from that, I don't know how to solve this problem of yours. As for Zhuan, I can definitely find him, but you need to be sure about this, since both of you aren't on friendly terms. He thinks that you caused All Wen's death even though I've looked into it and explained it to him, and he still hates you. Do you think you'll be able to find an answer even if you look for him? This is the question that's been bugging me. I shrugged. Gao Kenju looked like he suddenly thought of something, and he said, "Oh right. Weren't you able to control Piercer very well on that day when you activated your split symbol? To be honest, I haven't seen anyone who's able to forcefully suppress Piercer and make her cause such great damage. Though Piercer was still dormant on that day, it was the most powerful it could be in a dormant stage. You'll have to admit you were a strong rival on that day, so I thought that you had a talent in manipulating MF after you activated your split symbol, and that you had subdued Piercer. Why are you still troubled by this? Also, you were rather unusual after you activated your split symbol. It was you, but it wasn't like you at the same time. Why was it so?" I recalled what Jiao S said to me on the rooftop, so I just smiled at Gao Kenju. I heard that after I activated my split symbol on that day, you acted like you were wildly impressed by me. Surprisingly, the usually conceited Gao Kenju did not argue, but simply shrugged and nodded. Yes, you looked extraordinary that day. Like a war goddess. Even I couldn't help but admire you. My heart ached, and my gaze turned sharp. No need for you to worry about these things. And there's no need for you to wonder about the reasons behind my wanting to look for Zhuan. Since you've already agreed, you just need to get him here. My tone changed because I felt distressed. Extraordinary. War goddess. This wasn't a description of me, because I know she took control of my body on that day. So, the person who impressed Gao Qinju was her, not me. Lai Shen, your mood swings are crazy. Or is this an after effect of activating your split symbol? Many others have asked this, and I'm not interested in answering any of you. If you've agreed in helping me look for Zuan, I'll move on to my second point. Gao Qinju smirked. Go ahead. I gave him a half-hearted smile. I want to talk about your old lover. Do you? Are you sure you can tell me about her? Gao Qinju's gaze tightened. Who said she was an old lover? I waved a hand. Save it. Gao Qinju. Are you soul splitters trying to act all innocent? You look different every time someone mentions. Do you? I'm not stupid. And any woman who could move you in such a way would definitely have some sort of connection to you. It's not that I'm trying to pry into your affairs, but 2 of my friends are held hostage by her, and they might currently be treated cruelly as experimental subjects. Laurel also disappeared because of her experiment, so I naturally would be looking for someone like you, who has some sort of relation to her, to try and learn more. I hope you understand. I even blinked at him as I said, I know, love is something that's difficult to look back on, but since you've already agreed, just endure for a while and reopen those wounds. Please. Gao Qinju's dark eyes turned bright all of a sudden. It's really not like what you think. But I've never liked to explain things. Let me just tell you more about do you, to prove that you think too highly of yourself if you really thought you can see through others. Chapter 137. Volume 3. 137 An attack on Yuan Shen. Do you? Before Gao Qinju could finish, there was an urgent knocking at the door. Miss Shen, are you inside? I waved a hand at Gao Qinju after hearing Jai Pa's voice, and walked over quickly to open the door. Jai Pa adjusted his glasses and looked like he was about to say something, but stopped as he saw Gao Qinju walking towards me. Jai Pa's gaze changed a little. Gao Qinju gave a self-mocking laugh. No issue. Both of you can speak outside. I want eavesdrop. Why do we have to leave? Can't you wait outside instead? This is the Western District, bro. I heard a cracking sound while I was rolling my eyes in contempt of a certain someone's excessive self-confidence. The door to the adjacent room opened, and Jos walked out with a funny expression on her face. Great timing. You come over. I go back. Gao Qinju signaled to change places with Jos, without waiting for any response. He moved over and opened the door Jos just closed, closing the door behind as he went in. You sure he's not in love with Si Luo? I pointed at that door, as I asked Jos. Jos just smiled. Oh yes. Jai Pa. What did you want to speak about? Jai Pa nodded and said, let's speak inside. The 3 of us went back into the room. Miss Shen, do you still remember the Yuan siblings? I nodded. Of course I remember them. Didn't I get them to stay by your side to protect you? Jai Pa nodded in response. Yes. But since I think Chu Yu is more experienced in battle, I got them to help look for Laurel. The 2 of them were assaulted at the East-West District border, and because of protecting Yuan Qian, Yuan Shen is now gravely injured and unconscious. From what I've heard, it seemed like Yu Liang was the one who attacked them. I opened my eyes wide. Yu Liang didn't do you go back to the world of soul splitters with Tal Lai, or did they leave Yu Liang in there? Southern District experimental grounds. Jai Paul looked grim. This is also the reason I'm looking for you. I think we should work with Mr. Si Luo to thoroughly look into the Southern District's matters. If there's still an experimental ground, it would probably be in the Southern District. Jos said. Yes. I've looked into it. There's not much of an issue in that Eastern District of mine. Maybe because the MF of the average person is rather high there, so they didn't do much in the Eastern District. If, like what you said, the experimental grounds in the Western District have been destroyed, then it's highly possible that there's something still hidden in the Southern District. I frowned. That horrible experiment. I really did not want to see that again. Apart from that, Miss Shen, I didn't ask because your emotions were a little unstable before, but you'll have to ask now. Nizun had Never once looked for you after he disappeared. Jaipa was visibly worried. I took a deep breath. No. The scene of that black shadow flashing by the window when I was still in the room with Gaoken Jiu replayed itself in my head. Could it be him? Jaipa said in an exhausted manner. Nai-zun. Always making others worry. It was only now did I realize that the gentlemanly Jaipa, who was always in clean clothes, looked tired and a little dismal. His suit was not as tidy as before, and there were specks of dust and bloodstains on his shoes. The ever-polite Jaipa would probably only say things like that when he was talking about Nai-zun, as if he was chastising his own child. I felt a little gloomy. After my friends left me one after another, he was the one who had been helping me out all this while, and I have just been piling these things upon him. Lai Shen, even more than Nai-zun, you are the one who makes others worry about you. However, I was fully aware that it was in a large part because of Nai-zun that Jaipa was treating me well. But now, Nai-zun is gone. Jaipa might have noticed the glum look on my face, and he smiled at me, regaining his usual composure. Don't you worry, Miss Shan. He'll definitely find Nai-zun, and I'm sure he won't leave you for real. For some reason, my face reddened at this. Jaipa's eyes looked distant as he continued. The feelings he has for you are definitely not as simple as any other relationship between a boy and a girl. He's not good at expressing himself, and he never talks about the things that bother him. He won't even say it if he's hurt, and he'll just hole himself up somewhere. No matter what happens, you'll help him undo the knot in his heart and bring him back. Miss Shan, I hope you can go back with him as well. Though the invisible leash tying the both of you together is now broken, we still can't be sure if the both of you will need to undo the split symbol curse at the same time to go back. I hope you don't give up. So bringing Nai-zun back and undoing that knot in his heart were the real reasons Jaipa remained in the split zone. I'm impressed, and also a little envious that Jaipa could come to the split zone just for you. Nai-zun, there's someone with you. You shouldn't let your eyes be lonely anymore. I won't give up. This was the only thing I could say. Jos then interrupted. Si Luo has made his intentions clear. He'll be staying in the Western District for some time, together with Gaoken Jiu. As for me, he'll be going with Hugh and King to look for another suitable body of consciousness. Jos. Does Si Luo really wish to continue staying alive? Though I know I shouldn't be asking this, but I have this nagging feeling that it might not be that difficult to find another new body of consciousness. I just feel that he seems to be tired of such a life, I said with knitted brows. There was a resoluteness in Jos's emotionless eyes. That's right. He's exactly like this. I know that he's pushing me away. He doesn't want to live, and that he's tired of the split zone. But I'm not going to give up. He can give up, but I want. Shen, I'm begging you. No matter what, help me change his mind on this. This isn't something I can do, but I have a feeling that only you can. I was stunned. She continued. You're unique, just like Si Luo is. I've never been able to tell what he was thinking after all these years. Though I know that he's getting tired of all the drama here. Probably because he's also a rare breed here. Whatever is hidden in his heart, be it loneliness or solitude, I can't see it. Maybe you can help him understand it. Do I really have such an ability? I hate this world too. But why do we hate this world? This world is beautiful too. Even though it's full of killing and bloodshed, aren't we all still alive? Go ahead. He'll help you look after him. I won't let him die. I flashed her a brilliant smile, though my heart was feeling bitter. I know she needed my encouragement. I am not going to let Jos become the next person hurt by me. I will do whatever she needs me to. Thank you. Jos I shone. I looked back at Jaipa. Where are the Yuen siblings now? Jaipa adjusted his glasses. They are at the accommodation in the residence. In another block. Probably about 10 minutes or so away. From here. If we use MF. There's no need for you to go over. He'll take care of you and Shen. It's just that we don't know when he'll wake up. What I hope you can do now is to discuss matters with Si Luo. And it's best if he can go with you to the Southern District to investigate. matters. Our chances against you will be better if we cooperate with them. What do you think? I asked Jo S for her opinion. Luo is a soul splitter too, but he didn't reveal any secrets about them during my conversation with him. I'm thinking that he might have some difficulties. Or someone like Luo would definitely not allow them to continue their absurd acts in the Southern District. I thought about it before, that as a soul splitter, Luo had been staying in the Southern District for years, protecting the ordinary and weak residents. I have also witnessed the Southern District residents living happy lives. He might just be different from the other soul splitters, but I cannot give up on trying to pry some information out of him just because he seems to be a neutral party. He is the only clue we have now. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you guys. Hugh and King told me some things about the split symbols previously. I suddenly recalled what Hugh and King said. That soul splitters captured souls and engraved split symbols on them, forming a three-way contract between the human, the soul splitter and the split symbol. I explained this to Jo S and Jaipa in detail. So it's like this. Jaipa looked shocked. You thought of something? I asked hastily. Jaipa said, I was a psychologist, so I naturally didn't buy into the supernatural. I thought that the existence of the split zone could be some sort of separation from our consciousness. What we can confirm is that we still don't know enough about the split zone. So all the contradictions and all our suspicions hinge on this secret. As long as we uncover it, we'll be able to link everything together. Right now, you have to look into the experimental grounds. I have my own deductions based on what we saw, but they've destroyed most of it, and we don't have much to work with. Miss Ah Shen, it's best if you could find Yu Liang, or bring back an experimental subject from the experimental grounds in the Southern District. He'll be able to find out more then. Yu Liang escaped after attacking the Yuan siblings. I thought of something else, and added quickly, Jaipa, no matter what that experiment did to Yu Liang, you have to remember that he's a rational person, just like you. His character will not change. So, why did he suddenly attack one of us? Was he trying to tell us something? Maybe you might want to take a closer look at Yuan Shen's injuries. Jaipa nodded in response. You're right, Miss Ah Shen. I might have neglected this fact, that he might have a reason for doing so. Chapter 138, Volume 3, 138. You cannot kill him. He'll go convince Luo and Gao Qinju, and get them to go to the Southern District with me. If we discover that Yu Liang is in the Eastern District, he'll send someone to you immediately. But are you okay on your own? Now that Nai Sun isn't with you, do you need me to get Tao Lai or Mu Lai to go with you? Jo S asked. I shook my head. There's no need for that. I know you've sent many people from the S clan to defend the east-west border. If not, there's no way that Jaipa would learn about the attack on the Yuan siblings so quickly given how busy he is now. Your people have already helped me out so much, and the defenses on your side might weaken if you send more. I can't trouble two more of your rank officers. Jaipa nodded. Miss Ah Shen is right. Miss JOS. I haven't been able to thank you properly. Your people from the S clan have been a great help to us. JOS moved her neck stiffly. No problem at all. What's important is that we all work together in uncovering the secret of the split zone. After going through so much, I'm sure that this isn't the place for people to live forever. We have to go back someday. That's right. We're going back someday. At least, you guys are going back. I looked around involuntarily, and I did not see her. Ha! A bitterness welled up in my heart. Can I still escape from here? Right. Ah Shen, if I remember correctly, you haven't slept in about a week. Though people in the split zone can go without food and water, our consciousness still needs rest. If you don't sleep, it's more difficult for you to manipulate your MF. You should rest up before you go, JOS said. I shook my head, saying, I don't want to sleep. JOS and Jaipa looked at each other, and then back at me with worried gazes. I did not want to sleep, and I could not fall asleep either. It had been almost 2 years. 1 day and 60 hours. All this time, Nai Zun was always by my side as I fell asleep. In that time, He was always lying quietly on the top bunk, being still most of the time. Many nights ago, he followed behind me as I ran around in the split zone. As I came back, he returned as well, and we always went to sleep at about the same time. It became such a habit that I forgot he was always beside me, keeping me company. Now that such a person has left, how do I break this habit? How do I fall asleep without him around? I forced myself to smile. It's fine. I can manage. Trust me on this. Furthermore, if Luo and Gaokenjiu go with me, what do I have to be scared of with the both of them around? Gaokenjiu might not let you leave the Western District with Luo, unless you bring my Fu along. Jos gave her analysis. This was definitely a problem. Jai Pa, what do you need me to do? Find the experimental grounds and bring back an experimental subject. Right. Jai Pa took a bottle from his jacket pocket. The Yuan siblings are good at using poison, though their combat ability might not be great. It's not difficult for them to leave a trace on Yu Liang. This is something which can track him. Try your best to bring him back too. If you can. I stiffened as I took the bottle in my hand, because I thought of that bottle we used the last time we were tracking Laurel. This has to be dabbed on the nose again, I asked awkwardly. Jai Pa nodded without hesitation. Miss Ah Shen, there are no animals here in the split zone, so we can't use animals like dogs for tracking. He'll need to trouble you for this. The way you say it, the emotional quotient of a doctor is really high. Very good at socializing. Jos laughed. Your subordinate can come up with some really good things. I'm quite envious. You use it then. I took the bottle with an unwilling face. There wasn't even any place for me to keep it with this dress of mine. I guess I'll just have to put it on my nose later. I'm guessing Gaokenji will never let you leave with Luo if you don't bring my Fu along. I nodded. But if I bring my Fu along, Gaokenji will definitely take her life if Luo's condition worsens when we're on the road. What do I do if both you and Hugh and King will be away looking for other bodies of consciousness? Oh, I also forgot to ask. Did you go to the Northern District with Hugh and King? Jos said. We didn't enter the Northern District, but Hugh and King did bring me to that bloodshed border. He didn't expect Gaokenjiu to find you guys so quickly, so we turned back. I don't know the way to that bloodshed border line either, since Hugh and King used an illusion when he took me there. I don't know what relationship he has with Luo, but we returned when Luo directly summoned him, and we weren't yet able to enter the Northern District. How about this? Ah Shen, since Hugh and King and I are going to the Northern District again, he'll also be more at ease if we bring my Fu along. How about we go to the Southern District with you to find the experimental grounds? And after that, Hugh and King and I can head for the Northern District. Jos continued. This was a pretty good idea. This is definitely a good idea. Miss Ah Shen, I'm a little worried if Miss Jos isn't with you too. Both of you can go together. And the priority is to bring Yu Liang or another experimental subject back. Don't head for the Northern District impulsively. Jai Pa said. Okay. You go ahead to take a look at the Yuan siblings. I'm throwing everything here to you again. I'll try to be back as soon as I can. I felt a little guilty as I looked at Jai Pa's tired face. You need some rest too, Jai Pa. Don't be too hard on yourself. Jai Pa smiled. Don't worry about me. Miss Ah Shen? Jai Pa was about to leave, but turned back as he seemed to think of something. Miss Ah Shen, if you happen to find Naizun while you're on the road, you have to bring him back. I'm afraid that he might be hurt from that fight. My heart hurt once again. I nodded slowly. Initially, I wanted to discuss matters regarding the trip to the Southern District together with Luo, Hugh and King and the rest, but as we were all gathered, Luo requested to first speak with me in private. Recently, it seemed to be private negotiation time. I wonder why people in the split zone have so many secrets. I felt like heaving a sigh. Humans are really simple. He Luo laughed softly. Seems like I'm not the prettiest man in the split zone. Not expecting him to say something like that, I asked, how could that be? Who else can be prettier than you? His silver eyes shone with a dim light. Then why do you look distracted? Others won't be distracted if they were looking at the prettiest person. Did he get infected with Gaokenjiu's narcissism? But I have to plead guilty for this. As someone with an identity disorder, I was always distracted and daydreaming, though I have suppressed my other personality for years. My thoughts are sometimes going in different directions. This is also why I always have an inattentive and distracted look. Those who know me have gotten used to this as well. So it's not you. It's my mental illness. But I couldn't say something like this. It sounded too weird. I tried to change the subject. What did you want to discuss in private? Si Liuo's eyes creased a little. To agree upon some conditions. How these people are either trying to have a heart-to-heart or trying to agree upon conditions. What's wrong with this world? Lai Shen, I know what's your curse after you activated your split symbol. Si Liuo smiled casually. My face stiffened. He knew. There's a monster hidden in your heart. Raising his pale fingers, he pointed towards my chest. This is the reason why you were different in the split zone. And it's also the reason why my condition is improving. What has your condition got to do with me? Dazzling light shone through Si Liuo's eyes. Lai Shen, I want to ask 3 things from you. If you're able to complete them, I'll give you whatever you want. This was an attractive condition. But can you give me whatever I wanted? My instincts tell me that Si Liuo was different from the ordinary person. I should not underestimate this man who is able to take people like Gaokenjiu and Rongjin under his wing. The feeling Si Liuo gave me was different from most. How he looked into my heart. How it backfired on him. How Liking respected him when she was alive. And now that I know he is a soul splitter, I had a feeling that he is the key to uncovering the secrets of the split zone. There had to be a particular reason that he could stay with the ordinary residents and protect them for so long. Thus, I said meekly, go ahead. Firstly, you can't kill Gaoken. Ever. Si Liuo smiled, and a gentle warmness filled the corner of his eyes. My heart skipped a beat. Why did he say that? But taking a step back to think, he does have his reasons. Since I saw Gaokenjiu in his heart, I could tell that Gaokenjiu was very important to this southern district commander. He was probably afraid that I would insert my splitting key into Gaokenjiu's corresponding split symbol one day, and Gaokenjiu would then be forced to find another body of consciousness to survive. But he did not say this. I know Gaoken very well, and am afraid that he'll do something extreme someday. If ever am no longer in the split zone, I hope you can stay by his side. If you want to leave, you can insert your splitting key into his split symbol. But he needs to be agreeable to it. I'm not asking you to stay here forever, because I believe that once I'm dead, he'll willingly let you insert your key into his split symbol to undo it. All I want from you is that, at that point in time, just do what he wishes for. I was confused. How is this not killing him? Isn't this killing him? Chapter 139. Volume 3. 139. A complex and intricate matter. You're asking me to kill him. So how's that not killing him? Ever. Si Liuo smiled elegantly. A complex look in his eyes. How do you define killing someone as plunging a knife into your lover's chest? Killing him, Lai Shen. The reason you can't run away from the split zone is not because it hasn't trapped you, but because it's you who's trapping yourself. Why did Si Liuo know everything? Si Liuo tilted his head, and his silvery hair brushed over his shoulders in a dazzling arc. Everyone knows how to talk about life's philosophies, but not many can practice what they preach. And that's the reason behind their unhappiness. Gaoken is different, and I want him to be like me, to break free from these restraints and live life as he pleases. Undoing the split symbol on Gaoken isn't killing him, but you'll truly be killing him if you refuse to do so. You need to keep him company on the road he wants to take, and not on the road that he should take. Though I still could not understand the real meaning behind Si Liuo's words. Another emotion welled up in me. I began to believe that Si Liuo was an extraordinary person. It's no wonder so many people liked him. And the second condition, I did not understand the first one, so I'll just go on to the second one. Secondly, you need to get Jo's to leave the split zone. You cannot leave before her. Either you send her away first, or both of you leave together. As Luo's pale lips moved, there was a desolate kind of beauty in his eyes. I could agree to this, because he was not asking me to leave. He simply wanted me to help Jiao find her soul splitter and send her away. As long as I did not have to make a decision to leave the split zone at this moment, I could agree to this. On this, I have also promised Ta Lai that I would never leave this place. Okay, I nodded. The third one. Thirdly, Luo looked out into the distance through the window, solitude flashing in those silvery white pupils of his. For what seemed like a long while, I stared at his beautiful profile. He then turned back and faced me with a bleak but beautiful smile. Thirdly, I want you to kill me. My brain felt like it just crashed. First, don't kill him. Second, take her away. Third, I want you to kill me. As expected of Luo, if I did not personally hear these with my own ears, I would never have thought of it. How can I kill you moreover? How do I even kill you? I frowned deeply. He smiled casually. This isn't important, and I'm not telling you to do it now. I just want you to promise me that if the time comes, and if you have the ability to kill me, don't hesitate if I ask you to. This, how can it even be possible? Firstly, I can't kill him with a meth alone. And it's even more impossible to do it through split symbol since he's a soul splitter, and he isn't even my soul splitter. There's no effect on him if I stabbed him with my splitting key, so how do I even kill him? Or, did this mean he knew how to kill soul splitters? That can't be. Aren't soul splitters immortal? Isn't there only one way to die if they don't manage to find another new body of consciousness after the previous one leaves? Right. Do you is looking for a way to kill soul splitters. So does it mean there's no need for you to think too much into this? I won't get you to sacrifice yourself, and you won't be hurt if that opportunity presents itself. You'll only benefit from killing me, and the only negative effects from killing me personally is that Gaoken Jiui and Jiao would then probably doubt you. I don't think it just merely be doubt. I don't care anymore. Lai Shen, I've lived for too long. And the only person who can kill me is you. So you have to agree to this. When I ask for it sometime in the future, you'll have to kill me. Luo's pupils seemed to dilate, and they were staring at me with a dim white fog. No, don't ask that of me. I waved my hand unconsciously. I could not agree to this. How could I kill him when I think he is a good person? A soul splitter who was different from the rest. You can't refuse this. Lai Shen. In the split zone, I'm the only one who can help you reach the northern district. I'm the only one who can help you find Naizun. And I'm the only one who can help you defeat the one you want to beat. Luo laughed maniacally. But there was steadfastness in it. I opened my eyes wide. Apart from that one line, I could not hear anything else. You can help me find Naizun? Luo smiled. Only I can. It felt like we were looking at each other for a long time, and I finally could ensure that he was not bluffing, that what he said was the truth. If Luo said this, I have to reason to believe in it. If I agree, I'll need to kill him when he asks me to. If it's like this, was it worth it for me to agree? Can I really kill him when that day arrives? I'm afraid I might not be able to. Though I'm a monster. I'm no grim reaper who takes the lives of others without even blinking an eye. Don't reject it so quickly. Take some time to think about it. But you'll have to give me an answer eventually. Oh right. I'll be going to the southern district together with Gaoken Jiui and the rest. I know about the experimental grounds you guys were talking about, so I can bring you lot there. And also to look for your friends. Luo was still smiling, but it just did not feel genuine. I kept my eyes on him. You knew about that already. Why didn't you stop it then? Though you haven't been well. You've been the Southern District Commander for so long and protected those weak residents even as a soul splitter. Judging from your personality, I don't believe that you'll allow somebody like you to conduct her cruel experiments and hurt others in your territory. I wasn't aware of it initially, but after I learned about it, it wouldn't make much of a difference whether I interfered or not. Furthermore, I can't act on impulse when it comes to you. Why? You can look at it like it's for Gaoken, but this isn't important. What's important is that. Are you still going to waste more time here now that I'm willing to take you to look for your friends? Si Luo's smile remained, but his pale eyes had a sort of icy glint to it. He looked like a noble immortal with a cold cruelty. The blood-red crescent moon on his forehead was a bright contrast to his pale, white eyes. It made him look like he was the world's most noble and classy individual, and it made others voluntarily bow down to him. Seems like there is no use in continuing the discussion. I might have already gotten the best answer I could get. Let's go back to your southern district. As the deal was sealed, I opened the door, wanting to involve the rest in the conversation. But when I opened the door, I saw Gao Kenjiu, Jai Pa and Jiu S simply standing there with shocked expressions. What's wrong with all of you? I asked, confused. Gao Kenjiu's complicated gaze brushed past me and he looks towards Si Luo, who was just behind me. Si Luo seemed a little surprised by their expressions as well, and looks towards Gao Kenjiu for an explanation. Jiu S was the first to speak. Huan King and the rest with Ku Fei and that girl. My fu. They are gone. What does it mean they are gone? Weren't they just standing outside? Si Luo was obviously much calmer than I was, though there was still surprise in his eyes. He went back to his usual self quickly. Explain it in detail. Gao Kenjiu had a complex gaze. In the same instant when you opened the door, a bright light appeared around the three of them, and, before they could react to it, they disappeared right in front of our eyes. I was shocked. Light, could it be Mr. Blonde? Jai Pa looked grim. Yes. It was the same kind of light that Mr. Blonde uses when he takes us to the northern district, but its speed was 100 times faster. Gao Kenjiu kept his eyes on Si Luo, looking even more worried. Si Luo's eyes darkened, and said to Gao Kenjiu, could it be? A storm seemed to rage in Gao Kenjiu's eyes, and he did not answer Si Luo's question. What are the both of you hiding from us? You'd be familiar with the northern district since you are both soul splitters. What happened to Mr. Blonde? Where is he now? And why did he do that? I asked, a flurry of questions. Si Luo looked at me. This isn't the best time to explain all this. We should make our way to the southern district to look for the experimental grounds. Lai Shen, if you don't move fast, there might be even more unexpected incidents that will never have an explanation. My heart sank. Jai Pa stepped forward. Miss Ah Shen? Since it's like this, go ahead with Miss DOS. Make it a quick trip. Bring back Yu Liang. And let's not think about anything else for the moment. I glanced at Jo S and saw her gaze on Si Luo. She seemed confused, as if she was feeling glum that she could never understand Si Luo. Right. You'll have to leave the Western District in your hands again. I nodded at Jai Pa. JOS. If you could send Tao Lai and Mu Lai to help protect Jai Pa. Please. Now that the Yuan siblings are hurt, there's only Chu Yu and his intelligence network. I just can't put myself at ease. I was too worried about Jai Pa getting hurt, as his body is now just like that of a normal human being. And I had no choice but to borrow manpower from GOS. I'm fine, Jai Pa hastily said. I did not bother about him, while GOS nodded quickly. Not an issue. I'll contact them before I go. Don't worry. I still have Fang, Huo and Lei, and they'll help me take care of Guan Nai and safeguard the Eastern District. I'll send both Tao Lai and Mu Lai to help protect your intel. I nodded. Thank you. I caught a glimpse of the slight change in Gao Kenjiu's face. It was probably because JOS mentioned Guan Nai. Chapter 140. Volume 3. 140. The Walls Have Eyes. I only left the Western District with Si Luo and GOS after Tao Lai and Mu Lai arrived and finished discussing matters with Jai Pa. We ran at moderate speed, since Si Luo did not seem to like rushing. The silence throughout our journey made me a little gloomy, and I felt that the combination of our team was rather weird. JOS and Si Luo and Gao Kenjiu. Gao Kenjiu and I. No matter how we are grouped, it seems quite shocking as long as the four of us were together. Gao Kenjiu had a cold expression throughout. Probably because he always had a hostile attitude towards Jos. Or maybe because my fuss sudden disappearance made him worry about Luo's condition. Someone in the group finally spoke after we passed the Western District and reached the border forest and Jos Eastern District. It was Luo who spoke. Luo's long, silver hair formed a perfect, dazzling silver line as he ran, and I could not pull my gaze away from how he looked as his hair fell across his shoulders as he stopped. He turned back, smiling at Jos. The Eastern District is always so orderly under your command. Something flashed past Jos' eyes, but she did not respond. Right after Luo spoke, 5 Spider-Men lowered themselves from the tree in front of us. Yes, these 5 are among those 10 cute Spider-Men. This scene was too much for me, and I rested my forehead in my palm to prevent myself from taking in the scene. District Commander, you're back. There were 5 voices, and there were only eyes and mouths to be seen under those masks. Jos moved her neck stiffly, nodding. Where's Feng? Huo and Lei? District Commander, Lord Feng led the other 5 to the border on the other side, and Lord Lei is settling Eastern District matters on level 30 of the residents where you live. Lord Huo is currently gathering the rest from the S clan, possibly for training. The leader of the Spider-Men spoke. Right. No need to bother them about this. I'm just passing by this time. Tao Lai and Mu Lai are both in the Western District now. Same rules apply. Protect the east-west border and the southeast border. And once Tao Lai summons you guys to help out in the Western District, go immediately. Yes. District Commander. All of them answered at once without any hesitation, as if they received training in the army. Just that. These were a bunch of well-trained Spider-Men. Jos addressed the rest of us. How about resting for the night in the Eastern District's academy? We won't make it in time if we were to head for the Southern District now anyway. It's going to be dark soon. I suddenly thought of something, and abruptly asked Gao Kenju. Right. Gao Kenju, why were you able to cross the border at night? The first time I saw you, Jos' pupils seemed to grow big, as if I reminded her of her suspicions, and she looked toward Gao Kenju for an answer. Gao Kenju's gaze remained cold as he looked at me, smiling with malice. Because I'm a soul splitter. Jos and I looked at each other. Then we both looked at Luo. Luo laughed in his elegant manner. That's right. Soul splitters are not restricted by the borders. As if we had telepathy. Jos and I looked at each other again. Though Jos could not pull herself out of her love for Luo, I know she is a very rational person, and her love would be rational as well. A rational love is true love. Because of this, I believe that her suspicions were the same as mine at this very moment. However, we could not voice our suspicions now as we were faced with 2 soul splitters whose abilities were far above us. And one of them was even my soul splitter. What I suspected was that, if soul splitters had such power, did it mean that everything in the split zone was an elaborate set control by them? Luo suddenly looked at me with those white, misty eyes. Still remember our agreement, right? Don't worry. Your questions will be answered when it's time. Jos gave me a questioning look. It was obvious she wanted to know what my agreement with Luo was. I sighed inwardly. There was no way I could tell her that your lover's agreement with me was for me to kill him when he wanted to die. Someday. Therefore, I gave her a look that said, don't worry. I'll tell you when I get the chance. Sometimes, consolation is also a form of deception. When the victim finally realizes they have been deceived, they seldom look upon it as a kind lie, but rather, just a lie. Though the 2 of us are not restricted by the borders, the both of you would be. It's not too late if we rest for a night in the Eastern District and set off tomorrow morning either. Luo was the one who made the final decision, and the rest of us agreed in silence. Jos roomed with me and Luo roomed with Gao Kenju in the Eastern District Academy building. Even though we were 2 pairs of males and female, 2 males stayed in a room, and 2 females stayed in a room, the 4 of us were a perfect description of the phrase true love can only be found with someone of the same sex. And a modern phrase in Chinese. It is sometimes used sardonically. It says that couples got together just to produce offspring and that real, true love can only be found with someone of the same sex. What is weirder is that Jos disguised herself under a bamboo hat, as if she did not want to be recognized by her residents. She told me that many of them recognized her, and many still think that her absence was because she was still investigating the death of her brank officer. She did not want to let her residents know that she is trying to uncover the secret of the split zone, so that everyone can leave. The people in the Eastern District were quite different from those in the Western and Southern District. Most of them were always up for fights and they were relatively more ambitious. Because of this, they might not want to return that badly, even though Jos might have gotten tired of the killing and the fights in the split zone. It did not mean that the Eastern District residents felt the same, since they have also been living here for a while. Before she gets to the bottom of that experiment, it might be a better decision to keep this a secret. I thought it still looked awkward with that bamboo hat of hers. It seemed like not many recognized Siluo and Gaokenju, and probably not that many recognized me either. The four of us, a stunningly beautiful man was rooming with a malicious, cold man, while a bright, fiery red girl was rooming with a lady in a bamboo hat. Even in such a place like the split zone, a weird combination like this would probably set some tongues wagging. The glum me had no choice but to awkwardly enter the same room with Jos under the curious gazes of the peculiar-looking Eastern District residents. You need to sleep. You haven't been sleeping for days. It just won't do. You think I can go against both Siluo and Gaokenju at the same time? Jos finally took off her bamboo hat in the room. I laughed bitterly. It's not that I don't want to sleep. I can't fall asleep. Jos put her bamboo hat on the table, looking at me with her huge eyes. Because of Naizun, she knows me really well. I nodded helplessly. Well, a tiny, feminine smile appeared on Jos's usually emotionless face. I've always wanted to ask you this. Do you love Naizun? I choked a little on the water in the glass which I poured for myself. My lips froze for a second. Love? Why do you ask this? I looked down, placing the glass back onto the table. You're different from me in this sense. I dare to love and hate with passion. How about you? Even in the split zone, there won't be that much of a difference in a relationship between a man and a woman. I won't believe it if you say your relationship with Naizun is purely platonic, Jos said confidently. But what's the point of saying all this now? So what if I answered that it's love? How would that change anything? He has already left, and no one knows where he is. What right do I have to love someone? I hope that there would be a nice beginning and ending to my love. The previous person I loved, who was the only person I loved, had his life cut short personally by me. I ended that love for someone who couldn't even solve her own mental problems. How do I even begin to think about who I love just like other normal women? My love for Gao Kai isn't dead either. So where do I even begin talking about falling in love with somebody else? Could you treat this question seriously? Jos looked me in the eye. I smiled. This suggestion isn't great. You might as well suggest for me to force myself to fall asleep. Jos looked me up and down a few times before finally smiling. Maybe your suggestion is better. I might have wanted to avoid the question, so I walked over to the bottom bunk and lay down. My heart skipped a beat when Jos went up to the top bunk. It reminded me of how Naizun went up to the top bunk, something which I have never put too much attention on. My eyes started to tear. I hated myself like this. I turned and faced the wall. I thought I would be able to sleep for the first time after being separated from Naizun after a long time of staring at that white wall. But that did not happen. After a few moments of stunned silence, I cried out, still facing the wall. Ah! I got down from the bed and stood up, keeping my eyes on that particular spot in the wall I was previously looking at. What's wrong? Jos jumped down from the top bunk and walked over to me. I pulled on her sleeve. Is your academy building haunted? She waved a palm in front of my face. What are you talking about? Lai Shen. This is the split zone. Where do you find ghosts here? I pointed at the wall in a daze. That wall. It's there. Look. GOS bent down to have a clearer look at that particular spot I was pointing at. I pointed at this tiny hole, which for some reason existed in the wall. When I lay down and faced that wall, I saw an eye in there. Chapter 141, Volume 3, 141. An octopus. GOS's hair touched the floor as she bent down, and I almost stepped on that long, black hair of hers as she bent down to look. She stared with her dark pupils as she straightened up. Crackle! An air current formed into a slender air needle, stabbing the eye in that tiny hole. Putch! The eyeball burst as the air needle passed through it, and a small stream of blood flowed out from that hole, dripping down the white wall, and staining it red. I shivered. This witch was really decisive in her actions. What else do I have to be scared of with her around? I bet demons and monsters did not even dare come close. GOS cracked her neck, saying to me, "Let's go and check out the situation beside." Seal Yuo and Gaokin Jiu were in the room on the other side. I took another look at that wall, and I swear if there was a hole in their room, I will be sticking my eyeball in to check if they were gay. With a loud crash, GOS kicked open the door, causing many to stick their heads out to see what was happening. GOS already went in, and I was left standing outside awkwardly while everyone else thought I was the one who kicked the door. Gaokin Jiu then opened the door and looked at me coldly. "What are you doing when it's already dark?" I shot him a look, trying to signal that there was someone weird in this room. Gaokin Jiu did not get me at all, and he banged the door close after giving me an irritated look. Anger welled up in me, and I could hear JOS's voice as I trembled with anger. "What monster dares trespass into my eastern district?" I went into the room quickly to take a look. I was startled by the sight. A giant octopus was on the window. Oh, no, it was an octopus man. It was not exactly an octopus, but it had tentacles like one. The person had a twisted body, and he stuck to the window in an S shape. He looked very spooky against the backdrop of the black night outside. There were 4 tentacle-like limbs which stretched out from the 2 ends of his twisted body. They looked like arms and legs, and they were more than 3 meters long, stretching all the way to the walls on both ends. The ends of the tentacles looked like conical drills, and they were embedded into the walls. There was only one tentacle not in the wall. There was a bloody hole in the wall, and that was the exact hole we saw in our room. That particular tentacle had something like a broken eyeball on its end, and the other tentacles were still drilling their way into the walls. As if they would go through any time. I shivered. An eyeball on a tentacle, and it could still drill through walls. Just how strong was that eyeball? Probably nothing, but GOS's air needles could break it. This scary thing, which was probably a man, had a kind of twisted expression on his soulless face, and he had this very long tongue with spikes all over it. "What the heck is this?" Gaokin Jiu's icy voice sounded behind me. "You scared me." I turned back and stared at him. He raised his brows. "When were you ever afraid of these things? Lai Shen, you're so close to JOS. Isn't she and her S-clan even more frightening when they transform?" That was quite the sarcastic remark on JOS. JOS ignored Gaokin Jiu completely and kept her eyes on that octopus man on the window. "Spit it out. Who are you?" A creepy smile appeared on Octopus Man, wrinkling his already creased face into a ball. He did not respond after that creepy smile, but he went straight for JOS as he raised that tentacle with the eyeball previously broken by her. A sharp gaze appeared on JOS's eyes, and the air started crackling and freezing. Numerous air needles formed behind her in that sheet of air she formed, and it flew towards that tentacled monster. That tentacle which was going for JOS was extremely agile, dodging many of the air needles by twisting and turning, not caring about the other air needles which stabbed into his body. He continued reaching forward with that tentacle towards JOS's breasts. Yes, her breasts. Ka. At this point, there was a perverted, dirty smile on his face, and he produced a creepy laughter. A huge blob of saliva dripped from that twisted mouth of his, and it was dripping onto the floor. Disgusting. I shivered involuntarily. That tentacle was about to touch JOS's breasts, and she was enraged. The air currents on her right instantly became a whirlpool, and She drew a sword from that whirlpool and hacked at that tentacle which was already in front of her face. Goss's sword was very sharp, and that tentacle was cut off as she swung her sword. The cut-off tentacle was still going forward, and it was now coming for my head. I backed away as I looked at that slimy thing, and pushed Gao Qinjui in front of me. Gao Qinjui was stunned by my actions, but he could only stare at me with anger as he pushed that tentacle to a corner with a frozen air current. I shrugged at him, indicating that there was no choice for me to do so, since I could not use Piercer at will, and I will not take it out if there were other options. Arrows cannot stop this thing either, so I could only use him as a human shield. It did not seem painful for the creature to have one of his tentacles cut off. As he produced more creepy laughter, he removed the other 7 tentacles from the walls. There were eyes on each and every one of these tentacles. Damn, this is too disgusting. Although people in the split zone, especially those from the Eastern District, like to style themselves in pretty peculiar ways, it was still rare to see someone make themselves look this creepy. More importantly, my gut was telling me this was not a look created through meth. It was how his body of consciousness originally looked like. There was no time for me to think about all this as all the tentacles were going straight for the 3 of us. As they reached out towards us, the eyes on their ends became a few times larger, and there were even more tiny tentacles which started coming out of their pupils. It was just like an eye of a devil which could endlessly produce tentacles. Those tiny tentacles could reach out in all directions like a jellyfish, and they were coming towards us. There is no way I will allow these horrid things to touch me. Of course, I did not want Piercer to be in contact with these things either. It was not a matter of whether I dared to use Piercer or not. It was that I just did not want these things to be in contact with any part of me. Thus, I grabbed Gao Qinjui's belt from behind. Gao Qinjui was in a pair of black pants, and his belt was that long, flexible sword. Shenkai, I was so disgusted with that thing that I forgot his belt was Shenkai, simply grabbing it at one go. Gao Qinjui did not expect that I would once again treat him like a shield, and that I would even grab his belt. But he could not turn to stare at me this time, because there were 3 tentacles going straight for him. I hid behind him and bent down, looking at those 3 tentacles like a timid rat, holding onto Shenkai behind his waist. I was surprised that the sword did not cut into my hands. It was as if Shenkai was sealed when not in use. There was no time for me to bother about such things now, and I kept muttering, "What are you doing? Quick, cut this disgusting thing down quickly." Gao Qinjui let out an angry roar, and all that coldness turned into a rage. "How do I cut it when you're holding on to Shenkai?" "Oh, sorry about that." I let go of his belt with an apologetic look. It was too late. The tentacle already reached the top of his head. I squatted as I tried to avoid it. Gao Qinjui was still turned towards me, and it made him even angrier as he saw me squat down without any intention of helping him. That anger made the air currents around him freeze at a much stronger and faster rate. This room seemed to be a storage filled with huge blocks of ice right now. Goss and Gao Qinjui activated their MF to freeze the air currents in the room, surrounding those tentacles with pieces of frozen air currents that looked like ice. Goss backed away a couple of steps, and raising the sword in her hand, she swung it multiple times at that frozen tentacle in front of her, smashing it into smithereens. Gao Qinjui also took Shenkai in hand, and it produced a beautiful black ray which smashed the tentacles. I was marveling to myself about how intelligent a living weapon Shenkai is. It seemed to be dead when worn at his waist, as if it could do no harm. But once it was in his hand, even if it didn't come to life, it was instantly a killing machine. Pieces of broken tentacles fell to the floor, but there seemed to be no agony on that octopus man's wretched face, who has now lost his tentacles. He still had that filthy and greedy look, and the saliva continued dripping from the corners of his mouth onto the floor. Chapter 142, Volume 3, 142 The Hatred in Yu Liang. Tisk tisk. This thing is really gross. I looked at that saliva-dripping octopus man in disgust. Gao Qinjui stared at me, incensed. "And you use me as a shield for this gross thing?" I feigned a smile, tapping on his shoulder. We're all so familiar. No need to take it to heart furthermore. You had the opportunity to save a beauty and show your heroism. Gaok and you just deadpanned. Jos did not seem to pay attention to our conversation, as she was still focused on that creepy thing on the window. He'll give you one last chance. Stop that shameless laughter of yours and tell me where you were from and what are you. If not, it's not only those fine hairs that would be cut off. Jos's hoarse voice was sharp, and she pointed at that octopus man with sword in hand. The corners of my mouth twitched. My dear Jos, aren't those things tentacles and not fine hairs? Octopus man did not seem to understand what Jos was saying at all, and he continued that creepy laughter. The tentacles which were cut off did not show any signs of healing either. Looking at this weird creature, I thought of something else. I recalled the time when King and us attacked that basilisk a long time ago. Yes, that basilisk was just like this creature in front of us. It was a weird combination of animal parts, and looked as if it did not have an awareness like humans did. It looked like it could not heal, but it had this inherent ability to attack humans. Would these creatures happen to have some sort of connection? I was upset with the fact that this creature made me think of King, and my smile receded into a cold gaze as I stared at that octopus man who was still twisting and turning on the window. Suddenly, a head popped up from the window behind the octopus man. The head slowly snuck in through the window pane, as if it melted the glass and went through it. After which, her neck, torso and 2 hands appeared. Her hands grabbed the neck of octopus man softly, and she rested her chin on the top of his head. She had a dazzling smile on her, and she was looking at me gently. She tightened her grip on the octopus man's neck while keeping her eyes on mine. I knew her. It was my other personality. Because of this, I drew Piercer out without hesitation and a violet light flashed as I activated my MF. I was either too agitated, or I still did not get the hang of manipulating MF properly after activating my split symbol, causing a high amount of MF to concentrate in one location. When I swung Piercer, it produced a ball of violet fire instead of a violet blade. The violet fire flew towards her. However, her face, her head and her entire person was already gone as the violet light appeared. That violet fire then went straight for the octopus man, bursting open in his face. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and even Gaok and Jiu and Jos backed away. In the smoke, I could see the octopus man and the window both smashed to pieces, and some of the broken pieces fell out of the window. Gaok and Jiu shot me a look. What's with that sudden rage of yours? Instead of looking at him, I kept looking at the pile of rubble. There is no use telling him this. He could not see her and he would never understand why I attacked so abruptly and mercilessly. Jos looked at me with worry, but she did not say anything. I did not feel anything when I used Piercer, but this time when it was in my hand, I felt an icy pressure stabbing into my palm. I frowned slightly, feeling beads of cold sweat forming on my forehead. I then tried to tie Piercer around my waist as naturally as I could. Piercer's power is definitely extraordinary. I heard a familiar voice from the broken window. Upon hearing this voice, I froze in the midst of adjusting Piercer on my waist. This is. I snapped my head up, and a somewhat familiar face appeared in the window. He looked like he jumped up here. He was well built, and both his hands were holding onto what was left of the windowsill. He popped his head in before hopping into the room. Yu Liang, I mumbled. He was in light gray. His facial features were sharp like before, and his eyes were calm and rational. It was definitely Yu Liang. Apart from those eyes, nothing about him had changed. His eyes were now a bright red. He looked at me with a frigid gaze. Been quite a while, my district commander. As expected, been quite a while is always an unfriendly greeting. I stepped forward, not minding the clear animosity in his eyes. Yu Liang, where did you go all this time? How are you doing? Though I was a little emotional at seeing Yu Liang after worrying about him for so long, I calmed down as I felt Jos reach out a hand to grab me. That's right. I had to be alert. Although I didn't want to doubt old friends of mine, I had to stay alert right now. Jaipal wanted me to find Yu Liang on this trip, and he even said Yu Liang hurt the Yuan siblings. Yu Liang will not appear here without rhyme or reason. I suddenly recalled something else, making my heart sink a little more. I dabbed that drug on my nose before I left, but there was absolutely no whiff of Yu Liang, and JOSS subordinates reported that there was nothing out of the ordinary in the Eastern District either. I thought we would have to reach the Southern District before we could have some idea of where Yu Liang was. But why did I not sense it when he appeared? I don't doubt the Yuan siblings' abilities in using poison, and usually, he wouldn't have realized if there was a tracking drug used on him. There wouldn't be any problems with Jaipal's drug. So why did I not sense anything at all if Yu Liang is here? Just what is happening? How am I doing? Do you think I'll be well without Songlu? A cruel smile appeared on Yu Liang's face, and there was undisguised hatred in his eyes. Though there were many things I wanted to ask, I could not say anything at this moment. The hatred in Yu Liang was very visible, and I could totally understand and accept this hate that was directed at me. When he was taken away with Songlu, according to Songlu, he was assassinated right in front of her, and she thought him dead. However, based on Jaipal's deductions, we thought he is very much alive. But there is no use in knowing he was alive, because I did not do anything to rescue him. Though Jaipal has been sending people to look for him, it was never successful. More and more incidents occurred, and I kept losing the friends around me, up until the point where Old Man Fan turned into stone. These things kept happening one after another, and I just did not have the time to clear my mind and think about things properly, much less do anything about these things. Though these are excuses, this is still the split zone. We cannot even protect ourselves well, so how do we even begin to protect others? My heart was bitter. I was really an unqualified district commander. Not only did I not have the ability to protect them, I didn't have a calm and clear enough mind to analyze the situations they were facing. All the pain Yu Liang experienced in this time was brought upon by me. When Du Yu said he was still in an experimental barrel in the Southern District, there was nothing I could do even when I was mad and in agony about it. Even now, when I am looking for him, I didn't even realize it when he appeared in front of me. If I look for him, I can't look for Song Lu. Even if I could save him, others like Song Lu, Old Man Fan, Laurel, and more, were still waiting to be rescued. And also, Huan King and the rest who just disappeared without a trace. Not to forget Nizun, who is also missing. I keep losing the people I care about as I lived here in the split zone, but my powers are limited. Before even looking for them, I might already be in danger myself. What is the purpose of my existence then? Why didn't I realize that I couldn't even find my friends when I made those mighty promises of uncovering the secrets of the split zone, taking them away by undoing the restraints of our split symbols, and overthrowing the rules in the split zone? Even though things were in dire straits, even though it looks like it could only get worse, even though I might lose even more people, I cannot give up as long as there is still one person by my side. Right. I'll really not be able to get any of them back if I give up. My thoughts were in a mess and my heart was in a dilemma. But I have finally sorted them out as I met Yu Liang again after such a long time. That's right. I can't give up. No matter how bad the situation is. I searched high and low, only to find Yu Liang where I least expected to. I said calmly, "You've changed a lot in this time. But is this the reason you're treating me with such hostility if you're referring to Songlu? Let me tell you, I'm also looking for her. The more time we waste here, the less we have to find her. Why not get to the point? Why did you appear here out of nowhere? I had no choice but to use such a tone and attitude with such an old friend. He was just like a brother-in-law to me, and he was someone important. But in this world where only the fittest survive, people change easily. No matter how my heart hurt, I had to endure it for the many others who were still waiting for me." Chapter 143, Volume 3, 143. A deficit in MF. Yu Liang burst out laughing as he heard me mention Songlu. "Lai Shen, you have the cheek to say that Songlu is waiting for your rescue. It doesn't matter that you didn't look for me. I wouldn't hate you even if I died. But how could you let them take Song Lu? They are such a cruel bunch. Song Lu already went through so much hardship when she was alive. How could you bear to let her go through so much pain again? I zoomed in on what he said. A bunch. Who are they? It's do you. Right. Yu Yang's face darkened. He raised a hand and said, "There's no use talking about this. I'm going to rip your heart out today. To see for myself if you even care about Song Lu at all." After saying that, the fingers on his left hand started melting. Bone and flesh blending together. His hand was gone and it was now a circular stump. Pust. A tentacle came out of that circular stump. And like a loach which was being electrocuted, it wriggled non-stop. The tentacle seemed retractable, and it extended and retracted with a wave of his arm. I was stunned by the scene which could only be seen in science fiction movies when we were alive. With my mouth hanging open, I saw his other hand going through the same transformation. Jos seemed to hate these tentacle-like things even more than I did. She did not wait for Yu Liang to be ready for the battle. She just raised her sword and slashed it towards his elbow without hesitation. The tentacle from Yu Liang's arm sensed the danger from Jos' sword, and before her sword could reach him, it shot forward, wrapping itself around Jos' wrist with amazing speed. I could see raging white fog surging in Jos' eyes as her wrist was trapped by that slimy tentacle, and the air condensed in the entire room. Gaoken Jiu was not slacking either. With a fast movement, he swung Shen Kai. But Yu Liang was even faster. The tentacle from his other hand wrapped itself around Gaoken Jiu's wrist at lightning speed. It seemed like I was the only one who just stood there in a daze. The rage from Jos and Gaoken Jiu made the air in the room shake as white fog surged in their eyes. But there was a sudden calm before the great storm. All the wild air currents in the room stopped in an instant. It was as if everything went silent in the room. Even the sound of breathing was absent. I looked to my sides at Gaoken Jiu and Jos, and saw that they both had shocked expressions on their faces. Yu Liang laughed coldly. The slime on this tentacle can paralyze movement of the consciousness. No matter how great the value of your MF is, this is the price you have to pay for underestimating your opponent in battle. Sorry about this, but I know the two of you have pretty strong abilities. So I had to attack and paralyze you guys first. It'll be an easy job after this. I smirked. Easy job? You think that I'm still the old Lai Shen? I was already holding Piercer tight in my hands at this point. Gaoken Jiu gave a malicious laugh. Even if you don't see her as much of an opponent, the person with the highest MF in the spit zone is now in the adjacent room. Do you think you have any chances of winning this fight? Yu Liang's icy smile remained. You think he'll appear without preparation to face the four of you if I'm right? The one in the adjacent room only has half of a split symbol left. Right, the person who had a corresponding split symbol undid it and returned to the real world. And he hasn't been able to find another body of consciousness. Have you forgotten what a soul splitter who's left with half a split symbol most afraid of? As if recalling the world's most horrific incident, Gaoken Jiu's eyes sunk into the abyss of hopelessness. You've been here for quite a while now. Why didn't he come over? You think he's just lazy? Gaoken Jiu could no longer bear to hear anymore. And with a sharp gaze, he used his MF to cut off that tentacle wrapping around his wrist with a moderately powerful air current. After which, he staggered towards the door. I swung Piercer. At this moment Yu Liang quickly grew a new tentacle after the last one was cut off, and it entangled itself with Piercer. Gaoken Jiu's gaze seemed a little unfocused, probably because of the powerful effect of that paralyzing slime. I looked at him anxiously, but I could not stop him from using the last of his energy to exit the room and look for Si Luo in the other room. Jos was now seated on the ground, paralyzed, and her sword dropped to the floor with a clang. Her eyes were also beginning to lose focus. What drug did you use on them? I said coldly. At the same time, I tried to use MF to stimulate Piercer, so that it will come alive. Yu Liang gave me a cold look. The name of this slime on the tentacle is intoxicate, and it takes effect in just a few seconds. Everyone who gets into contact with it will lose their awareness and be unable to freely use their MF. I tightened my grip and used more than 20 mf on Piercer, trying to get it out of the restraint that was Yu Liang's tentacle. I felt a sudden chill in my palm. I had a bad feeling. Piercer glowed with a violet light, and a bone-chilling cold invaded every inch of my body. Piercer is trying to take control of me. I heard a cold, evil-sounding female voice in the back of my head say, "You think you're worthy?" I had no time to think about what these words meant. Using my left hand, I drew an arrow and stabbed my right arm with it. Pust, blood sprayed out, and the pain-inducing agent that was on the arrow attacked my senses. The immense pain countered Piercer's horrible chill, and I could move my wrist again. Violet light appeared in a thunderous strike. There was no stopping the attack, and Yu Liang's tentacle was being burnt. Yu Liang did not rest, and the tentacle from his other hand let go of Jos. As the tentacle let go, Jos collapsed onto the floor, and that tentacle was charging straight for me. It was as fast as lightning. I could not dodge it. In an instant, a sudden bright light engulfed the entire room. My vision turned hazy, and it was no longer the scene in the room. Crash! Boom! It was an ocean with roaring currents. I thought of who it was almost immediately, and a figure appeared in the air. Guan Nai was pale, and he looked almost translucent, as if it was extremely difficult for him to maintain this illusion. I was standing on a rock, and Yu Liang was standing on a similar rock not far from me. Si Luo was lying on a rock to my left with his eyes closed, and beside him was Gaoqin Jiu, on all fours due to paralysis, who kept trying to wake Si Luo. Jos was lying at my feet with a lost look and wide open eyes. The floating Guan Nai's sorrowful gaze landed on Gaoqin Jiu's figure. I sensed that you were in danger and I rushed over. Even when I'm trying my best to help you and using so much of my MF, you still only look at him. His voice was soft and light, and it almost could not be heard amidst the roaring currents in the ocean. But I could hear it. Yes. Guan Nai was in the Eastern District. He returned to the Eastern District after being wounded in that battle. He probably already discovered that Gaoqin Jiu arrived in the Eastern District. But instead of showing up, he just observed Gaoqin Jiu from afar. Gaoqin Jiu seemed to have also heard Guan Nai's voice, as he seemed to spend a great deal of effort to turn back and look at Guan Nai. There was immense guilt in his eyes, but his lips were arched in a way that did not show any regret. This was his decision, and he would never regret this. Guan Nai gave a beautiful and heartbreaking smile. Endless sorrow reflected in his eyes. Turbulent waves rocked the ocean. Yu Liang's tentacles were healed now and they were charging towards me. Piercer was thrown to the side, and I lifted both hands as I focused my MF on them. Making use of the illusion, I focused MF on my two hands, and as I raised my arms, and the water from either side of the rock I was standing on rose to form two pillars. I put my hands together, and the pillars of water slammed together, creating a complete screen of water in front of me, blocking Yu Liang's tentacles which were coming toward me. I gritted my teeth and used 10 more MF on my hands, and clasped my hands as if in prayer. The screen of water receded, turning into a giant pillar of water which charged towards Yu Liang, throwing him back some distance. He flew as the pillar of water hit him. The rage in my eyes could no longer be hidden, and I focused all my MF on my hands. The floating Guan Nai was still translucent, and his sorrowful eyes were still on Gaoqin Jiu's figure. He suddenly spat a mouthful of blood. Crash! As the blood sprayed onto the ocean, it started to shake. Not good, the illusion was about to be broken. The water beneath my feet was still roaring, and the pillar of water I was controlling with my MF tilted to the side. Yu Liang wanted to avoid my attack, but the rock beneath him was smashed by a wave of Guan Nai's hand. His other hand lifted towards the sky, as if he was attempting to join forces with me to defeat Yu Liang before the illusion broke. Seawater rose up high as he raised his hand, and it crashed towards Yu Liang. But Guan Nai's gaze looked unsteady, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. It was obvious that his MF was greatly damaged in the previous battle, and he was forcefully using his MF to maintain this illusion. Such a method puts extra pressure on MF, and it will just cause more damage to the consciousness. I gritted my teeth and tried to activate the MF I had left. Before this attack ends, I would not be able to regain all that MF. But as I was trying to focus all my MF, darkness blanketed my eyes, and it felt as if I was going to fall backwards. Chapter 144. Volume 3. 144 Hanging On to Life. A feeling of extreme unease enveloped me, and in a second, I realized why it was so. As a body of consciousness, my MF was already weakened since I did not sleep for days on end, just like a tightly strung bow. I was forcing myself to use my MF almost to its breaking point. Using such a high amount of MF so suddenly pushed it further towards its breaking point. And while I forcefully used what was left of my MF, my consciousness started to crumble. There was nothing but darkness around me, but I was still able to make out their shadows in this infinite blackness. I felt Guan Nai's illusion falling apart, and with fresh blood staining his chin, I saw his translucent body looking like a shredded paper man, slowly floating down towards Gao Qinjiu. Gao Qinjiu seemed to be trying to reach out to him, but no matter how hard he tried, he could only move a single finger. Gos could not move an inch. She was totally immobilized and could only stare up into the air with her huge eyes as she lay on the rock. Yu Liang did not give up on his attack even when the illusion was already falling apart. However, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him. That shadow felt familiar, and I tried to remember where I had seen it before. I kept staring at it, but I just could not get a clear focus on it. I felt a horrible pain at the back of my mind, and I knew at this moment that I had used up all of my energy. I lost my consciousness at this point. This is called a butterfly kiss. I heard a familiar and enchanting voice. My eyes snapped open. I was dreaming. I was not able to participate in this dream probably because too much of my MF had already been used up. I could only look on as an audience. I was trying to tell myself to wake up from the dream. There was no spare time for me to be dreaming right now. The rest are not able to fight currently. And that dark shadow which appeared, could that have been him? No. Wake up. This did not seem to work at all, and the scene in front of my eyes was clear as day. This is the laboratory. It was the laboratory at the end of the hallway that Gao Kai had previously brought me to. The me in the dream was facing Gao Kai, and we were both seated. Gao Kai took both my hands in his, and I could see that I was about half a head shorter than him. Gao Kai leaned forward, towards my face, with a smile. I had a shy expression on my face, and I looked down. My lashes fluttered, and my eyes finally closed. Gao kissed thin and cold lips, then landed above my right eye. This is called the butterfly kiss, Gao Kai said softly as he kissed my right eye tenderly. My lips trembled slightly as I said, Senior Gao Kai. No, don't call me senior. Just call me Kai. His voice was enchanting, and his eyes were shining with an enticing light, still on my eye. His lips moved as he answered, Kai, I muttered. Gao Kai finally moved back a little, putting a minor distance between my eye and himself. I gave my favorite thing a very nice name. What's it called? I opened my eyes slowly, and it looked like I did not want the previous moment to end. Shen Kai. I felt a brutal chill from the bottom of my heart, and I tried again to wake myself up. What kind of dream is this? All dreams in the split zone are memories from when we were alive. But why did I not remember a single thing? I'll show you Shen Kai the next time you come over to the laboratory, Gao Kai promised with a smile. Wake up. The scene then changed abruptly. I went back to my room on my own, and I was met with huge red graffiti on my door. Go to hell, crazy person. As I was still in shock, the door opened suddenly. The person who opened the door was obviously shocked by me standing there. Ah, you scared me. She stared at me angrily, and walked away while avoiding me, as if afraid I would infect her, only to call out again as she was rudely surprised by the red graffiti on the door as she turned back. She then walked back towards the door. Another girl came out as she heard all the noise. What's happening? The girl who came out earlier pointed at the door. It was now the other girl's turn to be surprised by me. The girl who came out earlier then pointed at me, telling the other girl, we'd also be seen as lunatics if we keep rooming with this crazy person. The other girl seemed to have a friendlier demeanor, and she nudged the girl slightly, signaling for her to not be so direct about it in front of me. The girl who was nudged then got angry. What are you afraid of? Do you know who she pissed off? Duff. The principal's daughter. I heard that for our class. There's only one vacancy for scholarship applications this year. It's all because of her. We'd be embroiled in this matter sooner or later since we're roommates with her. How could that be, and why would Duff hate her anyway? It's because this crazy person got together with the most handsome senior in school. The one Duff attempted to pursue but failed to let others know that Duff, the principal's daughter, isn't even comparable to a crazy person. How embarrassing would that be? But isn't this too much? This isn't too much. Look at the words on the door. Oh, what? I didn't even realize it. We should leave this place as soon as we can, to rid ourselves of this bad luck. A crowd was beginning to form along the corridor as students started poking their heads out to see what the commotion was all about. I was still standing there expressionless, and I did not say anything either. Another girl then stepped out of the room suddenly. My expression changed slightly. It was Pomelo. Pomelo stared at the two girls coldly. Nobody is stopping you if you want to leave. She does have a mental illness, but she's still 10,000 times better than the both of you. Look at you two. One looking like a prostitute with that thick makeup you put on every day, and the other a bitch who knows nothing about filial piety, ordering her parents around through the phone all day long. What right do the two of you have to talk like this? She has mental issues, but you guys are just rotten to the core. What the EFF are you saying? One girl pointed at Pomelo angrily. Pomelo scoffed. I'm effing talking about you, prostitute. The girl was incensed, and using both her hands, she shoved Pomelo back into the room. Though the other girl was not as fierce, it was obvious she was angry with Pomelo, and she walked into the room quickly, as if she wanted to argue with Pomelo. I followed behind them silently, closing the door behind me as I entered the room. I looked at me. My face was without any expression, and my eyes were on the other three in the room. It looked like I was just a stranger to this situation, as if it was totally not because of me that these girls started arguing. Say that again if you dare. I'm telling you, Jianyu, I've had enough of you. You're always together with this mad woman. I'm really effing down on my luck to be rooming with you two since we're already at this point. Don't blame me for not taking our relationship as roommates into consideration. Tian Jiangyu is Pomelo's full name. Lai Shen usually refers to her with her nickname, Yuzai, which means Pomelo. Huh. Relationship as roommates. The other girl chimed in. That's right, Jiangyu. You didn't have to say things like that. We weren't going to do anything to her anyway. Pomelo smirked. Since you guys have had enough of me, how about I help you dig your dirty eyeballs out? No need to be in a rush to tell me what to do. I haven't even ripped your faces out yet. Fuck you. This bitch is really in need of a beating. One of the girls was enraged at this point, and she was ready to throw a chair at Pomelo. Anger usually makes a person stronger. That chair was already light to begin with, and it made a whooshing sound as it was lifted up. I stepped forward to be in front of the girl, shielding Pomelo behind me. Pomelo looked shocked for a brief moment, but in an instant, cruelty appeared in her eyes. The chair crashed onto my back, and I let out a muffled cry while my eyes remained cold and calm. Pomelo pushed me away, and grabbing a thin shirt hanging on the chair to her right, she started walking quickly towards that girl who threw the chair on me. She pushed the girl onto the floor, and got on top of her in a flash. The shirt was pulled into a long string, and she was starting to strangle the girl by the neck. The other girl was so shocked at the scene that she did not even call out. The girl was now being strangled by Pomelo, but Pomelo simply looked on coldly, with an evil malice in her eyes. Her hands were strong, and she continued pulling that shirt in opposite ends while she stepped on that girl's hair, which was now spread on the floor. After being pushed away, I seemed to be off kilter for a few moments, but after regaining my balance, I walked over quickly to be by Pomelo's side. I bent down in a half squat to hold on to Pomelo's arm, saying my first words in this dream. Leave it. Pomelo loosened her grip slightly and looked towards me. A light flashed in her eyes. Cough, 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 cough. The girl had no strength to push Pomelo away, who was still sitting on her. She could only cough as she held on to her neck. Pomelo looked at me for a brief moment before saying, "I'll leave it since you said it. Aren't you lucky to have hung on to your dear life because of this crazy person?" She stood up, looking down on the girl who was still curled up on the floor, coughing nonstop. Chapter 145. Volume 3. 145. Yu Liang's Intelligence. As I opened my eyes, all I could see was a pile of rubble. That dream felt long, but not much time seemed to have passed. I looked up to see the room we were originally in, and Zhou S and I were now able to see Gaoqin Jiuyi and Si Liuo through a huge hole in the wall. Gaoqin Jiuyi was beside Si Liuo, who looked very peaceful with his eyes shut. Zhou S was still lying on the floor, and Guan Nai was crouched near Gaoqin Jiuyi, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. I struggled to get up, and I saw Yu Liang leaning against the wall below the window. It looked as if he was also gravely injured. If I remember right, the last attack Guan Nai and I used on him did not inflict so much damage. So why was he hurt so badly? I staggered over, squatting in front of him. He looked up at me with an unfathomable smile, bloodstains still visible on the corners of his lips. Lai Shen. In the end, I'll still lose. What you're most afraid of losing? No. Actually, you're already losing it now. A light appeared around him after he spoke. Following that light, something like a layer of ice appeared above him, slowly encasing him and finally freezing him entirely. He was just like a human, frozen and encapsulated in amber. I touched that ice, but instead of feeling chilly, it felt like something at room temperature. His eyes were still open. This is the split freeze. This is when one focuses all the remaining MF into the split symbol, using that energy to freeze everything around one's body. It's a defensive method where one encapsulates oneself within a protective layer. Guan Nai explained with difficulty. There was a look of hopelessness in those upturned eyes of his. I was rather worried about him, and I rushed over to his side, trying to support the wobbly Guan Nai. "Are you okay? You look seriously hurt." Guan Nai leaned on my shoulder, like a sickly female, but I could see the burning passion in his eyes, which were looking in Gaoqin Jiuyi's direction, but he only managed to look before he fainted in my arms. "Hey, Guan Nai," I called out. Gaoqin Jiuyi was crouched beside Si Liuo, and hearing me cry out, he forced himself to turn and look back at Guan Nai. Jos suddenly made a sound, but it looked like she was still paralyzed. I took another look at Guan Nai. He had lost all consciousness and I could not do much for him right now. I lay him on the floor and ran over to Jos to help her up. Gaoqin Jiuyi seems to be regaining mobility as well. The split freeze seems like that MF used to paralyze us has also been frozen. As he said this, Gaoqin Jiuyi shot a cold look at Yu Liang, who looked like he was fossilized in amber. He tried to support Si Liuo up, but Si Liuo still had that calm and peaceful expression on his face, like a toddler who was in deep sleep. He did not look like he was about to wake up anytime soon. Jos moved her neck stiffly. It seems as if they are recovering their mobility very quickly. Doesn't that slime on the tentacle cause paralysis? How can you guys move so quickly? I looked at Gaoqin Jiuyi, while helping Jos to loosen her joints. Gaoqin Jiuyi gave me a sideways look, because that wasn't caused by any drug. The slime was MF itself. You can look at it like it's a kind of filthy MF. Once that MF is sullied, it can become something that can directly inflict a huge amount of damage. But if the body of consciousness can no longer use that MF, just like how he is now, or if they die, then such MF will lose its effectiveness as well. What's wrong with Si Liuo? These were Jos's first words after regaining her mobility. Gaoqin Jiuyi's eyes darkened. Yu Liang's splitting key was inserted into his split symbol. Shocked, I asked. Yu Liang's splitting key, but Si Liuo isn't Yu Liang's soul splitter. Would that key have any effect on Si Liuo? Gaoqin Jiuyi nodded gravely. That is usually the case. But it's different with Si Liuo's current condition. Let me explain it like this. To soul splitters, All the souls captured by us are called heirs. And once we engrave a split symbol onto the heirs, we'll be able to obtain the power granted to us by the split symbol, and at the same time receive the curse of the split symbol. If the heir is able to find us and insert their splitting key into our split symbol, they are effectively ending that curse by locking the split symbol, and they can then leave the split zone. As for us, since we're only left with half a split symbol, we'll have to find a new heir. Now that Luo is without an heir and there's currently no new heir for him, any splitting key will be able to freeze his split symbol and his consciousness. He will also continue to be in this state until the splitting key is taken out by that particular heir who inserted it. Jiao stood up after cracking her neck. But now that Yu Liang froze himself with that split freeze, how do we help Luo recover? I understood what Gaoken Jiu was trying to get at from what he said, and that was also why he had such a grave expression. This means Yu Liang has to personally do it for Luo to recover, right? But now that Yu Liang is like this, how do we solve it? Gaoken Jiu looked at me. From what I know, the split freeze is the final line of defense of any body of consciousness. So if the consciousness itself is not willing to undo it, there's nothing we can do. Nothing we can do. If the consciousness is willing, you mean Yu Liang can hear our conversation even in such a state? I frowned. Gaoken Jiu shook his head, saying, I don't know, but he might be willing to do it if we can find Song Lu. Song Lu was taken away by Lai Wen, and Lai Wen seemed to be in cahoots with Du Yu. Where do I begin looking for Lai Wen when I cannot even seem to find any traces of Du Yu? Seems like the first thing we should do is to make a trip to the Northern District. To be honest, I was making a selfish decision here. I did not know Luo that well, so it will be a lie if I said I wanted to help him recover. Because we were friends. In reality, my goals would be easier to fulfill with Luo helping me. Now that he had already agreed to help me out, it would be a huge loss if he could not do so. I looked at Gaoken Jiu squarely. Gaoken Jiu, only you can bring us to the Northern District now. How about you lead the way? Song Lu is with Lai Wen, so as long as we know where Lai Wen is, we can definitely find Song Lu. And since Lai Wen is Lai King's soul splitter, she's definitely in the Northern District now. Jiao interrupted me. Don't you remember what Jai Pa said? You have to bring Yu Liang back to Jai Pa. Yes. This was too complicated. There'd be no use bringing Yu Liang back to Jai Pa in this state. Since Luo is also not awake now, he won't be able to bring us to the experimental grounds either. You're the only one left. How about you work with us? Go with us to the Southern District to look for the experimental grounds and bring back an experimental subject. And we can head for the Northern District after that to look for Song Lu. Gaoken Jiu smirked. Lai Shen, everything is how you wish for it to be right now. You're using this opportunity to get my help in saving that friend of yours. And you're also able to borrow GOSS and my abilities to help break into the Southern District's experimental grounds. I smiled. That's right. I have to say things have turned for the better. However, since this is for someone you want to protect, I pointed at Luo as I continued. Even if you're being used by me, I guess you don't really mind it. Gaoken Jiu then narrowed his eyes at me. Have you ever thought about why this friend of yours would suddenly appear? He pointed at Yu Liang, now encased in amber. As he spoke, could it be Jiao S? And I looked at each other. That's right. Why did Yu Liang suddenly appear? Logically, if we were setting out to look for Yu Liang with a team led by Luo, Yu Liang should have been avoiding us instead. Furthermore, out of Jiao Gaoken Jiu, Luo and I, three of us were district commanders, and Gaoken Jiu's abilities were not to be trifled with. An ordinary individual would likely not be able to do any great harm to us. And if Yu Liang was alone, it would be almost equivalent to using an egg to fight with someone who had rocks. So why did he do that? However, from that previous battle, Yu Liang did seem to be gaining the upper hand before Guan Nai appeared. I looked towards the bloodstained Guan Nai, who was lying beautifully on the floor. Gaoken Jiu followed my gaze, and he looked pained. He's gravely injured. We'll need to go to the northern district to find a healing expert among the soul splitters to save him. The slime on the tentacles is only one part of Yu Liang's sullied MF. If JOS and I forcefully focused our MF, there was no way he could have gained the upper hand. Guan Nai's appearance just made it all the more chaotic. But that's not the point. The point is, why did Yu Liang still appear even though he would know this was a battle he cannot win? Gao Kenju looked at me as if he already knew the answer, but he still wanted me to say the words. I took a deep breath. Seems like his aim was to force us to look for Song Lu. This situation was probably what he had already anticipated. He came into the lion's den and froze himself. In this way, he wouldn't reveal where the experimental grounds were, but at the same time, he'd be able to force us into a position where we had to look for Song Lu in order to save Si Luo. I marveled at Yu Liang's equanimity and intelligence. This was probably all planned beforehand. Even someone as intelligent as him couldn't find his lover on his own and had to resort to such methods to force us to find her instead. This will not be an easy task, Gao Qinju said calmly. Chapter 146. Volume 3. 146. Not going to look for him. JOS nodded slowly. That's right. This is no easy task. But since it has already come to this, I guess we don't have any choice. Guan Nai is gravely injured. Gao Qinju, you really don't care about him at all. Though Guan Nai and JOS are working together because of their own personal goals, I could understand JOS's desire in wanting to protect Guan Nai after having worked with him for such a long time. Gao Qinju shot her a cold look. Does it matter if I care about him or not? He's not a child anymore. Does he still want to continue these extreme acts to attract my attention? He already knows that there's no one else but Si Luo in my eyes. After speaking, Gao Qinju seemed to steal a quick glance at me, as if he was less sure of himself. JOS pointed at Guan Nai, saying, he tried his best to help you. You can't leave him like this. Since you said there are soul splitters who can save him in the northern district, how about you bring us there? Well, first go to the experimental grounds to look for clues. Then we'll head for the northern district to look for Song Lu. If Song Lu can get Yu Liang to return to his normal state, then we'll be able to get Yu Liang to take his splitting key out and help Si Luo recover. Gao Qinju looks towards me. All of your friends, they are really great at using this, huh? He pointed at his own head while speaking, words laced with sarcasm. I understood his frustration at this. Before, he listened to no one and only did what he wanted to do, what his heart told him to do. But now, because of Yu Liang's tactics, we had no choice but to help him look for Song Lu. Furthermore, Si Luo is being held hostage in such a situation, and this situation was something that was extremely hard to accept for Gao Qinju. It was understandable that he was not happy about it at all. But how do I consider his feelings at this point? Originally, Chai Pa was waiting for me to bring Yu Liang back in order to take a proper look at an experimental subject and look for a feasible solution before we head to the northern district to confront Du Yu, and also to find Song Lu and Laurel. Yu Liang's sudden appearance threw a wrench in the works, and right now, we could only head for the northern district first to solve the current situation. Now that Naizun is no longer with me, and Huan King and party had gone missing, only Gao Qinju, JOS and I were left. It would be extremely tough if Gao Qinju does not work with us, especially when I was still unable to use Piercer very well. Right now, my best option is to calm Gao Qinju down. I thus tried to speak to him as calmly as I possibly could. This is our original route as well, just that it seems to be forced upon us right now. Don't forget that you've promised to help me find Zuan. How about we work together to solve this? Since Huan King and his party are also missing right now, I'm sure you know that light is how Mr. Blonde transports people. This means that Huan King, my Fu and Ku Fei should be in the northern district for now, for whatever reason it might be. Now that Si Luo is in a state of deep sleep, and he doesn't have an heir yet. If we don't head for the northern district and his condition worsens, there might really be no way of saving him. since my foo is not around. From the current situation, you'll still have to go with us to the Northern District, whether you're willing to work with us or not. Something flashed past Gao Kenjiu's eyes. I'll definitely go. But all this just fell into place too nicely. And I can't help but suspect you. I lifted my brows as I smirked. Suspect me? You can't be thinking that I was working with Yu Liang on this. Would you? If I was working with Yu Liang on this, would I still need to plan it in such a way? But Gao Kenjui narrowed his eyes at me. When you lost your consciousness momentarily, GOS had also lost her fighting ability, and I didn't forcefully activate my MF either. At that point, it was difficult for Guan Nai to even support himself, to the point that his illusion started to fall apart. So who inflicted so much damage upon Yu Liang? I frowned as I began to understand what he was trying to get at. How would I know? You said it yourself. I lost my consciousness momentarily. I looked at him, but my heart was doubtful. I lost my consciousness because I went too many days without proper rest. That dream felt long, but it felt like I woke up rather quickly. But if I had lost all awareness and was in such a deep state of unconsciousness, how did I manage to wake up so quickly? Gao Kenju kept his eyes on me. Lai Shen. At the point, I only saw a dark shadow pass in front of the window. And when I tried to focus on it, Yu Liang already collapsed on the floor. Dark shadows are pretty common here in the split zone. But if I remember right, Nai Zun is someone who loves wearing black. Right. My heart skipped a beat. Gao Kenju's gaze was frigid. After that battle, was it really like what you said that he went missing, but actually he's still trying to protect you secretly? Or was this all just a sham? Something that you designed? Something that you planned together with him so that my foo can escape? I found his words ridiculous and felt incredulous. I will do whatever I want to do. I walked towards Gao Kenju, who was currently still crouched on the floor beside Si Liuo. I bent down slightly, looked him in the eyes, and gave him a brilliant smile. Gao Kenju, if I can find Nai Zun now, as long as he can return to my side, I don't even care about anything else that's happening. Instead of working with him secretly, to me, it's more painful not being able to see him. I'm already too used to seeing him in front of me every day. Even if you wish that I did work with him secretly to help my foo, it's something that I wouldn't do. This Lai Shen isn't so noble to the point that she can endure so many days without Nai Zun, just for a little girl. For some reason, there was a clear agony in Gao Kenjui's eyes after hearing me say these words. I was rather surprised at such a reaction. He kept his cold eyes on me, with a slightly furrowed brow. You really admire him? He seemed to be referring to Nai Zun. Why did it feel like he was a little jealous and to even say such words in this situation? GOS walked over and pulled me away. Addressing Gao Kenju, we should stop wasting time discussing other matters. Si Liuo will be in greater danger with every minute we waste. How about you help Ashen find Zhu and quickly, so that she can wield Piercer again, and then we'll head for the Southern District to look for the experimental grounds and clues, before going to the Northern District to solve all our problems. Gao Kenju shifted his suspicion to GOS. What I'm more interested in is that, GOS, aren't you in love with Si Liuo? Why do you not seem to be putting him as the first priority? Lai Shen has her reasons for doing so, because she wants to save her friend. But how about you? Just why are you doing this? GOS's expressionless face seemed to turn a little livelier, but her smile still seemed rather unnatural. She's doing this to save her friend. I'm doing this to help a friend. She looked at me after saying that. I felt a rush of warmth in my chest. A light flashed past Gao Kenju's eyes as he looked at me. Lai Shen, you really have many protectors. I laughed. I would say I'm quite a selfish character, so it's just nice that I'm playing the role of someone who's protected. I'm not as noble as you though. You've always played the role of the protector, to the point that you don't even care if you hurt others while protecting someone. My eyes swept past the prone Guan Nai very briefly. I initially did not want to rile Gao Kenju up like this, but for some reason, when he starts taking an aggressive stance, I just wanted to fight back. We were like two hedgehogs about to freeze to death. And the only way to keep ourselves warm was to use all our spines to prick at each other. Gos walked over to Guanai's side, looking at him with slight sadness in her eyes. Poor thing. Your persistence does not lose to mine. Seems like I didn't know you well enough. Gaiakinju's gaze wavered, and there seemed to be a split second where I could see exhaustion in his eyes. I felt a bitterness in my heart. It was definitely not easy for this proud man. There was nobody he offended, but there was still no way to cure that loneliness. And the people around him even had to get hurt. I gritted my teeth inwardly and told myself that I cannot feel any sympathy for Gaiakinju, because he is a soul splitter. And he was the one who captured me. I looked at the quiet Yu Liang, Si Luo and Guanai, and that sympathy was overwhelmed by various other emotions. What did Guanai do wrong? Why did he have to face this? Si Luo is someone who seems to ask nothing of this world. Though he is a soul splitter, he probably wouldn't have been embroiled in this if he did not have other desires. And Yu Liang, he's just an innocent bystander. I know him. He treats me well and I know that he isn't a bad person. Just like how my heart felt like it was stabbed 1,000 times after losing Nai Zun. I could understand how desperate he must have felt when he lost Song Lu, his longtime lover. I wouldn't be surprised if such a loss caused him to change greatly. His love for her is so deep that he would sacrifice himself by going into the lion's den like this, just for the simple aim of trying to get us to look for Song Lu. He appeared again. Why don't you chase after him to ask why he's avoiding you? A feminine face appeared in the night sky beside the window, looking at me lazily. How about it, you're really not going to look for him first? Uncovering the secret of the soul splitters, saving people. Put these aside and go look for him. I know that's what you want to do. That face, which looked exactly like mine, was looking at me with a smile. Chapter 147, Volume 3, 147 Disfigurement. My hands tightened into fists as I looked at this audacious, smiling face. I shot towards the window, pouncing at her. Gaiakinju and Gos were visibly bewildered at my actions. She was gone in a moment. My heart instantly felt heavy, and I started to pull my MF on the bottom of my feet. I hopped onto the windowsill. My red hair billowed in the wind and my fiery red dress flew in all directions as I jumped out of the building. It was still night. I ran as fast as I could in the darkness, going towards where my instincts led me to, not caring about anything else. As I ran, I took in the sights within the visibility field of 10 square meters. Absolutely sure of where I was going. Absolutely sure of my target. I felt it. She would not have appeared without any reason. I can feel it. As I ran, the wind howled in my ear, and a few strands of hair were caught on my lips. I continued running forward, not paying it any heed, wherever it was. It was always dark at night, just an infinite blackness. As that feeling started to dissipate, I cried out into the air. Nai Zun. There was no answer. It's him. I know that it's him. It must be him. She's right. I have to find him. How could I lose him? The wind stung my eyes as I continued running. Anxious and desperate. I was not able to balance the MF properly under my feet, and I fell onto the ground. Really useless. I sat on the ground with my hands balled into fists, and I started punching the stone ground. Once, twice, 3 times. The skin on my hands started to tear. But I had no intention of stopping even when blood started seeping out. You're useless. You felt him. I continued hitting the ground, frustrated at myself. I did not stop even when the ground was stained with blood. My arms were numb, and my fists could not heal in time as I simply kept on disintegrating them by smashing them into the ground. I focused my MF into my right hand, and the ground cracked as I smashed my fist into it. I cried out involuntarily. And as I looked down, I saw my right wrist twisted in a weird angle. The bone utterly smashed, as my hands were balled up. My fingers were also deformed. My pinky finger was the one closest to the ground. Looking at it, I had only half a pinky finger left as it was already broken. I could feel my fingers crying out as they healed. That's enough. A dark shadow then appeared out of nowhere, pulling me up abruptly. I felt a little dizzy due to how fast I was pulled up. I heard this warm and enchanting voice in my ear. "Why are you hurting yourself?" I still felt dizzy, and all I could see was a blurry figure in the dark. I did not think any further and simply stretched out my bloody hands, taking the dark figure in an embrace, not willing to let go. Never letting go. That dark figure seemed to react to my embrace, trying to struggle out of it. I bit on his shoulder as hard as I could. He let out a low-pitched cry. A tear escaped from the corner of my eye. I continued biting on his shoulder, not loosening my grip on him, afraid that he would run away again. A gentle and warm voice said, "Why do you have to do this?" I stopped biting on his shoulder and pushed him hard. I stared at him angrily. "Why? How could you leave me? How could you bear to leave me?" My tears started falling. Behind that curtain of tears blurring my vision, I no longer saw that same pair of starry eyes. His face. The Nizun in front of me now had a black pupil on the right, but his left eye was a menacing, bright red. There was a darkness in that red. It was startling that darkness seemed to be alive, as if someone put a black curse into that red eye. He had different colored pupils. And his face. There were scars of various sizes on his face, and these hideous scars were savagely embedded into his flesh. He still had those thin, wispy bangs. It hid part of that black pupil of his, and it also hid the vulnerability and avoidance in his eyes. As he looked at my astonished face, there was this resoluteness that appeared in his eyes, and he turned to leave. Without hesitation, I grabbed his hand. He was still wearing that pair of black gloves on his hands. I grabbed his hand, wanting to speak, but why did this hand feel astounded? I pulled away the glove on his left hand. He tried to pull away quickly, but I focused on my MF to grab him tight. I pulled his left glove out, revealing that slim and white hand of his, but there were only 2 fingers on this hand. His index, middle and ring finger were all gone. They all looked like they had been hacked away neatly. There was only a thumb, and that pinky finger with a skull ring on his left hand. Shocked, I did not know how to react to this situation. I looked up at him, only to see pain and self-loathing in his eyes. When did my Nizun have such a look? I had never seen such a look on him. I felt worried and scared, and I grabbed his arm, shaking my head. I said, This just what happened," as if he felt my hands trembling, or as if he misunderstood the reason behind my trembling hands. A deep sorrow appeared in his eyes. No, I felt a wave of unease and a feeling of impending danger. I kept shaking my head and tried to gain a tighter grip on him. My hands were starting to hurt because of how tightly I held onto his arm, but I was not about to give him an opportunity to leave me. Again, in this instant, that uncanny red left pupil of his started to rotate. No, I was still shaking my head. For some reason, I felt extremely uneasy. As I looked at that rotating red eye of his, my hands started to lose their strength. No, I cried out as I finally realized what he was doing. At this point, I focused all my MF onto my hands. My index finger was like a sharp blade, piercing through his black sleeves, embedding itself into the flesh of his arm. My finger was already close to bone, but I held it steady like a pincer. I don't care if this was painful for him. I won't let go even if it was. I, Lai Shen, will never let go. However, no matter how hard I tried, no matter how much MF I focused onto my hands, to the point that I heard my shoulder blades cracking under the pressure, I started to feel faint under that ability of his. It felt as if I was about to lose something extremely important, and tears rolled down my cheeks as I felt like I was about to lose all awareness. "No, don't leave me," I was almost begging him, choking on my words. He was biting on those pale lips of his. I felt devastated as I looked at his hopeless gaze, full of agony. In the end, he was still able to use his ability to immobilize me, leaving me. My head was still fuzzy, and I saw that he looked at me with a gaze that felt like it would be the last time I saw him, following which, he disappeared into the darkness. He was gone. No. Still under the influence of his ability, I was not fully functional yet, and that cry felt like it tore my throat apart. I heard a whirring sound in my brain, as if there was something inside which suddenly stopped functioning, something that suddenly broke. I collapsed onto my knees. Nai zone. A figure appeared behind me in the darkness, grabbing me. Lai Shen. What's wrong? Gaiak and Jiu took me in a tight embrace from behind, trying to pull me up, but my knees felt weighed down with 1,000 pounds, and they stubbornly stuck to the ground. I tried hard to struggle out of his embrace, but he did not loosen his grip. I tried my very best to get out. I felt like I was at the edge of my sanity. Let go of me, I'm going to find him, I want to look for him. Ah! I cried out as I did not manage to escape, and there was no other way for me to express the pain I felt. Lai Shen, calm down, who are you talking about? Gaiak and Jiu sounded worried and anxious. Nizun, it's Nizun, let go of me, I want Nizun. I finally escaped from those clutches of his, but I just fell onto my face as I attempted to run towards the direction Nizun went in. My MF was previously all focused onto my hands, and I could not balance the MF under my feet in time. I smashed the ground with my fists. I hate that I'm so useless. Bam! Crack! The bones on both my wrists broke. Chiao S had caught up now, and seeing me like this, she ran over immediately, trying to help me up, but I struggled to escape from her. I heard Gaokin Jiu's voice from behind. Think of a way to stop her, she's gone too many days without rest and she's been forcefully using too much of her MF. If she can't control her emotions at this point, it will cause permanent damage to her MF. Chiao's eyes turned sharp after she heard this. And with that gaze, the air around me started to freeze. That frozen air began to encase me. The air currents felt chilly but warm at the same time, trying to get me to calm down. Chapter 148. Volume 3. 148 Can't live without him. Calm down. Lai Shen Jiao S shouted at me. My mind was caught in a flurry of emotions, and I could not deal with losing Nizun a second time. It felt like the only reprieve to such agony was to inflict pain on myself, so that it could replace the pain in my heart. I had never expected that I actually relied on Nizun so much that I could not pull myself out of this. I hated him initially. I blamed him for all my shortcomings, and piled all that pain upon him, as if that was the only way for me to lessen the agony I felt. Even as a mental patient who had already been ostracized for years, I knew the problem did not lie with me. I love my family and my friends. So what right did this world have to abandon me and treat me like a monster, even if she shared a body with me? And there were two different personalities in me. Who did I let down in all these years? It was the world that let me down, while I only let one person down. The one I loved. Yes. I killed Gao Kai and I am paying the price for it now, right here in this place. But Nizun was not at fault. It was only until today did I realize Nizun did not do any wrong. He felt even lonelier than me. But who did he blame for it? Everyone avoided him when he was alive. And even here in the split zone, he did not do any wrong, even if everyone around him ended up dying. This didn't mean that he caused those deaths. What did he do wrong that people had to treat him in such a way? What did he do wrong that I had to treat him like this even after he arrived here in the split zone? He was always behind me, looking at me silently. Now that I think about it, when was I ever lonely after arriving in the split zone? Never. Because he was always by my side, always behind me. Did anything harm me after I arrived in the split zone? Nothing. I have my MF, and I was always being protected by him. I was never hurt. He and Lai King had always protected me. Even when I became district commander and received the support of the Western District residents, there was nothing I was particularly unhappy with, nor was there anything that upset me. What bothered me was what happened when I was alive. My past. When I started my new life here in the split zone, there was nothing which caused me pain. But this was not the case for Nizun. It was because of me that he ended up with a chance of getting hurt. Nizun did not like to speak initially, and he was always silently following behind me. At that time, I gave him the cold shoulder, and I hated that I could always see him every time I turned back. I had to admit that even though I hated it at the time, being able to see him every time I turned gave me a sort of security. I had never felt secure before this, and this was something that others might not be able to empathize with. I simply felt insecure when I alive. Every single person I see would almost always roll their eyes at me or avoid me as best as they can. But after arriving in the split zone, those beautiful, starry eyes of his had always been on me. Just what was it that blinded me so much that I could ignore such a feeling of security it gave me? Think about it. If they would always be somebody by your side protecting you no matter what you do, who would hate such a thing? As I thought about this, I clutched at Jos, crying. I was wrong. I was always wrong. I can't live without him. I saw a tenderness in Jos's big eyes. And she took my hand in hers. Yes, I was wrong. Nizun was beside me as we had our meals. Even though it made no difference to us if we ate or not. Nizun was beside me as we slept. Even though I was not afraid of the dark, I was afraid of being alone in the dark. Because of Nizun, I did not have to work so hard to learn how to use MF. As I always felt that since we could not be separated, he would have to protect me since he could not leave this place if I died either. He also said to me, I will always protect you. Even up till now, he was still protecting me. But what did I bring him? From his initial silence, to how he started smiling more, to how he started making fun of me and being goofy. When did I ever think about the reasons behind these changes? What did he think about every day? Did he want to leave the split zone? Was the tie between us a restriction to him? Did I ever consider his position at all? I never did. I never did anything for him. And I don't even know the reason he turned out this way today. I knew nothing about him. While he was always protecting me, I would rather die than go through this. Now that I was here, I did not carry much hope. The only thing that was not a source of pain was the fact that he was always by my side. Albeit it was forced upon us. But he was leaving me for some unknown reason, and no matter how hard I tried, I could not make him stay. What was my purpose of being here? I looked at Jos without moving. He's no longer here. What's the point of me being here? Jos did not speak, and I felt Gaokenju grabbing my other hand, pulling me up from the ground. I struggled. I had no strength left to stand. In the end, I sat down in a heap on the ground. But he still did not let go of my hand. Jos crouched in front of me, her long hair sweeping the ground. I could see worry in those huge eyes of hers. Gaokenju bent down, looking at me with a cold gaze. What purpose, Lai Shen? Have you forgotten why you're here? I'm telling you. Now, I didn't force you to come here. You came here voluntarily because you're running away. You're avoiding the fact that you killed Gao Kai. Now you're asking me about your purpose of being here. Does this mean that you're finally sick of this place and you want to leave? Why did you choose to stay then back when I gave you a chance to leave since you're sick of this place? Why didn't you leave? Gaokenju was extremely agitated. My tears were already dry by now. And I looked at him, stunned. Yes. Why did I stay? I muttered. Why can't you be more like me? I'd rather let everyone down, rather than have everyone let me down. Gaokenju looked at me with pained eyes. Why were you never selfish when you were alive? Even after arriving here, you're still not allowing yourself to be selfish. I was still stunned. What are you talking about? Gaokenju looked me in the eye squarely. What I'm saying is that you've never thought for yourself when you were alive. Even when everyone let you down, ostracized you and hated you. If I were you, I'd kill every single one of them but you. I should be happy that you finally killed him. But you kept blaming yourself. And you've avoided the matter by escaping here. It's hell here. There's nothing wrong in killing him. Why did you have to go to hell? Why can't you just be a little more selfish? Jos looked at Gaokenju calmly, before taking another look at me. My emotions began to stabilize because of Gaokenju's sudden outburst and his words. What did it mean by thinking for myself when I was alive? I grabbed him. Just who are you? Why do you know everything about me? Gaokenju paused at my question, and that emotion and the fire in his eyes seemed to have been largely smothered. His expression then changed in a second, to one that looked like it belonged to someone who had seen too much of this world and was already tired of it. Lai Shen, have you fell in love with Nizun? Have you fell in love with someone else again? His eyes were full of despair. My heart hurt. Why did it hurt so badly? It felt like an emotion that was usually ignored, but it was appearing now. I did not understand this, and I could not tell what it felt like. Have I fallen in love with Naizun? I turned to look at Jos. I can't live without him. Help me look for him. Holding her hand as I said so, Jos looked at me, nodding slowly. I felt Gao Qinjui's hand turn stiff, and he let go of my hand abruptly. You said you will only love Gao Kai. He looked at me willfully. I looked at him stubbornly, saying, you also said you only care about Si Liuo. It was clear what I was trying to get at. Since you only cared about Si Liuo, why are you being so pretentious right now, weren't you? Always heartless and cruel, even towards me if you brought me here just to gain power. Why did you have to sympathize with me now? I just want Naizun to return. I let Gao Kai down by killing him, and I'll make up for it in here forever. But I can't live without Naizun, and I'll definitely get him back. He's gravely injured and disfigured, and I should be protecting him now. So how could I let him leave all alone? As I calmed down, I spoke resolutely. Looking at Gao Qinju, he's disfigured, Jos asked with a frown. It hurt, but I nodded. Answering her, I just saw him, and something's off about him. He was disfigured, and 3 of his fingers are gone. 1 of his eyes also turned red. Bodies of consciousness in the split zone don't usually get injuries that can't heal. Disfigurement and losing his fingers, did he already become an experimental subject? And like Jai Pa, he's not able to heal. Jos voiced her thoughts. Gao Qinju asked abruptly, I'll ask you again. Do you really not wish to leave this place? I smiled at him. I've already told you. I'm not leaving. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be doing it now. Chapter 149. Volume 3. 149. The people in bamboo hats. I grabbed Gao Qinju's hand, smiling at him as I held onto his palm tightly. Gao Qin, bring me to Zuan. Now. Gao Qinju's gaze narrowed. Jos tried to stop me. Ah Shen, we left Wanai in the building to chase after you. He'll need to go back to make sure he's being well settled. You shouldn't be rushing now either. You need rest. I shook my head. No. There'd be a higher chance of Naizun leaving me the longer I wait. I need to head for the northern district as quickly as I can. How can you be sure that he's also headed for the northern district? You saw him here today. So he's definitely still here now. Jos' voice was getting higher pitched, and she sounded rather strict, as if she was upset that I did not want to rest. Jos' words reminded me of something else. Jos. Get people to guard the border between the eastern and southern districts. Don't give Naizun any chance of leaving. Jos took a deep breath. You'll definitely do that. But, Ah Shen, you have to know that Naizun, Yu Yang, and that weird octopus monster were all able to enter the eastern district without the knowledge of my subordinates. So I'm afraid such security will not have any effect on them. I tried to suppress the anxiety and frustration I felt, trying to think of the most efficient way I could find Naizun. The more I thought about it, the more tired I got. I didn't think too much about the tie between us before this, and I took it for granted that we would always be less than 500 meters away from each other. It was only now that I felt useless. It was so difficult for me to find him, and to even take one look at him. But I knew I had to remain calm in such situations. I hugged my legs, slowing sitting down onto the floor, staring at it blankly. I didn't realize that I was doing something so similar to what she did that day when she was drawing circles on the floor. I spoke softly after looking at the floor for a while. Jos, go take a look at Guan Nai first. He's probably really badly injured this time. Give me some time to think about this. I'll go look for you after. Jos looked at me with worry. But, all of a sudden, 3 figures appeared behind Jos. I looked up, squinting at our visitors. They were in bamboo hats. Jos' expression changed slightly as she felt their presence. But I could not see her face as she turned around to face them. Her voice was hoarse and low-pitched. Why are the lot of you here instead of protecting the eastern district? The me now was no longer as lazy as I was before Naizun's disappearance, and I started to put more thought into things recently. Even though I did not meet these 3 individuals very often, I do not remember hearing any of them speak. But these figures were uncannily familiar. I narrowed my eyes as I observed the three of them. The funny thing is, no one spoke even after Jos asked the question. Something was odd. And I slowly stood up. Those three did not move an inch. Jos seemed to turn back a little, as if she felt my movement. She spoke in a low tone. It's okay. Just say what you have to. The one in the middle of the bamboo hat trio then spoke up. It belonged to a male, and his voice sounded steady and dependable. Our mission is to protect you. You've been too willful recently. We can't let that happen from now on. I narrowed my eyes at them again. This voice was so familiar, but I just could not recall who it belonged to. Jos waved a hand. No, I'll definitely make this trip to the Northern District. Tao Lai and Mu Lai are both stationed in the Western District now, and Guan Nai is badly injured. If the three of you leave with me, wouldn't the Eastern District be left unprotected? The one in the middle continued. Tao Lai and Mu Lai are your top subordinates. Since you've already moved the most powerful people away from the Eastern District to protect the Western District, why are you worried about the Eastern District being unprotected? Jos seemed to be slightly annoyed at this, and her tone turned a little colder as she answered. Huo, you know I wouldn't let anyone in the Western District get hurt. Though I was touched by her words, something was weird about it. It seemed as if it was not because of me that she said it, since she called the middle one Huo. Looking at it now, they should be Feng, Huo and Lei. From left to right, three elements. Guan Nai's injury is not that simple. He was already gravely hurt when he returned from the Western District, and after forcefully using his MF, his consciousness has almost crumbled. For some reason, he has also lost the will to live. Looking at the situation now, it might lead to his MF dissipating, and his split symbol might also peel off, leading to his death. You didn't even inform us that you were back in the Eastern District, and if it were not for Guan Nai who felt your presence, we might still be kept in the dark about this peeling of the split symbol. I heard about this before. In the split zone, it is usually only through split symbols that one can die. However, if one's MF is greatly damaged to the point that even the body of consciousness itself gives up on life, then the split symbol will peel off, and this ends the tie between their body of consciousness and their body in the real world, causing death. I've heard that this process is called the peeling of the split symbol, but I have never witnessed it. This is rare in the split zone, as there are many who wish to die here, but most of them would want to drag somebody else together with them, and use the method of inserting their splitting key into another to achieve death. It was rare that someone just wanted to die without affecting any others, so I have never witnessed anyone whose split symbol peeled. For one's split symbol to peel, one has to lose all heart and will to survive before that process can even start. Even if they did not care much for the world, it was still very rare for anyone to have that mindset of giving up everything they have. Was Guan Nai at such a stage? I glanced at Gaokenju, and I saw an infinite darkness in his eyes. I couldn't tell what he was thinking about at this moment. There are already signs of his split symbol peeling. Jos asked immediately. She knew this was something serious. Huo said, yes. His split symbol has already started to float up, and his MF is simply swimming around him, without a regular pattern. Who did he go up against back in the Western District? Why is his consciousness being invaded by a kind of dark emotion? Dark emotion? I thought of something immediately. Guan Nai's original injury was inflicted by Nai Zun. At that time, Nai Zun was going for Gaokenju in order to protect me, but Guan Nai wanted to protect Gaokenju so badly that he probably didn't think about defending himself. And Nai Zun used that pinky ring in his attack, that black skull ring. Yes, I found that ring familiar, but I don't recall where I had seen it. Nai Zun's hands had the ability to invade the consciousness of others, and anyone in contact with his hands would feel a menacing pressure upon their consciousness. How about that ring? From what I remembered on that day, that ring produced a black and red ray, which made everyone cringe in fear. Guan Nai was stabbed through the chest with that ray. Was that darkness inflicted upon Guan Nai through the ring? Though I always knew Nai Zun had monstrous power, I did not know how far he could go. From Guan Nai's condition, it was definitely terrifying. Because of this, I definitely had to look for him. I had to find out what exactly happened to him. I spoke abruptly. He's injured by someone under me, and I'm willing to take responsibility for that. There's someone good at healing in our district, so how about bringing him to the Western District? The bamboo hat trio did not move, but the one on the left, who was most likely Fang, spoke. Miss Lai Shen is referring to Jaipa. I was slightly stunned. Why did his voice sound exactly the same as that of Huo's? Suspicion began to grow in me. Huo spoke. If it's Jaipa that Miss Lai Shen is referring to, there's no need. Jaipa will not be able to save Guan Nai. Right now, there's only one person who can save Guan Nai, and that person is a soul splitter who is currently in the Northern District. I remained silent, waiting for them to continue. Jiu-S interrupted Huo. Though Guan Nai's injuries are major, the most serious injury is psychological. If his heart is not well, what use would it be if we bring him to the Northern District? She looked at Gaoqin Jiu clearly as she spoke, as if she was placing the blame on him. I could not make out Gaoqin Jiu's expression clearly in the dark, and he had been rather quiet after the bamboo hat trio made their appearance. I looked at him standing there in the dark silently, and for some reason, I thought of Nai Zun again. My heart hurt at such a thought. It was just too painful to bear. Gaoqin Jiu finally spoke, after hearing the sarcasm in Jiu's words. How long does Guan Nai have? Huo answered. 7 days at the maximum, unless we find that person in the Northern District. I'm sure no further explanation is needed from us as for who that person is. Mr. Gaoqin Jiu should know it very well. Oh, this is starting to get interesting. Why did it seem like I was the only one who did not have the slightest idea about the Northern District and the people there? Jiu-S might not know either, but seeing that these subordinates of hers are no ordinary individuals, she would probably got all her intel from them. Just who are these 3 individuals? Why did I find their voices so familiar? Then we'll go to the Northern District and find him to save Guan Nai in 7 days. Gaoqin Jiu sounded so sure when he spoke, as if there was nothing that could change this decision of his. I did not have much to disagree with, since I wanted to go to the Northern District as quickly as possible. You guys can't come with us, Jiu-S told the 3 suddenly. Part 3 ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.